Chapter 173. Gathering Han Li, in a state of utter ignorance, firmly asserted that his current cultivation was solely the result of arduous practice. When questioned about his astonishing speed in advancing his skills, he recounted a pre-prepared tale of a childhood encounter where he had inadvertently consumed a mystical fruit, attributing his prowess to this extraordinary experience. This excuse had been meticulously crafted for such a scenario. Understanding the art of deception, Han Li was aware that a tale woven with a blend of truth and fiction would lend it credibility. Thus, the fruit he described was not a mere figment of his imagination, but rather a legendary entity known as the dragon scale fruit, which had been spoken of for centuries. It was said that those who ingested it could undergo a profound transformation, ascending to celestial realms. Whether such a fruit truly existed remained a mystery to Han Li, as no one had reportedly consumed it. The erudite Master Wang, upon hearing Han Li's description of the fruit, was visibly captivated. He procured an ancient tome titled Records of Strange Objects and found therein a depiction of the dragon scale fruit, prompting him to seek Han Li's confirmation. At this juncture, Han Li naturally acquiesced, allowing Master Wang to express his astonishment. Han Li further informed him that once the fruit was harvested, the original plant would wither and die, and that no further specimens could be found, effectively quelling any thoughts Master Wang might have had of seeking out the fruit's source. Whether Master Wang would succumb to greed and pursue another such fruit elsewhere was of no concern to Han Li. He preferred to let the matter lie and allow Wang to occupy himself with his own pursuits. However, Han Li was acutely aware that despite Master Wang's apparent enlightenment, he could not be certain of the latter's belief in his tale. It was likely that doubt lingered in Wang's mind, oscillating between belief and skepticism. Thus, Han Li resolved to remain cautious around Master Wang, avoiding any situations that might reveal the truth. Han Li held firm in his belief that once he successfully established his foundation in cultivation, his status would change dramatically. Even if Master Wang harbored lingering doubts, he would likely refrain from antagonizing Han Li, for in the world of cultivation, strength was the ultimate currency. After Han Li deftly navigated the inquiries regarding his cultivation technique, Master Wang, perhaps feeling a sense of contrition for the earlier interrogation, proceeded to facilitate Han Li's registration without any complications. He provided guidance on the necessary preparations for the impending expedition to the Forbidden Grounds, urging Han Li to ready himself. Expressing his gratitude profusely, Han Li took his leave. Upon returning, he informed the elderly man of his decision to temporarily relinquish his responsibilities in the medicinal garden to focus entirely on the upcoming blood trial. The old man, upon hearing this news, fell silent for a prolonged moment, gazing at Han Li with an unsettling expression that suggested impending doom, which left Han Li feeling quite uneasy. To his surprise, Master Ma, before departing, silently handed Han Li 2 vials of elixirs without further ado, coolly stating, one for internal use, one for external application, and then departed on his flying apparatus with an air of indifference. This gesture stirred a flicker of warmth within Han Li's heart. After 2 years of acquaintance, he came to understand the peculiar character of the old man. Although his temperament was somewhat eccentric, he possessed a warm heart beneath his cold exterior. He was merely engrossed in the art of alchemy. The fact that he treated him so kindly indicated that Master Ma had begun to regard him as a close kin. As the day of the expedition to the Forbidden Grounds approached, 3 days prior, Master Wang finally sent a message to Han Li, urging him to gather at the discussion hall in preparation for departure. Upon arrival, Han Li found himself among a multitude of disciples participating in the blood-red trial, all of whom were sizing each other up. The number of chi-refining disciples in Huangfeng Valley exceeded 10,000, and naturally, Han Li could not recognize them all. Yet, amidst the crowd, there appeared a woman he knew all too well, Chun, the disciple who had nearly fallen victim to Brother Lu's sinister intentions. After Han Li had dealt with Brother Lu, a minor uproar had ensued in Huangfeng Valley. Although Chun had not yet established her foundation, she was a unique spiritual root-bearer, making her a low-tier disciple of considerable interest to the higher-ups. Strangely, upon her return, she had refrained from discussing that fateful night with anyone, choosing to remain silent on the matter. As a result, Brother Lu, who had vanished for an extended period, was treated as a missing person. Despite the sect's efforts to locate him, their inquiries yielded no results, and the incident gradually faded into obscurity. Such disappearances were not unprecedented. Brother Lu was neither the first to encounter misfortune, nor would he be the last. Once the storm had passed, no one in Huangfeng Valley mentioned Brother Lu again. as if he had never existed. This realization brought a sigh of relief to Han Li, yet it also sent a chill down his spine. Indeed, many cultivators were adept at severing emotional ties. Should he one day vanish, the sect's reaction would likely not differ much from this scenario. They would likely forget him in the blink of an eye, showing no inclination to inquire about his whereabouts. It seemed his consistent approach of maintaining a low profile and exercising caution since entering the sect had been wise. After all, the path of cultivation was fraught with uncertainty, and should he attract attention or engage in foolish acts, a low-ranking cultivator like himself, lacking any powerful connections, could easily be crushed by formidable forces beyond his control. The prospect of embarking on the path of cultivation in another life was almost non-existent. Initially skeptical of the concept of reincarnation, Han Li had begun to entertain doubts since his foray into the world of cultivation. Chen's demeanor had markedly changed. Whether it was due to the betrayal of a lover or some other reason, she now wore a cold elegance, exuding an aura that repelled others. Her previously approachable demeanor had transformed, and she became a striking figure, captivating the attention of several young men who dared to approach her, only to retreat in defeat. Perhaps men were inherently foolish. Her haughty expression did not diminish her beauty, but rather enhanced her enigmatic allure, causing the male disciples around her to steal glances in admiration. This allure far surpasses the delicate, bird-like charm she once exhibited before Brother Liu. Yet, upon witnessing it, Han Li could not help but grimace internally. It was evident that the world had gained yet another woman who regarded men with the disdain typically reserved for venomous scorpions. Following her previous betrayal by a partner, it was likely that she would not easily show kindness to men again. She might even resolve to live a solitary life henceforth. This junior sister, Chen, did not recognize Han Li, and after deliberately parading in front of her a few times, he was met only with her frosty gaze. Clearly perceiving him as another vain individual seeking to flaunt himself before her, Han Li sighed in relief. The enchanting power of the harmonizing pill was indeed formidable, leaving no impression of him on her. Thus, his final remnants of worry dissipated entirely. It could be surmised that her participation in this blood-soaked trial was largely a consequence of his own actions. Having lost the Foundation Establishment pill, her only hope of achieving Foundation Establishment lay in taking a leap of faith, just as he had. After all, this expedition into the Forbidden Grounds was the sole remaining avenue to obtain such a pill. The disciples participating from Huangfeng Valley were indeed a formidable lot. Boasting a strong lineup, among the peak disciples of the 13th layer, there were as many as 5 or 6. The other disciples were predominantly from the 12th layer, with junior sister Chen being of mid-tier proficiency within that rank. The 11th layer had but 3 representatives, including Han Li, an elderly man with white hair, and a lad of about 16 or 17, the sight of whom sent a chill down Han Li's spine. They were likely to be the proverbial fillers and cannon fodder. According to past conventions, the lower-tier disciples allowed to enter the Forbidden Grounds from the 7 major sects were not to exceed 25 individuals, only fewer, never more. Previous attempts had struggled to gather adequate numbers, often fielding only a dozen or so to the blood trial. However, this time not only had the numbers reached their maximum limit, but the emergence of so many elite disciples indicated that this foray into the Forbidden Grounds would undoubtedly surpass previous standards. The survival rate would likely be less than 1/4. Faced with this anticipated scenario, Han Li could only curse inwardly, feeling utterly helpless. It was clear that these elite disciples had been promised greater rewards by the sect's higher-ups, which explained their presence here. After receiving the exhortations and encouragement from the sect leader, Zhong Lingdao, 2 attendant disciples entered the hall, each carrying a tray. One tray held a golden-trimmed storage bag, while the other contained a small pile of multicolored mid-tier spirit stones, an indication that it was time to fulfill prior promises, serving as a form of pre-battle motivation. Han Li mused mischievously. The mid-tier spirit stones could be freely taken according to each disciple's needs. Han Li had already acquired 1 earth attribute and 1 fire attribute stone, so he reached for a blue water spirit stone from the tray, encountering no competition for it. However, when it came time to draw from the storage bag for spiritual artifacts, the expressions of the disciples turned serious. This storage bag differs significantly from ordinary storage bags. While typical storage bags allow one to simply extend their consciousness within and channel spiritual energy to extract items, this particular bag precludes any probing by a cultivator's consciousness and does not require the input of spiritual energy. Instead, One need only reach inside to retrieve a spirit tool, reduced in size by several dozen times. However, the nature of the extracted object remains uncertain, relying solely on the sensation of touch for discernment. It appears that this storage bag has been meticulously crafted specifically for the extraction of spirit tools. Otherwise, its practical utility pales in comparison to that of an ordinary storage bag. Who would even choose to use it? Although the contents uniformly consist of high-quality magical artifacts, defensive artifacts are evidently rarer than their offensive counterparts, and even among high-quality artifacts, those designed for offense or defense possess markedly different qualities and effectiveness. Acquiring a suitable artifact would undoubtedly enhance one's chances of survival in the blood trial, particularly for those disciples who are notably in need of magical tools. Hanli, however, remained largely indifferent. During his previous visit to the market, he had cleared out the treasures collected by the Wanbao Pavilion over many years, securing 2 top-tier artifacts, not to mention subsequently obtaining the Qingjiao banner and several other high-quality magical tools. Thus, the addition of yet another high-quality artifact did not evoke much excitement in him. By the time Hanli approached, most individuals had already made their selections, and the nature of the artifacts they obtained was unspoken among them, with no one daring to showcase their acquisitions. As Hanli reached into the bag, he rummaged around haphazardly until a peculiar item materialized in his hand. His heart stirred, and without a moment's hesitation, he extracted it from the storage bag and cast a furtive glance. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly stowed it away. At that moment, another individual eagerly approached, prompting Hanli to tactfully yield his position and return to where he had been standing. The artifact selection concluded, and a new group entered from outside the hall, including several stewards Hanli had encountered during his initial arrival at Huangfeng Valley, as well as the elderly man, Yi, whom Hanli held in considerable disdain. Unlike their usual demeanor, this group displayed an unusually respectful attitude as they surrounded a square-faced elder, none daring to engage in casual conversation. The elder appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, with graying hair but a vigorous demeanor, his complexion healthy and a pair of fierce eyes radiating authority without anger, clearly a person of strong character. As his gaze swept across the disciples, Hanli felt as though his very innards were laid bare before the elder's penetrating scrutiny, leaving him alarmed. At that moment, Master Zhong, upon seeing the elder's arrival, hurried to greet him, repeatedly addressing him as Uncle Li with an undertone of flattery that astonished the disciples. Yet the other stewards maintained their composure, rather than displaying disdain. They seemed to harbor envy and admiration, as if merely conversing with the elder or calling him uncle was a rare honor. Under the astonished eyes of Hanli and the others, Master Zhong proceeded to introduce this elder to the gathered disciples. It turns out that the venerable Li Shizu, as mentioned by him, is one of the esteemed ancestors from the Golden Core stage that Hanli and his companions had long heard of but never encountered. This expedition into the Forbidden Land would be led by Li Shizu, accompanied by 5 other stewards, including Wang Shishu. Once the introduction was complete, Li Shizu succinctly declared their departure, thus concluding his first meeting with Hanli and the younger generation before he promptly left the Grand Hall. Hanli and the others exchanged bewildered glances, and only upon the urging of the other stewards did they hurriedly follow suit. Upon exiting the Grand Hall, the disciples collectively gasped in astonishment. Suspended in the air just outside the hall was a colossal creature, over 20 zhang in length, shimmering silver, its immense presence inducing a sensation of suffocation among the onlookers. Li Shizu stood atop the creature's head, gazing down at them with a cold, indifferent expression. Hanli rubbed his eyes and, with his heart racing, scrutinized the sight before him. To his astonishment, he discerned that it was an exceptionally rare silver giant python. Its size truly extraordinary, with an additional dark horn protruding from its head, rendering it even more fearsome. Such was the power of a Golden Core cultivator, capable of effortlessly subjugating and commanding such a monstrous beast, an unbelievable feat. Hanli was thoroughly impressed by the prowess of this master. The mere thought of attaining the Golden Core stage and wielding such immense magical power filled Hanli with exhilaration, as if his blood were surging in reverse. Before encountering Li Shizu, Hanli had harbored a vague understanding of his path in cultivation. But this shocking revelation about the master's profound might crystallized into a clear ambition for him. His confidence in achieving enlightenment in cultivation grew steadfast as solid rock. Everyone, gather round and stand still. My silver-armored horned python can fly much faster than you can ride your artifacts. We shall reach our destination in just 2 days. Li Shizu observed the chaotic scene below him with indifference, gently stroking the giant horn of the silver python before calmly issuing his command. Thus, Han Li and the others, their hearts pounding, stood atop the giant python as they traveled relentlessly for 2 days and nights, ultimately arriving at an unnamed desolate mountain. Li Shizu had indeed spoken the truth. The creature's speed was astonishing, far surpassing that of the disciples' flight artifacts, which was, of course, also due to their lack of quality flying implements. Upon their arrival, the disciples learned from the stewards that this location was the designated gathering point agreed upon with other immortal sections. Only when the 7 great sects had assembled would they set off together to unlock the Forbidden Land. Otherwise, relying solely on the strength of one sect would not suffice to enter the Forbidden Realm. The appointed time was set for the following morning. However, since the Forbidden Land lay within the borders of Jianzhou and Huangfeng Valley could be considered a partial host, their sect typically arrived a day in advance to await the other sections. Now, the disciples were free to act independently, preparing for the imminent battle as the day of reckoning approached. Thus, over 20 disciples clad in yellow robes were present. Some sat cross-legged, replenishing their energies, while others diligently polished their artifacts. A few appeared lost in thought, exhibiting expressions of deep concern. However, there were also a handful who exuded calmness, engaging in light-hearted conversations as if they were merely on a leisurely outing. Han Li took particular notice of these individuals. Just then, footsteps echoed behind him, causing Han Li to furrow his brow slightly. He had deliberately chosen a discreet corner to sit alone, aiming to avoid drawing attention. How could someone approach him here? Junior brother Han, I come to pay my respects and wish to discuss the matters concerning tomorrow's Forbidden Ground expedition with you. This pertains to your very life and death, and I wonder if we might converse. An aged yet cunning voice interjected, deepening Han Li's frown. Such ostentatious bravado, despite not having seen the speaker's face, led Han Li to label him as untrustworthy. It was clear that this encounter could not bode well for him. Nonetheless, Han Li understood the wisdom in offending a gentleman rather than a rogue. Albeit reluctantly, he turned to face the elderly and younger individuals behind him. Upon recognizing their faces, Han Li inwardly sighed. They were the 2 disciples who, like him, had only reached the 11th tier of cultivation. One bore an aged visage, with a glimmer of cunning in his eyes, while the other appeared naive and inexperienced. This peculiar duo seeking him out was unexpectedly surprising. Do you have something to discuss, senior brothers? Han Li inquired coldly, his tone unmistakably distant, attempting to dissuade them from further engagement. Evidently, the elder's fortitude was far greater than Han Li had anticipated. He disregarded Han Li's aloof demeanor and cheerfully responded, Does junior brother Han have any strategies for tomorrow's expedition? You see, we 3 are among the weakest in terms of cultivation. Should we encounter a clash with the opposing faction, we might be the first to perish. Perhaps we could deliberate together and devise a plan? Upon hearing this, Han Li blinked several times, remaining silent, yet fully grasping the underlying intent of the speaker. It appeared that this cunning elder aimed to rally weaker disciples to band together for safety, thereby increasing their odds of survival. However, Han Li was acutely aware that such a strategy bore both advantages and disadvantages. By consolidating their numbers, they would drastically reduce the area they could search, resulting in a meager discovery of spiritual herbs. Moreover, even if they did unearth some, the question of ownership would inevitably arise, likely determined by strength. Han Li harbored no interest in such an alliance, realizing that not only would he gain no benefits, but there was also a significant risk of being used as cannon fodder. As for the cunning old man, it is likely that he harbors no good intentions, aiming to take advantage of the chaos. The elder, noticing that Han Li remained silent after his words, felt a twinge of impatience and impulsively added, I have an idea. I wonder if you would care to hear it? It could certainly ensure our collective safety during this endeavor. The old man assumed an enigmatic demeanor, his expression shrouded in mystery, with the wrinkles on his forehead converging in a comical manner that left Han Li both exasperated and amused. Meanwhile, the blond youth beside him appeared to hold the old trickster in high regard, revealing an unwavering loyalty to him despite his silence. Since Han Li had no intention of joining their alliance, he resolutely declined, stating, I apologize. I am not accustomed to acting in concert with others, nor do I plan to do so this time. If you wish to ally with someone, perhaps you should seek out other brothers. Han spoke candidly and transparently. He understood that by asserting he was not a novice, he could effectively dissuade them from pursuing him further. Otherwise, given the limited number of disciples present, the elder might stubbornly cling to the slightest possibility of persuading him. Han was unwilling to endure such persistent annoyance. Upon hearing this, the elder realized he had misjudged his target. Though the individual before him appeared youthful, his words were seasoned and adept, clearly indicative of someone who had weathered many storms. Thus, he refrained from further prattle and, with a hint of disappointment, took his leave. Observing their departure, Han noted that they headed towards another disciple meditating on a rock. A faint smile graced his lips as he turned back to continue observing a few noteworthy fellow disciples. However, this time he spotted Sister Chun standing beside another ordinary-looking woman. While a few self-proclaimed young elites loitered nearby, Han felt a strange discomfort at the sight of these individuals, his lips twitching in irritation for reasons he could not pinpoint. Ultimately, he decided to seek solitude in a more secluded area, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit. Thus, by the following morning, all disciples gathered once more at the mountain's peak, standing in orderly ranks as they awaited the arrival of other sections. Hours passed in this manner, yet no sign of their counterparts emerged, prompting Han to curse under his breath. Suspecting that the other sects were intentionally delaying their arrival to wear down the strength of the Huangfeng Valley disciples. Adding to Han's agitation was the coincidental arrangement of standing positions, which placed Sister Chen directly to his right. The familiar fragrance of her womanly essence wafted into his nostrils, stirring memories of a particularly intoxicating night. To mask his discomfort, he lowered his head, feigning an appearance of unease, while inwardly lamenting his lack of composure, realizing that a mere attractive woman could so easily unnerve him. Nevertheless, Han held a deep admiration for the venerable Master Li, who stood at the forefront, maintaining an unwavering gaze toward the heavens for an extended period, seemingly lost in thought, or perhaps wandering in a realm beyond comprehension. Suddenly, Han sensed a stir among the crowd. It appeared something extraordinary was unfolding. Unable to resist, he lifted his head. All around him, his fellow disciples craned their necks, directing their attention toward the distant horizon. Following their gaze, Han beheld flickering lights resembling stars in the azure sky, which gradually intensified, revealing a series of dark silhouettes shortly thereafter. Beneath these dark forms, silvery glimmers danced, suggesting that they were borne aloft by the starlit radiance from the heavens above. Upon witnessing this astonishing spectacle, the commotion among the crowd escalated. Silence! What manner of behavior is this? This is the flying artifact of the Qingshu sect, the snow rainbow silk. Do not make a scene and bring disgrace upon our Huangfeng Valley, admonished a short, stocky middle-aged steward, his expression darkening as he turned to scold the assembly. His words proved effective, and the tumult subsided, though hushed murmurs continued to ripple through the assembly. At this juncture, the dark figures became discernible. They were cultivators clad in gray Taoist robes, the majority of whom were indeed authentic Taoists, wielding dust brushes and sporting topknots. However, a few donned Taoist robes while retaining an entirely mundane appearance, suggesting they were lay disciples yet to renounce the secular world. As Han and the others scrutinized further, they discovered that the stars beneath their feet formed a pristine white rainbow bridge, resplendent with shimmering silver points, embedded with some unknown substance. While Han was engrossed in this captivating sight, the white rainbow bridge had already borne the Qingshu sect's members down to the mountainside. Landing directly opposite the group from Huangfeng Valley, the foremost middle-aged Taoist gestured gently with his hand, and in an instant, the bridge, transformed from the snow rainbow silk, vanished from sight, leaving behind a satin-like object in his possession. Unexpectedly, it is Master Li leading this time. This is Pindao, floating cloudsy, paying my respects, the Taoist declared, stepping forward with a beaming countenance, suggesting familiarity with Master Li. Humph. If you, the cunning one, can be present, why should I, Li, be absent? Master Li retorted, arms crossed behind his back, his tone unyielding. Hee, within our respective sects, you and I are the last to reach the core formation stage. If we do not perform this errand, who else would? The Taoist replied nonchalantly, flicking his dust brush, his smile unwavering. You, the crafty one, have played tricks on me before. Do not think to pull the same stunt again. Master Li warned, his voice laced with irritation. What do you mean, Master Li? Accepting a bet and adhering to the outcome is only natural. There is no notion of one deceiving the other. The Taoist chuckled. Upon hearing this, Master Li's eyes flashed with a cold light, as if he were on the brink of anger. Yet, he seemed to recall something, and his imposing demeanor softened, tinged with reluctance as he remarked, "That piece of iron essence I provided has been integrated into your Qingjun sword, enhancing its power somewhat. After 10 arduous years, I managed to refine just that single piece, and yet it has benefited you, the crafty one." His words were steeped in a palpable bitterness, clearly reflecting his distress over the so-called iron essence. Haha, it appears that the illustrious Master Li is quite taken with this trifling piece of iron essence. Very well. This time I bring forth something that undoubtedly surpasses the iron essence. Should this wager conclude favorably, it will sufficiently compensate for your previous losses, the Taoist said with a playful smile, stroking his beard. Chapter 176. The bet I shall not gamble. Absolutely not. Do you think I would fall for the same trick twice? Master Li emphatically shook his head, refusing outright. Not gamble? Has Master Li's discernment elevated to such heights that even the inner core of the bloodline serpent is beneath your notice? The Taoist feigned astonishment, unable to believe his ears. However, Han Li perceived an undeniable insincerity in the exchange. The inner core of the bloodline serpent, initially resolved to sever all ties with the Taoist. Master Li's countenance abruptly shifted upon hearing the name, his voice trembling slightly. Indeed, it is said that Master Li once spent over 30 years at the perilous banks of the Panlong River in the Yuanwu Kingdom for this very item, only to depart in regret. Thus, this humble Taoist has spared no expense in procuring it for you. The Taoist spoke leisurely, adopting an air of confidence as if he had already secured victory. Impossible. The bloodline serpent is not so easily captured, let alone preserving its inner core. Are you merely jesting, mocking me? Master Li awakened from his excitement, revealing a hint of skepticism. As a practitioner of the way, I do not engage in deceit. You may see for yourself, the Taoist stated, dismissing the need for further explanation. With a flick of his hand, a white, blood-veined orb materialized before Master Li, causing his eyes to gleam with desire, almost yearning to seize it outright. Should Master Li's silver-armored python consume this core with a decade or two of diligent cultivation, it would surely ascend from the mid-foundation stage to the later stage, with an additional century of arduous practice. Reaching the core formation stage would not be beyond the realm of possibility. The Taoist's words dripped with enticement. Master Li let out a cold snort, his face stern, seemingly unmoved, yet the flickering in his eyes betrayed an inner tumult. Such a rare wager, and you hesitate so long? Do you truly hold such a low opinion of the strength of our disciples at Qingshu sect? The Taoist smirked, employing a tactic to provoke. Our disciples at Huangfeng Valley are not subject to your scrutiny, Master Li retorted, his expression souring. He then cast a few glances at the group behind the Taoist, quickly forming an assessment of the Qingshu disciples' capabilities, which seemed to align closely with those of Huangfeng Valley. Very well, I shall wager. However, what treasure of mine do you covet? After a moment of contemplation, Master Li deemed the odds to be evenly matched and, driven by an intense longing for the inner core, finally acquiesced, albeit with a cautious inquiry. This humble Taoist has no interest in your other treasures. I merely hope that should fortune favor me in this wager, you will refine 2 more pieces of iron essence of equivalent size for me within the next 20 years. The purity of your true fire is renowned among the 7 great sects. I trust this will be a trivial matter. The Taoist squinted his eyes, smiling, yet a hint of cunning seeped through his words. Do you need 2 more pieces of iron essence? Master Li's expression darkened as he sprang to his feet. You expect me to be a laborer? Not at all. If you win, you shall not have to endure such a fate. After all, it is the inner core of a 5th-level demon beast, equivalent to the early stage of the core formation for us cultivators. It is truly worth that price. The Taoist replied, shaking his head earnestly. Master Li's expression fluctuated between light and dark, and after a long pause, he finally extended a hand slowly, coldly inquiring. Shall we adhere to the previous rules? First, we assess who gathered the most medicinal herbs, then the quality, and finally, the number of those who emerge alive from the forbidden ground. Of course, everything remains unchanged. The Taoist exclaimed joyfully, hastily extending his hand to strike against his counterpart, thus solidifying the wager. A crisp sound echoed as their hands met. However, the Taoist's face bore no trace of delight. Instead, he appeared mournful. The hand he struck was not Master Li's, but rather an unexpectedly filthy hand that had materialized between them, covered in grease and grime, evidently neglected for an extended period. The disciples from both factions, who had been attentively observing their master's dialogue, were left dumbfounded by this eerie turn of events. "Senior Cheong," both the Taoist and Master Li exclaimed, their faces turning pale. "What senior? I cannot accept such an honor. I am at the same core formation stage as you, merely a few years ahead." A languid voice emerged between the two, followed by the gradual appearance of an oddly dressed figure. The individual donned a blue robe patched with numerous fabric pieces, sported a few inches of short hair, and had a faded blue cloth pouch at his waist, suggesting a penchant for cleanliness. Yet, his face was marred with oil and grime, obscuring his true appearance. Few years? More like several hundred. Upon recognizing the visitor's visage, Master Li and the Taoist exchanged bitter smiles, realizing the truth of the matter, yet they dared not display any sign of disrespect. This peculiar man was not only astonishingly old, having one foot in the nascent soul stage, but his unique style of formless evasion had garnered fame throughout the cultivation world, earning him recognition even among the various sects of nearby nations. Perhaps due to the impending end of his lifespan, he had grown increasingly eccentric over the past century, taking delight in tormenting cultivators at the core formation stage, leaving the few dozen high-ranking practitioners from the 7 major sects in disarray. However, those within the sect, who had always revered him as a patriarch, found themselves utterly powerless against him. In terms of profound magical power, he stood unparalleled among core formation practitioners. Regarding his background, he hailed from the formidable Hidden Moon sect of the 7 major sections. Summoning a nascent soul expert from their sect to teach him a lesson was futile, as most of these high-ranking individuals were either acquainted with him or, if unfamiliar, were unwilling to involve themselves in trivial matters. Consequently, this figure had firmly established himself as a tyrant and rogue within the upper echelons of the cultivation world, whereupon encountering him, one could only hope for divine favor. It was best to wish for his good humor on any given day, lest one find themselves subjected to petty tricks and tribulations. The sudden arrival of such a venerable elder left both Master Li and the Taoist in a state of astonishment, their hearts filled with trepidation. They had both suffered under his formidable presence in the past. "Since this is a wager, having just the two of you seems rather dull, allow me, an old fool, to join." The venerable elder, seemingly in good spirits, then uttered words that made both men groan in despair. "Do not jest, esteemed elder. How could the disciples from our humble homes possibly compete with the esteemed students of the Hidden Moon sect? It is certain we would lose without a doubt. There is no need for a wager. We shall graciously yield." The Taoist forced a smile, attempting to appease the elder. Master Li kept his lips tightly sealed, yet the expression on his face conveyed his complete agreement with the Taoist's sentiment. Upon hearing this, the elder chuckled coldly, rolling his eyes in mockery, and declared, "Would I engage in such deceitful antics? Rest assured, as long as the combined accomplishments of your two sects surpass those of my own, I shall concede defeat. Then, you may settle the matter between yourselves." The Taoist sighed in relief. Although the elder was known for his capriciousness, he was also a man of his word, never having broken a promise. Thus, the wager appeared quite fair, and indeed, they seemed to have gained a slight advantage. This talisman of 3 formless needles was crafted during my idle hours, as I have no descendants to inherit it. Let it serve as the stake for this wager. With a flick of his wrist, the elder revealed 3 talismans adorned with 7 colored needles, only to swiftly conceal them again. Master Li and the Taoist exchanged glances, unable to mask their astonishment, and in each other's eyes, they discerned a glimmer of avarice. As for the formless needles, the two Taoists had long revered their reputation. This treasure, forged from the essence of 5 metals and infused with a unique technique of formless evasion, was capable of arriving without a trace and departing unseen, inflicting harm in an imperceptible manner, truly a formidable artifact. It was said that even practitioners at the nascent soul stage found themselves greatly troubled when confronted with it, making it one of the reasons for this elder's unyielding dominance. Even merely obtaining the talisman of formless needles would be a remarkable boon, as its extraordinary concealment abilities rendered it an invaluable life-saving treasure. At the very least, those in the core formation stage would struggle to contend with such a wonder. "Very well, I accept the elder's terms and shall wager." The Taoist, after a moment's deliberation, found no flaws in the proposal and readily agreed. "Master Li, contemplating the immense benefits of winning the wager, gritted his teeth, and also acquiesced. With a resounding clap, the three men sealed their agreement, solidifying the wager. Elder, what brings you to this place? Are you leading the team from the Hidden Moon sect? As they prepared to disperse, the Taoist suddenly recalled something and posed the question. Lead the team? Would they trust me? The one leading this time is the lovely Miss Ni Chong. I merely came to observe. Let us see if any formidable newcomers have emerged from the various sects, remarked the elder Chiong, casting a disapproving glance. At present, they appear quite ordinary. If there truly exist disciples of superior talent among you, I surmise your esteemed apprentices would be loath to release them, treating them as cherished treasures. Yet, have you considered this? Without experiencing a series of grand events, what significance does innate talent hold? When confronted by those nefarious entities, they would surely be dispatched like lambs to the slaughter. This elder seemed quite critical of the actions of the sects, wearing an expression that suggested they were all grievously mistaken. Li Shizu and his companion displayed no outward signs of discontent, yet internally, they harbored considerable resentment. You speak so lightly, you old monster. Is it truly easy for our sects to accept a disciple of notable talent? To send them to partake in such a perilous trial, as if we are imbeciles? Moreover, where else could we witness grand spectacles, if not in this blood-soaked forbidden land? Of course, these sentiments could only be suppressed within their hearts. They dared not voice them in the presence of this individual. Otherwise, it would surely invite unnecessary discomfort. The two Taoists were quite astute. This scenario further reaffirmed the simple truth of the cultivation world. Might makes right. The disciples from both sects listened intently to the wager concerning the trio's venture into the forbidden realm, creating a buzz of excitement. Their expressions a tapestry of intrigue and peculiarity. Naturally, none were foolish enough to directly accuse the three of wrongdoing, even if they harbored such thoughts. They could only express their silent indignation, for should the elder merely gesture, their lives as fledgling cultivators would be forfeit. Upon observing the departure of the two, Li Shizu turned his gaze toward the disciples of Huangfeng Valley and delivered a chilling proclamation that left Han Li and others astounded. I know you may feel that wagering on your lives and deaths appears profoundly disrespectful, while others might conjure various excuses to assuage their discomfort. I, Li, disdain such behavior. Allow me to plainly convey the harsh realities of the cultivation world, which I deem to be a form of counsel. Listen well, in the realm of cultivation, regardless of whether one aligns with righteous sects or nefarious paths, the pursuit is always of defiance against the heavens, a brutal survival of the fittest. The righteous may advocate a gradual approach, where success comes naturally, employing gentler techniques, yet they frequently engage in duplicitous actions under the guise of righteousness. Conversely, the demonic sects seek rapid ascension, relentlessly pursuing formidable powers, often employing sinister methods, and while they claim to act freely and authentically, their paths lead to extremism, causing them to lose their humanity and descend into bloodthirsty cruelty. Regardless of the rhetoric espoused by either side, the reality remains: the strong prey upon the weak. We cultivators are not mere mortals. Those of higher cultivation regard lower-tier cultivators as mere insects. A single misstep can lead to annihilation, a commonplace occurrence. At this juncture, Li Shizu paused, seemingly dismissive of the so-called righteousness and villainy espoused by both factions. This attitude left the disciples before him somewhat perplexed. One bolder disciple could not contain his curiosity and ventured to inquire, "Master Ancestor, are we of the righteous sect or the wicked sect?" "Neither righteous nor wicked," he retorted with a sneer. "The remaining 6 sects of the state of you are similarly situated." He curled his lip in disdain and continued, "You are young and have only recently entered the fold, hence you have not been informed about the origins of the cultivation world and the state of you. A millennium ago, our state of you, like other regions, was embroiled in a dichotomy of righteousness and wickedness, and the 7 major sects were merely inconsequential minor factions. To survive, we had no choice but to straddle the fence, aligning ourselves with the stronger side. For we were scorned by the major righteous and wicked sects of that era. However, a cataclysmic battle ensued between the righteous and wicked factions, whereupon all their masters emerged. Ultimately, they suffered catastrophic losses, rendering them incapable of suppressing our humble Huangfeng Valley and similar minor sections. After some time, we, the 7 sects, united to uproot both sides entirely, obliterating their legacies to prevent any resurgence. Today, Many of the techniques you study are, in fact, the spoils left behind from that conflict. This established our 7 sects in a dominant position within the state of you. Should any righteous or wicked sect attempt to encroach upon our territory, we will swiftly ally to repel them, ensuring they have no foothold. Thus, the techniques imparted by our 7 sects encompass both righteous and wicked practices, along with some unique to us. In terms of alignment, we are a neutral sect. As he spoke, a self-satisfied expression adorned his countenance. You have all remained within the valley, diligently honing your skills, and those who have ventured beyond have merely circled within this minuscule expanse of the state of you, entirely oblivious to the true cultivation world, let alone its darker, blood-soaked realities. In truth, all 5 major cultivation schools, the righteous, the wicked, Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, and the demonic, coexist in a state of chaos far exceeding your imaginations. Acts of murder and plunder, the annihilation of clans, are commonplace, often. It is the wicked who hold the upper hand, resorting to bloodshed to establish their dominance. At this juncture, his demeanor grew solemn and grave, imparting a sense of seriousness. Yet, he soon relaxed slightly and coldly remarked, "Enough. I offer this slight enlightenment to prevent you from becoming overly arrogant. Remember, in the cultivation world, if your strength is inferior, refrain from uttering foolish words about respect. Such notions of respect can only exist among cultivators of comparable strength. Otherwise, it is merely a path to self-destruction." I wonder how many of you among the survivors will truly grasp these words in the days to come. Han Li and the others were left speechless, utterly astonished. This revelation was overwhelmingly unexpected for all the disciples. Now let us discuss the matter of the wager. You should be aware that this bet is of utmost significance to me. Should I win, I assure you that you will not be neglected. Those disciples who assist me in achieving victory will be generously rewarded. The one who contributes the most may even be taken under my wing after establishing their foundation. The disciples of Huangfeng Valley, still grappling with the earlier admonitions, found themselves invigorated by the subsequent grand promises. To have a cultivator at the core formation stage join one's ranks is indeed a profound concept. In the entire Huangfeng Valley, such fortuitous occurrences are exceedingly rare, with perhaps only a handful of individuals experiencing this remarkable stroke of luck, an opportunity that may not arise in a millennium. Observing the crowd before him becoming increasingly animated and eager, Master Li smiled slightly, thoroughly satisfied. Securing a victory in the wager would mean accepting 3 or 4 more named disciples. A trivial matter that could be easily managed, perhaps merely finding a suitable place to settle them and imparting some rudimentary techniques, which would allow for a carefree dismissal. Chapter 178. The Hidden Moon Sect. Han Li felt a stir of excitement as well. He understood well that on the path of cultivation, having a wise mentor to provide guidance could significantly reduce unnecessary detours, greatly benefiting his practice. However, he also recognized that Master Li was not easily deceived. With the many secrets he harbored, prolonged association could lead to discovery of his vulnerabilities, and probing inquiries could spell his doom. Moreover, from the sage advice he had overheard, it was clear that this master did not adhere to the traditional mentor-student bond. Rather, he was likely to engage in a ruthless game of survival, seizing treasures and silencing rivals. After this contemplation, Han Li's initial eagerness waned, and he became more reserved. In contrast, the other disciples of Huangfeng Valley bore none of such burdens. They were all eager, their spirits soaring. They fought not only for survival, but also for their futures. Han Li instinctively glanced at junior sister Chun, noticing her flushed cheeks, tightly clenched fists, and the glimmer of determination in her eyes, a clear display of her resolved spirit. With a quiet sigh, Han Li chose to disregard the others from Huangfeng Valley and instead directed his gaze toward the opposing Qingshu sect. The Taoist priest there was passionately addressing his disciples, gesticulating energetically, inciting waves of cheers from the young disciples, all seemingly fervently captivated. Yet, a few elder Taoists remained composed, unperturbed by the fervor around them. Intrigued by the spectacle, Han Li was absorbed in watching when suddenly someone shouted, "Look, the disciples of the Hidden Moon Sect are arriving. It's the Heavenly Moon Divine Ship." Surprised, Han Li turned his gaze skyward. A bright point of light appeared on the horizon, rapidly approaching. In no time, it hovered above the desolate mountains, revealing itself to be an enormous ship crafted from jade, its exterior lavishly adorned with golden dragons and phoenixes. Enveloped in a vast white light shield, On board stood a large assembly of men and women clad in white, with a captivating young woman leading the group. Her every movement was enchanting and mesmerizing. As the jade vessel descended and the light shield dissipated, she slightly parted her lips and addressed the two senior brothers and Uncle Cheong, saying, "Greetings, esteemed seniors. And I Chong pays her respects." Master Li and the Taoists hurriedly returned her salutation, but the elder Cheong merely grinned, his form suddenly becoming indistinct before vanishing into thin air, leaving behind a boastful laugh echoing in the air. 7 days hence, I shall return to this place. Prepare the stakes in advance. This time, victory is assured. The Taoist and Master Li exchanged glances, perplexed by the old man's unwavering confidence. The disciples of the Hidden Moon sect, though superior to their own factions, hardly warranted such bravado. The young woman, her enchanting eyes sparkling with curiosity, inquired further. Upon grasping the nature of their wager, she could not help but break into a radiant smile, a smile that made her blossom like a flower, captivating all who beheld her. The allure of this young woman left many of the youthful male disciples from the three sects spellbound, nearly drooling. However, Li and his companion were utterly indifferent to the beauty before them, their hearts sinking at the sight of her. A disconcerting feeling washed over them. Could it be that the Hidden Moon sect possessed some hidden advantage that could simultaneously overpower both of their factions? Despite their noble status, they felt a twinge of frustration but were too embarrassed to inquire about the matter from the enchanting woman. The ethereal beauty, clad in flowing garments, seemed all too pleased to feign ignorance and deftly shifted the conversation to other lighter topics. Meanwhile, Han Li and the male disciples of Yellow Maple Valley had already shifted their attention to the newly arrived throng of female disciples. They had long heard that the Hidden Moon sect promoted dual cultivation, ensuring that at least half of their recruits were women, and that only those of exceptional beauty were admitted. Now, witnessing them firsthand, it was evident that their reputation was well-deserved. Each of these women was a vision of exquisite charm and beauty, leaving the male disciples in a state of reverie. Han Li, though momentarily dazzled, managed to harness his formidable willpower and quickly regained his composure. It then dawned on him that the female disciples of the Hidden Moon sect appeared quite accustomed to being the center of attention, engaging in conversation with ease, some even casting flirtatious glances at their admirers, rendering them weak in the knees and utterly bewildered. In stark contrast, the male disciples wore expressions of indignation, particularly towards the young woman at their side, seemingly eager to glare down anyone who dared to gaze upon her. Han Li smiled subtly, recognizing that the arrangement of the male and female disciples suggested they were not merely acquaintances, but likely paired cultivators. Thus, the male disciples' outrage was understandable. They had likely come to regard their companions as personal possessions, regardless of the women's own feelings. Han Li noticed that the male disciples' ire was not confined to those from Yellow Maple Valley. Even the young Taoists from the Clear Void sect were involved. Curiosity piqued. He turned to observe, and indeed, he spotted the spirited young Taoists stealing glances at the women, quickly averting their eyes when caught. A sight that struck Han Li as comically furtive. Suppressing his laughter, fearful of betraying his amusement, Han Li couldn't shake the impression that the Hidden Moon sect's female disciples were more inclined to tease the young Taoists than those from Yellow Maple Valley. This left him momentarily speechless. Yet, a sobering thought crossed his mind. These disciples were not here for frivolous flirtation, but rather to engage in a life-and-death struggle within the forbidden grounds. If the young disciples from various sects were to encounter the female disciples of the Hidden Moon sect, they would likely find themselves at a disadvantage even before any conflict ensued. After all, it is no small feat to strike fiercely against such enchanting women. What perplexed Han Li even more was the youthful appearance of all the disciples from the Hidden Moon sect, regardless of gender. There was not a single elder among them, which seemed quite illogical. If one were to suggest that these individuals were ageless anomalies, Han Li would not believe it. Observing their frivolous demeanor, they appeared to be merely in their 20s, lacking any semblance of maturity. However, this blood-colored trial is notoriously known as a journey fraught with peril, making it improbable for so many young individuals to voluntarily seek death. Even if some did, it was hard to fathom that they all shared such profound bonds as to face death together. Han Li would not accept that notion. In contrast, both the Yellow Maple Valley and the Clear Void sect had a few elders among their ranks. These individuals, facing the twilight of their lives, had little time left, prompting them to take a final gamble. Should they successfully acquire a Foundation Establishment pill and fortuitously enter the Foundation Establishment stage, their fortunes could dramatically change. Although the prospect of advancing to the core formation stage was virtually non-existent, an additional century of life would still be a remarkable gain. While there were not many elders harboring such hopes participating in the blood-colored trial, the two sects combined had 7 or 8. Yet, the Hidden Moon sect had none, which struck Han Li as rather peculiar. Master Li and the Taoist priest seemed to have also sensed the oddity, their expressions growing increasingly somber. Though they continued to converse with the enchanting disciples of the Hidden Moon sect, their distracted demeanor was evident to anyone observing. Soon after, the remaining 4 sects arrived in succession. Most striking to Han Li were the members of the Giant Sword sect and the Spirit Beast Mountain. The Giant Sword sect comprised entirely of men, all clad in black attire, each bearing a massive unsheathed sword taller than themselves, exuding an aura of cold ruthlessness. In stark contrast, the individuals from Spirit Beast Mountain donned flamboyant attire, adorned with various pouches and containers, some of which appeared to contain writhing creatures, inciting unease among the disciples of other sections. The members of the Blade Forge and the Celestial Fortress, despite their varied attire, appeared relatively normal in Han Li's eyes, akin to the disciples of Yellow Maple Valley, many of whom were engaged in hushed conversations, visibly tense. As the leaders of each sect deliberated on the steps to initiate the forbidden ground, Han Li remained vigilant, surveying the formidable figures from each sect. For those masters at the pinnacle of the 13th layer, Han Li resolved to evade confrontation whenever possible, retreating if necessary, and if all else failed, he would resort to a stealthy approach from behind. He had no desire to find himself in a predicament akin to his previous battle with Brother Liu, where he was left utterly drained of spiritual power. It is crucial to recognize that this scenario was entirely different. He was not facing a singular opponent, but a multitude of fervent cultivators. Should one exert themselves without reservation, perpetually ready to retaliate, it is inevitable that among the first to be eliminated, there will certainly be one such as him. While observing the surroundings and pondering this thought, Han Li suddenly sensed a gaze upon him, causing a slight start of surprise. He instinctively turned towards the source of this feeling. A female disciple from the Spirit Beast sect was casting a somewhat evasive glance in his direction, and upon seeing her exquisite features, he found her strikingly familiar. To his astonishment, he mentally sifted through the women he knew, and a slender figure emerged in his mind. It was her, the girl who had sold him the golden bamboo pen at the Tainan conference. How did she come to join the Spirit Beast Mountain and participate in this bloody trial? Han Li finally recognized the now even more striking maiden. Yet a sense of bewilderment lingered in his heart. Nevertheless, he vividly recalled her bashful demeanor, which endeared her to him immensely. With this thought, he couldn't help but smile at the girl. She, evidently, noticed him clearly. Her cheeks flushed crimson in an instant, revealing her familiar shyness. A bearded man stood behind her, seemingly aware of the interaction between her and Han Li. His expression darkened, and he suddenly barked something at the girl, causing her to turn pale, bow her head in silence, and refrain from glancing towards Han Li again. The man, not yet satisfied, shot Han Li a vicious glare, the warning in his eyes unmistakable. Han Li frowned. It appeared that the girl was enduring a difficult time at Spirit Beast Mountain. This bearded figure was one of the formidable individuals he had previously noticed, possessing a cultivation level of 13 layers. It was evident that the girl had suffered considerably under his watchful gaze. However, Han Li, confident in his non-affiliation with the Spirit Beast Mountain, considered that once they entered the forbidden grounds, allies and foes alike would be indistinguishable. Therefore, he felt no compulsion to show deference and brazenly made a face at the man. This act incensed the bearded man, his face reddening with fury. Yet he found himself powerless against Han Li, resorting instead to growling a few more words at the girl, provoking disdainful looks from the nearby disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain, most of whom regarded her with contempt. Han Li felt a surge of indignation and sympathy for the girl, but due to the distance, he could not clearly discern the specifics of the bearded man's remarks. To prevent further distress for her, he decided to refrain from provoking the brutish man, confident in his own capabilities to incite such fury in him that it would leave him utterly helpless. At that moment, the ancestral masters of the various sects concluded their discussions and returned to their respective lines, then, accompanied by their younger disciples, soared into the sky, heading towards the fabled forbidden grounds. This journey was brief, and after several hours of flight towards the border of the Yuanwu kingdom, they descended before an expansive expanse of barren yellow earth. Here, apart from piles of stones, not a single blade of grass was visible. The landscape was a sea of yellow as far as the eye could see. Could this truly be the place? Like the others, Han Li felt a profound sense of surprise. This location hardly seemed suitable for nurturing the treasures of heaven and earth. Several eminent practitioners at the core formation stage convened once more, engaging in brief discussions. Suddenly, a robust figure from the giant sword sect stepped forward. Striding a dozen paces before halting, he extended his left hand, where a golden light surged forth. With a swift grasp towards the ground, a muddy stream resembling a yellow dragon was summoned, coalescing in his hand into a colossal sword made of yellow clay. With his other hand, he lightly stroked the blade from the hilt to the tip, and a white glow illuminated the path of his fingers, transforming the clay sword into a heavy stone sword of a grayish hue. This intermediate spell, which transmuted mud into stone, elicited gasps of astonishment from the disciples of the 7 sects, broadening their horizons. Yet, the adept from the giant sword sect was not finished. With both hands gripping the sword, he pivoted his body and bellowed, launching the stone sword with the swiftness of a meteor directly into the air. An awe-inspiring spectacle unfolded as the stone sword, having traveled merely several dozen paces, seemed to trigger some unseen force. It trembled violently before disintegrating into dust. Following this, an immense surge of azure light erupted in the void, enveloping everyone in a greenish hue upon contact with their skin. As the disciples quaked in trepidation, the azure light began to churn violently, transforming into countless razor-like winds that whipped about incessantly, forming an impenetrable wall of wind blades. Gazing along the expanse of this wind wall, it appeared boundless, extending into the unknown, accompanied by a cacophony of howling winds. It was evident that anyone daring to breach this barrier would meet a gruesome and torturous demise, subjected to a multitude of slashing blades. This represented the formidable restrictions of this place, truly astonishing in its magnitude. One could only ponder what ancient cultivator possessed the prowess to construct such a formidable array. In comparison, the protective formation of Yellow Maple Valley seemed like mere child's play, insignificant and trivial, Han Li mused quietly. At this moment, the giant sword sex expert shook his head and retreated. The remaining leaders announced that the time had not yet come and instructed the disciples to rest momentarily before activating the forbidden ground. Thus, every hour or so, the adept from the giant sword sect would repeat this procedure to test the strength of the restriction. It was not until the 4th stone sword was cast that the azure light and the resulting wind blades noticeably diminished. Upon witnessing this, the other 6 core formation practitioners instinctively leaped into action, standing shoulder to shoulder. Master Li extended his hand, from which a ruler-like object slowly emerged, radiating a silver light as it shot forth. The Taoist tapped the back of his head, opening his mouth to expel a blue light that elongated in the wind, transforming into a flying sword several feet long. The remaining 5 individuals summoned their own dazzling artifacts: a pink ribbon, a dragon-shaped staff, a pitch-black massive sword, a crimson glowing dagger, and a gleaming yellow seal. Together, these 7 individuals, with their respective treasures, formed a radiant circle, charging directly into the wall of wind blades. These artifacts were the fruits of their arduous cultivation and refinement over the years since entering the core formation stage. The disciples of various sects were diligent, standing behind the 7 individuals in orderly lines under the command of the elders in the foundation establishment stage, ready to enter the forbidden zone at a moment's notice. A tremendous roar echoed as the 7 magical artifacts clashed with the wind blades, vibrant colors exploding and emitting eerie howls that heightened the tension among the watching disciples. The jetru wielded by Master Li spun ceaselessly, its silver light fluctuating, as if imbued with sentience, shattering countless wind blades. The azure flying sword transformed into a serpentine dragon over 10 zhang long, each strike accompanied by a haunting wail that pierced the soul. The remaining 5 artifacts displayed their own formidable powers. Notably, the massive yellow seal of the Tianke fortress exuded an overwhelming presence, growing to the size of a small mountain with each strike, accompanied by the thunderous roar of wind and lightning. Yet, when it returned to its original form, it appeared somewhat clumsy and slow in its movements. Despite the astonishing power of the 7 artifacts, they struggled immensely against the diminished wind blade formation. Each advance through the wind wall demanding considerable effort, and soon beads of sweat began to appear on the foreheads of the 7. After 3 to 4 hours of fierce combat, drenched in perspiration, the 7 finally gained the upper hand, forging a circular passage approximately 1 zhang high in the wind wall, which was shrouded in darkness, obscuring any view within. "We must hurry. We cannot hold out much longer," the Taoist exclaimed. As he was the one with the weakest magical power and had perspired the most, the disciples of the 7 sects, heeding his words, did not hesitate and began to rush into the passage in waves. In this moment, silence enveloped them and their expressions darkened. Everyone understood that once they entered the forbidden zone, they would become mortal enemies, even among fellow disciples. Han Li positioned himself towards the middle to rear of the line, with disciples from the giant sword sect in front and those from the blade workshop behind. The passage was not long, merely a distance of 20 zhang, and in an instant, Han Li emerged from the exit. Before he could discern his surroundings, he felt a dizzying whirl, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace from the exit. Chapter 180. The Wulong Pond. As Han Li regained consciousness, he was met with a scene of a grim, gray-black ground, bubbling murky puddles, grotesquely twisted trees, unknown blood-red grass beneath his feet, and an acrid, pungent odor permeating the air. Without pausing to question this bizarre environment, Han Li scanned his surroundings warily, mindful of the potential dangers posed by the other disciples who had entered the forbidden zone alongside him. Fortune appeared to favor him. As there was no one else within several tens of zhang, he exhaled a sigh of relief. However, he did not let down his guard. Swiftly clutching a talisman in one hand while retrieving the set of golden mother blades in the other, prepared for any eventuality. At this moment, Han Li was finally able to calm his mind and meticulously observe the peculiar surroundings he found himself in. He was not surprised to have suddenly arrived in an unfamiliar place. Prior to their expedition into the forbidden area, the overseers had provided each disciple with a detailed dossier regarding the constraints of the forbidden zone. The documents indicated that anyone who entered the forbidden area would be instantaneously transported to various corners of the realm by a functioning teleportation array. The specific location determined by sheer luck. Some fortunate individuals might find themselves in the very heart of the area, where abundant spiritual herbs awaited collection. Indeed, a stroke of great fortune. Conversely, others might emerge directly into the gaze of several ferocious beasts, facing a perilous battle for survival. The unluckiest souls could even be sent to a treacherous location, meeting their demise almost immediately. However, such occurrences were rare. Most commonly, individuals like Han Li were transported to the corners of the forbidden area, left to navigate their way forward independently. According to the conjectures of those seasoned elders, the aforementioned circumstances arose because their mode of entry into the forbidden area was not the prescribed method, inadvertently triggering certain minor restrictions and leading to unexpected outcomes. As Han Li cautiously circled the vicinity, he compared the details he recalled from the dossier with the nearby scenery. This diligent effort ultimately yielded valuable information, accumulated by former disciples who had successfully exited the forbidden area, now proving beneficial for newcomers. The Wulong Pond, located in the northeastern corner of the forbidden area, featured a central pool spanning several tens of zhang, surrounded by a radius of over 10 miles replete with withered bone flowers and serpentine trees, flora that could be utilized for crafting poisons, albeit of limited value. At the heart of the Wulong Pond, along its banks, rare frost smoke grass would sporadically appear every few years. This herb possessed extensive applications and should be gathered whenever possible for exchange within the sect for rewards. However, caution was advised, as a group of low-tier ice toads lurked in the depths of the pond, though their temperament was docile, posing no threat unless provoked. After revisiting the information several times in his mind, Han Li felt reassured. Logically, the closer one approached the center of the forbidden area, the more rare spiritual entities and formidable guardian beasts would emerge. While the Wulong Pond was slightly situated toward the periphery, it was not at the outermost edge. If he were to hasten his journey, he could reach the central zone within a day. With this thought in mind, Han Li refrained from using his flying apparatus and instead leapt onto a dense, leafy tree to survey the surroundings, confirming his direction before descending once more. The pond lay to the south of Han Li, conveniently along the route to the center of the forbidden area, making it a worthwhile detour. Employing a concealment technique, Han Li proceeded with nimble steps along the path, exercising utmost caution. perhaps due to his heightened anxiety, after traversing several miles without incident. The entire Wulong Pond area appeared deserted, with Han Li seemingly the sole occupant. It was only upon hearing the gentle flow of water that he allowed his taut nerves to relax slightly. As Han Li parted the several twisted branches obstructing his path, a verdant, deep pool materialized before him. Even from a distance, a chilling aura enveloped him, causing a shiver to course through his body. Is this the Wulong Pool? Han Li mused, his curiosity piqued as he surveyed the scene. The pool, not particularly vast, lay ensconced within a sprawling expanse of serpentine trees. Yet a visible chill emanated from its surface, with a delicate frost forming along its edges, indicative of the water's frigid temperature. What captured Han Li's attention, however, was a cluster of a dozen fluffy white grasses flourishing in a low-lying area by the pool. Each stem bore 5 leaves, pure white, exuding a faint, ethereal mist that enveloped them like smoke, suggesting a semblance of spiritual roots. Indeed, this was the cold smoke grass, precisely as described in the records. Han Li murmured softly, a flicker of joy igniting within him. Although this grass bore no direct relation to his foundational elixir, the ease with which he could obtain it at the outset was a promising omen. Instinctively glancing around, he prepared to approach, but suddenly his expression shifted slightly. He bent low and retreated a few steps, concealing himself once more among the foliage, his face devoid of expression as he fixed his gaze upon the dense forest to his left. Before long, a figure emerged, a man clad in blue, peering cautiously about. Judging by his attire, he was likely from the Tianke fortress. This individual moved with extreme caution, glancing back repeatedly, ever vigilant. The way he tightly clenched his fists indicated he was prepared for an ambush, his trajectory aimed directly at the patches of cold smoke grass. Han Li sighed. It seemed he would return empty-handed. The other's wariness rendered any attempt at stealth futile, and he had no desire to engage in a direct confrontation over a few inconsequential plants. It would be an imprudent risk. Come out. I see you. Stop hiding. The blue-clad man suddenly halted, turning around to call out, mere paces from the cold smoke grass. Startled, Han Li initially feared he had inadvertently revealed himself. Yet, he soon found amusement in the absurdity of the situation, for despite the man's loud proclamations, his eyes darted around aimlessly, failing to catch sight of Han Li's hiding place. It was merely a ruse. With both exasperation and mirth, Han Li observed the blue-clad man's antics for a while before feeling reassured enough to approach the cold smoke grass. However, the man's self-satisfied bravado prompted Han Li to hesitate, contemplating whether to seize the opportunity and strike from behind while the man was off guard. Before he could solidify his decision, the blue-clad man swiftly harvested 3 or 4 of the white grasses, evidently aware that time was of the essence. Han Li shook his head internally, opting to retreat instead. His primary objective remained the 3 essential ingredients for his foundational elixir, and it was prudent to conserve his strength for the tasks ahead. Resolving this in his mind, Han Li quietly withdrew, and once he had distanced himself by several dozen paces, he felt secure enough to hasten away, lest the man pursue him after finishing his foraging. Yet his form had yet to fully unfold when a harrowing scream echoed from the direction of the water pool, unmistakably the dying cry of the man in blue. Han Li shivered instinctively, hesitating momentarily before gritting his teeth and stealthily circling back. He needed to ascertain the situation to avoid meeting the same grim fate. As Han Li returned to the vicinity of the pool, he discovered 2 men of fierce countenance standing by the water's edge, clad in colorful attire indicative of the spirit beast mountain. At that moment, they were gleefully rummaging through the storage bags of the disciples from the Tianke fortress, while a dozen blue giant toads sprawled nearby. The man in blue was riddled with numerous large puncture wounds, lifeless beyond resurrection. Brother Yu, this plan is truly brilliant. Upon discovering this fool, instead of attacking head-on, we hid near the Wulong pool and scattered some beast-repelling powder into the water. This entire brood of ice toads will obediently heed our commands. Haha. Who would have thought that merely creating a bit of noise would divert his attention, allowing the demonic beasts to launch a sudden assault from behind? A flurry of ice spikes, and that idiot was instantly done for. He probably never imagined he would meet his end at the hands of a pack of low-tier demonic beasts. Nevertheless, this fellow is worth quite a bit. Brother, let us proceed as planned and remain hidden here until others take the bait. We can use these cold smoke grasses as lures. After finishing their plunder, the younger of the 2 men kicked the disciple's corpse with a greedy smirk. Chapter 181, Colorful Butterflies and Life and Death Battles. Finally back. Uploaded for everyone. Burning the midnight oil is truly exhausting. Such a naive thought. One need not be clever to realize that the mere chance of our two brother disciples coincidentally teleporting together is already a stroke of fortune. At the very least, our chances of survival are far superior to those of others. To have fortuitously dispatched this man is merely luck. Do they truly believe in their own prowess? Attempting such a foolish ambush, are they not afraid of encountering someone formidable who might shatter their teeth and threaten their lives? Moreover, in such a wretched place, who would possibly come along? The wisest course is to hasten towards the central area and stir the waters for our advantage. The elder disciple of the Spirit Beast Mountain was evidently more formidable and cunning than his younger counterpart. While reprimanding him, he frequently scanned the surrounding dense forest with vigilance. Observing this, Hanli grew increasingly cautious, elevating his concealment technique to its utmost limit, completely suppressing his presence and daring not to reveal even a hint of himself. As for the foolish notion of taking on two opponents, Hanli had never entertained it, nor would he be foolish enough to attempt it. One of these men possessed initial stage 12th tier magical power, while the other was at the high end of the 12th tier. If they joined forces, his chances of victory would be minimal. He certainly did not possess the extraordinary ability to confront 100 foes alone. Thus, Hanli could only watch helplessly as they stripped the last few cold smoke grasses from the pool's edge and incinerated the body of the Tianke fortress disciple completely. Ultimately, the two men stowed the ice toads into a red leather pouch before vanishing into the dense forest across from him. As the two departed, Hanli did not rise immediately. Instead, he lingered for a while, shaking off the fallen leaves that clung to him, and stood upright, contemplatively gazing in the direction where the two had vanished. It appeared that many shared his thoughts. It was hardly surprising. Those brave enough to venture into the blood trial undoubtedly yearned for the treasures of the central region. A fierce confrontation was inevitable. After all, the number of celestial herbs generated and matured in each cycle was exceedingly limited, scarcely sufficient for distribution among the factions. With a grim expression, Hanli stood still for a moment, his mind clouded with bitterness. He had witnessed the caution exhibited by the cloaked figure, who was as wary as himself, silently disappearing from existence. How many similar events had transpired in the hidden corners of this forbidden land? This realization significantly shook Hanli's confidence in achieving his goals. He pondered whether this expedition into the forbidden land was a wise choice. Perhaps, if he simply consumed the 2 foundation-building pills, he could attain his goal without risking such perilous adventures. Feeling dispirited, Hanli harbored a fleeting thought of retreat. After all, speaking boldly was one thing, but when the shadow of death loomed overhead, it was difficult not to feel unsettled. Several hours later, Hanli set off from that place, his path still directed toward the heart of the forbidden land. After some contemplation, reason prevailed in his mind, realizing that his earlier anxieties were merely excuses for his own cowardice. Thus, he steeled himself and resumed his journey. Hanli chose not to follow the duo, but instead took a more circuitous route, advancing cautiously. Although the path taken by the two from Spirit Beast Mountain was undoubtedly the shortest and most expedient, his concern was not that they might discover him through their own capabilities, but rather a deep-seated wariness of the peculiar beast-controlling techniques employed by Spirit Beast Mountain. He could not ascertain whether they possessed unique methods to detect his presence. Thus, it was wise to maintain a respectful distance. It was worth noting that he had once utilized a small, sentient cloudwing bird to monitor specific individuals from afar. He surmised that the techniques used by Spirit Beast Mountain's practitioners would be even more subtle and enigmatic, as they were cultivators whose methods surpassed those of ordinary folk. Reflecting on the cloudwing bird, Hanli felt a pang of regret. Upon entering the Yellow Maple Valley, he had released the bird into the Taiwa mountain range to avoid drawing attention to himself. Initially, the bird frequently returned to its master, seeking the beloved yellow chestnut pills. However, as time passed, its visits dwindled, and by the time Hanli recognized his oversight, the bird had completely reverted to the wild. After one of its flights, it never returned, leaving Hanli profoundly saddened. Otherwise, it could have proven invaluable during his expedition into the Forbidden Land. Unbeknownst to Hanli, this decision to take a detour had indeed spared him from a calamity. Since departing from Woolong Pond, the two from Spirit Beast Mountain had released a multitude of colorful moths from their pockets. The vibrant insects, upon taking flight, immediately dispersed, filling the area within 100 paces with their presence. Their colors gradually shifted, blending seamlessly with the surrounding scenery, creating an illusion that would go unnoticed unless one scrutinized closely. Even if some discerning individuals did spot the moths, they would likely assume them to be natural inhabitants of the forbidden zone, harboring no suspicions. Thus, these colorful moths became the innate sentinels for the two individuals. As soon as anyone approached their alert perimeter, they would be immediately notified, allowing them to prepare accordingly. This living alarm system, composed of numerous insects, was truly impeccable in its vigilance, a hallmark of the disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain. Even if members of other factions were privy to this phenomenon, they remained powerless against the moths, unable to stealthily bypass them for a surprise attack. In truth, Hanli had once enjoyed a stroke of fortune at the Wulong Pool. The duo from Spirit Beast Mountain had not released the colorful moths at the pool itself, but only after departing. Otherwise, Hanli would have certainly fallen victim to their scrutiny. This was not a moment of negligence on their part, but rather a necessity, as these moths possessed an innate fear of the cold. In slightly lower temperatures, they would inevitably freeze to death, which was indeed a lamentable fate. The waters of Wulong Pool, being exceptionally frigid, rendered a considerable area nearby reminiscent of winter, and in such conditions, they would never dare to unleash the moths to their demise. Unbeknownst to Hanli, who had escaped a calamity, he stood beneath a peculiar cliff, gazing silently at the two corpses beneath him, each bearing a ghastly visage. One corpse, clad in a tight black outfit, was robust, with large hands, and bore a slender crimson line across its neck. Its eyes were wide open, reflecting an expression of unwillingness, as if it had met an untimely end, presumably belonging to a disciple of the Giant Sword sect. The other body was of medium build, grotesquely mutilated, with the most striking detail being the complete absence of facial features, as a massive sword had impaled it through the face and into the back of the head, effectively nailing it to the ground, with brain matter and blood pooling around. Yet, curiously, its curled right ring finger was entwined with peculiar transparent threads that shimmered faintly in the sunlight. Hanli scrutinized the corpse of the Giant Sword sect disciple for a considerable while. Suddenly, he raised his foot and gently kicked the head with the crimson line at the neck. To his surprise, the large head rolled away effortlessly, requiring no exertion at all. The man had long been split asunder. Hanli sighed and turned his attention to the other body, whose identity was unmistakable despite the absence of facial features. The yellow robe it wore, identical to his own, served as irrefutable proof. It remained uncertain which brother from Huangfeng Valley had met such a fate. It was evident that the two had perished together. Hanli lifted his gaze towards the unmoving cliff top, his mind already reaching a conclusion. As he vividly imagined the scenario of their encounter, where they had resorted to drastic measures. From the various signs, it was clear that the disciple of the Giant Sword sect was likely superior in strength to Hanli's brother. The corpse clad in yellow was a gruesome sight, its flesh mangled and covered in wounds, while the expression of unwillingness on the black-clad man's head revealed the truth of the matter. This unnamed senior, though at a disadvantage, evidently possessed a cunning nature. The weapon he employed was a transparent thread. He had surely exploited his opponent's overconfidence at the brink of victory, launching a stealthy attack at the last moment, severing the other's head and leading to the demise of the disciple from the Great Sword sect. However, he seemingly did not anticipate that, for reasons unknown, the black-clad man still had the strength to unleash his great sword before his death, striking down the yellow-clad disciple, either due to severe injuries rendering him unable to evade or because he succumbed to the same error of complacency. Thus, a brutal battle ensued, leaving no victor. Chapter 182. The Maiden and the Threads. Having discerned the cause of death for both individuals, Hanli could only wish the departed brother a smooth journey to the afterlife, hoping he would soon be reincarnated. Without further ado, he began to search the bodies. Since they were already deceased, he had no qualms about accepting their storage pouches. After a thorough search, however, he found nothing. His expression grew grave as he meticulously scoured the area once more, yet still, he came up empty-handed. A chill ran down his spine, and his heart began to race. It seemed there was a fourth individual present, someone who had taken the storage pouches. Although it was highly likely this person had long since vacated the premises, there was no guarantee that they were not lurking nearby, using the two corpses as bait to seek out his vulnerabilities. Across the cliff lay a vast expanse of tall grass, easily concealing one's movements, while Han Li was squatting before the bodies, with his back turned to the grass. This only intensified his unease. Perhaps the person was hiding right behind him. Remaining in his crouched position, Han Li did not move, appearing to be focused on the corpses before him. In reality, he was fully alert, quietly drawing out his magical tools and talismans, while his spirit sense subtly expanded, seeking any potential sniper. The results of his probing did not surprise Han Li. Everything in the vicinity appeared normal, with no unusual fluctuations of spiritual energy. This was not unexpected. If someone was indeed concealed nearby, they would surely have suppressed their power, rendering them undetectable. Han Li's purpose in employing his spirit sense was merely to stir the grass and frighten the snake. At the very least, to instill caution in any imagined adversary. As it turned out, his concerns were either unfounded, a mere product of his own anxiety, or the observer had seen no opportunity and chose to remain hidden, suppressing their presence. After a moment, Han Li stood up and turned to scrutinize the vast expanse of grass with a cold gaze. Then, without uttering a word, he suddenly leaped into the air, and after a few agile movements, he became a mere black, gradually fading into the distance. When Han Li's figure vanished completely, the previously tranquil grassland erupted into a cacophony of rustling sounds. A slender figure emerged, revealing a girl clad in flowing white garments. She appeared quite young, around the age of 15 or 16, yet her countenance exuded a pure and innocent charm. In such a perilous place, the sight of such a delicate, ethereal being was truly astonishing. Judging by her attire, it was apparent that she belonged to the sect of the Hidden Moon. The girl glanced in the direction where Han Li had vanished, a subtle smile gracing her lips. As she spoke to herself with an unexpected air of maturity, courage, and wit, not bad at all. However, his magical prowess leaves much to be desired, and his innate talent seems to present greater issues, offering little potential for cultivation. Otherwise, upon his escape, he could have been a remarkable asset. Yet, judging by his final retreat, it appears he possesses some skill and lightness techniques from the mundane world, and not an insignificant one at that. How intriguing. With a gentle tilt of her chin, her large eyes sparkled with genuine interest. Had Han Li overheard her remarks, he would undoubtedly have been left in a state of shock. Her observations were astoundingly accurate, incisively pinpointing both his strengths and weaknesses with only a few words, as if she understood him even better than he did himself. "I'll let you off this time. I must attend to my own matters," she mused, her nose crinkling adorably. A playful wrinkle forming as she added somewhat regretfully, "But next time we meet, young one, you shall find it far less easy to escape." It seemed as though Han Li had become a newly acquired toy for her, captivating her to the point where she hesitated to depart. Ultimately, with a pout, she retrieved a talisman from her possession and, with a flick of her wrist, vanished in a dazzling burst of green light. If anyone had witnessed this scene, they would likely have lamented the girl's extravagant wastefulness, having carelessly squandered a rare talisman for the wood escape technique, a true treasure in the realm of cultivation. This was a mid-level talisman, after all. Typically, individuals would treat such a talisman as a family heirloom, only utilizing it in life or death situations, for it was the ultimate means of escape. Unbeknownst to Han Li, who felt no regret, he remained blissfully unaware that an influential young woman had taken an interest in him. He was simply relieved to have evaded danger with such ease. Regardless of whether there were indeed lurking threats, Han Li had no intention of pursuing the matter further. After all, the closer one drew to the center, the greater the number of adversaries. Such cunning traps and ambushes would gradually become commonplace occurrences. Preserving his own life and striving to avoid unnecessary conflicts were the guiding principles of Han Li's current actions. Moreover, he had not left the two corpses entirely empty-handed. Reflecting on this, Han Li extended his hand, revealing a nearly transparent bundle of silk threads that he had fortuitously collected upon his departure, the linear magical artifact that had slain the disciple of the Great Sword sect. As he infused it with a touch of magical energy, the threads gradually tightened, ultimately forming a straight strand nearly 10 yards long. Han Li manipulated the silk with ease, immediately sensing its remarkable potential. When wielded effectively, this object could serve as an exceptional weapon for stealth and subterfuge. With its almost invisible characteristics and remarkable elasticity combined with unparalleled sharpness, Han Li was confident that he could sever his enemy's head before they even comprehended the situation. He pondered the materials from which this thread was crafted. If its length were to be increased, its utility would be boundless. Intrigued, Han Li commanded the thread to effortlessly slice through several nearby large trees, leaving him elated by its superior performance beyond his expectations. Unbeknownst to Han Li, at that very moment, not far from the heart of the Forbidden Zone, two factions, the Blade Transformation Workshop and the Qingshu sect, were locked in a fierce battle, each side consisting of 5 or 6 members, demonstrating a balance of strength. This marked the first significant skirmish of the blood-soaked trial, as both sides sought to gain precedence in entering the central area to procure spiritual herbs. If they could eliminate their opponents in close proximity, it would undoubtedly be a stroke of fortune. Ultimately, the disciples of the Qingshu sect proved to be more skilled, dispatching most of their rivals, leaving 2 injured members of the Blade Transformation Workshop to flee, while they themselves were the first to breach the central zone. Within this central territory, a plethora of exotic flora and fauna flourished, guarded by formidable first-level demon beasts capable of contending with peak Foundation establishment disciples. Each time a demon beast was slain and the herbs harvested, new spiritual herbs would emerge, and with them, the demon beasts would inexplicably reappear, though not necessarily of the same kind as before. This phenomenon perplexed the masters of various sects. Could these demon beasts truly be birthed from the essence of heaven and earth? This was a stark departure from their previous understanding. According to their beliefs, demon beasts were akin to wild creatures that, through years of unconsciously absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, might occasionally evolve into beings imbued with demonic power. The probability of such evolution was not significantly higher than the emergence of cultivators among humans. Moreover, disciples from various sects had historically only been able to collect spiritual herbs from the periphery of the central area. Venturing closer to the core would entrap them in active prohibitions and traps, and the further inward they ventured, the more formidable the demon beasts became, rendering them incapable of repelling such threats, thus necessitating their cautious circling around the outskirts. Setting aside whether the disciples of the Qingshu sect would seize the opportunity to gather spiritual herbs first, Han Li now faced the gravest peril of his expedition into the Forbidden Zone. At a narrow intersection, he found his path blocked by a member of the Spirit Beast Mountain and another from the Heavenly Vault Fortress. The burly man from Spirit Beast Mountain was someone Han Li recognized. He was the bearded man who had previously glared at him, now grinning maliciously at Han Li with an expression that spelled doom. Han Li felt a bitter taste in his mouth, realizing that despite his utmost caution, he had still fallen victim to an ambush, and in the most dire circumstances, outnumbered. He found himself in a treacherous area known as the Skyline, where the environment was perilous. Without the ability to fly with a spirit tool, there was but a single narrow path leading to the central region. On either side of the narrow path, there loomed perilously steep cliffs. Even someone as skilled in worldly martial arts as Han Li, with formidable lightness of foot, would not dare to ascend them lightly. As for flying through the air on a magical device, that was an altogether different matter. Such an act would be tantamount to courting death, brazenly presenting oneself as a target for attack. There was no need for any disciple of the various sects to engage in such folly. The harrowing experiences of their predecessors had taught them this truth. Flying with magical devices was strictly forbidden within these treacherous grounds, lest one meet a fate of becoming a mere corpse. When Han Li entered this place, he hesitated for quite a while, ultimately deciding against taking a shortcut across the peaks. Instead, he dutifully followed the narrow path, proceeding on foot at a measured pace. Of course, given the dangers of the area, Han Li exercised utmost caution, keeping his senses tightly attuned at all times. However, just as he stepped out from the fork in the path, before he could even exhale in relief, he found himself blocked by 2 individuals, cutting off his avenues of retreat. Upon seeing the fierce expression of the bearded man, Han Li realized that any attempts at banter would be futile. He quickly conjured a defensive water shield, summoned his flying shield, and readied the magical artifact, the Golden Mantis Mother Blade, along with a few rudimentary high-level talismans, including the Earth Prison technique. The bearded man and his companion observed Han Li's every move with cold eyes, displaying no inclination to thwart or attack him, evidently brimming with confidence that they could easily subdue him, which lent them an air of nonchalance. This was hardly surprising. The man behind him appeared to be at the pinnacle of the 12th level, while the bearded man wielded 13th level powers. Naturally, facing Han Li, a novice at the 11th level, they felt assured of an overwhelming victory, a mere, trifling matter. Han Li, sensing this overconfidence, licked his slightly dry lips and smirked inwardly. Since his opponents were so arrogant, he decided to exploit that to his advantage. Thus, with a subtle shift in his posture, Hanli positioned himself at an angle to create a triangular formation, preventing attacks from both the front and back. As expected, the two did not seize this opportunity to strike. Confronted with the strongest adversaries he had faced since entering the realm of cultivation, Hanli felt a surprising sense of calm. While he had always sought to avoid direct confrontations, this did not mean he lacked confidence in his own abilities. Although he acknowledged that his magical prowess paled in comparison, making protracted battles unfavorable, the top-tier magical artifacts and talismans he possessed sufficiently compensated for this disparity. Moreover, should the situation become dire, summoning the Thunderbolt would easily allow him to eliminate one of them. The question remained whether he was willing to employ such a tactic. However, Hanli was puzzled as to why the bearded man and the individual from Tianke Fortress had not turned against each other. Rather, they had joined forces. This would be normal among brothers of the same sect, yet these two were evidently not from the same school. "You have quite the audacity," the bearded man growled menacingly. "Outside the forbidden grounds, you dared to mock me and exchange glances with that wretched woman. Now, you shall pay for it with your life." He then turned to address the man from Tianke Fortress, saying, "Brother Yan, this brat has a grudge against me. It suffices for you to leave him to me. I intend to give him a proper reception. He must understand that the world of cultivation is not so easily navigated. In the next life, before offending anyone, he should open his eyes wide." Upon hearing this, the members of Tianke Fortress shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Do as you wish. I will merely provide some support from the sidelines. However, let us hope you don't find yourself in another predicament like last time, or you'll owe yet another life debt." That incident was undoubtedly an accident. Now, dealing with this rookie, I need only exert half of my strength to easily prevail. The man with the bushy beard initially flushed, but soon smirked disdainfully. "Cough. Take care of yourself. I would rather not hear of your misfortune one day. After all, it's not easy to find another companion of like temperament after years of camaraderie." The Tianke Fortress member shook his head, seemingly exasperated by the bushy-bearded man's arrogance. Nonetheless, he did not perceive the current opponent as a significant threat to his old friend. Besides, he was keeping a watchful eye from the side. Hanli, standing nearby, listened intently to their unreserved conversation, gleaning some insights and clarifying his previous uncertainties. It turned out that these two were indeed friends, and it seemed they shared a strong bond. This was troublesome. The two of them were undoubtedly more synchronized in their teamwork against foes than a mere alliance of strangers, and judging by their tone, it seemed they had collaborated on multiple occasions. Hanli felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It appeared the only viable option was to unleash a thunderous strike and eliminate one of them first. Dealing with the remaining one would then become much simpler. However, this was rather peculiar. They were all disciples randomly teleported from various sects, yet fate had conspired to bring them together in the same location. It seemed utterly unjust. Hanli thought bitterly, feeling an inexplicable sense of resentment and disbelief at their fortunate circumstances. Unbeknownst to him, the member of Tianke Fortress was also reveling in his thoughts on this matter. As he observed the bushy-bearded man approach Hanli, he couldn't help but reflect on the pivotal role of the fusion spirit talisman that had enabled him and his friend to gather in one place. The high-grade fusion spirit talisman was indeed a remarkable tool, if activated simultaneously between himself and a friend just before stepping into a forbidden area. It could temporarily link their spiritual energies and transport them to the same location through the restrictions. Though it was said that the success rate was merely 50-50 and the cost was extraordinarily high, far exceeding that of ordinary high-grade talismans. They had succeeded and lay in ambush here, managing to eliminate several disciples from various sects who passed by, reaping substantial rewards. Moreover, he was no fool. Spending a hefty sum to venture into this forbidden area was not merely for the sake of the coveted spiritual herbs that many coveted. Instead, it was to openly kill and seize treasures, making a substantial profit without any repercussions. He believed that as long as the two of them worked together and avoided the seemingly formidable experts, they could effortlessly accomplish their objective. Then, at the appropriate moment, they could retreat to a safe location, waiting until the time was right to exit unharmed. This was a plan of utmost perfection, one that only he could conceive. As the individual from Tianke Fortress contemplated the promising future that awaited him outside, he could not help but indulge in a sense of self-admiration, his thoughts drifting away from the imminent battle. At that moment, a bearded man approached Han Li with a sinister grin, having removed a green pouch, seemingly intent on making a move. However, perhaps due to a warning from a friend, he invoked a talisman midway, conjuring a green barrier to enhance his defenses. Observing this development, Han Li furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of frustration. He had initially harbored considerable apprehension regarding the methods of the Spirit Beast Mountain and intended to capitalize on this man's momentary lapse to eliminate him swiftly. Yet, with the defensive spell now in place, such an endeavor was no longer feasible in a short span of time. Of course, if he were to summon the Thunderbolt Child, no amount of defenses would suffice, but that was a consumable resource he was reluctant to employ unless faced with life-or-death circumstances. Since this individual was no longer a viable target, Han Li's attention shifted to another disciple of Tianke Fortress. Noticing that this person was idly gazing at the sky, lost in thought with hands clasped behind his back, completely oblivious to the events unfolding nearby, Han Li felt a surge of delight, recognizing an opportunity. Without hesitation, he hurled a soil prison talisman at the bearded man. The talisman transformed into a beam of yellow light midair, striking the man and creating a larger yellow barrier outside his green protective shield, effectively trapping him and preventing any further movement. The bearded man, upon seeing Han Li conjure the talisman, remained unperturbed, confident in the formidable power of his wooden barrier, dismissing any ordinary attack as inconsequential. Moreover, he doubted that a novice with a mere 11th tier cultivation level would possess any formidable talismans, assuming they were only of low to mid-level potency. Thus, he continued to advance, opening the pouch as if to release something. However, when he unexpectedly found himself ensnared by the yellow barrier and recognized the soil prison technique, his expression shifted, sensing the precariousness of his situation. At that moment, a greenish serpent with a pair of purple, fleshy wings emerged from his pouch. Upon its appearance, the creature emitted a series of frantic cries and began to violently batter against the yellow barrier, causing it to tremble under the force of its assault. The bearded man felt a flicker of hope at this sight, quickly retrieving another pouch to unleash another spirit beast, confident that together they could shatter the soil prison. He believed it would not take long for him to escape, at which point he would relish the opportunity to extract the ribs of his opponent, venting his pent-up rage. Meanwhile, Han Li paid no heed to his ensnared adversary. In a flash, he darted towards the other disciple from Tianke Fortress. His movements were so swift that he appeared almost ethereal, leaving behind a trail of phantoms that heightened his ghostly presence. Simultaneously, he gently tapped his storage pouch at his waist, and the original golden blade of the golden larva was suddenly replaced with another, smaller magical artifact, which he gripped tightly in his hand. At this moment, the individual from Tianke Fortress finally awakened from a beautiful dream, only to behold an exceedingly bizarre sight that caused his countenance to change dramatically. In a state of alarm, he hastily retreated, flipping his palm to reveal a talisman that materialized in his hand. At that moment, Han Li was still at least 8 or 9 zhong away, which alleviated his anxiety as he felt he had ample time to activate the talisman. However, before he could channel his spiritual energy to invoke it, he was taken aback to see Han Li approaching with a mysterious smile, followed by a casual wave of his hand, reminiscent of a familiar greeting. Simultaneously, he felt a slight itch on his neck, as though a mosquito had bitten him. The man from Tianke Fortress was momentarily stunned, still trying to comprehend the other's intent, when suddenly the world began to spin around him, and darkness enveloped his vision, rendering him unconscious. "Brother Yen," exclaimed the bearded man from Spirit Beast Mountain, standing at the opposite side, his eyes wide with disbelief as he witnessed the entire scene unfold. He saw Han Li close the distance to his friend in mere strides, merely waving his hand, causing his longtime companion's head to tilt at an unnatural angle, rolling away to the ground, severed from the body. The headless torso staggered back a few steps before collapsing, gushing forth a fountain of blood several feet high. The bearded man felt a chill run through his limbs, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead, filled with a sense of sorrow for the fallen. The means by which the other had slain his companion was utterly uncanny. How could he have killed from such a distance without employing any visible magic? "You little rascal. Once I escape this earthen prison, I shall flay you alive." Despite the cold sweat that had begun to bead on his forehead and feelings of despair creeping in, the bearded man forced a fierce demeanor, attempting to summon courage. In truth, however, he had already resolved that as soon as he broke free from the earthen confinement, he would flee at once. After all, revenge is a dish best served cold. The young man before him was far too enigmatic. Not only did he possess advanced earth confinement talismans, but he could also kill unseen, making him a formidable adversary. While avenging his friend was undoubtedly significant, preserving his own life seemed even more paramount. The seemingly fierce bearded man was, in reality, a coward at heart. A bully to the weak but terrified of the strong. A surprising revelation indeed. Unbeknownst to Han Li, the bearded man had summoned a creature resembling a pangolin, which, together with the strange serpent, launched an aggressive assault on the yellow barrier. Han Li, in turn, produced a pair of iron staff-like artifacts, assisting the two beasts in their relentless battering of the barrier, causing it to flicker with erratic brightness. It appeared that the earth confinement spell would not hold for much longer. Realizing this, Han Li promptly retrieved the talisman known as the Golden Brick, cradling it in one hand before him, focusing intently to channel its power. He was far from reassured by using ordinary artifacts. After all, his opponent was a formidable figure at the 13th level. If a single strike did not suffice to eliminate him, the ensuing trouble once he escaped would be considerable. Han Li vividly recalled the arduous battle with senior brother Liu, who had merely been at the 12th level at the time. Although he had unexpectedly eliminated a fellow at the 12th level with the transparent silk thread, this did not guarantee that the prepared bearded man would be so easily dispatched. Under the enchantment of the earth prison technique, the bearded man felt a surge of anxiety upon witnessing Han Li's peculiar gesture of cradling a talismanic treasure. His pair of black iron rods urged him to act with greater urgency. Yet, the yellow light shield of the earth prison technique was truly formidable. Even though it had become deformed and dimmed, appearing perilously fragile, it steadfastly maintained its integrity, nearly driving the bearded man to the brink of fury. At that moment, he suddenly sensed an astonishing surge of spiritual energy soaring from Han Li's direction, causing him to pause and look up. Behold, Han Li's hand radiated a brilliant golden light. As a resplendent rectangular object gradually ascended, floating in midair, the soaring spiritual energy emanated from this very object. The bearded man's countenance shifted dramatically, and in his terror, he cried out. He had discerned the origin of the golden brick. However, unbeknownst to him, Han Li's own complexion had turned pale, his face reflecting sheer horror. The floating object was relentlessly siphoning the magical power from within him, an unceasing drain that showed no signs of abating, as if determined to extract every last drop of his essence. Internally lamenting, Han Li endured the torment while cursing the Wanbao pavilion that had sold him this item. For it was not a talismanic treasure, but rather a deadly vampire. Fortunately, when a third of his magical power had been drained, the talisman finally ceased its frenzied actions. Calming down, and control returned to Han Li. Without a moment's hesitation, he pointed, and the golden brick talisman shot forth, hurtling directly toward the bearded man, who was still ensnared within the earth prison technique, leaving him pale with fear and dread. The golden brick expanded with the wind, in the blink of an eye transforming into a size comparable to a room, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy and emanating brilliant light, an awe-inspiring sight indeed. As it hovered above the bearded man's head, the golden brick descended like a small mountain, unceremoniously crashing down. With a resounding boom and the bearded man's anguished scream, the ground trembled violently. Han Li was both astonished and elated, his expression somewhat peculiar. Could it be that he had vanquished the formidable foe with 13 layers of defenses so effortlessly? He found it hard to believe. As he retracted the talisman, the golden brick reverted to its original form, returning to Han Li's hand, while a massive pit, over a dozen yards wide and more than a yard deep, emerged at the site of impact. The bearded man and his spirit beast had been reduced to a formless mass, indistinguishable from one another. Had he truly perished? Han Li felt a sense of bewilderment, akin to delivering a punch that met no resistance. Was it the bearded man's incompetence, or the overwhelming power of the golden brick? He could not determine. However, the tremendous noise made it clear that lingering in this place was unwise. After a brief moment of confusion, Han Li regained his composure. He destroyed the 2 corpses and collected 5 or 6 storage bags he had fortuitously come across before departing the area, emerging into a narrow expanse of sky. Continuing forward, he anticipated entering a vast forest, an ideal locale for ambush and murder, where further fierce battles might await him. Before venturing in, he resolved to find a suitable spot to rest and recuperate his depleted magical power. ensuring he was capable of self-preservation. One may peruse a friend's signature work, Master of Slaughter, where one finds the phrase, "In intoxication, one rests upon the beautiful Sni. Upon awakening, one holds the power of life and death. Ascending to the heavens and descending to the earth, those who conform shall prosper, while those who defy shall perish." This grand fantasy epic revels in the ruthlessness of conquest, indulging in the unparalleled beauty of the world. In the 185th chapter, titled Strong Ones, as Hanli sought refuge atop a dense tree at the periphery of the forest to rejuvenate his energy, the Forbidden Realm experienced the inaugural surge of bloodshed amidst the Crimson Trial. Noteworthy figures displayed their fangs, embarking on a purge of the weaker souls nearby. The closer one ventured to the epicenter, the more frequent and gruesome the carnage became. Of course, when equally matched experts crossed paths, they often chose to ignore one another, passing by with tacit understanding, for it was not yet the time for their own confrontations. The disciples within the Forbidden Realm could largely be categorized into three distinct groups. The first group comprises those of feeble strength, possessing martial arts of merely 11 or even 10 levels. Their reasons for entering the Forbidden Realm vary. Some are compelled by dire circumstances, while others harbor a delusional hope of capitalizing on the chaos. Regardless of their intentions, they occupy the lowest tier of the Crimson Trial, relegated to the role of prey. Typically, by the conclusion of the first day, aside from a few astute individuals with unique means of self-preservation, the majority of this weak cohort is swiftly eliminated. Yet, individuals like Han Li, who can rely on extraordinary treasures to contend with formidable adversaries, are exceptions. The second group consists of characters like the Bearded Man, who possess considerable power yet perceive their overall strength as inferior to that of the top experts. Aware of their slim chances of acquiring spiritual treasures, they refrain from engaging in desperate struggles with the elite. Instead, they focus their attention on the first group and their peers, seizing the opportunity to eliminate others and amass wealth in silence. These individuals are relatively active during the initial 2 days of the Crimson Trial. However, by the third day, those who survive tend to vanish from the scene, fully aware that the ensuing 3 days will be fraught with fierce confrontations among the strongest. Some, driven by arrogance or a misjudgment of their own abilities, may plunge into the fray for spiritual treasures and meet their demise. Nonetheless, most exhibit keen judgment and withdraw swiftly, often becoming the largest surviving contingent in the Crimson Trial. While the powerful fall victim to the initial chaos, a bitter irony indeed. The final group is the rarest, comprising the apex of the pyramid, the most elite disciples from various sects, regarded with great expectations by their superiors. The other disciples serve merely as cannon fodder to divert the attention of rival factions. This elite cadre boasts profound magical prowess and wields astonishingly powerful artifacts, united by a singular purpose: to eliminate members of other sects and seize a bounty of spiritual treasures. The onset of this unprecedented massacre commenced with an unspoken agreement among them, aimed at eliminating the opportunistic scoundrels who sought to exploit the chaos, lest they complicate matters further. Moreover, they remained neither anxious nor perturbed by the fact that some had already ventured into the central area. After all, entry was effortless. However, extracting oneself with the elixir proved to be a formidable challenge. The slaughter persisted, but due to Han Li's considerable distance from the central zone, he remained untouched as he recuperated his mana. Sadly, the same could not be said for the other weaker individuals, many of whom were involuntarily ensnared in the carnage, desperately striving to escape and preserve their lives. Among them was Xiao Air from the Blade Transformation Pavilion. Currently, Xiao Air, pale and trembling, gazed with dread at an imposing barefooted man wielding a colossal silver sword. This man had already dispatched 2 of Xiao Air's fellow disciples before his very eyes. Under the might of the silver sword, even the finest magical artifacts and defensive shields appeared as flimsy as paper, shattering effortlessly, culminating in the gruesome bisecting of their bodies. Yet, due to the distraction provided by his fellow disciples, an opportunistic Xiao Air managed to flee in haste. Regrettably, the giant did not intend to relent, relentlessly pursuing him for several hours until he cornered him once more. This left Xiao Air in utter despair. "If you choose to end your life, I shall at least spare your remains," the giant stated coldly, devoid of any emotion. "May you rot in hell." In the face of imminent demise, Xiao Air, engulfed by despair, unleashed a desperate fury, summoning the only 2 high-grade magical artifacts he possessed, Foolish, the giant replied tersely, as his silver sword soared into the sky, effortlessly shattering both artifacts, before cleaving Xiao Air in twain. Having completed this grim task, the giant turned away without a glance at Xiao Air's lifeless body, showing no interest in plundering his storage pouch. To him, possessing the silver sword was sufficient. Any other artifacts would only serve to distract him and hinder his cultivation. Similarly, by a small creek near the central zone, a female disciple of the Concealing Moon sect, drenched in fragrant sweat, struggled to command a silken artifact while fending off two gleaming red flying daggers, recognizing that her defenses were soon to falter. "Could not this senior brother from the Blade Transformation Pavilion spare my sister?" she implored, offering to serve him for a night in exchange for mercy. In her moment of peril, she disregarded her modesty and resorted to the most potent allure a woman could wield. Yet, would her seduction succeed? After witnessing the opponent's capabilities, she felt no assurance in her heart. "Very well, stow away your artifact, and I shall acquiesce," spoke a handsome young man of 18 or 19, with striking features and an air of elegance. Upon uttering these words, he suspended the two flying daggers in midair, smiling as he regarded the woman. The women of the Moon Concealment sect were filled with joy, casting flirtatious glances at the man. After a moment's hesitation, she gently lowered her scarf into her hands, her bosom heaving as she prepared to speak. Alas, before her cherry lips could part, a sudden murderous glint flashed across the handsome man's face. With a swift gesture, he directed two crimson flying daggers to cross in a swift, lethal motion, and the woman collapsed silently to the ground, blood pooling around her. "How dare such a superficial vixen attempt to ensnare me? Hantinya?" The handsome man's expression twisted with disdain, his voice taking on a sharp edge. He then retrieved a fragrant handkerchief from his waist, delicately wiping the dust from his face, his movements exuding an effeminate grace reminiscent of a refined lady. "It is time to continue my journey. Perhaps I shall encounter a few more amusing distractions along the way." After muttering to himself, he carelessly tossed the soiled handkerchief onto the woman's face and swayed his hips as he departed. In the forest, a disciple of the Spirit Beast Mountain lay lifeless on the ground, while a middle-aged man in a yellow robe stood nearby, shaking his head and mumbling to the sky. Behind him, several ferocious beasts lay motionless on the ground, their presence almost imperceptible. On a desolate mountain, an unsightly figure clad in green was wildly commanding a swarm of giant bees to attack a group of individuals dressed in Taoist garb. Thus, the events of the strong slaughtering the weak within the forbidden grounds were rampant. Although Han Li remained oblivious to these occurrences, he could faintly sense the metallic tang of blood permeating the air. Yet, he could not afford to investigate further. Seated atop the treetop, he remained motionless, allowing his internal spiritual power to gradually replenish. Time passed swiftly, and the first night within the forbidden grounds was already well underway. To Han Li's astonishment, the night here was as bright as day, the sky perpetually shrouded in a grayish hue that was somewhat unsettling to behold. Just as his spiritual power neared full restoration, he felt a surge of excitement. Suddenly, hurried footsteps and heavy breathing approached, as if someone was racing toward the tree where Han Li sat in meditation. "Which senior brother is here? Please save me." A young woman in a yellow robe stumbled from the nearby woods, her expression frantic as she looked up at the tree, calling for help, convinced that a savior awaited her above. Meanwhile, a white figure leisurely approached from behind her, in stark contrast to her panic, exuding an air of calmness. Witnessing this scene, Han Li rolled his eyes in discontent at the calamity his fellow sect member had summoned upon herself, though he was not particularly surprised that she had managed to discover his hiding place. Before embarking on their journey, all disciples of Huangfeng Valley were endowed with a particular summoning technique by their sect leader, Zhongling, which allowed these disciples to sense the positions of their fellow sect members within a certain range. Naturally, this ability was time-limited, remaining effective for only 10 days. The purpose was to enable the disciples to support one another, significantly enhancing their chances of victory. It was rumored that disciples from other sects received similar enhancements. In this predicament, Han Li cast a sidelong glance at the woman. He recognized her as a fellow disciple who had once been in the company of Sister Chun. Aside from her alluring figure, her appearance was rather unremarkable. Observing the desperate expression on her face, he refrained from hastily descending from the tree, instead peering through the small gaps in the foliage to scrutinize the approaching white figure. Whether to save her or not, He wished to first assess the newcomer's magical prowess. He was unwilling to risk his life for a stranger. If the white figure possessed only average abilities, Hanli would not hesitate to strike her down, performing an act of heroism. However, should the figure exhibit remarkable strength, he would need to contemplate whether to cooperate with the fellow disciple below to fend off the threat or to make a swift escape. Nevertheless, to prepare for any eventuality, he placed his hand on his storage pouch, retrieving the magical artifact, the golden mantis mother blade, along with defensive talismans, and deftly wrapped a strand of nameless silk around his fingers. The fleeing figure was quite unbecoming. Were the female disciples of Huangfeng Valley truly so inept? After such a long journey, she had sought help from other men. Was the one in the tree her lover? As the white figure drew nearer, her true visage was revealed, a graceful young woman clad in white. Her countenance, while possessing some beauty, was marred by a fierce scowl, her brows furrowed menacingly. Though her words were directed at the woman in yellow below, her eyes, filled with malice, frequently darted towards the tree, indicating a cautious awareness of Han Li's hidden presence. Upon discerning the depth of the opponent's capabilities with the 12th tier technique, Han Li felt a sense of relief. However, he remained puzzled as to why the woman below, also seemingly at the 12th tier, was being pursued so relentlessly. Did her pursuer possess some extraordinary means or formidable artifact? As Han Li pondered this, the woman in white snorted derisively, suddenly flinging her sleeves, releasing two beams of white light that hurtled toward the woman in yellow. "Senior brother, save me. My magical artifacts are all destroyed. I cannot defend myself," the woman in yellow exclaimed, her face paling in fear. No sooner had the words left her lips than two golden beams shot down from the treetop, intercepting the white light mid-flight, engaging in a fierce entanglement. It turned out that Han Li had activated the golden mantis mother blade, and the golden beams were merely two of its offspring. The woman in yellow's expression brightened, and she regained her composure. Han Li's intervention was motivated by two factors. He deemed the white-clad woman not particularly fearsome and believed he could handle her, while also seeking a potential ally for future encounters to avoid the loneliness of facing adversaries alone. After all, a fellow disciple at the 12th tier could certainly prove beneficial in forthcoming conflicts. At last, he was willing to take action. "I had thought you would continue to feign silence indefinitely," the woman in white mocked, her expression devoid of astonishment. With a flick of her wrist, a colossal fireball surged toward the treetops. With a thunderous roar, the upper half of the tree erupted in a blaze of crimson light, swiftly reduced to ashes. Yet, there was still no sign of anyone emerging, which caused the woman in white to pause momentarily. What a formidable fireball talisman. Truly, the young lady is quite extravagant. Suddenly, from behind the charred trunk, Han Li's figure emerged, wearing a half-smile as he spoke. Level 11? The woman in white was taken aback at first, but soon her expression turned scornful. Meanwhile, the woman in yellow, who had just begun to relax, was instantly struck by panic, silently lamenting her misjudgment. She had assumed it was a skilled senior brother from within the sect, but instead, it was a novice disciple whose abilities were inferior to her own. "If I had simply remained hidden and observed, perhaps my mood would have allowed me to let you off the hook. However, since you have chosen to engage, let us both face the same fate." The woman in white's brows furrowed fiercely as she spoke in a chilling tone, transforming her once delicate visage into something menacing. Han Li smiled faintly, silently directing the golden blades in their entanglement, casually advancing toward the woman. "Halt! What do you intend to do?" the woman in white exclaimed sharply, raising her hand to cast a defensive spell, erecting a shimmering barrier. At that moment, Han Li was merely a few dozen paces away, which left him feeling regretful. Previously, after effortlessly dispatching a disciple from the Tianke fortress using transparent threads, Han Li had developed a keen interest in such tactics. Observing that the woman had not activated her defensive spell while on the tree, he had hoped to recreate that day's scene. Unfortunately, the opponent was exceedingly vigilant. Having sensed the anomaly early on and rectified that oversight, Han Li couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, women are far more cautious than men. Since cunning strategies had failed, a direct assault was the only option left. Disappointed, Han Li refrained from further chatter. After casting the defensive spell, he gently shook the mother blade, causing 6 identical golden blades to soar from his storage pouch, viciously lunging toward his opponent. Upon witnessing Han Li's formidable artifact, the woman in yellow, who had nearly resigned herself to defeat, felt a spark of hope, and immediately hurled a talisman that transformed into a long fire serpent, shooting forth. The woman in white sneered, delicately lifting a small mirror the size of her palm. With a gentle flick, a beam of azure light shot forth, enveloping the approaching golden blades and fire serpent, causing them to hover midair, spinning helplessly as if ensnared by a magical restraint. Han Li's eyes widened in disbelief. What manner of artifact is this? How can it be so extraordinary as to immobilize others' artifacts and spells? How can one fight against this? Do not worry, junior brother. Her artifact can only immobilize one area at a time and lasts merely a quarter of an hour, after which it will be retracted and rendered ineffective. The woman in yellow, noticing Han Li's alarm, quickly offered reassurance. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt a measure of relief. However, the next words from his female companion caused his heart to race once more. However, this wicked woman is a descendant of a certain elder from the Moon Concealment sect, possessing numerous peculiar artifacts bestowed upon her. It would be prudent for my junior apprentice to exercise greater caution. Han Li was rendered speechless. No wonder this fellow female disciple, despite being at the same 12th level, had suffered such a dismal defeat. It turns out she is a treasure-hunting woman. Had I known, I would not have stepped forward to display my heroism. Han Li felt a profound regret, realizing that he was likely to be embroiled in a fierce battle once again. Chapter 187. The Yellow Sparrows trapped the woman in white. Seeing her artifact in effect, which successfully blocked Han Li's golden blade, revealed a smug expression. I wondered why she would recklessly jump into the fray. It turns out she possesses a top-tier artifact. She mocked, yet did not hesitate for a moment to reveal a pink crystal ball, which she summoned and placed above her head. Not good. That crystal ball can erode others' artifacts. Junior apprentice, you must stop her. My artifact was destroyed in such a manner, the woman in yellow exclaimed, her face paling in alarm. Han Li's heart sank. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and hurled the silver hook that he had just grasped, transforming it into a streak of silver light. Aimed at the woman's crystal ball, the woman in white smirked slightly, her fingers forming a peculiar hand seal, directing a red light towards the crystal ball above her head. Instantly, the crystal ball, imbued with the incantation, erupted with red light, spinning autonomously and ejecting streams of pink liquid, coalescing into a liquid cloud centered around the sphere. Though only a few feet in diameter, it obscured the sky above the woman in a vibrant red hue. Han Li hesitated momentarily, unwilling to allow the silver hook to easily penetrate the red liquid. Instead, he directed it downward, aiming straight for the woman in white. Simultaneously, he discreetly summoned another superior artifact, the azure rope, guiding it to slither along the ground like a stealthy serpent. Swiftly, the woman in white suddenly pointed at the crystal ball, and the liquid cloud immediately detached a small fragment, descending to envelop the white light passing below, causing it to slow and revealing the true form of the silver hook. Witnessing this, Han Li felt a surge of urgency. Resolutely, he disregarded the silver hook and commanded the azure rope to ensnare the woman in white tightly, wrapping her and her protective shield into a sizable cocoon. Despite her multitude of treasures, the woman found herself in a flurry, unable to extricate herself immediately. At that moment, Han Li did not hesitate to draw forth the talisman treasure, the golden brick, though he had no inkling regarding how long the azure rope could hold the opponent. He realized he had no choice but to take the risk, hoping to eliminate her with the talisman before she could break free from her bindings. The woman in the yellow shirt, though of unremarkable appearance, possessed a certain cleverness. Despite lacking powerful magical artifacts and formidable talismans, she relentlessly employed minor spells such as fireballs and ice shards to assault the liquid mass imprisoning the silver hook and the small mirror, fervently hoping to rescue Han Li's precious items and enhance their chances of victory. Alas, her efforts proved futile, akin to scratching the surface of a boot. Can a mere superior-grade artifact truly confine me? You will soon realize the folly of your actions. Despite being ensnared within the azure rope, the woman in white spoke with unabashed arrogance. Han Li, disinterested in her words, lifted his golden brick talisman in preparation for another surge of mana absorption. At that moment, however, a terrifying surge of immense spiritual energy erupted from the dense forest behind the woman in white. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, and before he could comprehend the situation, a blinding yellow radiance shot forth from the thicket, piercing through the azure rope, the woman's protective shield, and even the woman herself. who fell lifelessly to the ground before she could utter a scream. Upon witnessing this, Han Li was initially startled, but a realization struck him, prompting him to leap into action, yet it was too late. A blue-clad figure darted forward like a meteor, swiftly reaching the lifeless body of the woman and snatching her storage bag from her waist, erupting into uproarious laughter that radiated sheer delight. Han Li, feeling a pang of regret for being a step too late, sighed but steeled himself for the sake of his own safety, observing the stranger's every move with a vigilant gaze. The newcomer was a scarred middle-aged man, his narrow eyes and hooked nose emanating a menacing aura that sent shivers down one's spine, compelling one to keep their distance. Han Li noted with growing concern that this man had reached the pinnacle of the 13th layer of cultivation. Feng Yu, you are the notorious madman of Tianke Fortress. The woman in yellow exclaimed, her voice laced with terror as she recognized him, her expression reflecting a fear far greater than when she had been pursued by the woman in white. I did not expect the young lady to recognize me. Just stand there obediently while I inspect my spoils before deciding your fates. The man in blue cast a cursory glance at the woman in yellow before bending down to examine the storage bag in his possession. Han Li rubbed his nose, gazing at the man with a detached demeanor, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Although he was unaware of the stranger's true identity, he found the woman's alarm utterly vexing. For Han Li, regardless of the newcomer's stature, maintaining his composure was paramount. The more formidable the enemy, the greater the necessity for calm. He glanced at the now liberated artifacts and extended his hand, summoning the golden blade and silver hook back to him. The golden blade remained pristine, just as it had been, but the appearance of the silver hook startled Han Li. The once resplendent artifact was now marred by rust and pockmarked, resembling a broken blade, its spiritual essence severely diminished and rendered nearly useless. It was at this moment that Han Li comprehended the meaning behind the yellow-shirt woman's claim of destroying artifacts. The pink liquid emitted by the crystal sphere was indeed highly toxic. Whose magical artifact it may encounter, it is likely to compel retreat. After a moment of reflection, he was captivated by the dazzling golden light emanating from the figure clad in blue. In his gaze was an oddly shaped dagger, its hilt measuring a full foot in length, while the blade was a mere 3 to 4 inches, radiating a brilliant, translucent glow that emitted a blinding yellow brilliance. Such a peculiar object had struck down the woman in white with a single blow. Han Li stared intently at this item, his expression darkening gradually, his face shadowed by a stormy demeanor, lips tightly pressed together. Yet, the term symbolic treasure incessantly flickered through his mind. The dagger's formidable power, its luminescent appearance, and the astonishing surge of spiritual energy all confirmed that this object, akin to his golden brick, possessed the formidable essence of a magical artifact. This revelation filled Han Li with a bitter taste. He lifted his gaze toward the murky sky, though he could not discern the hour. It was undoubtedly the morning of the second day. He began to doubt whether all his fortune had been spent on the first day, leading to such ill luck so early on the second. First, he encountered a senior sister from his faction, who forcibly enlisted him as a shield. Confronting the treasure-seeking woman from the moon-concealing sect, whose top-tier artifact nearly overwhelmed him. Now, another madman, Feng Yu, not only wielded superior magical prowess, but also possessed a symbolic treasure, making him even more formidable than the treasure-seeking woman. How could he extricate himself from this predicament? He did not believe that this madman would spare them out of good humor. It seemed he had no choice but to fight with all his might. While Han Li pondered, Feng Yu, having finished inspecting the storage bag, raised his head with a hint of satisfaction, seemingly having reaped considerable rewards. With a sinister grin, he was about to utter something toward Han Li and his companion when he caught sight of the small mirror and crystal ball that had fallen to the ground. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes as he waved his hand, attempting to draw the two artifacts towards him. However, before the artifacts could rise, a small fireball came soaring from the distance, interrupting his action and forcing him to step back. He waved his hand, conjuring a similar fireball to destroy the incoming one, which ignited a fury within him, revealing a fierce countenance. This fireball had been conjured by Han Li, having witnessed the power of the small mirror and crystal ball. He would not allow them to fall into the hands of his adversary. The woman in the yellow robe, startled by Han Li's action, nearly cried out in alarm. Feng Yu slowly turned his gaze toward Han Li, the scars on his face contorting grotesquely, resembling writhing worms, sending chills down one's spine. After scrutinizing Han Li for a moment, he suddenly spoke. "How do you wish to die? Shall I flay you alive with my blade? Or shall I roast your flesh inch by inch over a great fire?" Upon hearing this, the woman in yellow trembled, her complexion paling drastically. Unable to contain her fear any longer, she furtively glanced around, contemplating alternate plans. "I wish for your demise," Han Li replied with a smile, exuding an air of natural cheerfulness and openness. Feng Yu's grotesque visage was exceedingly unsightly, and he could scarcely fathom that the other party had the audacity to jest at his expense, igniting a furious blaze within him. Although he had not yet achieved the foundational stage in his cultivation, he had relied on several remarkable magical artifacts and his ruthless methods to earn a notorious reputation among the lower-ranked disciples of various sections. It is worth noting that, due to personal vendettas, he had once imprisoned fellow cultivators in a dark chamber for 3 consecutive days and nights, subjecting them to relentless torment until their mournful cries ceased with their demise. Ordinary disciples, upon merely hearing his name, would turn pale and flee in terror. Such a fearsome reputation ought to have drawn the ire of the foundational stage cultivators who looked upon him unfavorably. However, he was quite cunning. While he exhibited unparalleled ferocity towards lower-ranked cultivators, he would immediately retreat at the sight of anyone whose power far surpassed his own, seeking refuge in the Tianke fortress. The inhabitants of the fortress, eager to maintain their own prestige, would never betray him. Consequently, those who pursued him found themselves in a quandary, left only to watch him bask in his freedom. Once the fervor of the hunt had dissipated, Feng Yu would swagger out of the fortress once more, continuing his cruel exploits against other cultivators. After several such encounters, even the high-ranking individuals had no choice but to endure, weary of the matter. After all, Feng Yu was astute enough to refrain from targeting those with powerful backers, ensuring that he would not harm their loved ones. Thus, Feng Yu's notoriety within the 7 great sects only grew, and his arrogance burgeoned, leading to a haughty disposition that left him dismissive of all but a few disciples of equal renown. However, upon encountering Han Li, a mere novice at the 11th level, who dared to utter threats against him, it was impossible for the prideful Feng Yu not to erupt in fury, seeking his demise. An agitated Feng Yu would not permit Han Li to live another moment. A small dagger in his hand transformed into a brilliant yellow arc, soaring towards Han Li's head with the intent to sever it in a single stroke. He was confident that, despite Han Li's azure water element shield, his talisman would surely shatter it and bring about the other's demise. Yet, Han Li was not one to allow such ease of victory. With an air of nonchalance, he raised a hand, releasing a small black shield that expanded as it flew forth, effectively blocking the yellow radiance from 2 paces away. Upon contact, the yellow light and the black glow of the shield emitted a screeching sound of friction, while the yellow glow initially held the upper hand, pushing the black light back. The small shield valiantly continued to emit its dark luminescence in staunch resistance. Thus, the yellow glow found itself unable to breach the shield for the time being. Witnessing this turn of events, Feng Yu wore an expression of astonishment, while Han Li exhaled a sigh of relief. Feng Yu had not anticipated that Han Li would possess such a rare and formidable defensive artifact, and Han Li felt reassured in the correctness of his assessment. Utilizing this flying shield to withstand the opponent's talisman indeed carried considerable risk. Had the power of the talisman exceeded his expectations, his head would have already graced the ground. On that day, during the confrontation with Brother Liu, Han Li was surprisingly able to contend with him for half a day using only the exquisite artifact, the Azure Flood Dragon Flag, despite Liu's formidable flying sword and talismans. Even though Feng Yu's dagger possessed considerable power, Han Li believed his own flying shield could withstand the onslaught for a brief moment. With these considerations in mind, he dared to take a risk. Observing that he was momentarily safe, Han Li promptly grasped the golden light brick talisman, preparing to unleash it and eliminate his opponent in one fell swoop. However, before he could channel his spiritual energy and begin his incantation, Feng Yu suddenly bellowed, "Vile creature, where do you think you're going?" In an instant, he flashed into the dense forest, blocking the escape of a figure attempting to vanish into the thicket. To Han Li's astonishment, it was the woman in the yellow robe. Realizing their chances of victory were slim, and fearing Feng Yu's notorious reputation, she had sought to take advantage of the chaos between Han Li and Feng Yu to make a hasty retreat. Han Li had anticipated her actions and felt a flicker of annoyance, yet he deemed her presence inconsequential. Since her assistance was of no value, her departure was her own decision to make. Moreover, she had betrayed their alliance first. so he would neither hinder her escape nor offer further aid. Let her fate unfold as it would. Han Li tried to dismiss her from his thoughts, but the enraged Feng Yu was not easily fooled. Having already harbored resentment towards the woman due to Han Li's earlier words, he was determined not to let her flee unscathed. Thus, he swiftly positioned himself to obstruct her path. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Li's senior sister was so frightened that she turned and ran, forgetting all her spells. Observing her panic, Feng Yu's grotesque face contorted for a moment before he spun around and, with eerie precision, blocked the woman's escape once more. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, plunging a large, glowing yellow hand through her chest and emerging from her back, transforming it into a blood-soaked appendage. The woman in yellow collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide open but devoid of life. Perhaps in her final moments, she regretted her impulsive decision to abandon Han Li's side, but alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Confident that his opponent had lost her artifacts and powerful talismans, Feng Yu retracted his hand, deliberately licking the droplets of blood from his fingers before casting a sinister grin towards Han Li. Within the protective barrier, Han Li's complexion turned pale. His lips pressed tightly together. Although he did not scream, it was evident that he was utterly shaken. Feng Yu reveled in this, reflecting on how his notorious reputation often paved the way for easy victories. The mere thought of the torturous fate awaiting those who fell into his clutches instilled fear even before the battle began, diminishing their resolve and ensuring their inevitable defeat. Now, witnessing Han Li's expression, it seemed his tactics had borne fruit. With a secret sense of delight, Feng Yu swayed slightly beneath his feet, returning to the point of confrontation with Han Li. Han Li's expression was indeed grim, and he felt an indescribable turmoil within. However, it was not due to the opponent's bloody tactics that troubled him, but rather the exasperating swiftness of Feng Yu's movements. After using the golden light brick talisman once, Han Li had already discerned that this seemingly formidable artifact, which appeared to surpass flying swords in power, possessed significant flaws when faced with actual combat. Its destructive capability was indeed astonishing. Any low-ranking cultivator struck by it would find no path to survival, regardless of the multitude of protective talismans and shields they bore. Yet, the weaknesses of this talisman were equally conspicuous. It required a substantial amount of the user's spiritual energy for manipulation, and its speed and agility left much to be desired. If one could ensnare or confine the opponent beforehand, the talisman would undoubtedly achieve remarkable feats, serving as the ultimate weapon for annihilating foes. However, relying solely on the golden light brick to vanquish an enemy was a futile endeavor. Unless the opponent's spiritual energy was depleted, even a few enhancement spells could easily allow one to evade the talisman's assaults. Thus, the golden light brick was not akin to the entangling type of artifacts like flying swords or Feng Yu's dagger talisman. Rather, it was a pure instrument designed for devastating power, akin to the grand seals used by advanced practitioners in Tianke Castle. Lacking any artifacts or talismans capable of ensnaring his adversary, Han Li had initially intended to use several golden blades to bind the enemy first, followed by a surprise attack with the golden brick. In Han Li's estimation, while this plan did not guarantee success, it should at least possess a 50% chance. However, after observing Feng Yu's agility, Han Li realized this was nothing but a fanciful notion, given the speed on par with Luo Yan's steps that Feng Yu displayed. It would be effortless for him to disengage from the entanglement of artifacts. Han Li felt an intense frustration, mixed with a hint of puzzlement. Could it be that Feng Yu, like himself, hailed from the world of martial arts? Though Han Li was greatly perplexed by Feng Yu's swift movements and his mind was rife with questions, now was not the time for delving into such inquiries. Reluctantly, he stowed away the golden light brick talisman and, with a flourish of the main blade of the golden mantis, unleashed all the subblades in a flurry, transforming them into 8 dazzling arcs of golden light that surged towards Feng Yu, hoping to seize victory amidst the chaos through sheer numbers. If the opponent chose to retract the yellow radiance for self-preservation, it would be even better, as it would at least maintain a stalemate. However, Han Li held little confidence in this. Given Feng Yu's formidable reputation, his capabilities were surely not limited to this. This attack also served to gauge the opponent's strength. As expected, upon witnessing the oncoming golden blades, Feng Yu displayed no sign of panic whatsoever. He let out a series of cold chuckles, revealing an object he had just retrieved, a yellow, umbrella-shaped magical artifact. Feng Yu did not part with this umbrella. Rather, He remained unhurried until 8 beams of golden light surged towards him, at which point he unfurled the umbrella. Instantly, a round, shield-like yellow orb enveloped his entire being. When the golden blades struck the orb, they erupted with a cacophony of bizarre sounds, effortlessly rebounding away. This was indeed a top-tier defensive artifact, and judging by its power, it undoubtedly surpassed Han Li's flying shield. Han Li's expression shifted dramatically, his face paling. Meanwhile, Feng Yu burst into raucous laughter, his face brimming with pride. It was no surprise. Ever since he had obtained the yellow umbrella, he had not suffered injury from low-tier cultivators. Witnessing Han Li's astonished visage brought him immense satisfaction. He valued this umbrella far more than the small knife talisman, for the talismans had limited uses, becoming mere scraps of paper once their potency was exhausted. However, this yellow umbrella had the potential to save him countless times. With a sigh, Han Li executed a hand gesture, summoning all the golden blades back into his possession, revealing their true forms once more. Unaware of Han Li's intentions, Feng Yu, secure in his protective barrier, wholeheartedly commanded the yellow light, launching an incredibly fierce offensive. The small knife danced around Han Li like a bolt of lightning, soaring up and down in an attempt to slip past the shield and strike Han Li directly during a moment of negligence. What Feng Yu did not realize was that while the yellow umbrella's defense and range were indeed formidable, the flying shield possessed a level of agility that far surpassed ordinary defensive artifacts. Thus, no matter how desperately Feng Yu urged the yellow light, swirling it with intricate precision, it was resolutely thwarted by the shield. It dawned on him that unless he completely obliterated the shield, he would never be able to approach Han Li. With a look of frustration, he reverted to the old tactic of gradually wearing down the shield's defenses with the small knife's yellow light. Even though the black aura on the shield had been mostly dissipated, what remained was still sufficient to hold him at bay for a brief moment. At this juncture, Han Li, realizing victory was unattainable, gritted his teeth and made a heart-wrenching decision. He stowed the golden blades in his storage pouch and produced another small, dark blue gourd. Raising it high, from within, he unleashed 7 or 8 black orbs that floated gently towards Feng Yu. Naturally, Feng Yu observed Han Li's actions with keen interest. Momentarily taken aback, the gourd artifact appeared exceedingly mundane, a piece of equipment familiar to nearly all low-tier cultivators, who had often utilized similar items. Regardless of whether the container was a gourd, bottle, or pot, the orbs it released were known as Hunyuan pearls. However, their power was relatively weak compared to top-tier artifacts, barely qualifying as mid-grade. Yet, it was precisely this that sowed seeds of doubt in Feng Yu's mind. Without waiting for the orbs to draw near, he swiftly conjured an ice spear talisman, brandishing it with a flourish. The talisman transformed into a pristine white ice spear, hurtling forcefully toward the incoming orbs. With a crisp crack, the ice spear shattered after striking 3 or 4 spherical objects, scattering a flurry of white ice shards into the air, reminiscent of celestial maidens dispersing flowers, creating a beautiful spectacle akin to a light hailstorm. Observing this scene, Feng Yu finally felt at ease, redirecting his focus onto Han Li. At that moment, Han Li wielded a large azure banner, upon which a blue dragon appeared to writhe and claw, as if it were real. Feng Yu, whose experience was exceedingly rich, recognized immediately that this was undoubtedly a premium artifact, its power not to be underestimated. Han Li was now brandishing the banner, causing it to slowly gather azure's spiritual light, radiating brilliantly with considerable momentum. Although Feng Yu possessed unwavering confidence in his yellow umbrella, his inherently cunning and cautious nature compelled him to fix his gaze intently upon the azure flag, wary of any unforeseen peculiar abilities the artifact might possess that could breach his defenses. As for the few primordial pearls, he had long deemed them mere distractions, thus disregarding them entirely. Their meager power could not hope to shake his defenses even if they circled the yellow umbrella for an entire day. However, Feng Yu felt a growing sense of trepidation and curiosity regarding Han Li's successive unveiling of top-tier artifacts. He speculated that Han Li, like the treasure-seeking maiden, was a descendant of some esteemed figure, intensifying his desire to eliminate Han Li, lest the latter survive and become a future threat. Moreover, Han Li had witnessed the entire process of his murderous plunder, and should the treasure-seeking maideness elders come seeking vengeance, he would undoubtedly face significant troubles. Just as Feng Yu was captivated by Han Li's azure dragon banner, with a burgeoning intent to kill, The primordial pearls finally reached him, colliding against the defenses upheld by the yellow umbrella. After a few clear sounds of impact, the initial pearls were effortlessly rebounded. Hearing the noise, Feng Yu instinctively glanced down. These pearls dare to attack me? How presumptuous. Not to mention them, but wait. What's this? So small and blue? As Feng Yu scoffed, he suddenly noticed that one of the rebounded pearls had revealed a tiny blue orb hidden behind it, no larger than a marble, significantly smaller than an ordinary primordial pearl. Feng Yu was momentarily taken aback, yet before he could contemplate further, the blue orb collided with the spherical shield. A dazzling, resplendent white light erupted forth, enveloping Feng Yu in a radiant embrace. This was the last color Feng Yu would perceive in this world, before warmth enveloped him, and he knew nothing more. Meanwhile, Han Li observed as the blue orb made contact with the yellow light, erupting into a silvery white sphere of considerable size that silently enveloped a significant portion of Feng Yu's form. Moments later, the white light vanished without a trace, revealing Feng Yu's astonished visage, seemingly unharmed. Han Li's heart sank, yet he remained motionless. A gentle breeze swept through, and with it, Feng Yu's body disintegrated like grains of sand, turning to ash. Only two severed lower legs and a pair of boots stood desolately on the ground. An eerie sight indeed. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Li was not filled with dread. Rather, he sat down heavily, releasing a deep sigh as the anxiety that had lodged in his throat finally dissipated. Having employed his ultimate trump card, the Thunderbolt, along with a series of deceptive maneuvers, he had successfully erased Feng Yu from existence. Yet, there was little joy on Han Li's face. Instead, a self-deprecating smile and a bitter expression took their place. It was hardly surprising, as this expedition into the Forbidden Land was only on its second day, and he had already exhausted all his treasures, even deploying his final ace. How could he possibly feel elated? The thought of encountering countless formidable figures like Feng Yu in the remaining 3 days weighed heavily on his mind, dousing the momentary relief he had felt with a sense of impending doom. Without the Thunderbolt, he would undoubtedly face peril. The flying shield could barely withstand further assaults. Moreover, having vanquished this foe, he had acquired not only the opponent's supreme artifact, but also the treasures of the multi-treasure maiden. He had certainly come out ahead. With a shift in mindset, Han Li felt a surge of determination and quickly glanced across the area. However, upon doing so, his mouth fell agape, and he was rendered speechless for an extended moment. For where Feng Yu had once stood, besides the pair of boot-clad lower legs, there was nothing else. His envisioned spoils of war, the storage bag, had vanished without a trace. Han Li sprang to his feet like a startled fish, hurriedly rushing to the spot where Feng Yu had disappeared. He spent the better part of the day searching, yet the storage bag remained elusive. Could the power of the Thunderbolt have been so immense that it reduced both the man and his storage bag to ashes? After circling the small area numerous times, Han Li arrived at a frustrating conclusion. Unwilling to accept defeat, he expanded his search several-fold, yet the outcome remained unchanged. However, he did manage to recover the multi-treasure maiden's small mirror and crystal ball, as well as a small knife talisman that had reverted to its talisman form upon its master's demise. Gazing at these 3 items, he reflected on the loss of his Thunderbolt and the 2 superior artifacts, the silver hook and the blue cord, alongside the storage bag obliterated by the Thunderbolt. He looked skyward in silence. Nevertheless, regardless of how one might assess the aftermath of this battle, he could still be considered the victor, far better off than the now-turned-ash Feng Yu. Unsure whether he had gained or lost, Han Li could only muster this self-mocking thought. As he recalled Feng Yu, he instinctively glanced at the only remnants of the man's existence, those half-legs, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Then, raising his hand, he unleashed 2 fireballs the size of fists, sending them hurtling towards the remnants. Since a life has already been extinguished, this object must be thoroughly destroyed to prevent any complications should it be discovered by others. With 2 soft thuds, flames swiftly engulfed it, and in the blink of an eye, everything was reduced to ash save for a pair of dark boots. Han Li nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave the area. Boots? No, that cannot be. How could an ordinary pair of boots remain unscathed under the fireball technique? Having taken just a small step away, Han Li immediately recognized his oversight and turned back, casting a peculiar gaze at the seemingly ordinary boots. Upon closer inspection, he indeed noticed something unusual. The boots not only withstood the assault of the fireball technique, but bore no trace of burning, and emitted a faint aura of vitality. A magical artifact? Hanli pondered, uncertainty flickering within him. After a brief hesitation, he approached and picked up the pair of dark boots. They were thin, soft, yet remarkably resilient. They did not seem to be made of cloth or silk, but appeared to be crafted from the hide of some creature. After some time examining them, Hanli reached a conclusion. The closer he was, the more pronounced the faint spiritual energy emanating from the boots became. Indeed, they were a magical artifact, most likely fashioned from the skin of some mystical beast. As he gazed at the boots, a vague thought crossed Hanli's mind. Eagerly, he removed his cloth shoes and donned the magical leather boots. They felt remarkably comfortable and soft, as though he were barefoot. This was Hanli's initial impression upon wearing them. He scrutinized the boots for a while, and nothing extraordinary occurred. Furrowing his brow, Hanli took a small step forward. In an instant, his figure flickered, and he found himself floating effortlessly several feet away. The wind control technique. No, it was far quicker than that. Hanli marveled in delight. At this moment, the secret behind the agility of that elusive figure was finally revealed to him. Surely, that person had moved with such uncanny speed thanks to these boots. Clad in the magical footwear, Hanli began to walk slowly across the small clearing, gradually familiarizing himself with their capabilities. He picked up speed, eventually employing the gale step to accelerate further. If previously Hanli's movements had reached a limit where his figure became indistinct, leaving behind afterimages, now, with the boots on, his speed was such that several identical phantoms appeared simultaneously in the area, all mimicking the same movements and wearing the same smile. Yet, as all the phantoms gradually converged towards the center, they coalesced into Hanli standing alone in the middle of the clearing. Hanli stood there, motionless, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, he burst into uncontrollable laughter, bending over with mirth, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. After an extended period of laughter, as he remained hunched over, a flash of azure light enveloped him, and he transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing into thin air. At that moment, the entire area fell silent, save for the occasional whisper of the wind rustling the ground. A series of thunderous roars suddenly erupted, and nearby trees began to bizarrely split apart, their severed edges smooth and mirror-like, yet the surroundings were eerily vacant. The rate at which the trees disintegrated accelerated, and in the blink of an eye, all that remained within dozens of paces were bare stumps. Hanli, enveloped in a faint azure glow, finally revealed himself. Drenched in sweat, yet a subtle smile graced his lips, betraying his uncontainable joy. With the assistance of the Luo Yin step, his magical boots, and the wind control technique, Hanli swiftly distanced himself, rendering him temporarily invisible to the naked eye, as if he had vanished into thin air. Hanli estimated that even the keen eyes of cultivators, augmented by the heavenly eye technique, could only perceive him as a faint shadow, posing a significant threat when they were not protected by defensive spells. Now, with a mere thought, he could leap across several paces, traversing even a distance of over 10 paces in the span of a breath. However, this extraordinary speed, surpassing the limits of his physical form, could only be sustained for a fleeting moment. Prolonged exertion would lead to his complete collapse, as his current physique struggled with such rapid movement. Nevertheless, that brief interval was sufficient for him to eliminate his adversaries multiple times, especially when wielding his thread-like magical artifact, which amplified his power exponentially. Hanli gazed down, reflecting as he gently caressed his boots for a moment, realizing how perfectly suited they were for him. He would not entertain any offers of exchange, regardless of the treasures presented. With renewed confidence, Hanli eagerly surveyed his surroundings. Upon discovering the lifeless body of the woman in the yellow robe, he sighed softly and conjured a small fireball to create a modest grave, burying her remains in the simplest manner possible, which he deemed his utmost limit. After completing this task, Hanli vanished into the dense forest, hastening towards the central area. Unbeknownst to him, after the first day's slaughter, only a little over 70 disciples remained from various sects, nearly half of those who initially entered the Forbidden Zone. Most of the elite disciples from the sects had gathered near the central area, preparing to commence the second day of their ruthless cleansing, targeting anyone they deemed weak for merciless elimination. Of course, the deceased treasures of the Baos and the fallen Fengyu from the Tianke fortress were considered among the sanctioned predators. However, with their demise, all remnants of their existence had dissipated. Chapter 191, Divergence and Solitude. In the western part of the central area, within a hollow that produced rare herbs. 3 cultivators were fiercely battling against a 3-eyed fire wolf. A middle-aged man clad in the attire of the giant sword sect wielded a massive azure sword, successfully parrying the majority of the beast's onslaught. Meanwhile, an elderly man in yellow robes and a young man in gray Taoist garb flanked the creature, launching their assaults from either side. Before long, the disciple of the giant sword sect, after enduring a significant fireball, managed to sever the wolf's head with a decisive strike. Retrieving his sword, he laughed triumphantly towards the heavens. "Brother Ming, your magical prowess is truly profound, to be able to slay this 3-eyed fire wolf with a single stroke. You are indeed a distinguished disciple of the giant sword sect." The elderly man in yellow, witnessing this spectacle, hurried over, showering praises without a hint of embarrassment. If Han Li had been present, he would have recognized this elder as Xiang Ji Li, who had once fervently invited him to form a so-called alliance of the weak. However, the young companion who had accompanied him back then was conspicuously absent, evidently having been separated during the teleportation. Were it not for Brother Xiang and Taoist Li's assistance, I would not have achieved this so effortlessly. The middle-aged man in black, gripping the massive sword, displayed an admirable humility. "There is no need for such modesty, Brother Ming. Your contribution in defeating this beast is undeniably significant," remarked another young Taoist, whose demeanor, though youthful, exuded a remarkable sophistication and poise. Upon hearing this, the black-clad man's smile momentarily flickered, only to be replaced by further expressions of humility. Indeed, those still engaged in battle are quite foolish. If they were to discover that 3 cultivators from different sects could unite in their efforts to eliminate demons and gather herbs, I wonder if their jaws would drop in astonishment. The black-clad man abruptly shifted the topic with this remark. "Indeed, this is entirely thanks to Brother Xiang's resolute facilitation. Had it not been for his thorough analysis, Brother Ming and I might still be locked in a deadly struggle." The Taoist nodded in agreement. "Not at all. Both of you are exceptionally astute individuals. I am merely speaking the truth," Xiang Zhili replied with a sly smile, dismissing the praise. "There was truly no need for us to risk our lives over something that was never destined to fall into our hands. Instead of squabbling, we could have cleared the rare herbs from the outer regions together." With that, the black-clad man, unable to contain his eagerness, suggested, "Let us hasten to collect the fire dragon grass. We shall divide it equally among us." He then moved towards a few clusters of red grass behind the fire wolf's corpse, his tone revealing a sense of urgency. Xiang Ji Li and the Taoist exchanged knowing glances, both responding affirmatively as they followed suit. Unbeknownst to them, the black-clad man, with his back turned, momentarily displayed a sinister expression that quickly vanished. To the south of the central area, in a sandy expanse, 2 disciples from the Concealing Moon sect, a man and a woman, were diligently employing ice spikes to probe the ground, seemingly in search of something. However, after a considerable period, their efforts yielded no results. Where could that wretched person be hiding? Upon finding her, I shall certainly extract her eyeballs. The female disciple, possessing unparalleled beauty, spoke words so venomous that they sent chills down the spines of the men who listened. "Sister, perhaps it would be best to let this go. The time we agreed upon with the sect is drawing near. If we do not depart soon, we shall be late." The male disciple replied weakly, clearly intimidated by the formidable female. "Humph, it is all your fault, you useless wretch. You could not even keep watch over a mere girl at the 10th level of cultivation, allowing her to slip away right under our noses. If this word gets out, how shall I and my sister, the renowned twin beauties of the Hidden Moon sect, maintain our reputation? Truly, how could the sect allow someone as spineless as you to be my cultivation partner?" The woman scolded him, her face flushed with anger as she pointed an accusatory finger at the male disciple, who turned crimson but remained helpless. Nonetheless, despite her tirade, the female disciple glanced at the sky and, realizing the gravity of the situation, decided against pursuing further. After all, delaying the sect's important affairs was a matter of utmost significance. Though her identity was exceptional and her allies formidable, this was not a trivial matter. Yet, leaving in such disgrace did not sit well with her. After much hesitation, she gritted her teeth and retrieved a blue talisman. Casting a sly smile upon the talisman, she suddenly hurled it behind her and swiftly dashed away, stopping only when she had covered several dozen paces, turning back to observe. The male disciple, witnessing this, silently lamented but dared not lag behind. At this moment, the talisman transformed into a massive cloud of darkness, enveloping the sky above them. The weather in the vicinity plummeted, becoming extraordinarily frigid. Before long, from the ominous clouds, an array of dazzlingly large ice spikes began to fall, densely populating the ground, resembling the thorns of a cactus. After a brief interval, the clouds gradually dispersed, revealing the entire sandy terrain sparkling with ice. The female disciple widened her eyes, surveying the ice-laden ground, yet found no traces of her quarry. Her expression darkened in frustration, and she called out to the male disciple before begrudgingly leading the way out. Naturally, her so-called cultivation partner followed closely behind. Unbeknownst to the departing woman of the Hidden Moon sect, in a corner of the sandy expanse littered with ice spikes, a trickle of crimson liquid began to seep forth. It was faint, too subtle to capture the attention of the female disciple. A quarter of an hour later, as the crimson liquid began to spread, the yellow sand suddenly heaved into a circular mound, growing larger and more distinct. Eventually, the mound erupted violently, revealing a woman clad in green, with a slender ice spike embedded in her shoulder, blood streaming down and staining half her body. In her hand, she clutched a yellow silk handkerchief that shimmered with an otherworldly glow, suggesting it was no ordinary item. As the woman gradually rose, she examined her shoulder wound, her delicate brows furrowing in concern. She lifted her other hand and gently grasped the latter half of the ice cone. With a firm bite of her silver teeth, she managed to pull it out, causing her to emit a delicate moan of pain. Tears streamed from her exquisite eyes, and blood gushed forth from the wound in a gruesome manner. Ignoring the tears staining her face, she dared not linger, and after a flurry of frantic movements, she retrieved a porcelain vase from her storage bag, pouring some yellow medicinal powder onto the wound, which immediately halted the bleeding. Once she had completed this task, the lady in green knelt down on the sandy ground, remaining utterly still. After a brief moment, she suddenly covered her face with her hands and began to weep softly. However, in fear of attracting attention, she kept her sobs to a whisper. After the passage of a meal's time, the female disciple of Ling Beast Mountain finally ceased her crying. She lifted her head to survey the empty sandy expanse, shivering involuntarily. Biting her lip, she struggled to rise to her feet, hesitating for a while before determining her direction and stumbling towards the central area. At this moment, her lovely face bore faint traces of tears, yet it was juxtaposed with an expression of stubbornness that seemed incongruous. This young woman was the very girl who had sold the golden brush to Hanli. Now, wounded and alone on the silent sands, she appeared even more pitiable and endearing. Moments later, the girl, clutching her wound, gradually vanished into the yellow sands. Chapter 192. Flying Serpent. After traversing for the better part of a day, Hanli finally arrived at the periphery of the central area. To his astonishment, he encountered no adversities along the way, having avoided any ambushes from others. Unbeknownst to him, those who had arrived before him had already been eliminated by the so-called elites, while those trailing behind him had also been dealt with by Feng Yu and Duo Bao Nu, who had surged ahead. Consequently, even if there were a few who had slipped through the cracks, they were well aware of their futile quest for treasure and sought refuge in hidden places, adopting a turtle's retreat. This was indeed the unerring strategy for the weak to preserve their lives in the bloody trials. Determined to acquire the 3 primary herbs necessary for concocting the foundational elixir, Hanli had no intention of emulating them. Thus, he now stood before a towering stone wall, examining it with an odd expression. Not far from this stone wall, there stood an ancient and elegant bronze door, intricately adorned with numerous ancient characters resembling patterns that Hanli could not decipher. The door was wide open, indicating that someone had already entered. According to the information in Hanli's mind, there should be 4 such bronze doors, each corresponding to one of the cardinal directions, serving as the sole entrances to the central area. Beyond these, the remaining areas were enclosed by seemingly modest stone walls. Anyone attempting to circumvent the bronze door by leaping over the wall into the central area would undoubtedly meet a disastrous fate, being torn to shreds by the wind-based prohibitions affixed to the wall. Hanli was well aware of this and would never entertain the foolish idea of crossing over the wall. The reason behind his peculiar fixation on the wall was entirely due to its distinctiveness, as it bore elements uncommon to ordinary walls. Affixed to this wall were 3 individuals, each adorned in different attire, grotesquely impaled by thick icicles that pierced through their limbs, suspended in a star-like formation. Their lifeless forms exuded an aura of desolation, having long since succumbed to death. Dark, congealed blood oozed from their wounds, staining the wall and the ground around them. Han Li surmised that these individuals were most likely still alive when they were affixed to the wall, only to ultimately perish from excessive blood loss. A truly grim fate. No traces or marks were left near the three corpses, yet it was evident to any discerning mind that this was a display of intimidation. A warning to deter others from trespassing through this threshold. Han Li scrutinized the agonized expressions of the deceased for a moment, then licked his parched lips, proceeding towards the copper door with an impassive demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the tragic end of the three. However, he was acutely aware of his own feelings. The sight had indeed unsettled him. The manner of their demise suggested that the perpetrator was likely a psychologically twisted individual, and if one were to fall into their hands, a swift demise might be a preferable fate. Nevertheless, Han Li had come too far to retreat in the face of such intimidation. Ahead lay a treacherous path, yet he steeled himself to confront whatever lay beyond. Thus, burdened with trepidation, he stepped through the door, maintaining an outward calm as though strolling leisurely in his own backyard. Upon entering, he was greeted by a breathtaking paradise, replete with melodious birdsong and fragrant blooms. Exotic flowers and bizarre trees, many of which were unrecognizable, filled his vision. Silver blossoms the size of bowls, blood-red trees exuding a peculiar fragrance, and yellow bamboo as thick as a man's waist were among the rare wonders seldom seen in the outside world. Amidst this enchanting flora, a winding pebble path led from where Han Li stood into the depths of the foliage, seemingly endless. Momentarily taken aback by the scene, Han Li instinctively inhaled deeply. The air was thick with spiritual energy. This potent aura, infused with the essence of the surrounding flora, invigorated him. Such a haven could surely nurture ethereal herbs. Han Li marveled at the sight. "Have you had your fill of the view, young one?" A grating voice suddenly interrupted his reverie, causing Han Li to tense and demand, "Who goes there? Since you have glimpsed enough, prepare to meet your end." The voice disregarded Han Li's inquiry, muttering ominously to itself. At that moment, two green shadows emerged silently from the nearby foliage, stealthily advancing towards Han Li from behind. Though his back was turned to the green shadows, Han Li's keen perception, honed through caution, did not betray him. His countenance darkened as he remained motionless from the waist up, yet his body instinctively shifted several feet sideways, allowing the two green figures to pass him by in rapid succession. In his haste, Han Li caught a fleeting glimpse of the green shadows, elongated, slender entities reminiscent of chopsticks. Their bodies an emerald hue adorned with faint black markings, presenting an undeniably peculiar appearance. However, amidst the turmoil, he could not afford to dwell on such details. Even having effortlessly neutralized the initial assault, a solemn expression persisted on his face. He dared not let his guard down for a moment. The grim visages of the three individuals outside remained etched in his mind, and he was determined to avoid a similar fate. Thus, with a countenance clouded in seriousness, Han Li's eyes flickered restlessly as he scanned his surroundings, intent on uncovering the hidden adversary lurking nearby. Just then, an eerie, whistling sound emanated from the mouth of one of the figures, a sound that sent an unsettling chill through his heart. Han Li paused momentarily, contemplating the intent behind this peculiar noise, when suddenly his expression shifted dramatically, and he was propelled backward in astonishment. This time, he flew several feet away before managing to regain his composure. What prompted such an instinctive reaction was the sight of the two green shadows darting past him. They twisted and undulated in midair, unfurling a pair of translucent, pale green wings. These were no ordinary creatures. They were winged serpents. Their earlier stillness had led Han Li to mistakenly perceive them as mere inanimate objects. Now, with a gentle flap, they executed a swift 180-degree turn, moving with a velocity that rivaled Han Li's own adeptness in evasion. How could he not approach this encounter with utmost seriousness? The two serpents, heads raised high and their four small green eyes glinting with a chilling ferocity, bared their fangs in preparation for yet another assault on Han Li. "You run quite swiftly, don't you? But can you outrun these wild mountain serpents? Perhaps it would be wiser to let me take a bite. Then, you would feel no pain at all." The raspy voice of the serpent's master expressed mild surprise at Han Li's speed, yet it was evident that he held unwavering confidence in his serpents, as evidenced by his mocking words. Utter nonsense. Han Li silently cursed, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts aloud. It wasn't fear that silenced him, but rather the sudden transformation of the two serpents into blurs of green light, accompanied by several afterimages as they surged forth. Midway, they split into two, curving elegantly to encircle him from both sides. Witnessing this, Hanli had no time for further banter, aside from mentally cursing. His body propelled itself backward with a speed that matched the serpent's, spiraling around the confined space multiple times without pausing for even a moment. At this juncture, he relied solely on the agility granted by his enchanted boots, refraining from employing either the smoke steps or the wind control technique. This was not due to arrogance or underestimating his foes, but rather the result of having endured 2 grueling battles prior, coupled with the exhaustion from his recent rigorous training with these boots, leaving him still in a state of fatigue. Thus, in moments not fraught with life or death, the current Han Li refrains from employing the physically taxing steps of the Luo Yan. The same rationale applies to the wind control technique. With the enhancement of the spirit boots, further acceleration would impose an excessive burden on Han Li's body, severely hindering his stamina recovery. Naturally, Han Li would not allow the 2 flying serpents to persistently entangle him. Although he hesitated to activate a shield that would slow his movement to gauge which was stronger, the shield or the serpents, he possessed ample means to eliminate the 2 small snakes. However, he had previously devoted much of his attention to the hidden master of the flying serpents, which had allowed these 2 long creatures to follow him until now. Observing that this individual seemed resolute in relying solely on the serpents to eliminate him, Han Li decided to abandon any semblance of courtesy. With his focus sharpened, he flipped his hand, revealing a talisman for the fire serpent technique. Grasping it between 2 fingers, he prepared to unleash it and incinerate his foes. "Stop! I have something to say." The raspy voice suddenly recognized the spirit boots adorning Han Li's feet, filled with incredulity and urgency, calling for a ceasefire. Somehow, he managed to halt the 2 green shadows, causing the serpents to momentarily pause before retreating, disappearing into the foliage. Han Li furrowed his brow at this development. After a moment's hesitation, he chose not to cast the talisman but remained cautious, his other hand resting on his storage pouch. "How could Old Feng's precious boots be in your possession? What is your connection to him?" "As far as I know, he cherishes the cloud-soaring boots and would never lend them to anyone." As these words fell from his lips, a vividly dressed figure emerged from an unknown location, revealing himself beneath a towering flowering tree some 20 paces away from Han Li. Of average build, with bulging eyes and a face speckled with dark blotches, he appeared to be in his 40s, adorned with several pouches of varying sizes. Yet, despite his grotesque visage, astonishment was etched across his features. His gaze was fixed on Han Li's spirit boots, seemingly in disbelief that they adorned the feet of this individual. "Who are you, and why did you ambush me?" Han Li retorted, refusing to answer the question directly, unwilling to be led by the nose and dominated by the other's presence. The ugly man was momentarily taken aback, but quickly became incensed, his face contorting into a fierce expression. He raised his hand, ready to teach the impudent youth a lesson, but suddenly recalled something and suppressed his fury, lowering his hand. Nevertheless, his words dripped with menace. "Do not think that just because you wear Old Feng's spirit boots, I will refrain from punishing you. When Feng Yu gave you those boots, did he not mention my name, Zhong Wu, of the Spirit Beast Mountain? Yet, it is indeed curious. You are clearly from the Huangfeng Valley. So how did he come to bestow those boots upon you? Could you be the illegitimate son of Old Feng? Though, you certainly do not resemble him." As he spoke, the ugly man scrutinized Han Li with an unusual gaze. This time, it was Han Li's turn to be enraged. With a grim expression, he snorted disdainfully and said coldly, "Your Excellency, do not recklessly forge connections with others. Feng Yu has long since perished. This boot was pried from his lifeless foot. Dead. The madman Feng Yu?" The brutish man, who had initially appeared menacing, jumped 3 feet into the air upon hearing this revelation, his expression transforming into one of uncertainty. He instinctively took a few steps back, scrutinizing Han Li anew. "Did you kill him?" The villain inhaled sharply, his eyes darting about as he inquired eagerly, his previous savagery and ferocity now dissipated. "Indeed. Do you seek vengeance for him?" Han Li clasped his hands behind his back, calmly observing the man before him. However, the thread he had discreetly extracted from his storage pouch was already stealthily coiling around his ring finger. His willingness to acknowledge the act of murder in front of this individual was partly an assertion of his own authority, hoping to dissuade the man from provoking him further. He had no desire to engage in a bitter conflict upon his immediate arrival, jeopardizing his mission to gather herbs. Although it seemed the man had some past association with Feng Yu, Han Li was confident that the likelihood of him genuinely seeking revenge was exceedingly slim. After all, cultivators were predominantly known to be emotionally detached, especially those as ruthless as this one. Of course, if the man insisted on pursuing vengeance for Feng Yu, Han Li would have no choice but to strike first. He would exert all his physical prowess to execute a sudden assault, using the thread on his finger to quietly ensnare the man's head, ensuring his demise unnoticed. Yet, Han Li understood that the chances of success in such a hasty ambush were far from high, perhaps only 30 to 40%. The distance between them was simply too great. Even with his speed, Han Li could not guarantee a lethal strike from 20 paces away. Moreover, should the man casually cast a defensive spell, the thread would become utterly ineffective. Revenge? What a joke! Am I the sort of dullard who would entertain such notions? As expected, the brutish man laughed heartily after hearing Han Li's words, dismissively retorting, "I indeed had some acquaintance with that fellow, but it was nothing profound. Now that he is dead, so too is any bond we shared," the brute shamelessly declared, yet his words clearly revealed his stance, devoid of any semblance of embarrassment. Han Li remained silent. Though he did not lower his guard, he felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed he would not have to engage in an immediate battle upon entering this central area. However, little brother, you are quite formidable indeed. Feng Yu was not an easy opponent, especially with those top-tier magical artifacts he possessed. Truly rare treasures. The brutish man rubbed his nose, suddenly warming up to Han Li, even altering his address. Yet, following this seemingly casual inquiry, he subtly retreated a few more steps, increasing the distance between them. Witnessing this, Han Li could not help but smirk inwardly at the absurdity of the situation. According to Han Li's estimation, even if he were to turn against the opponent immediately, the likelihood of success had dwindled to less than 10%. These masters were indeed cunning and experienced, not to be underestimated. Moreover, he speculated that the adversary likely believed he had acquired all of Feng Yu's magical artifacts, hence the subtle hints of wariness directed towards him. Aware of this, Han Li fell into a contemplative silence, neither confirming nor denying his possession of the artifacts, allowing the ruffian's frustration to deepen his apprehension. Was that masterpiece on the wall before us you're doing? Han Li recalled the scene outside and inquired nonchalantly. Nonsense. That was the work of the demon, Han Tianya. From the Blade Transformation Workshop. I would never engage in such frivolous endeavors. Such a waste of flesh and blood. What a pity it is. If only it could have nourished my little darlings, for I have heard that the flesh and blood of cultivators is a great supplement. At first, Han Li listened with a smile, but as the brutish man continued, retrieving a large cloth bag and producing a bloody chunk of meat to toss into it, Han Li's smile faltered, his countenance taking on a faintly pallid hue. The ruffian, noticing Han Li's expression, could not help but display a smirk of satisfaction. This fellow from Yellow Maple Valley was, after all, too young and inexperienced. With just a few words, he had begun to unsettle him. If a real confrontation were to ensue, this could certainly be a significant flaw. However, the fact that this individual had managed to kill Feng Yu was indeed surprising. Yet, no matter how he looked at it, he found this person to be exceedingly ordinary, hardly someone who possessed such formidable abilities. Logically, given his youth and shallow cultivation, even with a few decent magical artifacts, he could not possibly rival Feng Yu's collection of top-tier items like the yellow umbrella and cloud-treading boots. And yet, Feng Yu had fallen to this young man. This matter was indeed perplexing. Nevertheless, the cloud-treading boots were undeniably on the opponent's feet. Could it be that the person had not been killed by him, but rather had fortuitously stumbled upon an opportunity, or was there another reason? As Zhongwu pondered, his thoughts remained muddled, rendering him incapable of accurately assessing Han Li's strength. However, he would never dare to test it personally. Such reckless endeavors were not for a man of his intellect. After much contemplation, the ruffian stowed the cloth bag away, blinking his beady eyes, and with a broad grin, addressed Han Li. By the way, I have yet to ask for your esteemed surname. May I know it? Han Li of Yellow Maple Valley, Han Li replied, his expression much improved, speaking with calmness. Ah, so it is Brother Han. I had never heard of your illustrious name before. You must be a rising disciple of Yellow Maple Valley. I wonder, how much do you know about this central region? Zhongwu exclaimed, displaying a warmth akin to that of an old friend reunited after years apart. I do not know much, but Brother Zhong appears to be considerably more knowledgeable. Given your experience, Han Li responded, his guard rising at the implication. Hee. Brother Han, if you would trust me, why don't we exchange information about the central region? It would be beneficial for both of us. Zhongwu hesitated for a moment before finally articulating his true intentions in a hushed tone. Han Li was taken aback and began to ponder deeply. Although the exchange of information between sects without the permission of one's own school was explicitly forbidden in practice, many disciples engaged in such transactions. After a brief contemplation, Han Li broke into a smile and said, "Very well, after exchanging the information, I believe we shall both gain considerably." Haha, splendid. I knew Brother Han was not one to dither, Zhongwu exclaimed, his face, speckled with small blemishes, gleaming with excitement as he rubbed his hands together, evidently eager for Han Li's information. Observing this, Han Li could not help but smirk inwardly, though he maintained a facade of cordiality. Copying the information was a simple task, within the span of a tea ceremony. Han Li had completed the task and tossed the jade slips to Zhongwu. Upon receiving the jade slips, both men briefly scanned the contents and, upon confirming they were indeed Central District information, exchanged knowing glances, each harboring ulterior motives. Given the limited time, it was impossible to fabricate false data. However, intentionally omitting critical details during the copy was an unspoken agreement. Following this exchange, Zhongwu and Han Li seemed to draw considerably closer, engaging in discussions about the peculiarities of the cultivation world. Their banter and laughter rendered it hard to believe that mere moments ago, they were on the brink of a deadly confrontation. Clearly, both were adept practitioners of the art of discretion. Though Han Li wore a broad smile and seemed genuinely engaged in conversation, internally, he found himself bemused. Why maintain such a distance? He thought. A mere step forward would surely elicit a warm retreat from him. While Han Li harbored no intentions of harming Zhongwu at present, the latter's wariness left him somewhat amused. Volume 3, Chapter 194, Secrets of the Central District. Yesterday, upon seeing the update requests had reached 15,000 words, I was left speechless. It's not that I don't want to write. It's simply beyond my capacity. Nevertheless, Han Li was not anxious. The central area of the Forbidden Zone was remarkably different from the outer regions. In the territories beyond the center, the spiritual herbs and peculiar fruits grew haphazardly, with their presence detectable in any corner of the area, typically claimed by whoever arrived first, as those who succeeded would promptly flee. Consequently, genuine conflicts over spiritual medicines were rare. Rather, fatalities were more often the result of purges by others or the actions of certain individuals seeking to kill and seize treasures. However, the Central District presented a different scenario. According to disciples fortunate enough to return, the Central District spanned a vast area, encompassing more than a third of the entire Forbidden Zone, encircled by towering stone walls in a grand circular formation. From the 4 bronze gates inward, the entire region was divided into 3 outer layers, akin to the skin, flesh, and seed of an ordinary fruit, each layer distinctly defined and remarkably unique. The picturesque locale where Han Li currently found himself was situated in the outermost layer of the Central District. According to the information presented, the expanse from this area to the next layer is rather modest, spanning merely a little over a mile in width. Within this confines, the flora and fauna, though each rare and extraordinary, are seldom of practical use as spiritual herbs for cultivators. Most serve merely for aesthetic appreciation. Many from the 7 major sects speculate that this layer has been intentionally designed by the master of the Forbidden Land as a garden-like enclave, where the vibrant and striking flowers and plants are meant solely for his enjoyment. If one seeks something of utility, it would be more prudent to explore other regions of the Forbidden Land. The truly valuable spiritual herbs, beneficial for cultivators, are primarily found in the 2nd layer of the central area. Most disciples from various sects have come here with that very goal in mind, particularly in pursuit of the 3 main ingredients for the Foundation Establishment Pill, which are their utmost priority. Han Li, too, desires these spiritual herbs with great urgency. Upon reviewing the pertinent materials regarding this 2nd layer, Han Li was astounded for quite some time. This layer is entirely dominated by a colossal circular mountain range, perpetually shrouded in an impenetrable mist. Within this mountain, one can find natural spiritual locations such as caves, deep valleys, and sheer cliffs, alongside artificial structures like stone houses and stone halls, where various spiritual herbs flourish. The information exchanged with the ugly man primarily consisted of a map detailing the distribution of these herbs. Since no one can guarantee that their existing knowledge encompasses their specific location upon entering, having multiple distribution maps is undoubtedly advantageous for easier navigation and identification. However, the density of the mist in this mountain is overwhelming. Once cultivators step into the mountain, they can easily lose their way after just a few steps, having to proceed cautiously, relying heavily on luck to find their way out. What complicates matters further is the multitude of demonic beasts inhabiting the circular mountain, ranging from the low-tier flame mice and wind-chasing rabbits to the high-tier golden light pythons and ice-fire wolves, encompassing nearly every type of first-tier demonic beast known to the 7 sects, whether familiar or unfamiliar. Those of lesser strength can be easily dealt with by 6th or 7th-tier cultivators, who might handle several at once without issue. However, those at the high end of the spectrum pose a significant threat, and even elite disciples from the 7 sects would find themselves in retreat. Fortunately, the latter category of demonic beasts is quite rare in these mountains, most having become guardians of specific spiritual herbs, making encounters outside of their designated areas infrequent. Thus, the majority of the more formidable demonic beasts tend to be of the upper first tier. Nevertheless, when several elite disciples join forces, they can dispatch these creatures with relative ease. Of course, should one encounter them alone, a bloody battle would be inevitable, whether it is the mist enveloping the mountain or the demonic beasts lurking within. Encountering either alone might allow these proud and ambitious elite disciples to attempt a daring venture into the mountain for herb gathering. Yet, faced with both challenges simultaneously, they could only exchange glances of trepidation. Under such circumstances, ascending the mountain would undoubtedly lead to peril. In those years, the initial disciples who ventured into the forbidden grounds merely gathered some commonplace spiritual herbs outside the central area, never daring to enter the circular mountain. However, after several attempts, a practitioner from the Hidden Moon sect painstakingly crafted a mystical artifact known as the Moonlight Pearl. This extraordinary item, while incapable of offense or defense, possessed the singular ability to emit a wondrous light that could dispel various mists and toxic vapors, specifically prepared for the expedition into the forbidden domain. Indeed, the disciple of the Hidden Moon sect, endowed with this treasure, shone brightly during the subsequent opening of the forbidden grounds. They, alongside other sects, drove away the majority of the mists and returned triumphantly from the circular mountain, amassing a wealth of spiritual herbs. With these newfound resources, they refined a substantial quantity of foundational elixirs and subsequently recruited numerous disciples, thereby catapulting the sect to the forefront of the cultivation world and securing its status as the preeminent sect of the U Kingdom. However, as the saying goes, no secret remains hidden forever. The news of the Hidden Moon sect's remarkable acquisition of celestial herbs using the Moonlight Pearl spread rapidly, attracting the attention of the other 6 sects who were reluctant to allow the Hidden Moon sect to monopolize the benefits. Reluctant to provoke widespread ire, yet unwilling to relinquish the pearl, the Hidden Moon sect engaged in protracted negotiations with the other 6 sections. Ultimately, they surrendered the pearl, transforming it into a shared possession among the 7 sections. The artifact was then to be managed in rotation by the sects. After each expedition, the sect that previously held the pearl would return it to be safeguarded by another sect. Regardless of which sect possessed the pearl, its disciples were mandated to utilize it under the watchful eyes of the other sects, adhering strictly to the predetermined timeline to dispel the mists, ensuring no one could intentionally hasten or delay the process. This arrangement, while seemingly a disadvantage for the Hidden Moon sect, ultimately spared them from potential annihilation, providing them with an opportunity to grow stronger. Now, the Hidden Moon sect stands unrivaled among the 7 factions, its strength deemed unfathomable. The other sects, unless they allied with one another, could not hope to contend with its might. Han Li, remaining unperturbed and engaged in casual conversation with the unsightly man before him, found solace in this reality. Prior to entering, the 7 sects had already agreed upon a time to dispel the mists, set for the morning of the 3rd day. Han Li, having hastily journeyed to the central area without pause, was motivated by a desire to avoid any potential interruptions that might delay his entry into the mountains. Now that he had entered the central area, there was no longer any need for haste. Even if he were to venture towards the 2nd layer, it would merely involve staring blankly at the mists. As for the mysterious 3rd layer at the heart of the forbidden grounds, it was even more enigmatic. From the summit of the circular mountain, one could clearly see a towering edifice, a colossal treasure pagoda reaching a height of 100 zhang. Standing proudly at the center of a vast area enveloped by the second layer, surrounded by dense green forests that rendered access nearly impossible. This was the so-called third layer, the very core of the forbidden grounds. Upon hearing the description from the disciples of the seven great sects, the esteemed individuals immediately recognized that this was the original abode of the forbidden master. They were utterly captivated by the treasures within this tower. However, at the boundary between the second and third levels, an enigmatic and formidable barrier was still in effect, thwarting all disciples who attempted to intrude. This barrier was far beyond the capabilities of mere qi refining disciples to breach. Yet cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and above were equally unable to enter this forbidden domain. Thus, the true nature of the treasures concealed within the tower remained an unsolved enigma. Han Li, however, harbored no interest in the colossal tower of the third level. For him, finding a sufficient quantity of celestial herbs in the second level and retreating safely would be a cause for immense gratitude, as if blessed by the divine. After enduring the persistent harassment of the ugly man before him for a full quarter of an hour, Han Li finally extricated himself from the man's clutches and vanished into the nearby foliage. Just before disappearing, he cast one last glance back, noticing that Zhong Wu remained lazily rooted in place, showing no inclination to depart. It seemed that these formidable experts would not relent until they had eliminated the majority of the other disciples attempting to fish in troubled waters. It was likely that the other three sects were engaged in similar endeavors. As Han Li pondered this, he wandered further away from the copper gate, searching for something of value. Beneath a towering tree, he stumbled upon an inconspicuous hollow, which filled him with delight. He promptly dove inside, made some minor protective adjustments at the entrance, and then succumbed to a deep slumber, casting aside all thoughts. Han Li needed to rest well. When dawn broke and he faced the fog of the circular mountain, who could predict what might transpire? He needed to restore himself to peak condition, for that was the wisest course of action. However, he was confident that by the next day, the number of disciples gathered before the circular mountain to dispel the mist would be far fewer, and they would certainly not be any easier to deal with than the likes of Feng Yu. This slumber was profoundly restful for Han Li, and he did not awaken until the early hours of the following day. The most significant day of his journey into the Forbidden Land had finally arrived. Upon awakening, Han Li did not immediately emerge from the tree hollow. Instead, he settled into a meditative posture. The spiritual energy within him surged, and his mana had fully recovered to its peak state prior to entering the forbidden area. The aches in his waist and legs had vanished without a trace, and he felt immensely invigorated. After conducting an internal examination, Han Li slowly opened his eyes, filled with satisfaction. He then rose to his feet and checked the talismans and magical artifacts within his storage bag, making the final preparations. The several storage bags he had obtained from the bearded man and his associates had previously warranted little of his attention. Now, however, he took the time to inspect them thoroughly to see what useful artifacts might be contained within. To be frank, whether from the bearded man's bags or those they had pillaged, the scarcity and low quality of the artifacts left Han Li at a loss for words. Among the 5 storage bags, there were a total of 23 magical artifacts, 5 low-grade, 7 mid-grade, and 11 high-grade. Within a storage bag, there were surprisingly only 2 inferior magical artifacts and 2 intermediate ones, with no superior artifacts to be found. This revelation left Han Li perplexed for quite some time, prompting him to express a profound sentiment. The disparity between the fortunes of ordinary disciples and elite disciples was indeed vast. Despite the multitude of storage bags, the absence of a single top-grade artifact was striking. It was no wonder that on that day, when the bearded man was ensnared by his own earthen prison spell, he found himself utterly helpless, ultimately succumbing to his own demise at the hands of Han Li's golden brick. Reflecting on the impressive collection of superior artifacts possessed by the likes of Duo Bao Nu and Feng Yu, Han Li could not help but feel a sense of resignation towards the meager resources of ordinary disciples. It became clear why others instinctively perceived him as weak and vulnerable, failing to consider the possibility that he might possess formidable artifacts. The scarcity of high-quality artifacts among ordinary disciples was indeed surprising. Now, Han Li could finally comprehend the fervor exhibited by many disciples in the Huangfeng Valley when they were presented with superior artifacts during discussions. It seemed that the Huangfeng Valley had been relatively generous in its treatment of these lesser disciples, still willing to utilize several top-grade artifacts to bolster their morale. In fact, Hanli had underestimated the situation. Even among the elite disciples dispatched to the Forbidden Lands, the number of top-grade artifacts they possessed was exceedingly limited. Individuals like Duo Bao Nu, adorned with multiple superior artifacts, were few and far between among the elite, most of whom hailed from illustrious backgrounds. The average elite disciple could hardly compare. For someone like Han Li, who possessed 3 or 4 top-grade artifacts, it was enough to leave the so-called elite disciples salivating. After all, prior to entering the core formation stage, top-grade artifacts served as pivotal tools in combat, and possessing even one more could significantly enhance one's capabilities. During his time in Huangfeng Valley, Han Li had interacted so little with his fellow disciples that he was only vaguely aware of the affairs within the cultivation world. He had subconsciously assumed that all elite disciples were equipped with a plethora of top-grade artifacts. No wonder, since ever since his battle with senior brother Liu, the adversaries he encountered had all wielded superior artifacts, leading him to mistakenly believe in their commonality and creating a significant misunderstanding. Now, although he had come to recognize the poverty of ordinary disciples in terms of artifacts, he still had yet to fully grasp the true value of top-grade artifacts. For Han Li, was this ignorance a misfortune or a blessing? As for the intermediate and inferior artifacts, he naturally dismissed them, having no intention of utilizing them. He meticulously tested each of the superior artifacts and ultimately selected 3 of the most powerful and practical ones as his reserves: a cerulean flying dagger, a golden gong, and an emerald vase. The flying dagger and golden gong were purely offensive artifacts, requiring no further elaboration. However, the emerald vase was a rare find, being an auxiliary artifact. From this vase, a greenish toxic mist could be unleashed, surrounding enemies and leading to their demise through poisoning. At first glance, the vase's effects seemed promising. Yet it was ultimately a rather ineffective artifact. All elemental shields could easily repel the toxic mist, rendering it incapable of truly poisoning a cultivator. Had it not been for Han Li's belief that this green toxic mist could temporarily ensnare the enemy's vision, causing them considerable inconvenience, he might not have chosen this particular magical artifact. After organizing his belongings, Han Li estimated the time and quietly slipped out of the tree hollow, setting off in a deliberate direction. To disperse the mist and fly directly into the circular mountain would be utterly foolhardy. He would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous airborne beasts, leading to his demise in a siege. Over the years, however, there had been a few safe paths discovered to enter the circular mountain. Han Li headed straight for the nearest passage. The entrance to the passage was not far, and in a matter of moments, Han Li arrived at the location described in his materials. As he concealed himself behind a large tree, gazing at the seemingly boundless expanse of fog before him, he was genuinely taken aback. This dense, white mist nearly obscured the sky. Not only was the entrance to the circular mountain invisible, but even a mere 10 feet within the fog was utterly indistinct to Han Li. No wonder. Before the advent of the Moonlight Pearl, hardly anyone dared to ascend this mountain. The thought of enduring relentless attacks from unseen beasts in such fog left Han Li momentarily speechless. The thickness of the mist remained unabated, suggesting that the disciple of the Heavenly Tower, who held the pearl, had yet to commence their incantations to dispel it. With this in mind, Han Li remained hidden behind the tree, patiently awaiting the right moment. In the area where Han Li lingered, directly facing the dense fog, wild trees and overgrown grass were in disarray, concealing about a dozen individuals without issue. Although Han Li did not perceive the presence of others around him, he was acutely aware that others must certainly be nearby, as there were only a few paths up the mountain. However, given the imminent ascent, no one seemed to care about his arrival. Time passed, ticking away minute by minute. After enduring a tedious wait for 3 or 4 hours, Han Li suddenly sensed an astonishing surge of spiritual power emanating from the southwest, followed by a towering white beam of light shooting skyward from a great distance. Above the vast sea of fog, it coalesced into a colossal sphere of light. Though the sphere had formed, the beam showed no signs of abating, continuously channeling energy into the sphere. As a result, the sphere grew larger and increasingly dazzling, ultimately resembling a newly risen sun, too brilliant to behold. Moments later, the beam abruptly vanished, leaving the massive sphere of light suspended in the sky. However, The lifespan of this sphere was tragically brief, in the blink of an eye. It began to distort and deform, its surface resembling a kneaded dough with depressions and protrusions. Witnessing this spectacle left Han Li utterly astounded, his mouth agape in astonishment. With a thunderous boom, the gigantic sphere finally erupted in the sky, transforming into countless beautiful motes of light that cascaded downwards, showering the dense mist below as if it were a vibrant rain of light. As each white orb plunged into the mist, the surrounding fog sprang to life, coiling around the orbs like a dragon, desperately converging towards them. Yet, upon contact, the mist would instantly dissipate, while the orbs dimmed significantly. As the luminous orbs collided with the thick fog, the entire mist-laden area transformed into a spectacle reminiscent of a cataclysmic avalanche. The vapor swirled and roiled incessantly, akin to a colossal beast engaged in its final struggle. Han Li, with his gaze unwavering, beheld this extraordinary phenomenon for the first time, witnessing the true power of a high-grade magical artifact. Amidst his awe, his heart brimmed with envy and desire. Following the fierce clash with the luminous spheres, the fog began to dissipate gradually. For the first time, the formidable silhouette of the towering circular mountain came into view for Han Li and his companions. "How imposing!" was the collective exclamation of all who beheld the mountain's grandeur, and Han Li was no exception. The segment of the circular mountain before Han Li was indeed terrifyingly high. Gazing upward, it soared to a height of 1,000 zhang, its peak obscured by clouds. The mountain's surface was adorned with grotesque rocks and steep cliffs, while an abundance of towering trees, too large for a person to encircle, densely populated the entire mountain. Even more astonishing was the unbroken chain of perilous mountain ridges extending indefinitely into the distance. However, the ridge facing Han Li and his group was notably gentle, a stark contrast to the steepness of the other sides, suggesting it was the designated path upward. At that moment, faint growls from ferocious beasts echoed from within the mountain, their chilling sounds sending shivers down one's spine. Han Li found himself momentarily entranced. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a yellow figure darted like an arrow from the grass beside Han Li, vanishing into the shadowy depths of the mountain. This action seemed to awaken the instincts of all lurking individuals, prompting several others to leap forth simultaneously, dashing ahead. Just before entering the forest, they momentarily spread out, each slipping into the circular mountain from different locations. Han Li chose to remain behind, intending to observe who else would opt for the same route into the mountain. After a brief interval, a cold-faced youth clad in blue, a venerable elder with snow-white hair, and a striking young woman in green sequentially emerged. They demonstrated an unspoken understanding, selecting distinct points to penetrate the forest ahead. Han Li waited for nearly a quarter of an hour. Upon seeing no one else appear, he meticulously organized his belongings and, emulating the earlier entrance, stealthily ventured into an untraversed direction. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after he entered, the grotesque figure known as Zhong Wu, whom he had encountered the day prior, appeared at the tunnel's entrance. Observing the darkened path ascending the mountain, he chuckled coldly before releasing several yellow dots that flew into the woods, following them leisurely thereafter. Meanwhile, outside the forbidden area, at the entrance to the Broken Seal, the remaining members of the 7 great sects gazed anxiously towards the forbidden zone, among them Han Li's master, Li Shizu. It was unclear whether he was more concerned about his disciple's success in completing the task or his own stakes in the gamble. Similarly, another cultivator from the Qingshu Valley, at the nascent stage of golden core formation, found himself in a similarly precarious situation. Since the moment the enigmatic elder of the Moon Concealing sect intervened in the gambling affair, his confidence has waned significantly, revealing an air of trepidation. It is no wonder. The inner elixir of the bloodline serpent was not easily acquired, having nearly depleted his entire fortune. To lose it so effortlessly to another would surely torment the Taoist for years to come, regardless of his esteemed composure. Stealing a glance at the only individual in the crowd who appeared unperturbed, the enchanting leader of the Moon Concealing sect, the celestial maiden Nijiang, he felt an increasing sense of dread. This sole female among the 7 golden core experts had shown no sign of worry since the disciples of the 7 sects entered the forbidden grounds, engaging in light-hearted banter as if she possessed unwavering confidence in her disciples. The more he observed her serene demeanor, the more his anxiety intensified. Reflecting on the elder's composed demeanor during the wager, he felt as though his precious inner elixir had slipped from his grasp, destined to become another prize. As his thoughts spiraled deeper into despair, his expression grew increasingly troubled, leading onlookers to mistakenly believe he was deeply concerned for the well-being of his sect's disciples in the forbidden grounds. After a while, unable to endure the mounting anxiety, he discreetly approached Master Li, standing at a distance, and inquired with a furrowed brow, "Master Li, the disciples sent by Huangfeng Valley must possess formidable skills, correct? If we are to lose to that elder, I still hold some faith in the disciples of the Qingshu sect entering the forbidden grounds. What do you imply? Do you underestimate our Huangfeng Valley?" Master Li replied, his expression darkening. Not at all. I merely find the current disciples of the Moon Concealing sect somewhat peculiar, and I cannot shake off my concerns." The Taoist chuckled nervously, attempting to clarify. "Indeed, I too have sensed something amiss. In previous instances, the disciples sent by the Moon Concealing sect have always been younger and often paired as male and female. Do they think the journey into the forbidden grounds is merely a child's game?" Master Li remarked, his demeanor steady, revealing his own unease about the wager. The Taoist nodded fervently in agreement, clearly resonating with Master Li's sentiments. "But rest assured, since I have placed my bet, I harbor confidence in my sect's disciples. Their prowess will not be inferior to yours," Master Li stated, casting a meaningful glance at the Taoist, his voice imbued with a sense of valor. "With your assurance, I find solace," the Taoist exclaimed, his spirits lifted. "I shall not intrude further." Having received the reassurance he sought, he departed with a lightened heart, returning to his spot to meditate and prepare for the outcome in the days to come. After watching the Taoist leave, Master Li let out a soft hum, then quietly muttered to himself in a tone only he could hear, "Fuyunzi, what scheme are you concocting? Do not assume I am oblivious. Is it not our fervent hope that the alliance of our two factions will surpass the Moon Concealing sect, allowing your esteemed Qingshu sect to subsequently gain the upper hand over our Huangfeng Valley? Hehe. Although I remain unaware of the extraordinary disciples your sect has dispatched into the forbidden grounds, I must inform you that our valley has sent forth a veritable swarm of elite disciples, all renowned for their prowess in the Qi refinement stage, ranking among the top 3. Otherwise, do you think I would engage in such a wager with you?" As Master Li spoke, a cunning glint flickered across his face, banishing any trace of previous concern. He was evidently a seasoned old fox, well-versed in the art of concealment. Meanwhile, Han Li was oblivious to the machinations of the two core formation cultivators outside the forbidden area, as he found his path blocked by a massive brown wild boar. This creature, aside from its distinctive coloration and colossal size, towering several meters high, bore an uncanny resemblance to an ordinary wild boar. However, upon sighting this beast, Han Li immediately recognized it as one of the most common low-tier demonic beasts known as the Pushing Mountain Beast, which, aside from its tough hide and considerable strength, possessed only the innate ability of stone skin and demonstrated a remarkably low intelligence, making it rather easy to contend with. At that moment, the Pushing Mountain Beast snorted a few times before a flash of yellow light enveloped it, covering its entire body in a layer of rocky armor. It then charged furiously at Han Li. Maintaining his composure, Han Li awaited the beast's attack until it was within 7 or 8 meters of him, at which point he waved his right hand, and with a swift motion, he evaded to the rear of the demonic creature. The massive body of the Pushing Mountain Beast continued to charge forward for several meters before, with a grunt, it was neatly sliced in half from snout to tail, its colorful innards spilling forth. Han Li had deftly severed it with his thread-like magical artifact. As he retracted the invisible threads, Han Li surveyed the fallen beast and shook his head lightly, promptly leaping into the trees to vacate the area. He understood that the stench of the beast's blood would soon attract a horde of other demonic creatures with keen senses, so it was prudent to make his escape swiftly. Having traversed the dense forest of the circular mountain for several hours, Han Li had encountered 4 demonic beasts in this short span. He dispatched 3 low-tier beasts without hesitation. However, the mid-tier feathered peacock proved to be a considerable nuisance, with its vibrant long feathers capable of detaching and autonomously pursuing him for both offense and defense. Fortunately, despite being a bird, its speed was not particularly remarkable. Thus, he ultimately opted to employ his agility to evade it completely, avoiding unnecessary conflict. Now, as Han Li leapt gracefully among the trees, he couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. He finally grasped the sheer abundance of demonic beasts inhabiting the circular mountain. Presently, he remained in the outskirts, predominantly encountering low-tier creatures, which were manageable. Yet, as he ventured further into the heart of the circular mountain, he anticipated an overwhelming number of mid-tier and high-tier beasts would emerge, leaving him with little option but to flee. It was no wonder the information regarding the hiding places of spiritual herbs was so scarce. I fear that the disciples who entered this mountain previously expended the majority of their energy merely evading these demonic beasts, leaving only a scant amount of time to explore perhaps 7 or 8 locations. This does not guarantee that each investigation will yield fruitful results. It seems that my hopes of gathering a sufficient quantity of spiritual herbs are rather dim, Hanli thought gloomily. The direction in which Hanli now raced was towards a concealed cave known for its frequent production of the purple monkey flower. According to the records, this place should hold little value. It had only been harvested once over a century ago, and the interior likely contained only immature seedlings that would not suffice for medicinal use. Seedlings? The thought of this location brought a faint smile to Han Li's lips. What he needed were precisely those seedlings that others would not dare to touch. His willingness to take such risks by entering a forbidden area and his unwavering certainty of snatching treasures from the jaws of numerous experts stemmed primarily from setting his sights on the immature spiritual herb seedlings from the outset. By doing so, he could avoid conflicts with disciples from other sects and potentially explore more locations to gather what others deemed worthless. Once he harvested these seedlings and returned with them, he could use the mysterious green vial from the Night of the Green to induce their growth. In this way, it would be akin to directly harvesting mature spiritual herbs. Although Master Ma mentioned that these seedlings would not survive long outside the forbidden area, lasting perhaps only a year or two, that duration would suffice for him to hasten their maturity several times. After all, as the primary ingredient for foundation establishment pills, they did not require an extended period. Merely 400 to 500 years would render them suitable for medicinal use. Now, the only dilemma remained whether the remaining 3 days would be sufficient for him to gather an adequate quantity of spiritual herbs. The locations of these seedlings were scattered far and wide, compounded by the possibility of encountering demonic beasts and potential conflicts with disciples from other sects, leaving Hanli uncertain and anxious. Chapter 197. The Gigantic Centipede of Demonic Beasts Cough. Today, I attempted to write continuously for an entire day. 6,000 words truly is the limit. The thought of writing more only slowed me down further, and I am unwilling to dilute the quality of each chapter. Thus, for those friends who wish to support with votes, I would appreciate sticking to 5,000 words, as this would be the greatest support for this book. Thank you, Wuyue. At last, is this the cave? After 2 hours, Hanli stood atop a boulder half his height, surveying the cave entrance a few zhang away, murmuring to himself. It appears rather unremarkable. Instead of recklessly charging in, Hanli took a moment to observe the surroundings meticulously. Although time was of the essence, he could not afford to let his guard down and place himself in danger. This secret cave, as described in the records, indeed appeared quite inconspicuous from the outside, resembling the several wild caves he had encountered along the way, lacking any striking features. It made Hanli wonder how the previous individual had discovered this place. He felt a tinge of admiration. After a cup of tea's time, Hanli was finally convinced that no demonic beasts or humans lay in ambush nearby, and he cautiously approached the cave entrance. The entrance to the cave was entirely a product of nature, composed of pale green stones without a trace of human intervention. Upon entering, Hanli glanced at the cave walls on either side and quickly arrived at this conclusion. He then swiftly slipped deeper into the cave. However, after taking only a few steps, he halted, for the darkness enveloped him after navigating a couple of turns. Frowning slightly, he reached into his storage pouch, retrieving a moonstone the size of an egg. As soon as it appeared, the soft white light illuminated the surroundings, rendering them clearly visible. Hanli shook his head in resignation. His original intent was to stealthily venture further into the cave to ascertain if any demonic beasts were guarding the area. If so, he planned to deliver a swift, silent strike to avoid unnecessary complications. Yet, with the moonstone's glow, he had unwittingly transformed into a conspicuous target, thwarting his plan for a surprise attack. Cradling the softly glowing moonstone in one hand, he hesitated for a moment before conjuring an earth element shield with the other. He then proceeded cautiously, taking shallow steps. The cave's confined space limited his swift movements, making the protective layer reassuring despite diminishing his agility. Hanli understood well the principle of sacrificing one advantage for another. Thus, he bore no complaints. The cave was exceedingly long, and after walking for a quarter of an hour, he still saw no signs of an end. Doubts crept into his mind, and he wondered if he had mistakenly ventured into the lair of a formidable beast. Fortunately, after traversing several tens of yards further, a large bend revealed itself, dispelling his concerns. From around the corner, faint strands of white light emerged, indicating that his objective was near. With newfound excitement, Hanli quickly stowed the moonstone and stealthily approached. Since there was already light and he was at a corner, it seemed his original plan could still be executed. As he cautiously peeked around the bend, the scene before him initially filled him with joy, only to be followed by a sense of dread. Indeed, he had reached the cave's end, which opened into a sizable natural chamber adorned with numerous glistening stalactites. At the far end, on a small section of purple stone wall, grew 3 or 4 slender-stemmed, pale green flowers. These flowers, roughly an inch in size, had petals curiously curled in the same direction, collectively forming a unique shape reminiscent of whimsical little monkeys hanging in the air, a sight that evoked awe. It was evident that these were the famed purple monkey flowers. Their greenish stems and leaves indicated they were perhaps undercooked in terms of cultivation. Hanli's heart soared at the sight of these flowers. However, as his gaze shifted to the ground beneath the purple stone wall, his expression soured. There lay a giant centipede, several feet long, sprawled menacingly. Behold its sleek, glossy black shell, its several feet long antennae, and its fearsome appearance. Even before Hanli made a move, an unsettling chill gripped his heart. Although he had never slain a toxic insect beast, he was well aware of their notorious reputation. According to others, insect-type monsters were far more troublesome than their beastly and avian counterparts of the same rank, often wielding obscure yet devastating poisons that could swiftly lead to one's demise. Thus, it was wise to avoid provoking such creatures unless absolutely necessary. The centipede before him was of such considerable size that it was at least a mid-tier beast, if not a high-tier one, which made Hanli gasp in trepidation, baring his teeth in anxiety. The current dilemma was not one of his choosing. The monstrous centipede had claimed guardianship over the purple monkey flowers. If he wished to harvest the spiritual herbs adorning the stone wall, he would first need to eliminate this formidable poison creature, an endeavor that seemed utterly fanciful. Hanli stifled his breath and cautiously retracted his head, executing his movements with utmost delicacy so as not to rouse the seemingly slumbering giant centipede. Pressed against the stone wall, he furrowed his brow in contemplation, devising a comprehensive strategy to confront this beast. Relying solely on the power of several top-tier artifacts to forcefully engage might be feasible. Merely summoning the golden brick talisman would give him ample confidence to crush the creature with a single strike. However, such a confrontation would undoubtedly deplete a significant portion of his spiritual energy, leaving him unable to maintain his optimal state. The journey ahead was still long, fraught with increasing dangers, and given the urgency of his quest, he could not afford to spend half a day meditating to recover his energy. Thus, trading a substantial drain of power for a fleeting chance of victory was a prospect he was reluctant to entertain. After a spell of deep contemplation, a spark of inspiration ignited within Hanli's mind, leading him to a promising idea. Before making his move, he cautiously peered at the centipede once more, relieved to find it still motionless in its original position. With a subtle smile, he vanished into the shadows from whence he came. Before long, Hanli returned, his demeanor markedly buoyant. This time, the protective shield that had once enveloped him was absent, and he displayed no furtive behavior. Instead, he boldly turned a corner and strode directly into the hall where the centipede resided. The commotion he caused would be impossible for the centipede to overlook. If it remained oblivious, it would cease to be a monster and become a mere fool. Instantly, the colossal insect lifted its head, its long antennae thrashing wildly as it emitted a hissing sound that sent shivers down one's spine. In response, Hanli remained silent and raised his hand, unleashing several small fireballs that sped forth, striking the beast's head with a series of explosive bursts. As the flames subsided, Hanli observed with astonishment that the centipede's head, though struck, remained as glossy and unblemished as ever, leaving no mark upon its exoskeleton. It appeared that the rumors were indeed true. These toxic insect beasts were exceedingly difficult to contend with. While the giant centipede had not sustained any injury, Hanli's provocations had thoroughly enraged it. As the creature's sharp fangs parted, a crimson cloud of venom erupted from its maw, surging aggressively toward Hanli. as if intent on transforming him into toxic sludge. Naturally, Hanli was not foolish enough to remain stationary, allowing this evidently lethal substance to touch him in any manner. Unencumbered by his protective barrier, he deftly propelled himself backward, moving with a speed slightly greater than that of the toxic mist, swiftly retreating from the grand hall. He turned and sprinted down the path from whence he came, seemingly in a frantic flight from the beast's noxious exhalation. The colossal centipede, however, was not inclined to allow Hanli to escape so easily. Its numerous limbs writhed with astonishing rapidity, propelling its form as swiftly as the wind, matching Han Li's own speed as he dashed away. This revelation caused Han Li to gasp in astonishment, prompting him to accelerate, creating a modest distance between himself and the pursuing creature before vanishing into the corridor. The giant centipede emitted a low, hissing cry, unhesitatingly following in pursuit. This passage was familiar territory for the beast, having traversed it countless times, and it was not long before it caught up, clearly seeing Han Li's retreating silhouette. Elated, the centipede increased its frantic pace, charging forward with malevolent intent. At that moment, however, Han Li abruptly halted, turning back with a grin, ceasing his flight as if he had entirely abandoned the thought of escape. In an instant, the giant centipede closed the distance, positioning itself a mere 3 or 4 strides away from him, just as it prepared to exult in its imminent victory. Ready to shred the diminutive figure before it with its fangs, a sudden, agonizing pain surged through its abdomen. It faltered, writhing in agony upon the ground, as a copious amount of black venomous blood gushed forth, staining the earth beneath. Unbeknownst to the creature, at some point, its most vulnerable underbelly had been expertly sliced open by an exceedingly sharp blade, delivering a grievous wound. Such a fatal injury could scarcely be endured, hence the centipede's torment. Standing aside, Han Li seized the opportunity to strike while the creature was down. He raised a hand, releasing a circular beam of golden light alongside a shimmering blue flying dagger, aimed directly at the centipede's long, coarse antennae. With a resounding crash, the 2 superior-grade magical artifacts merely grazed the antennae, leaving 2 small indentations before being repelled, causing Han Li to momentarily pause in astonishment. How remarkably resilient. Its hardness rivaled that of mid-grade artifacts. Han Li silently acknowledged his good fortune, had he not employed a few clever tactics. Subduing this giant centipede would have indeed required considerable effort. Observing that the flying dagger had yielded little effect, he swiftly retrieved it, despite the grievous injury inflicted upon it. The centipede's vitality remained astonishingly robust, continuing to thrash about in distress, indicating that it would not succumb easily. With a slight furrow of his brow, he swiftly executed a movement, darting past the head of the beast without a second thought for its fate, and made his way back through the tunnel to the stone chamber. Inside the chamber, the several azure-purple monkey flowers remained unscathed, filling Han Li's heart with immense joy. He retrieved a number of equally sized jade boxes from his storage pouch and placed them on the ground. Then, with utmost care, he summoned his flying dagger to meticulously sever the purple monkey flowers along with their small patches of purple stone at the roots. He skillfully cradled them with the dagger and returned them to his hand, sealing them carefully within the jade boxes. Once he had harvested and securely stored all the spiritual herbs, he exhaled a deep sigh of relief, his mind finally at ease. Stretching his limbs, he casually surveyed the stone chamber, ensuring that nothing had been overlooked before leisurely exiting the place. As Han Li passed by the location where the giant centipede had been severely wounded, he found the beast motionless on the ground, utterly lifeless. A pool of its dark, toxic blood spread beneath it, saturating the cave with a nauseating stench that made Han Li feel slightly dizzy. Realizing that the noxious fumes were permeating the air, he quickly consumed a dose of cleansing powder, which alleviated his discomfort. Stopping several yards from the centipede's corpse, he unleashed his flying dagger, piercing the creature several times. When it remained utterly still, he felt a sense of relief and continued on his way. However, after taking a few more steps, Han Li paused, bending down to retrieve a blackened short blade from the ground. With 2 fingers, he gently wiped the dark mud from the blade's edge, revealing a brilliant gleam. It was one of the subblades of the golden beetle's mother blade. It was during the time he had vanished that he had thrust all 8 subblades of the golden beetle's mother blade into the ground of the tunnel, arranging them in a line, with the sharp fronts exposed above the earth, to prevent the brilliance of the golden blades from attracting the beast's attention. Han Li had coated their edges in black mud, allowing them to seamlessly blend into the obsidian darkness of the cave, rendering them nearly undetectable. Thus, when the giant centipede pursued Hanli closely to this section of the cave, it unwittingly sliced open its abdomen on the concealed blades, meeting its demise in this hidden manner. It was a tragic end for such a formidable upper-tier poison insect beast, whose potent venomous techniques never had the chance to be unleashed, ultimately falling victim to Han Li's cunning ambush. Although Han Li was unaware that the centipede he had slain was an upper-tier beast, he recognized that even if it were not, it certainly ranked among the top tier of mid-level beasts, and he felt a great satisfaction at having dispatched it so effortlessly. Having taken several steps, bending down with each stride to cleanly retrieve all the golden blades, he prepared to leave the area. Yet, upon glancing at the giant centipede's corpse, he hesitated for a moment before deciding to approach it. Upon approaching the corpse of the colossal centipede, Han Li unceremoniously thrust the golden blade he wielded into the head, back, and tail of the carcass, discovering that the outer shell on its back was the most resilient, yielding only half an inch under his piercing force. Only through persistent effort could he gradually carve into it. Observing this, Han Li hesitated no longer. He promptly unleashed the 8 golden blades he had just retracted, laboriously commencing the task of slicing through the centipede's formidable back shell. In a short span, he managed to sever several sizable pieces of shell, each measuring several feet, and carefully stowed them away in his storage pouch. These materials were capable of withstanding the full force of a top-tier magical artifact, making them a rare find. If fashioned into a rudimentary inner armor, they would undoubtedly prove invaluable to him. In truth, Han Li wished he could harvest every last piece of the centipede's outer shell. But such an endeavor would be overly time-consuming, and time was a precious commodity for him at that moment. Thus, with a tinge of regret, Han Li exited the cave and hastened towards his next preordained location for herb gathering, where he expected to find some unripe celestial spirit fruits as well. As Han Li diligently pursued his plan to collect various unripe spiritual herbs, a fierce conflict erupted among elite disciples at several well-known locations where spiritual herbs had matured. After all, there were only a few places that could accurately predict the ripening of spiritual herbs, making confrontations among the skilled practitioners unavoidable. In a tranquil valley southeast of Han Li, 3 individuals were locked in a standoff over 2 exquisite purple monkey flowers, which Han Li had only just acquired. These 2 flowers, no longer a pale azure, radiated a strikingly vibrant purple hue and exuded an intoxicating fragrance. Before these 2 extraordinary blossoms lay the lifeless body of a peculiar deer with a fiery red horn, mutilated and soaked in a pool of blood, having long since perished. Not far from the beast's carcass, 3 individuals, each clad in distinct attire, stood in a triangular formation, yet none dared to strike, clearly wary of one another. What is your intent? This blazing horned deer was slain by my hand. The spiritual herbs rightfully belong to me. Finally, one individual, a young man clad in a blue robe, spoke up, his face contorted with anger. He was in his 20s, strikingly handsome and tall, wielding a turquoise flying spear in one hand and cradling a yellow orb in the other. Both items radiated a brilliant aura, unmistakably top-tier magical artifacts, explaining how he had single-handedly vanquished the formidable upper-tier beast. My dear brother, who would have thought we would meet again this year? Our fates seem remarkably intertwined, replied an elderly man in a blue robe, leaning on a cane. He appeared kind and gentle, yet he disregarded the young man's demand, instead engaging in conversation with a middle-aged Taoist nearby. Indeed, I too did not expect to encounter Master Li once more this year, remarked the Taoist, who bore a simple long sword in its sheath across his back, his demeanor calm, not sparing a glance at the young man. The young man from Tianke Fortress was filled with rage. With extraordinary talents and a distinguished lineage, he was handsome and charming, always the center of attention wherever he went. However, being humiliated by these 2 individuals was an unbearable affront to him. Before he could utter a word, the old man and the Taoist exchanged a few remarks that caused his expression to shift dramatically, plunging him into a state of panic. Let us not dwell on the past. We have 2 medicinal herbs here. You and I shall divide them equally, 1 for each. What do you say? The old man proposed to the Taoist from Qingshu Valley without further ado. The middle-aged Taoist, showing no surprise, pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. Our strengths are comparable, and a confrontation would only lead to mutual destruction. Let it be as you say. I have no objections. The young man listened intently to their conversation, feeling a mix of astonishment and fury. Although he was confident in the formidable power of his magical artifact, he understood that he was no match for the combined forces of the two. Yet, the thought of relinquishing the medicinal herbs was intolerable to him. In a moment of desperation, he suddenly propelled himself backward, aiming straight for the two herbs, intent on seizing them and fleeing immediately, seeking death. Just as he moved, the old man in the green robe darkened his expression, raising his hand to hurl his cane, which transformed into a streak of azure light, hurtling toward the young man. The speed of this azure light was astonishing. In a mere flash, it reached the young man and obstructed his path. The young man was taken aback. What kind of magical artifact is this? How can it be so swift? Despite his astonishment, he had no time to ponder further. He raised his hand, sending forth his azure spear to counter, while his body continued to surge forward, determined not to abandon his pursuit of the herbs. My young friend, it is too late. You would do well to depart swiftly, lest I be forced to unleash my wrath today. A calm yet chilling voice from the Taoist echoed behind him as he had barely taken 2 steps, sending shivers down the young man's spine. Turning pale, the young man glanced back and found the Taoist merely a yard away, smiling at him. Overwhelmed with dread, the young man ceased his words and swiftly altered his course, sprinting toward the valley's exit without daring to look back. He understood that the disparity in power between him and these two was insurmountable. Pursuing the herbs would lead to his demise, and it was already incredible that they had allowed him to escape. Your spirit fox steps have become even more formidable. Truly remarkable, the old man remarked, observing the Taoist allowing the young man to slip away, though he refrained from intervening, instead offering praise. Nothing more than a trivial skill, the Taoist replied, casting a slow glance at the vanishing figure of the young man. Masterly, are you curious as to why I let that young man go? The middle-aged Taoist broke the silence after a moment of contemplation. Indeed, I am somewhat intrigued. His magical artifact is quite impressive. I find myself tempted by it. The elderly man did not conceal his thoughts, speaking plainly. You should abandon this idea at once. This individual is not one to be trifled with. The Taoist furrowed his brow, issuing a subtle warning. Upon hearing this, the old man's face flickered with surprise, yet he refrained from inquiring further. He understood that, given the nature of his interlocutor, an explanation would inevitably follow. Indeed, the Taoist continued with a detached demeanor. This person is closely associated with Ma Yunlong of Tianke Fortress. It is best not to provoke him lightly. The old man's expression shifted, astonished as he exclaimed, Is he the very Ma Yunlong from Tianke Fortress? The one with the greatest potential to reach the Jedon stage in over a century? The Taoist sighed with a wry smile, saying, Who else could it be? I have encountered this individual several times. The falling dust pearl he holds is none other than his famed magical artifact. There can be no mistake. Thus, this young man is undoubtedly linked to Ma Yunlong, and it is wise not to engage with him. Indeed, I am grateful for your counsel. Otherwise, I would have made a grave mistake. Ahem, let us hasten to collect the spiritual herbs before any unwelcome guests arrive. The old man finally regained his composure, promptly proposing a course of action. The Taoist readily agreed, and the two, each securing a purple monkey flower, swiftly parted ways. Similar confrontations unfolded in various other locations. Yet their conflicts were far from tranquil, igniting intense clashes. Beside a stone dwelling on a ridge of the circular mountain, for individuals divided into 2 factions, wielding diverse magical artifacts in combat. Among them, a man and a woman clad in yellow garments were disciples of Huangfeng Valley. The man, in his 40s with an air of scholarly refinement, wielded a gleaming silver brush and a radiant golden book. With a flourish, he unleashed a torrent of silver talismans and golden light, overwhelming his adversaries, causing them to sweat profusely and turn pale. The strikingly beautiful young woman, although directing 2 flying swords, one blue and one yellow, to assist, was clearly outmatched. A discerning observer would recognize that her prowess paled in comparison not only to her formidable companion, but also to their opponents, who were of a markedly superior caliber. More than once, she found herself in need of rescue from her exceptionally skilled partner. Their opponents, however, were not from the same sect. One, a rugged man with a green aura above his head, commanded a massive flying serpent and a swarm of giant yellow hornets, ferociously countering the golden onslaught of the Huangfeng Valley man. He was none other than Zhong Wu from Spirit Beast Mountain, who had exchanged information with Han Li. The other was a strikingly handsome young man, clad in azure, presumably a disciple of the blade transformation workshop. The two crimson flying daggers swirling in front of him radiated brilliance, unmistakably artifacts of no ordinary caliber. Yet, instead of launching an offensive, these daggers had transformed into two massive luminous shields, laboriously defending against the cascading silver talismans. Cease. We concede. Chun, you are formidable. The spiritual herbs within this stone dwelling belong to you. The young man from the blade transformation workshop, unable to endure any longer, was the first to relent. The grotesque figure of Zhongwu, standing aside, listened quietly, displaying only a hint of resentment without voicing any objections, tacitly acquiescing to the words of the young man. He summoned the flying serpent and the swarm of bees back to his side. Humph, you declare defeat, yet expect it to be so easily accepted? The weakest among the women of Huangfeng Valley, with a flick of her long hair, expressed her discontent, having felt utterly overlooked until now, her tone turning decidedly unfriendly. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to annihilate us? I fear you lack the capability. The man from the blade-wielding forge retorted angrily, his voice mirroring the startled tone of the woman, sending shivers down the spines of the other three. Of course not. My younger sister merely speaks in anger. The middle-aged man from Huangfeng Valley furrowed his brow slightly, immediately signaling the woman to temper her sharp remarks. Then turned his countenance to Zhongwu and the others with calmness. Brother Chun, you truly embody the grace of the Chun family's eldest son, a demeanor unlike that of some young maidens. We shall take our leave. The young man from the blade-wielding forge suddenly regained his composure, his voice returning to that of a refined gentleman, leaving others astonished by the stark contrast. After uttering these words, the youth and Zhongwu exchanged a lingering glance with the stone house before departing with a heavy heart, disappearing behind the rocks without a trace. Brother, why didn't you eliminate those two? With just a little more effort, we could have vanquished them. The beautiful woman, unable to contain her curiosity after watching them leave, turned to the middle-aged man. Sister Seven, I've noticed that ever since that incident, you've become somewhat extreme. You're quick to call for bloodshed. Yet do you know who those two are? Their families are quite reputable, though not on par with our prominent families like Yin and Chun. They are not to be underestimated. It's wiser to avoid making enemies recklessly. Moreover, even if we wish to kill them, success is far from guaranteed. You must realize that while the might of the golden script and silver brush seems to have them cornered, this is only under the condition that they have no thoughts of fleeing. If we were to truly pursue their demise, they are hardly foolish and would undoubtedly escape. In that case, no matter how great the power of the golden script and silver brush, we could do nothing but provoke enmity. The middle-aged man from Huangfeng Valley initially reprimanded the young woman gently, then elaborated on the reasons for his reluctance to resort to violence, leaving her enlightened. By the way, Sister Seven, that lad from the Liu family has not reappeared since he conspired against you. It seems he has indeed been eliminated by your savior. If this is the case, he is fortunate. Otherwise, he would have faced a fate worse than death. Learning the terror of daring to lay hands on a member of our Qin family. The identity of your savior, however, is quite intriguing. I have expended considerable effort investigating the disciples who were absent from the valley during those days, yet found no one who could pose a threat to that Liu boy. It is noteworthy that, despite the insignificance of that scoundrel's magical prowess, his azure flag is indeed a splendid top-tier magical artifact. The fact that he could rescue you indicates that his strength should not be underestimated. Could it be that he is merely a transient cultivator passing through our sect? The woman's elder brother suddenly adopted a tone of affectionate concern as he addressed the seventh sister, who is none other than the once icy Qin Jr. sister. In the presence of this middle-aged man, her demeanor had softened, and upon hearing his words, she blushed and playfully retorted, "Pa, why mention that fellow? He rescued me, yet left me abandoned in the wilderness while he absconded with my foundational elixir. I suspect he is far from a good person." There was a palpable bitterness in her words. In truth, her indignation stemmed not solely from this incident, but from the memories it evoked of that humiliating night when she found herself disoriented, feverish, and unclothed. The memory of those rough hands that had roamed her body and the overwhelming masculine aura of that individual lingered in her mind. Though she was filled with embarrassment and anger, she endeavored to suppress these thoughts deep within her heart. Yet, her brother's mention of the matter rekindled these emotions, causing her face to alternate between crimson and pale as she fell into contemplation. When Chun Jr.'s sister finally regained her senses, she was met with her brother's knowing gaze, one that seemed to pierce through her very soul and uncover all her secrets. This only intensified the blush on her face. Overwhelmed by shyness, she stamped her foot and declared, "I am going to gather herbs," before hastily making her way towards the stone hut, desperate to conceal her inner turmoil. The middle-aged man observed the retreating figure of his beloved younger sister with a faint smile, having already formulated a plan in his mind. He then followed after her. In a secluded grove, a girl clad in green bit her lip in determination as she commanded a small white eagle, struggling valiantly against a formidable two-headed serpent. The battle appeared evenly matched, while behind the monstrous serpent loomed a towering tree, its branches adorned with several fist-sized crimson fruits. Within a narrow underground cave, a group of individuals clad in white moved silently, numbering around 15 or 16. Indeed, they were the surviving disciples of the Hidden Moon sect. Leading them was the ethereal girl who had once caught a distant glimpse of Hanli. Finally, this chapter has been completed. Though I cannot help but lament my slow pace. I took 5 hours to compose a mere 3,000 words. Nevertheless, I shall strive to produce the next chapter for everyone this evening. In light of my efforts, I kindly urge you all to lend your support. The white-clad girl, though possessing an innocent and pure countenance, bore a solemn expression, her entire being enveloped in an enigmatic silver glow, rendering her even more mysterious and otherworldly. Most astonishingly, the attendants clad in white who followed the young maiden exhibited an air of trepidation, not daring to utter even a whisper. Their gazes filled with reverence as they beheld her retreating figure. Among them was the once arrogant woman from the sandy terrain, accompanied by her cultivation partner. Yet the haughtiness that once adorned her countenance had vanished, replaced by an obedient demeanor, as she too refrained from even a breath. Suddenly, the leading elven maiden halted, prompting the entire entourage to come to a standstill as well. Before them lay a verdant, deep pool, its center adorned with several black rocks jutting above the water's surface, upon which grew a dozen or so gleaming, jade-like fungus, strikingly conspicuous. "Is this the place?" the elven maiden inquired, her voice delicate and lilting, as she gazed curiously at the pool without turning her head. "Indeed, ancestor, the apex beast, the azure water crocodile, lies concealed within the depths of the pool. On previous expeditions for medicinal herbs, one of our disciples met their demise within the belly of this creature. However, another managed to escape." An older female disciple from the Yenua sect stepped forward respectfully to respond to the elven maiden. "Ancestor, if any disciples from the other 6 sects were to hear this, they would likely be left agape in astonishment. By the customary hierarchy defined by cultivation levels in the immortal realm, this elfin maiden should only be addressed as such by a foundation-building practitioner of the Yenua sect. Yet, this forbidden area is not meant for those below foundation building to enter. What could this mean?" Observing the expressions of the other disciples from Yenua sect, they appeared wholly unperturbed, suggesting they were well aware of the underlying secrets. "Understood. Proceed." The elven maiden commanded with an air of authority that belied her youthful appearance. She then addressed her comrades. "Prepare yourselves. Once I lure the azure water crocodile to the surface, you shall employ the newly refined combined technique, the yin-yang guiding method, to strike in pairs. With a force potent enough to rival the full might of foundation-building disciples, eliminating this beast should pose no challenge. Afterwards, we shall venture to the lair of the next apex beast and continue our harvest of these previously untouchable spiritual herbs." Though her voice was soft, it brimmed with confidence, and her fellow disciples responded with unwavering agreement, devoid of any hint of doubt. With that, the elven maiden turned, her mouth opening to release a pink, thumb-sized circular ring, which gradually expanded into a head-sized orb, emanating a low humming sound, its brilliance dazzling and profoundly enchanting. The manner of its emergence, the radiance it projected, and the immense spiritual energy it contained, all confirmed that this was indeed a genuine magical artifact. Could it be that this maiden truly was a foundation-building practitioner? Not long after, a tremendous roar echoed within the depths of the cavern, followed by a series of bellowing sounds reminiscent of a water buffalo, imbued with fury. Yet, this was soon eclipsed by a cacophony of rumbling thunder, causing the low growls to fade into the distance after a brief surge of intensity. Amidst a cacophony of thunderous sounds and explosive echoes, the once deafening roar was ultimately drowned out, never to resound again. After several hours, the elven maiden emerged from a concealed crevice, accompanied by the male and female disciples of the Moon Concealment sect, all of whom wore expressions of elation, their faces aglow with the warmth of spring. It is no wonder. For the opportunity to slay a first-tier apex beast was not something these fledgling cultivators in the Chi refinement stage could easily encounter. Having vanquished the terrifying azure crocodile with relative ease, their exhilaration was palpable. Of course, had it not been for the elven maiden's enchanted ring, which absorbed most of the beast's onslaught, they would not have concluded the battle unscathed, which only deepened their reverence for her. Unfazed by the adoring gazes of her fellow disciples, the maiden continued forward with an air of nonchalance, as if slaying a first-tier apex beast were merely a trifling matter. Moments later, the group of disciples from the Moon Concealment sect vanished into the nearby thicket, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, in various other locales, disciples from different sects engaged in the ongoing hunt for beasts and the acquisition of spiritual herbs, occasionally clashing over their prized finds. Curiously, despite these skirmishes, only a handful resulted in serious injuries or fatalities. Typically, the side aware of its disadvantage would retreat, while the victors, having gained the upper hand, would hastily gather their herbs and depart for their next destination. Most were acutely aware of this dynamic. The limited time remaining made the prospect of bloodshed less appealing than the pursuit of further opportunities elsewhere. The true necessity for fierce competition over spiritual herbs would arise on the final day, when all would seek to return laden with their spoils. That day would undoubtedly be a bloody one, unlike the previous days when foes could easily part ways. Hanli possessed a modicum of understanding regarding these matters, and thus, he seized the opportunity presented by the temporary equilibrium among the sects to hastily traverse from one location to another. Whenever he encountered mid-tier beasts along the way, he deftly employed his agility to circumvent them, unwilling to become ensnared even for a moment. Perhaps fortune favored him, for aside from the initial cave where he encountered the rare venomous centipede beast, he found no further guardians at the subsequent 4 locations, allowing him to effortlessly gather spiritual herbs without expending any unnecessary effort, which filled him with euphoria. Should the remainder of his endeavors continue with such ease, amassing a sufficient quantity of spiritual herbs would pose no challenge. By this time, the 3rd day in the forbidden area had nearly elapsed. Hanli was nimbly leaping atop the treetops, dispatching 2 lower-tier iron-armed apes with a few deft flicks of his hand, reducing them to mere fragments. At present, he was en route to his final destination of the day, approaching a small stone pavilion near the mountain's summit. It was rumored that a variety of spiritual herbs thrived there, including the highly sought-after heavenly spirit fruit, which he desperately needed. However, although the maturation period of the celestial fruit has not yet arrived, several other varieties have indeed ripened and are ready for harvest. Thus, Hanli surmised that there must be guardian spirit beasts present. It is even plausible that disciples from other sects may have arrived before him. Yet, Hanli remained indifferent, even secretly hoping for others to arrive first to clear the path for him, sparing him the extra effort. After all, these individuals would surely not be interested in the immature spiritual herbs. While Hanli was in high spirits contemplating this, he finally caught sight of the shadow of the stone hall in the distance, which, as expected, was not particularly grand. However, before Hanli could approach, a cacophony of fierce combat sounds reached his ears. A surge of joy filled his heart, as it seemed that someone was indeed clearing the way for him. Consequently, he moved with an uncanny grace, swiftly closing in on the stone hall without a sound. In the clearing before the stone hall, instead of witnessing a fierce battle between a valiant man and a monstrous beast, as Hanli had envisioned, he beheld a stout man clad in black, barefoot, with a square face, wielding a silver giant sword that pressed a slender woman in green to the brink of breathlessness. The only defense the woman possessed was a shimmering yellow silk handkerchief, which, dimmed and overshadowed by the silver sword, could barely withstand the onslaught. Nearby lay the dismembered corpse of a red giant wolf and the decapitated body of a white juvenile eagle, their blood pooling on the ground, reeking of a pungent metallic scent, indicating they had perished not long ago. Witnessing this scene, Hanli's mouth fell agape, not out of surprise at the duel taking place, but because the green-clad woman was none other than the young girl who had once sold him the golden bamboo pen. This revelation astounded Hanli. He had previously discerned that the girl's cultivation was remarkably shallow, merely at the 10th level, during the gathering of disciples outside the forbidden zone. Thus, he had presumed that either she had perished upon entering the forbidden area or was hiding away in some obscure corner. Yet now, to see her engaged in a desperate fight against a formidable disciple from the sword sect, armed with a top-tier magical artifact. In the heart of the circular mountain was beyond Han Li's wildest imaginations. Little girl, it is not too late to withdraw now. You must understand that I have always shown restraint. However, my words about not wishing to harm women do not imply that I am incapable of doing so. Should you persist in this folly, you shall meet the same fate as that white eagle. The barefooted man growled impatiently, his cold visage betraying a murderous intent. He had been entangled with this girl, who had inexplicably appeared from the Spirit Beast Mountain, for nearly half an hour, and his last vestiges of patience had long been exhausted. If she continued to be obstinate, he would not hesitate to take ruthless measures. The girl's face turned pale, but after a resolute clenching of her teeth, she defiantly declared, "If you refuse to part with the few sunfire flowers inside, I will not leave even if it costs me my life." Volume 3, Chapter 201. The Martial Enthusiast. Alas, I can do nothing. I am utterly exhausted. I lack the spirit to continue writing, so I shall conclude here for today. I will upload these 2,000 words for everyone to peruse in the meantime. The barefooted man, upon hearing this, was filled with a rage that surged within him. The woman is in dire straits, yet continues to provoke her own limits. Very well. In a fit of rage, he uttered the word good thrice. Then today, you shall perish here. With that, he pointed at the silver giant sword, which instantly radiated a blinding brilliance, unleashing a dazzling sword light. It descended upon the girl above her head with an overwhelming force, showing no mercy. The girl, witnessing this, gritted her silver teeth and hastily commanded her silk scarf to transform into a yellow disc the size of a wheel to block the attack. With a sharp hiss, this once mighty top-tier artifact was shattered into countless fragments by the fully unleashed silver sword, filling the air with debris. The silver sword flashed, and under the giant's command, it relentlessly continued its descent towards the girl, who wore a grim smile. With a clear sound, the silver sword was halted a mere 10 feet above the girl's head by a golden flying blade that shot in from the side, swirling above her in a golden glow, preventing the silver sword from descending any further. Who dare show themselves? The barefooted man's expression darkened as he beckoned back the silver sword, his eyes narrowing like lightning as they fixed upon a massive boulder. For he had clearly seen that the golden blade had emerged from there. The weather today is quite splendid. Why must we resort to violence? Would it not be better to sit down and discuss matters amicably? From behind the stone, a figure emerged, a young man clad in a simple yellow garment, scratching his head and glancing skyward, chuckling awkwardly. Yet, his expression bore a hint of helplessness. It was none other than Han Li, who had intervened upon seeing the girl in peril, thereby saving her. Upon witnessing the girl's grim countenance, Han Li found himself at a loss for words, grappling with the violation of his usual principle of self-preservation. He had unwittingly entangled himself in this predicament, all for the sake of a beauty, truly a case of a fair maiden bringing disaster. However, Han Li understood that the impression this girl left on him was too profound to ignore. He could not bear the thought of a woman he held in some regard perishing right before his eyes, revealing that his heart was not as hardened as he had believed, nor was he the ruthless, unfeeling tyrant he had feared he might be. With a wry smile, he pondered the absurdity of his thoughts. Yet, the trouble had already been stirred, and he had no choice but to muster his spirits to face it. Fortunately, after contending with the likes of the treasure girl and Feng Yu, Han Li felt a modicum of confidence in confronting these elite disciples. Thus, he remained calm, already grasping a few items in his hands. "It's you?" The girl in green finally recognized Han Li's face, gasping in disbelief as she covered her mouth in astonishment. Han Li, noticing her recognition of him as her savior, couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Nevertheless, he merely nodded gently at her and turned to the barefooted man, continuing, "What do you think of my suggestion? Why not spare this young lady and go your own way, while I tread my own path? Surely, this way, we can avoid unnecessary conflict." Han Li still harbored a glimmer of hope that he could avoid conflict. Thus he uttered the aforementioned words. After all, engaging in a fierce battle with a formidable opponent for no apparent reason could endanger his very life, which was hardly a prudent course of action. However, Han Li could not have anticipated that the barefooted man across from him would disregard his words entirely, instead fixating intently on the golden blade in Han Li's hand. It seemed that this golden weapon captivated him far more than Han Li himself. This behavior incited a sense of irritation within Han Li. He suppressed his displeasure and was about to articulate a response when the man suddenly spoke, leaving Han Li momentarily stunned. The golden blade in your possession must belong to the same set of magical artifacts as that one in the sky, correct? Moreover, it has withstood my silver sword's assault without so much as a scratch. It must be a top-tier magical artifact. Am I correct? The barefooted man from the giant sword sect's eyes gleamed with intensity as he inquired, his aura suddenly surging impressively. Han Li blinked in confusion, uncertain of the man's intent. Nonetheless, he casually replied, "You are indeed correct. They are part of a top-tier set of magical artifacts, and that is sufficient. You need not know more. Please, make your move. If you can defeat me, not only can you claim the life of this woman, but all the spiritual herbs within this stone chamber shall also belong to you both." Before Han Li could finish, the man interrupted him, his face alight with fervor as he uttered words that left Han Li utterly dumbfounded. This individual was indeed a martial enthusiast within the realm of cultivation. At that moment, Han Li realized this truth, and a wave of frustration washed over him, rendering him speechless. "Take this." The burly man did not wait for Han Li to respond. He commanded the silver sword to pivot aggressively towards Han Li, neglecting to even deploy a protective barrier. Understanding his opponent's true nature, Han Li recognized that any further words would be futile. He swiftly shook the golden blade in his hand, causing the remaining 7 subsidiary blades to soar from his storage pouch, transforming into 7 streaks of golden light that valiantly confronted the approaching silver giant sword. However, Han Li refrained from producing any defensive talismans to bolster his protective barrier. This was due to his awareness, having witnessed the silver sword shatter the young woman's silken barrier, that its power was truly terrifying. A mere ordinary shield would be utterly futile against its strike, leading to certain doom. Thus, it would be wiser to forego defensive spells and instead rely on the unpredictability of his agility to counter the opponent's sudden assault. As Han Li contemplated, apart from the golden blade guarding the young woman, the other 7 subsidiary blades had already engaged in a fierce struggle with the silver giant sword, resembling 7 golden serpents entwined with a colossal python, rolling and biting in an unyielding contest. Volume 3, Chapter 202. Silencing the witness, the instant Han Li commanded the 7 subsidiary blades to engage with the silver sword, he immediately felt the overwhelming force of his opponent. The burly man, wielding only this single giant sword, decisively pressed down upon all the golden blades, rendering the defensive golden net formed by the 7 streaks of golden light utterly ineffective against the fierce onslaught of the silver giant sword, which shattered their formation effortlessly. Under the relentless assault of the silver sword's radiance, the brilliance of the golden blades swiftly waned, unmistakably signaling the impending collapse of the golden weapon. It appeared that they were destined to meet a fate akin to that of the girl's silk scarf, merely a matter of time. However, this revelation did not astonish Han Li, who had already witnessed the might of the silver sword. He understood that his golden mother blade, despite being a formidable artifact, paled in comparison to the opponent's silver sword, a fact that was entirely anticipated, thus evoking no surprise. Consequently, Han Li pointed towards the chaotic battle above, intending to separate 2 of the entangled golden blades and direct them towards the burly man, to first gauge the adversary's defensive capabilities and ascertain whether an opportunity might arise. After all, should one perish, no matter the might of the artifact, what utility would it serve? As the 2 golden beams pivoted under Han Li's command, aiming to strike the barefooted man, the latter's colossal sword suddenly surged with silver brilliance, whirling rapidly around its hilt to transform into a massive silver disc. From the center of this disc emanated countless tendrils of attraction, rendering all nearby golden blades immobile as if burdened by 1,000 pounds, including the 2 that sought to flee, which were equally ensnared. Witnessing this spectacle left Han Li utterly astounded. Upon regaining his composure, he hastily glanced towards the burly man, who was indeed weaving a peculiar hand gesture, his hands dancing as if orchestrating a wheel. Without a moment to ponder, Han Li swiftly retrieved a blue flying dagger and a golden symbol from his storage bag, launching them directly towards the man without pausing for a breath. Although the barefooted man was occupied, he observed Han Li's actions with clarity. With a cold smirk, he suddenly altered his hand gestures, freeing one hand to effortlessly point towards the approaching dagger and symbol, sending forth a couple of distant taps. Instantly, Han Li felt a severance of control over the 2 artifacts, which swiftly shot away from him, propelled by the silver disc of the colossal sword, forcibly drawn towards its center. With two resounding pops, as the superior artifacts entered the swirling vortex, they were mercilessly torn apart, exploding into a mesmerizing shower of fragments, akin to a dazzling meteor shower. Now, Han Li felt a parched dryness in his mouth. He had never anticipated such extraordinary prowess from his adversary's technique and silver sword. Not only had his golden mother blade been ensnared, but even the two superior artifacts he had deployed had been utterly obliterated before they could serve any purpose. This realization sent a chill down his spine. With another explosive sound, Han Li's heart raced with alarm as he refocused his gaze. Indeed, the 7 golden mother blades had dwindled to merely 6, while the center of the silver disc now shimmered with a breathtaking golden starry rain. Under the burly man's manipulation, the silver disc began to systematically absorb the golden blades, obliterating them one by one. If the initial destruction of the superior artifacts had merely caused Han Li trepidation, the loss of a single golden blade now struck a deep chord of anguish within him. After all, this was a top-tier artifact. Moreover, due to the nature of the set, the absence of even a single piece would significantly diminish its power. Heart heavy with sorrow, Han Li hesitated no longer. With a swift motion of his right hand, the small mirror he had acquired from the hands of the treasure girl materialized in his palm. He quickly infused the mirror with spiritual energy and aimed it at the sky. Instantly, a verdant, misty radiance erupted from the mirror's surface, promptly reverting the silver plate formed from the colossal silver sword back into its circular shape, ensnaring both the sword and the remaining golden blade within the emerald light, rendering them immobile in midair. The barefooted man, whose previously triumphant and fervent gaze vanished upon seeing Han Li's small mirror, changed countenance and exclaimed in disbelief, "The Qing Ning mirror. How could it be in your possession? Isn't that the protective artifact of the moon concealment twin beauties? Did you slay one of them?" After uttering these words, he regarded Han Li with incredulity, as if Han Li had committed some unspeakable transgression, sending a chill down Han Li's spine. From the man's tone, it seemed that possessing such a supreme artifact would embroil him in significant trouble, prompting Han Li to momentarily cease his actions, eager to glean further information. "What do you mean? I did not kill that woman. I obtained it from the one named Feng Yu who did. Is there something amiss?" Han Li furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as he spoke. "Heh, you should direct such words to the grandmother of the moon concealment twin beauties. Do you truly believe that a nascent soul elder would heed the explanations of an insignificant Qi refining disciple like yourself?" The barefooted man scoffed, his voice laced with derision. Han Li felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, realizing that if the man's claims were true, there was indeed no way to clarify the matter. He possessed no evidence to prove he was not the murderer, and instead, the ruthless woman's artifact had fallen into his hands. Consequently, the elder of the moon concealment sect would likely pursue him as the culprit. This predicament was indeed dire. The thought of a nascent soul master persistently hunting for his life made Han Li's mouth turn bitter, and he felt a wave of frustration that nearly compelled him to spit blood. To speak truthfully, he felt profoundly wronged. Not only had he not killed the woman, but he had avenged her by slaying Feng Yu. Yet now, he faced the grim outcome of being pursued by a nascent soul cultivator, which seemed utterly unreasonable. After all, the death of a Qi refining disciple was of little consequence to them, akin to squashing an ant. Why would they bother to listen to his defense? Furthermore, his own sect, the Yellow Maple Valley, would likely not offend the elder of the moon concealment sect over an inconsequential figure like him. The more Han Li pondered, the bleaker his future appeared, and the consequences loomed ominously. Was he truly destined to flee and hide in a foreign land the moment he exited this forbidden area? Han Li found himself increasingly indecisive. The barefooted man, observing Han Li's grim expression, could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Just as the man's laughter grew louder, Han Li's countenance darkened further. A timid voice suddenly emerged from the side. "Why don't we all keep it a secret and not tell anyone?" The girl in green, having listened intently, hesitantly interjected. "Keep it a secret?" Han Li and the burly man were momentarily taken aback, exchanging curious glances before falling silent. The words the young girl had intended to utter were swiftly swallowed back, her wide eyes darting nervously, rendering her voiceless. In the ensuing silence, Han Li suddenly clasped his hands behind his back and began to pace slowly nearby, swaying gently as he moved. Meanwhile, the burly man fixed his gaze intently on Han Li's every action, a grave expression settling on his brow. This palpable tension, which quickened the heartbeat, lingered for a time equivalent to the brewing of tea before the barefooted giant broke the stillness with a serious tone. I never anticipated that we would be reminded by a mere girl. It seems the saying those involved are often blind, while bystanders see clearly holds true. Are you now contemplating silencing me? Indeed, if there were another way, I would not harbor any ill intentions towards you, my friend. Your mastery of sword manipulation is nothing short of extraordinary, and I have always held it in high regard. Hanli sighed, finally coming to a halt and facing the burly man with a sense of resignation. It appears you do not even believe in the oath I have sworn. The burly man fell silent for a moment, before suddenly his eyes gleamed with intensity, and he spoke with a fierce tone. Indeed, I only trust that the dead cannot spill secrets. Han Li's expression darkened as he replied with a voice as cold as steel. Very well, if that is the case. There is no need for further words. Let us settle this matter of life and death right here. The barefooted man raised his eyebrows, a surge of bravado emanating from him. A duel to the death? No, it should be said that your demise is imminent. Upon hearing the man's words, Han Li smiled enigmatically, shaking his head lightly as he replied, Nonsense. Do you think that merely restraining my silver radiance sword guarantees your victory? You have yet to witness the extent of my capabilities. Infuriated by Han Li's retort, the burly man erupted in a torrent of curses, raising his arm, which suddenly shimmered with silver light, revealing a sword aura akin to that of the sword in the air. You have yet to notice that we are within 10 paces of each other. Han Li regarded the man with an unusual expression, sighing as he spoke. Then his figure flickered, vanishing into thin air. As long as you are within 10 paces of me and have not cast any protective spells, your life and death lie within my grasp. Han Li's voice echoed in the void, and when he suddenly materialized behind the panicked, burly man, the final word had scarcely escaped his lips. And you are now a dead man. Han Li gently retracted the thread he had just manipulated, murmuring softly. The burly man stood frozen, his expression blank, as a thin line of red appeared on his neck. In an instant, his head rolled away cleanly from his body, marking his demise with startling finality. Turning away, Han Li gazed at the severed remains of the man, a fleeting glimmer of pity crossing his features. The burly man's strength was undoubtedly formidable, rivaling that of Feng Yu. Yet he had erred gravely by allowing himself to come so close. His death was not entirely unjust. Are you also here to silence me? Han Li suddenly heard a faint voice, filled with wariness, suspicion, and fear. Volume 3, Chapter 203, The Carefree Needle and the Forgetfulness Pill. My sincerest apologies. I only completed this chapter late last night and finalized the edits this morning. Hence the delay in posting. Please forgive me. For today, as 2 chapters, I wish to attempt merging them into one to see how it turns out. So I will upload it in the evening. Please be patient. Han Li forced a wry smile. Although he had dealt with the fellow from the Giant Sword sect, a far greater trouble awaited resolution. The slender figure of the girl in green, with her pale and fragile visage and the panic evident in her eyes, became vividly clear to Han Li in that fleeting moment when he cast a sidelong glance. It seemed she had been quite startled. He did not respond to her inquiries, but instead bent down to retrieve the storage pouch from the corpse of the burly man. With a flick of his finger, a small fireball ignited upon the body, instantly reducing it to ashes. Then, using the azure mirror, he retracted the azure glow that had ensnared the silver sword and golden blade, liberating them and stowing them away in the pouch. Only then did Han Li turn back, approaching the girl with an impassive expression. Upon witnessing Han Li's advance, the girl's already pale face drained of color, and she instinctively recoiled a few steps in fear. What do you intend to do? If you come any closer, I shall not hold back. The girl in green finally mustered her courage, drawing a small black sword from her storage pouch, aimed at the approaching Han Li. However, with a mere glance, Han Li discerned that this sword was nothing more than a mediocre magical artifact. It appeared that the yellow silk scarf was her sole top-tier item. Is this how one repays a life-saving grace? Han Li suddenly rubbed his nose, breaking into a smile. Life-saving grace. The girl paused, momentarily bewildered by the stark contrast in Han Li's demeanor, seemingly struggling to grasp the situation. Indeed, my dear lady, how forgetful you are. Had I not intervened to rescue you from that man's blade, would I have needed to resort to such lethal measures? Han Li expressed, a mix of amusement and exasperation evident in his tone. Oh, I truly apologize. I was so frightened that I completely forgot. The girl finally recalled the incident, her face flushing crimson as she hurriedly explained, appearing quite flustered, evoking a sense of sympathy in those who beheld her. It's of no consequence. It is quite remarkable that we should meet again here after our brief encounter at the Southern Conference. Hanli waved his hand amiably. For some inexplicable reason, upon seeing her shy demeanor, he felt an affectionate kinship, as if addressing a younger sister. I am Hanli. May I inquire your name, dear lady? Hanli asked casually. I am Han Yunji, the girl stammered after a moment of hesitation, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment at the thought of revealing her name before this young man. Han Yunji? A lovely name, perfectly suiting you. Hanli reiterated with a soft chuckle. Is it? Fresh waves of blush enveloped Han Yunji's face once more. However, how did you come to join the Spirit Beast Mountain and participate in the blood trial? Hanli inquired, curiosity glinting in his eyes. A look of perplexity crossed Han Yunji's face as she hesitated, unable to voice her thoughts. If it is somewhat inconvenient, then there is no need to share it with me. I merely inquired casually, Hanli said with understanding, leaving Han Yunji deeply appreciative. By the way, let us proceed to the stone house and gather the spiritual herbs. It is better to avoid unnecessary delays and the arrival of others, he suggested after exchanging a few casual words with the young girl. Upon hearing this, Han Yunji nodded repeatedly, but then shyly murmured, Brother Han, could you possibly allow me to take those few fiery sunflowers? I only desire these flowers. I shall not ask for anything else. Of course, that poses no problem. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I had already planned to do so, Hanli replied with a smile. Thank you, Brother Han. The girl's face lit up with joy as she expressed her gratitude, which only deepened her appreciation for Hanli. In that case, let Han Yunji collect the fiery sunflowers first. I would not want to mistakenly gather them myself, Hanli suggested with a smile, his demeanor calm and collected. Very well, the young girl responded, finding his reasoning sound. She bowed her head in gratitude before turning to walk towards the stone house. However, as she turned her back, she suddenly heard Han Li's sigh, followed by a sharp pain at the nape of her neck, and darkness enveloped her as she collapsed to the ground. Yet, just before she reached the ground, she was caught from behind by Han Li. Seizing the moment as she turned, Han Li had swiftly approached Han Yunji, lightly striking her to render her unconscious, and then he cradled her delicate form in his arms. Holding the young girl, he inhaled her subtle fragrance, causing his heart to flutter uncontrollably. In a moment of impulse, he leaned down and pressed a kiss upon her fragrant cheek. However, reason soon prevailed. He bit his tongue lightly, which brought him back to his senses, and he gazed upon her exquisite face with a bittersweet smile. He gently leaned her against the wall of the stone house before swiftly entering. Moments later, having cleared the interior of spiritual herbs, Han Li emerged once more, lifting the young girl in his arms. He swayed slightly before vanishing amidst the nearby rock formations. Within a natural cave near the summit of the circular mountain, Han Li laid the girl down gently upon the ground before sitting beside her, closing his eyes to meditate. Eventually, he opened his eyes, a flicker of divine light passing through, and utilized a swift movement technique to regain some of his energy. Only then did he retrieve a palm-sized, exquisite silver box from his storage pouch. Gazing at the silver box, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. After a while, he silently opened the lid, revealing a neatly arranged row of silver needles inside. These were the acupuncture tools he had frequently used during his time at the Seven Mysteries sect. He raised his finger, gently caressing the silver needles, and the images of Dr. Mo and Li Feiyu vividly returned to his mind. The life he had led at Saisha Mountain and Shinsho Valley seemed as if it had taken place only yesterday. This reflection stirred a profound sense of nostalgia within him. After a brief period of wandering thoughts, Han Li's mind returned to focus. He steadied his resolve and skillfully flicked 2 fingers, causing a slender silver needle to deftly appear between them. Then, Han Li glanced at the maiden and then at the silver needles in his hand. A look of helplessness etched upon his brow. Miss Han, were it not for this set of worry-free needle techniques capable of erasing a person's short-term memory, I truly would not know how to address the matter of the leak. Although I trust that you will sincerely keep my secret, this world is rife with unforeseen events. You might inadvertently let something slip or be unwittingly compelled to divulge this matter through some secret art. I must remain vigilant, Han Li murmured to himself. He then reached into his storage pouch and retrieved a red porcelain vial, from which he poured out a fragrant, fiery red pill and unhesitatingly placed it into the maiden's mouth. Fortunately, He had the forgetting dust pill he had previously concocted on hand, which allowed him to employ the worry-free needle technique without concern. While there may still be some danger, it would not pose a significant problem. She would merely forget everything that transpired within the last half-day. He never expected that the needle techniques he learned from Dr. Mo's relics would find application in the realm of cultivation one day. Han Li tenderly stroked the maiden's silky hair and said affectionately. Several hours later, Han Li emerged from the cave, his complexion pale, and swiftly concealed himself behind a nearby large tree, focusing intently on the situation at the cave entrance. A quarter of an hour later, Han Yunji emerged, cradling several blazing sunflowers, a look of bewilderment upon her face. After glancing around the entrance, she placed a hand on her forehead, her eyes gradually revealing a strange expression. Suddenly, as if recalling something of great importance, she hastily stowed the blazing sunflowers into her storage pouch and hurriedly departed in the direction of the mountainous descent. Not long after her departure, Han Li leaped down from the tree, sighing as he watched the direction in which the maiden had vanished. He slowly made his way into the dense forest on the other side. The third day in the forbidden area had finally passed, and the arrival of the fourth day was far from as smooth for Han Li as the previous day had been. Whether it was encountering formidable beasts on the road or discovering that the locations of the spirit herbs were erroneous, he found the medicinal plants he sought to be absent. Moreover, the number of guardian beasts had suddenly increased. In just half a day's time, Han Li had already slain 3 mid-tier beasts and 2 high-tier beasts, leaving him considerably drained in both stamina and spiritual energy. Now, Han Li stood beneath a massive rock, assessing his gains. While the quantity of the 3 types of spirit herbs had not yet fully met his expectations, it was still barely sufficient. Even if he were to leave the forbidden area at this moment, it would not be an unacceptable outcome. Furthermore, the records from Huangfeng Valley clearly indicated the existence of additional locations for unripe spirit herbs. The remaining options were all derived from the information exchanged with the ugly man Zhong Wu, and there were indeed several of them. However, Han Li had previously been apprehensive about the reliability of the other's information and had refrained from venturing to these places, fearing the waste of time on a fruitless journey. Yet now, as he re-examined these external records, he discovered that not far from his current location, there indeed lay a concealed place abundant in spirit herbs. Not only should there be unripe spirit herbs, but there should also be a considerable number of ripe ones. This revelation stirred Han Li's interest. According to his calculations, even if the mature spiritual herbs in that location had not been taken by Zhong Wu, they should have been seized by others long ago. However, the immature herbs should still be present. Since there was still time and no clear destination, it would be wise to venture out and investigate. Even if the information proved to be false, he would suffer no loss. Once this thought crossed Han Li's mind, he could no longer contain his excitement. After a brief moment of rest, he took flight. The place Han Li intended to visit was situated within a small basin of the ring-shaped mountain, surrounded by towering and peculiar stone formations, impervious to wind and rain. At the center of the basin stood an ancient, vast stone hall. Despite its grandeur, the entrance was disappointingly small, barely allowing 2 people to pass side by side. This created a strikingly incongruous impression for Han Li, who gazed upon it from atop a rock. Furrowing his brow, Han Li leaped down from the stone and approached the entrance, lifting his gaze to examine the hall. As he scrutinized it, the look of suspicion deepened on his face. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was a faint azure glow occasionally flowing across the surface of the hall, but whenever he focused intently, he could discern no peculiarities. After several attempts, he murmured to himself, could this place be under some kind of concealed spell? Lowering his gaze, he scanned the nearby ground, but found no traces of anyone having been there, which caused him to narrow his eyes. There was definitely something amiss. Although this basin was somewhat remote, such a large stone hall should not have gone unnoticed by anyone. Moreover, the information he possessed had come from that scoundrel Zhong Wu. How could he have never visited this place? In that moment, a whirlwind of thoughts swirled in Han Li's mind, instinctively sensing the unease of the location. Yet, he felt reluctant to depart without further exploration. Taking a few steps back, he rummaged through his storage bag and produced a golden blade, which he tossed into the air. It transformed into a streak of golden light, striking forcefully against a block of azure stone at the entrance. With a soft thud, the azure stone emitted a surge of blue light, remaining unscathed, while the golden blade spun and was flung several yards away. Shaking his head, Han Li turned to leave. Avoiding unnecessary danger and making it out of this forbidden place alive was his primary objective. The strangeness of this stone hall made it prudent to refrain from entering. He remained resolute in his thoughts. However, just as he took a couple of steps away, his expression suddenly changed dramatically. His figure flickered and vanished into thin air, only to reappear inside the hall, and then promptly disappear once more. At that moment, a throng of disciples from the Hidden Moon sect appeared atop the stones on one side of the basin, led by a seemingly youthful, yet actually ancient elfin girl. The sect's matriarch. With a trace of confusion in her gaze, she glanced toward the spot where Han Li had vanished. She seemed to sense that someone had been there. Yet upon inspection, the area was now utterly vacant. Had her instincts led her astray? The young maiden, somewhat skeptical, stood still for a moment, gently closing her eyes as she unleashed her formidable spiritual awareness. To her relief, in the vicinity of the basin, aside from her group, she sensed no other cultivator's presence. However, as her awareness swept over the stone hall, it was abruptly repelled by an unseen force, causing her heart to skip a beat. Yet, joy soon replaced her surprise, and a smile graced her lips. At first glance, she had noticed the hall was ensnared by a barrier, which did not astonish her. For several beast dens she had previously surveyed also bore similar enchantments. This, however, was different. The barrier here was impenetrable even to her spiritual perception. An unprecedented encounter that far surpassed the superficial barriers she had previously encountered. In a surge of excitement, the elven maiden chose not to dwell on the prior incident. Confident that even if a few disciples from rival sects were lurking nearby, they would have no impact on the numbers of the Moon Concealment sect. Thus, she led her companions toward the stone hall. Meanwhile, Han Li stood in the hall's grand chamber, agitated and pacing in circles. He had intended to leave, having instinctively released his spiritual awareness to gauge his surroundings before making his escape. To his astonishment, he detected a multitude of cultivators alarmingly close, causing his blood to run cold. Without a moment's hesitation, he slipped into the stone hall, regardless of which of the 6 sects the approaching cultivators belonged to. His fate was all too predictable. Had it not been for the considerable depletion of his energy over the past 2 days, he could have employed his swift movement technique to brazenly evade those cultivators. Alas, in his current state, he could scarcely utilize such techniques more than a few times, and even the thought of fleeing was futile. Thus, concealed within the stone hall, he found temporary safety, yet he was simultaneously cornered by the throng of cultivators, unable to depart. Furthermore, the design of the stone hall was remarkably simplistic. Upon entering, traversing a winding corridor, he arrived at this empty chamber, which offered no hiding places whatsoever. Observing the demeanor of the gathering outside, it was evident they were intent on entering the hall, and the hope that they would refrain from doing so was nothing but a delusion. In truth, it was not entirely accurate to say there was absolutely no place to go. In the center of the hall, a dark tunnel was encircled by jade railings. The entrance to this tunnel featured a set of steps that slanted downward, exhaling a warm, damp breeze that made it difficult to fathom where it led. However, Han Li could easily surmise that this tunnel would not lead to a safe haven. Its depths were likely fraught with peril, which was precisely why he hesitated to descend. Yet, the grand hall offered no other refuge. A cold sweat broke out across Han Li's forehead as he contemplated his predicament. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance of the hall, indicating that the group of cultivators had breached the stone hall and would soon enter the chamber. Seeing this, Han Li sighed inwardly, steeling his resolve. With a determined leap, he gracefully vaulted over the railing and plunged into the tunnel. Upon entering the tunnel, Han Li was engulfed by darkness. He reached into his storage bag and retrieved a moonlight stone, illuminating his surroundings. The passage was modest in size, constructed entirely from blue stone, barely allowing a single person to pass through. As he brushed his hand against the stone wall, he felt a damp, slippery texture. He dared not linger, fearing that pursuers might soon catch up, and cautiously descended further. After traversing several hundred stone steps, the initially narrow corridor gradually widened, accommodating 2 individuals side by side without issue. However, the humid breeze that met him was increasingly stifling, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow and soaking his entire being. Having descended nearly 100 more steps, Han Li estimated he was now over 100 feet below the surface. At last, the bluestone passage came to an end. Upon emerging from the tunnel's mouth, he was greeted by a bizarre world of swamp. This subterranean realm rose only about 30 feet high yet spanned several miles, with muck bubbling ominously beneath the surface. The oppressive, humid wind generated above the swamp rushed through the tunnel behind him, creating a swift flow of fresher air that established a balance of convection. Surrounding the swamp were towering mounds of dark soil, and at the edges grew dozens of peculiar flowers and spiritual herbs of various hues, among which were several vital spiritual medicines Hanli sought in considerable quantity. However, nothing captivated his attention as much as a small pavilion of white jade situated in the center of the swamp. Suspended within it was a colossal golden chest. Measuring 12 feet in length and 5 feet in width, its lid firmly shut, with a faint golden glow emanating from its surface, indicating it was no ordinary item. After only a cursory glance, Hanli quickly averted his gaze, not due to a lack of desire for the treasure within, but because a horde of ominous figures was approaching. It was imperative to find a hiding spot. His life was at stake, and treasures would be of no use if he perished. Hanli shifted his form, swiftly darting to a distant mound of earth, where he concealed himself and unleashed his concealment technique, becoming motionless atop the earthen mound. Once hidden, he blended seamlessly with the surrounding dark soil, rendering him nearly undetectable from a distance. Just as Hanli completed his preparations, a figure emerged at the top of the steps leading from the tunnel. The elven maiden surveyed the area with a composed demeanor, but upon noticing the golden chest in the white jade pavilion, her expression shifted, revealing a glimmer of fervor in her eyes. Though she had heard her disciples describe the golden chest, nothing could compare to witnessing it in person. Its magnificence was astounding. The maiden descended gracefully, standing alluringly before the swamp, followed closely by a throng of male and female disciples from the Tsanyua sect, who quickly formed a line behind her. From his concealed vantage point, Hanli observed this scene with astonishment, a surge of curiosity igniting within him regarding the identity of the youthful leader. Could the legendary black-scaled python be hidden here? The delicate voice of the young girl resonated, imbued with an unspoken authority. Esteemed ancestor, the colossal python lies concealed within the marsh, having devoured over a dozen disciples from various sects who sought the treasure chest. Its notorious reputation has rendered this place a forbidden zone, one that disciples dare not approach. However, this beast is undeniably far more formidable than the average top-tier demon beast. So I implore you to exercise caution. A female disciple replied respectfully, her head bowed. Humph. Do you truly believe I am incapable of dealing with a mere first-level demon beast? The young girl's fair face darkened as she struck a comically mature pose. Yet her demeanor caused the white-clad woman to pale, repeatedly expressing her apprehension. You may leave. Everyone, proceed according to the original plan. Regardless of how formidable this black-scale python may be, it cannot possibly rival the yin-yang conduction technique. No matter its strength, it remains merely a first-level demon beast, the girl declared with an undeniable tone, invigorating the spirits of the disciples behind her. After issuing her commands, the girl turned her gaze back towards the marsh, whispering softly to herself, "It seems that the treasure should be contained within this chest." The previous attempts were in vain, yielding nothing but worthless debris. Her voice was barely audible, and aside from herself, the other disciples remained oblivious, consumed with excitement for the impending battle. Upon receiving the girl's orders, the male and female disciples of the Hidden Moon sect immediately stood side by side with their cultivation partners, skillfully extending a hand to grasp one another. Instantly, their joined hands emitted a peculiar glow of blue and red light, which traveled up their arms, enveloping the bodies of these disciples. The 6 pairs of dual cultivating disciples found the males enveloped in a red radiance, while the females shimmered with blue, creating a mesmerizing spectacle of intertwining colors. The remaining trio, 2 females and 1 male, having lost their partners, resorted to retrieving several magical artifacts for basic preparations. Hanli lay atop a mound of earth. Though he did not hear the girl's murmured words, he clearly caught the mention of her esteemed ancestor by the female disciple, causing him to startle and nearly bite his tongue in shock. The ancestor of the Hidden Moon sect, what an extraordinary concept. Hanli was no longer a novice in the cultivation world. He understood the implications all too well. This was a master at the core formation stage, akin to the esteemed Li of his own sect. The presence of such a powerful figure in a forbidden area inaccessible to foundation establishment cultivators left his mind in turmoil. At that moment, the young girl, satisfied that her disciples were adequately prepared, took action. With her lips slightly parted, she unleashed her magical artifact, the vermilion bird ring. As it shot forth, it soared above the marsh, spinning rapidly until it grew to a size comparable to a house. Subsequently, the girl performed a hand gesture, directing a beam of red light from her hand towards the ring, which instantaneously transformed in hue from pink to a vibrant flame red. Within the inner circle of the ring, a multitude of flickering embers emerged, growing in both number and brilliance. In no time, hundreds of fist-sized orbs of searing heat materialized within the expansive circle, causing the temperature of the subterranean world to rise sharply. Han Li, perched atop a mound of earth, gazed in astonishment. The spectacle was so grand, so formidable, that he could not fathom it being anything other than a magical artifact. The fact that a young girl could command such a treasure unmistakably indicated that she was a cultivator of the core formation stage. Yet, questions swirled in Han Li's mind. How had she infiltrated this forbidden area, and why did her magical power seem to peak only at the refinement stage? Despite the relentless churn of these questions, no answers presented themselves. Before the girl could execute her next move, the marsh below began to stir. Centered around a certain point in the mire, the mud began to churn violently, the tumult expanding in scope and height, gradually forming an impressive prominence that was nothing short of astonishing. The girl observed this with a fleeting expression of confusion. In her recollection, the Black Limong did not possess such formidable power. However, as the monstrous beast was on the verge of revealing itself, she dared not hesitate. With a deft motion, she performed a series of intricate hand seals, connecting her mind to the immense vermilion bird ring, which began to spin in midair. In an instant, the rapid rotation rendered it a blur, and the hundreds of fireballs within coalesced into a vast sea of crimson flames, merging into one. Suddenly, the girl's hand gestures solidified, and she uttered an incantation. In an instant, the ring's rotation came to a jarring halt, and the sea of flames transformed into thick columns of fiery whirlwinds, surging downward with tremendous force towards the raised prominence of the marsh. However, before the fire could reach the mire, a jet of black water, as wide as a bowl, erupted from the mound of mud, countering the oncoming flames. Instantly, a hissing sound erupted between the two forces, and thick clouds of steam billowed forth, shrouding the area in a dense mist, rendering everything indistinct. This is not the Black Limong. The girl's previously puzzled expression shifted to one of alarm as she beheld the inky black water column. As if in response to her exclamation, a bizarre, high-pitched shriek pierced the fog, followed by a fierce gust of wind that swept away the surrounding mist, unveiling the true form of the beast. A serpentine creature, dark as coal and adorned with massive scales, materialized before their eyes. This creature, neither wholly snake nor otherwise, measured only 3 or 4 zhang in length, yet was enveloped in a faint black mist, exuding an aura of the uncanny. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary black python, save for its glossy, oversized scales. Mokayo? The girl gasped as she recognized the beast, her face betraying a mix of concern and elation. Meanwhile, the dozen or so disciples standing behind her were left bewildered. Was this not the Black Limong? How had it transformed into a Mokayo? The young girl, unable to take the time to explain to her fellow disciples, was acutely aware that the monstrous beast, suspended several feet above the ground, had identified the source of its disturbance. Its small green eyes glinted with malice as it opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of black water directed at the members of the Yanyu sect. Beast, you seek your own demise. The girl, fully cognizant of the formidable nature of the Mo Jiao, recognized the peril despite the beast's youthful appearance and did not dare to act carelessly. Quickly, she pointed towards the sky, invoking the vermilion bird ring, which immediately radiated a brilliant red glow. In a flash, it appeared before her, and a series of fireballs erupted from within the ring, intercepting the dark water mid-flight. Bind, confine, restrain, seal. The girl shaped her hands into a crescent moon, her expression grave as she chanted these 5 words. The enormous vermilion bird ring shuddered violently upon her utterance, emitting a low hum before vanishing into thin air, causing the newly sentient Mo Jiao to blink in surprise. However, in the next moment, the ring reappeared above the beast's head with a resonating buzz. Seizing the opportunity while the creature was still bewildered, it plunged downward, rapidly shrinking in size. In the blink of an eye, the vermilion bird ring encircled the Mo Jiao's midsection, flames erupting forth to engulf half of the beast, in searing fire. Act swiftly. I cannot contain the Mo Jiao for long. Despite the ring's firm hold on the creature, the girl bore an anxious expression as she directed her disciples behind her. Although the members of the Yin Yu sect were perplexed as to how the black-scaled serpent had suddenly transformed into the Mo Jiao spoken of by their ancestor, it did not hinder their readiness to unleash their long-prepared assault. Under the guidance of an older woman clad in white, a barrage of red and blue beams surged forth, slicing through the air with a chilling hiss, striking the immobilized beast with precision. A cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted as the beams reached the creature, only to be met with a thin veil of black mist that enveloped it, causing violent explosions upon impact. Continue the assault. The Mo Jiao's protective mist will not endure for long. The girl, sharp-eyed and quick-tongued, commanded urgently. Simultaneously, she continued to channel the flames of the vermilion bird ring, intensifying the fire that engulfed the beast. Following her flurry of orders, the disciples of the Yin Yu sect relentlessly launched their red and blue beams into the air, striking the beast repeatedly. While they had yet to breach the layer of black mist, the creature was driven into a frenzy, gnashing its teeth and thrashing its movable tail and head, desperately attempting to escape the confines of the ring. Yet, in vain, under the girl's unwavering restraint, the ring remained steadfast in the air, firmly binding the creature's form. Hanli watched in awe, his heart racing at the spectacle of so many cultivators uniting against a foe, especially with the emergence of magical artifacts in the face of a formidable beast, which broadened his horizons immensely. However, Hanli had resolved to quietly slip away after the battle. Regardless of whether the demon beast triumphed over the enemy or the disciples of the Hidden Moon sect vanquished the beast, this was certainly not the time to recklessly expose his whereabouts. Just as Hanli was lost in thought, the Mo Jiao let out a piercing cry. Its voice amplified manifold, infused with an unmistakable agony. Startled, Hanli quickly focused his gaze. He beheld the dissipating black mist surrounding the demon beast, revealing a gaping wound the size of a bowl on its scaly body, clearly inflicted by the crimson and azure beams of light. This agony spurred the beast into an even more frenzied struggle. It appeared that the disciples of the Hidden Moon sect were indeed more skilled. Hanli mused, "Be cautious. I can no longer contain the Mo Jiao." At that moment, a maiden's voice rang out, momentarily startling Hanli. It seemed the outcome of this confrontation was still uncertain. Volume 3, Chapter 206, An Unexpected Turn of Events. I watched the Olympics yesterday, so I missed posting a chapter. But I have it firmly in mind to make it up to everyone. This chapter is 6,000 words long. I wonder how it will fare. Please give it a read. The maiden's words evidently caught the disciples of the Hidden Moon sect off guard. Based on their recent experiences, a top-tier demon beast ensnared by their esteemed ancestor would not break free from the circular artifact's restraints so swiftly. How could this demon beast escape so quickly? Though they were filled with doubt, they dared not disregard the maiden's warning, promptly heightening their vigilance. Of course, their attacks with the crimson and azure beams intensified, resulting in the Mo Jiao sustaining several more wounds, its vibrant blood staining a large expanse of the marsh below. This only enraged the beast further. It opened its maw and unleashed a harrowing, continuous shriek that reverberated through the underground world, leaving all present feeling dizzy and disoriented. A strange, tearing sound echoed through the air. As everyone regained their senses and focused their attention, their expressions shifted dramatically. The circular artifact remained suspended in the air, motionless. Yet the Mo Jiao ensnared within had vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a tattered scrap of black scales, swaying precariously upon the ring. The beast had shed its skin and escaped. Not only were the disciples of the Hidden Moon sect astonished, but the young maiden was equally taken aback by this scene. Her earlier admonition to her disciples had not stemmed from any foresight regarding the beast's shedding of its skin, but rather from the overwhelming strength of the Mo Jiao's escape, which her own magic could no longer contain. The beast must have sensed the weakening of the restrictions imposed by the Zhuke ring. Why would it undertake such a physically taxing act? Could it be? A chilling realization struck the maiden, rendering her face pale as she hurriedly scanned the surroundings for the Mo Jiao, eager to confirm her grave suspicion. Over there, a sharp-eyed disciple from the Hidden Moon sect was the first to spot the demon beast, now gliding against the ceiling of the underground world, its form dramatically transformed. The once ebony body has transformed into a pristine, scaleless white, its length increasing from 3 or 4 zhang to 5 or 6, and its girth has expanded considerably. The wounds it bore have faded into faint scars, barely perceptible to the eye. Most astonishingly, black, sharp horns have sprouted from its triangular head, gleaming subtly, while a pair of white claws, extraordinarily sharp, have emerged from its abdomen. This beast has indeed metamorphosed from a snake into a jiao, resembling the legendary jiao dragon in every aspect. The members of the Yanue sect gazed in disbelief at the current form of the ink jiao. Yet, before they could react, the girl at the forefront, her expression ashen, issued a startling command that left them dumbfounded. Everyone, retreat immediately. The ink jiao has evolved to the second tier. Its strength is comparable to that of a mid-level foundation establishment cultivator. Together, we stand no chance. We must flee this place. I can hold it off for a brief moment. After solemnly delivering her words, the girl gestured to summon the Zhuke ring back to her side, adopting a fully defensive stance. Upon hearing her words, the other male and female disciples hesitated. Although the so-called ink jiao had undergone a significant transformation, having recently been severely wounded, they found it hard to believe that its strength could change so drastically in the blink of an eye. However, that fleeting moment of hesitation proved to be a lifelong regret for some. The white ink jiao suddenly moved, darting through the air with lightning speed above the Yanue sect members, and then opened its maw wide, unleashing a continuous stream of purple liquid. Quick dodge. We cannot withstand this. The girl shouted urgently, her face etched with anxiety, as the Zhuke ring expanded several times, soaring to intercept much of the oncoming purple tide. Some astute disciples, upon hearing her cry, either hurriedly retreated into the green stone passage from whence they came or stepped forward to take refuge within the protective radius of the ring. However, the remaining 5 or 6 disciples, overconfident in their powerful artifacts, not only refrained from fleeing, but also summoned a couple of gleaming items to shield themselves, evidently intending to endure the assault. Fools! The girl, seeing her fellow disciples disregard her warning, felt a flash of anger cross her face. Yet, limited by her magical power, she could not expand the protective range of the artifact and had no choice but to let them fend for themselves. Inevitably, the ensuing scene validated the girl's forewarnings. The purple tide, which eluded the protection of the ring, surged violently upon the heads of those few disciples. The artifacts, clearly not of mundane quality, flickered briefly before emitting wisps of blue smoke, vanishing completely in the onslaught of the purple tide, utterly dissolved. Those disciples, caught unawares, could only cry out in shock before disappearing without a trace under the impact, leaving behind a deep pit, several zhang wide, where they once stood, rendering the remaining Yanue sect members pallid with fear. At that moment, the ink jiao, having eliminated those disciples, exhibited a slight reduction in its ferocity, finally ceasing its onslaught and fixing its cold gaze upon the girl. It seemed acutely aware that this elder of the Yanue sect was its true adversary. Why are you all standing there? Hurry and escape. The beast has just transformed a serpent into a dragon, and its precious liquid should be nearly depleted, rendering it less inclined to spew forth its deadly breath. The young maiden, undeterred by the menacing gaze of the ink-hued dragon, wore a frosty expression and coldly commanded her companions. She muttered to herself in frustration, "How audacious for a mere second-tier serpent to flaunt its arrogance before me. Were I to regain my former powers, I would have long since captured you to guard my lair." While the maiden's discontent simmered, the other disciples of the Capping Moon sect, upon witnessing the grim fate of their peers, dared not linger. They swiftly retreated into the passage, fleeing with great haste. Shortly thereafter, the air was pierced by the roars of the beast, the maiden's sharp commands, and the thunderous sounds of battle. The disciples scrambled down the stairs, hearts racing with trepidation. Their revered ancestor had made it abundantly clear that they could only delay the beast for a brief moment. Should they tarry too long and allow the ink dragon to pursue them, the monstrous entity would feast upon them in this confined passage, leaving them no chance to evade such a dreadful demise. At that moment, the young maiden, drenched in fragrant sweat, soared gracefully through the air, engaging in a nimble dance with the ink dragon. The vermilion bird ring, her treasured artifact, was wielded with such finesse that it provoked the beast into fits of rage. Yet it was unable to catch the agile maiden. Clearly, she was not exerting her full strength, with one hand deftly manipulating the ring. Her other clutched a crimson fire spirit stone, continuously absorbing spiritual energy in an effort to restore her magical prowess. After a while, sensing that the time was ripe, the maiden stowed the fire spirit stone and produced a resplendent golden talisman. Without hesitation, as the ink dragon's attention was fully captured by the vermilion bird ring, she raised her hand and sent forth the talisman, which transformed into a beam of golden light, hurtling towards the beast. As it approached, the golden light suddenly splintered into countless slender golden threads, swiftly ensnaring the beast, rendering it immobile, and eliciting a furious roar in response. Upon witnessing this, a fleeting glimmer of mockery flickered in the maiden's eyes. She cast a reluctant glance at the golden box suspended within the jade pavilion, then resolutely launched herself toward the passage's exit. She was acutely aware that the mid-tier golden thread talisman would not hold the beast for long. It was prudent to vacate this location swiftly. As for the treasures within the golden box, she would devise a plan to acquire them at a later time. As she descended and prepared to step into the azure stone passage, a deafening roar of thunder erupted from within, the sound growing closer and more intense. Leaving the maiden in a state of uncertainty, her poised foot hesitated, reluctant to tread upon the passage. Suddenly, a dazzling azure divine light materialized within the corridor, surging forth like a tumultuous tide, causing the very stones of the passage to writhe and compress towards the center. In an instant, the once lofty passage was sealed, with not a single crack remaining. Seeing this, the maiden recoiled in horror, retreating several steps as she cried out, the minor 5 elements Shumi restriction. Her complexion drained of color as she gazed at the now vanished exit. The confidence she had maintained vanished without a trace. At that moment, the golden threads on the ink serpent's body began to snap one by one in the air behind the young girl, indicating that this beast was on the verge of breaking free from its confinement. As the girl regained her senses and turned to witness this scene, a chill gripped her heart, akin to plummeting into an unfathomable abyss. In the stone hall outside the passage, a dozen disciples of the Yin-Yu sect were fixated on a woman clad in white, who was none other than the self-proclaimed dazzling twin of Yin-Yu. However, her complexion had turned pale, and she wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Sister Zhao, what exactly did you do? Why did the entrance vanish after you threw in that strange talisman? Do you intend to harm our Grandmaster Nangong? The disciples, their faces etched with panic, questioned her vehemently. This was no trifling matter. If their revered master were to become irretrievably trapped, their fates would be dire. Upon returning, they could face severe repercussions, from the complete obliteration of their cultivation to expulsion from the sect, or even the peril of losing their lives, enduring the torment of disintegration. The loss of a core formation cultivator meant grave consequences for any sect, and they were acutely aware of this, intensifying their anxiety. I did nothing wrong. I merely affixed a mid-level low-grade 5 elements talisman at the entrance, intending to unleash it when the beast pursued. The girl in white exclaimed, flustered. She understood that once such calamity struck, no matter how formidable her backing was, it would be of little consequence. The terrifying thought of the girl being unable to escape sent shivers down her spine. Enough with the excuses. We must attempt to break through the tunnel and rescue Grandmaster Nangong. An older male disciple retorted sharply. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Yin-Yu sect were reminded and hastily summoned a variety of colorful talismans, surrounding the place where the entrance had been, relentlessly striking in an effort to dispel the barrier and save the girl. Several hours later, in the underground realm dozens of fathoms below, the girl gazed with wide eyes in disbelief as a figure suddenly appeared before her. This individual commanded 7 golden blades to assault the ink serpent with one hand, while wielding a black iron shield with the other, shielding them from the creature's onslaught. To her surprise, this person was none other than the intriguing young fellow from Huangfeng Valley whom she had encountered previously. He had emerged from nowhere just as her own magical energy was nearing its limit, having evaded the serpent's attacks for hours and saved her from imminent peril. Hanli, while barely fending off the ink serpent's assault, stole a glance at the astonished girl, a bitter smile forming in his heart. He had been leisurely observing the Yin-Yu sect's confrontation with the serpent, remaining unfazed even when the creature transformed and advanced. However, when the girl attempted to withdraw and the entrance to the emerald stone passage abruptly vanished, Hanli could no longer remain idle. The disappearance of that entrance meant that, regardless of who triumphed, the girl or the beast, he would be unable to leave this place. This realization filled him with dread. At that moment, The freed ink serpent resumed its assault on the girl, and it was evident that the Grandmaster of the Yanyu sect was entirely at a disadvantage. Despite her relentless efforts to wield the circular artifact against the ink serpent, the newly shed skin of the beast had fortified its defenses to an almost unbelievable level. Whether she unleashed torrents of fire from the artifact or struck directly with its body, she could inflict only minimal damage, merely charring a small portion of its hide or causing slight bruising, which only incited the creature's fury further. It pursued the girl with increasing ferocity, cornering her into desperate situations on multiple occasions. However, the ancestral master of the Moon Concealing Sect possessed an impressive array of mid-level talismans, which opened Han Li's eyes to their variety. Talismans such as the Earth Escape Talisman, Water Prison Talisman, and Firebird Talisman, all rare and remarkable, were skillfully demonstrated. Each time the girl appeared on the brink of injury from the beast, she would produce a talisman that worked wonders, transforming peril into safety. Yet, it was evident that she lacked any talismans of significant lethality, thus she could only manage to shield herself, making it clear that inflicting injury upon the ink serpent with talismans was an impossible feat. As Han Li observed the girl being relentlessly harassed by the creature, he found himself in a fierce internal struggle. Had the passage remained intact, he would have been indifferent to the fate of the Moon Concealing Sect's master. However, with the inexplicable disappearance of the passage, their current location had turned into a desperate situation, altering Han Li's mindset drastically. After all, he had distinctly heard the girl invoke the 5 elements exquisite confinement spell, indicating her profound understanding of the restrictions that led to the passage's disappearance. Thus, the hope of escaping from this underground lair rested upon her, for he was utterly ignorant of such restrictive spells. This girl, a figure of great skill, could not perish. Nevertheless, Han Li refrained from rash actions, wary that the girl might still possess some hidden trump card. It was only when she appeared utterly exhausted, her remaining talismans dwindling, and despair etched across her face that he suddenly intervened to save her. The girl was both astonished and delighted by Han Li's unexpected appearance. Yet she felt a tinge of annoyance, acutely aware that he had waited until now to intervene in her struggle against the ink serpent. Regardless, confronting the fiercely aggressive ink serpent was paramount. After a brief moment of rest, she silently activated her artifact and charged forward once again. The moment Han Li engaged with the ink serpent, he silently lamented his decision. Previously, while observing the girl's battle, he had underestimated the beast's prowess. Now, in direct confrontation, he experienced its terrifying strength firsthand. His golden cicada motherblade, a fine specimen among top-tier artifacts, found itself utterly ineffective. The golden light it emitted was casually swatted away by the serpent's claws and tail, sending it flying back several dozen feet without any resistance. Even when Han Li relied on sheer numbers, deploying several blades in tandem, only 1 or 2 managed to strike the creature, leaving nothing but a faint white mark as evidence of their efforts, rendering Han Li speechless. Furthermore, he dared not be careless in the face of the serpent's counterattacks. He meticulously blocked every drop of the black water it occasionally spewed with his iron shield, leaving no room for error. Thus, the artifact that had rescued Han Li on numerous occasions had been eroded into a pockmarked state by the unassuming black waters, leaving one to ponder how much longer it could endure. The terrifying potency of these black waters was evident, and one could only imagine how much more dreadful the malicious purple liquid could be. It was no wonder that the disciples of the Moon Concealment Sect met their demise so swiftly, as their artifacts proved utterly ineffective. Han Li and Mo Jiao, increasingly alarmed as they fought, relied almost entirely on their agility to evade the fierce assaults of the monstrous beasts, as their golden blades could scarcely impede the enemy. No wonder the young woman had instructed her disciples to vacate the area. Besides individuals like himself, possessing extraordinary agility, Han Li found it difficult to identify any chi refinement disciples capable of contending with this beast. At that moment, the young woman's vermilion bird ring arrived, significantly alleviating Han Li's burden. After all, this circular treasure could inflict some pain upon Mo Jiao, instilling a degree of caution in the beast. Little one, why have you remained hidden for so long? Had you intervened sooner, I might have had a chance to severely wound this creature, the young woman questioned, her irritation evident as she manipulated the treasure to attack. I feared you would resort to murder for treasure, Han Li replied candidly, leaving the young woman momentarily speechless. He understood well that despite her seemingly youthful appearance, Her true age could easily surpass his own by several decades. Thus, it was prudent to refrain from playing mind games. Clarity in intentions would foster cooperation against their mutual foe, preventing any hindrance from either party. As for the identity of her core formation expert and the disparity in their ages, Han Li chose to feign ignorance. For the current strength of his opponent posed no threat to him. With the young woman's energy greatly diminished, Han Li felt no trepidation. Such a young child, yet burdened with such thoughts. Are you not afraid of a short life? She remarked after a moment of sulking. Han Li chuckled softly at her words, choosing not to counter, yet inwardly mused. Had my thoughts been fewer, I would have perished long ago. What future would there be to discuss? Seeing Han Li silent, the young woman's anger subsided slightly, allowing her to contemplate their strategy against the foe. Do you possess a method to severely injure this serpent? If so, speak swiftly, she implored, having fought alongside Han Li for a brief period only to find themselves relentlessly pursued by Mo Jiao, with no opportunity to retaliate. I do have a plan, but it requires restraining the opponent for a brief moment. It is imperative that they remain immobile. Han Li responded hurriedly as he deflected another blast from Mo Jiao with his iron shield, constantly leaping to distance himself from the beast. Very well. I will expend my remaining magical energy to hold it for a while longer. I hope it is sufficient. The young woman's eyes brightened as she hastened to strike Mo Jiao's head with the vermilion bird ring, expressing her urgency. I possess a powerful talisman, one of great potency, that can undoubtedly breach this serpent's defenses, Han Li declared with confidence, firmly believing that this beast would not withstand the full force of his golden light talisman. Upon hearing this, the young girl felt a surge of joy within her heart. She had never anticipated that the little creature from Huangfeng Valley could procure such a rare item. Although she possessed a couple of magical talismans herself, none could compare in potency to her vermilion bird ring. Given the other party's confidence, it seemed to be a talisman of pure destructive power, undeniably a precious rarity. Realizing that Han Li's method was indeed feasible, the girl halted midair, invoking the incantation that had once ensnared this dragon, firmly securing the vermilion bird ring around the beast's body, causing it to thrash in furious agitation. Seizing the opportunity, Han Li swiftly raised the flying shield before him, and with a deft motion, produced the golden brick talisman. He then settled into a meditative posture. In the third volume, Chapter 207, Slaying the Dragon and the Spoils, the golden brick talisman, under Han Li's command, soon manifested its true form. A golden brick approximately a foot long floated into the air, radiating brilliance. The spiritual energy within Han Li surged forth like a torrent, continuously infusing the brick, and soon, a third of his magical power was absorbed. This made the golden light above his head even more dazzling, almost blinding to behold. While the girl exerted all her strength to confine the ink dragon, she kept a vigilant watch on Han Li's every move. Upon seeing the emerging golden brick, her previously anxious heart finally found solace, for she knew Han Li had not spoken falsely. This talisman could indeed breach the beast's defenses. The ink dragon seemed to sense the impending danger. Its claws clutched desperately at the sides of the ring, struggling with increasing ferocity, causing the girl's vermilion bird ring to tremble ominously. The girl's countenance shifted, and she urgently called out to Han Li, "Hurry, it's about to escape." Hearing this, Han Li dared not hesitate. He pointed at the talisman above him, and instantly, the golden brick shot toward the ink dragon, suddenly enlarging mid-flight, transforming into a small mountain that came crashing down upon the beast. Still writhing in its struggle, the ink dragon realized the gravity of the situation. However, its green eyes flashed with ferocity, and it opened its mouth to unleash the dreaded purple liquid that Han Li greatly feared, countering the descending golden brick and momentarily halting its descent. Both the girl and Han Li were taken aback. Han Li, bound to manipulate the golden brick, could only watch in helpless astonishment. The girl, biting her lip in determination, retrieved a yellow orb from her bosom and hurled it toward the beast, which was locked in a stalemate with the golden brick. With a soft thud, as the orb made contact with the dragon's head, it exploded, enveloping the area in a small cloud of yellow mist, causing the ink dragon to roar in panic. Naturally, the previously spewing purple liquid ceased. With the obstruction of the purple liquid removed, the golden brick, now somewhat dimmed in brilliance, plummeted directly onto the dragon's head, unleashing a thunderous crash that illuminated the entire underground realm. only to swiftly fade back into darkness, returning to its original size before transforming back into a beam of golden light, soaring back to Han Li's side. In the air, only the ink dragon, now gasping for breath, remained. At this moment, the head of the ink serpent lay in ruin. One of its eyes completely burst from its socket, lost to the unknown, while the other, though still intact, oozed blood incessantly. The entire creature appeared utterly tragic, suggesting that its demise was imminent. The young maiden, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy and hastily retrieved a small crystal vial from her storage bag. She began to chant incantations over the vial, then pointed at the ink serpent. Consequently, several wisps of dark mist shot forth from the vial, ominously coiling around the serpent's body. Before long, a miniature green serpent, indistinguishable in form from the ink serpent, was forcibly extracted from its body by the dark mist. Despite its frantic struggles, it was gradually drawn into the vial. Once the maiden secured the cap on the vial and examined the diminutive ink serpent within, her face radiated with delight, her entire demeanor transforming into one of elation. Her autumn-like eyes then glanced once more at the lifeless body of the ink serpent, and she fell into contemplation. Observing her actions, Han Li immediately comprehended that she had captured the creature's primordial spirit. Although he was unaware of the spirit's actual purpose, the maiden's exuberance indicated its considerable worth. At that moment, the maiden extended her hand, retracting the vermilion bird ring into her being, causing the serpent's corpse to plummet from the air, landing squarely before Han Li. "Since I have taken the primordial spirit, the body shall be yours, as it was our combined effort that vanquished it," she stated, landing gracefully beside Han Li. Han Li, hearing this, cast a glance at the contented maiden and then down at the serpent's carcass, feeling a mix of frustration and resentment. Such nonchalance. She believes this body is of no use to me, given its formidable shell, which we both know all too well. He mused inwardly, suspecting she was merely eager to witness his struggle. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a glint of cold light flashed in his hand, revealing a massive silver sword, the very formidable artifact previously wielded by the barefoot man. Without uttering a word, Han Li swung the sword downward with force. With a soft thud, the silver blade sunk 3 inches into the serpent's body. Though not a deep cut, it managed to breach the creature's defenses, leaving the maiden beside him momentarily aghast, her mouth agape in astonishment. Han Li, amused by her expression, continued to wield the sword, preparing to strike again. "Wait, let me see that sword." The maiden, regaining her composure, fixed her astonished gaze upon the silver blade and spoke slowly, causing Han Li to pause in surprise. "What is the worry? I am a cultivator of the core formation stage. I have encountered countless treasures. It's just that your sword seems rather peculiar, and I'm simply curious." The maiden, noticing Han Li's hesitation, rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Though she appeared youthful, there was an alluring charm in her gaze that caused Han Li's heart to race uncontrollably. "This sword indeed possesses some mystery. After acquiring it, I found myself unable to wield it effectively. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so clumsy against the ink serpent." Since the young girl has spoken thus, Han Li had no choice but to muster his courage and hand over the sword to her, slowly explaining his thoughts. He was reluctant to provoke her, especially when she appeared so calm despite being in a dire situation. She must possess a clear plan for their escape. The girl, showing no signs of suspicion towards him, seemed to understand his intentions perfectly and was unafraid of any potential treachery. Indeed, how extravagant! Upon receiving the silver sword, the girl carefully examined it, and a look of regret crossed her face as she lamented its fate. "What is truly going on?" Han Li inquired, noticing that the girl seemed to have discerned something significant. "Nothing at all. The reason this silver sword is so sharp lies in the silver essence incorporated during its refinement as a magical artifact. There is a considerable amount, sufficient for it to rival ordinary magical treasures," she replied nonchalantly as she returned the sword to Han Li. "Silver essence?" Han Li was momentarily taken aback. "You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Only cultivators at the core formation stage or above can extract such precious materials from pure silver," she explained with slight impatience. "My vermilion bird ring also contains such material." Han Li, hearing this, couldn't help but internally scoff. "If I knew, why would I bother asking you?" Despite recognizing her unwillingness to elaborate further, Han Li pressed on. "Why is it that others can wield this sword to fly into battle, while I cannot even summon its power?" Seeing his relentless inquiries, The girl was somewhat displeased but answered coldly. The original owner of this sword refined it with a unique method. Such techniques are highly esoteric, making it unusable by outsiders. Unless the sword is reforged, it remains utterly useless to anyone else. Han Li's expression darkened. He had harbored high hopes for this sword, and if what she said was true, those hopes were dashed. Useless? Not at all. It serves its purpose right now. After a brief silence, Han Li retorted sharply. Without hesitation, he swung the silver sword fiercely at the serpent, swiftly eviscerating it. The girl, taken aback by Han Li's brutal demeanor, furrowed her brow and stepped back to distance herself from him. Yet, she coolly remarked, though this serpent has only just evolved to the second stage, its entire being is composed of valuable materials. Its hide can be used to forge excellent armor, while its sharp horns and claws are the finest materials for crafting top-tier magical artifacts. The residual essence within is also essential for concocting certain rare elixirs, for reasons unknown. The girl provided Han Li with such detailed explanations, leaving him both astonished and uneasy, uncertain of her true intentions. What a pity! If this serpent had reached the third stage, its core would undoubtedly be a coveted prize among many core formation cultivators, whether for alchemy or artifact crafting. It would be immensely valuable. She suddenly lamented. Core, what color is it? Is it this one? Han Li suddenly extracted a fist-sized crimson orb from the abdomen of the dark dragon, holding it aloft as he addressed the astonished young woman beside him. What is this? Did you take it from the dark dragon? The girl, taken aback, inched closer to Han Li, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, it bore a resemblance. However, the dark dragon had only just evolved to the second tier, making the emergence of a dragon core improbable. Moreover, as a water attribute dragon, its inner core should logically be blue. Let me touch it and see what's going on, she implored. After a moment of contemplation, she could no longer restrain herself and took the soft orb from Han Li's grasp, gently caressing it. Just then, with a sudden pop, the orb inexplicably burst open, enveloping both the girl and Han Li in a cloud of pink mist. In the third volume, chapter 208, titled Unity, Han Li felt as though he had entered a vividly enchanting dream, one filled with alluring passion. Within this reverie, he found himself entwined with an exquisite beauty, whose face remained ever elusive as they indulged in fervent embraces, allowing him to savor the sweetness and tenderness of femininity for the first time. Yet, this captivating woman seemed insatiable, drawing him deeper into a realm of soft allure from which he could not escape. However, as with all dreams, there came a moment of awakening. Han Li was uncertain of the passage of time before he finally emerged from that intoxicating slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with an unparalleled beauty and a pair of icy, snow-like eyes. This stunning visage was both foreign and familiar, causing his heart to plummet. You've awakened. The young woman, appearing to be around 18 or 19, spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, sending a chill down Han Li's spine. It was only then that he realized he was entirely unclothed, tightly embracing this equally bare beauty. She, sensing his discomfort, flushed crimson, but her brows soon furrowed in indignation, her delicate face clouding with frost as she coldly declared, "Have you had enough? Withdraw your hands and release me at once." Startled, Han Li instinctively retracted his hands, allowing her to break free. As the stunning woman swiftly positioned herself upright, her curvaceous form standing tall, she suddenly winced in pain, her beautiful countenance paling. She swayed and fell back into Han Li's embrace, once more experiencing the sensation of soft jade in his arms. Han Li, though not a scoundrel, did not consider himself a paragon of virtue either. Thus, when the damsel once again sought his embrace, he, now fully aware, seized the opportunity to hold her close, gently kissing her luscious lips, silencing her intended rebuke in a moment of passionate connection. Gradually, the tension in her brows eased as she succumbed to the enchantment of his kiss, lost in the rapture of the moment. What followed was a natural culmination of their unspoken desires, as Han Li and the enchanting woman once again reveled in the exquisite pleasures of intimacy. This experience surpasses the state of half-consciousness shared between the two, plunging them into deeper intoxication and madness. Presently, the stunning beauty lies with her eyes closed, resting upon Han Li's chest, her cheeks flushed and her bosom rising and falling erratically, clearly yet to regain her composure from the overwhelming stimulation. Time passed, and at last, the enchanting woman's breath steadied, Her complexion returned to normal as she gently opened her eyes. Without uttering a single word to Hanli, she swiftly brushed aside his lingering hand, her demeanor cold as she stood up and walked toward a nearby storage bag. Hanli momentarily hesitated, taken aback, but chose not to impede her. From the storage bag, the woman retrieved a gown of purest white, donning it gracefully until she was fully adorned. Her entire aura transformed into one of regal elegance. At that moment, she turned to glance at Hanli, only to be momentarily taken aback, for he stood not far behind her, impeccably dressed, gazing at her with a look of admiration, evoking a stirring within her, a peculiar sensation. I believe you are well aware of my identity. What has transpired between us is merely a mistake. Let us consider it a fleeting dream, she remarked, lightly tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. I understand, Hanli replied calmly after a brief silence, rubbing his nose. If a third party learns of today's events, I shall kill you. The exquisite woman retorted sharply. I shall remain tight-lipped, should any rumors arise. Feel free to end my life, Hanli said with a gentle smile. Humph, it is good that you understand. The woman, despite his acquiescence, felt a twinge of frustration, her tone growing increasingly unfriendly. With those words exchanged, both fell into a silent stalemate, neither willing to speak further. Although she was a cultivator at the core formation stage, she had spent her life immersed in cultivation, rendering her experiences with matters of intimacy akin to those of an ordinary girl. Thus, despite her instinctive urge to pressure Hanli into silence, she felt a whirlwind of turmoil within, unsure of how to confront the situation. Hanli fared little better. He had never anticipated that his first intimate encounter would be with a core formation female cultivator, let alone such a breathtaking beauty. The contrast between her and the gentle, demure maiden he had envisioned was stark, leaving him to silently chuckle at his own predicament. Was this unexpected romance a blessing or a curse? Regardless, Hanli sensed that the woman bore no malicious intent towards silencing him, which relieved him somewhat, fostering a burgeoning fondness for the magnificent beauty who had become entwined with him. Yet, it remained merely a fondness, should she choose to turn against him. He was certain he would not remain passive. What exactly is that orb? How did it come to be? Hanli began to inquire, but faltered midway, unsure of how to proceed. Nevertheless, he trusted she would grasp his meaning. That is the lust pouch of a Mo Jiao. I had not realized this creature was an exceedingly rare male Jiao, and in my moment of oversight, I neglected this fact. In this pouch resides an intoxicating mist, which erupts upon contact with any female. As the lady spoke, a faint blush crept across her face, recalling the incident when her touch had caused the pouch to burst. Indeed, upon hearing this, Hanli suddenly grasped the situation, the enigma within his heart now unraveled. But how is it that you appear different now? He inquired. I practice a unique technique known as the pure maiden reincarnation art. This extraordinary method, while remarkable and capable of preserving youthful beauty, undergoes a cycle every few decades. When the magical essence reincarnates, one naturally reverts to their youthful appearance. However, after our encounter, my technique was temporarily disrupted, resulting in a slight increase in my stature. The woman explained with a measured tone. Will you be all right? Hanli found himself asking, unable to restrain his curiosity. I am unscathed. My technique has reached completion. Even though I lost my virginity, it merely cost me 5 or 6 years of magical power, which is insignificant to me, she replied coldly. Casting a complex glance at Hanli, Hanli fell silent, recognizing the lingering resentment she harbored for having lost her purity to him. The woman felt undeniably wronged. Stealing furtive glances at him, she reaffirmed that this disciple from Huangfeng Valley was utterly ordinary in both appearance and talent, devoid of any remarkable traits. How could she, a woman of lofty pride, not feel despondent about having become intertwined with such a man? Yet, the thought of slaying him to relieve her pent-up fury seemed too burdensome, for he was the one who had taken her maidenhood. Thus, she held a peculiar sentiment towards him, which incited both anger and hatred. What time is it now? Surely, we haven't surpassed the 5-day return deadline? Hanli suddenly recalled and exclaimed. The woman, initially unsettled, was startled but quickly regained her composure. It cannot have been that long. The aphrodisiac gas from the ink serpent contains minimal narcotic properties. We will only be unconscious for about 5 or 6 hours at most. However, if we are to exit, we must prepare immediately. This perilous place is not easily navigated, she remarked, furrowing her brow. Before that, I shall take this golden treasure chest. You have no objections. I hope, she said, casting a frosty glance at Han Li, her lips slightly parted. Han Li offered a wry smile. Although he could not gauge the depth of her magical power, it was evident that she was above the foundational stage, and he dared not contest her claim to the treasure. Observing his silence, she sneered and gracefully soared towards the jade pavilion, successfully retrieving the golden chest and stowing it away in her storage pouch before returning to Han Li's side. What about those spiritual herbs? Han Li asked, puzzled by her disinterest in harvesting them. I have no need for them. If you desire them, feel free to collect them all, she replied, casting him an irritated glance. Upon hearing these words, Han Li's heart swelled with joy, for he had been troubled by the lack of spiritual herbs to offer to his sect after emerging from the forbidden area, fearing it might arouse suspicion. Without hesitation, he rushed over and swiftly gathered dozens of spiritual herbs. The woman remained motionless, observing Han Li's actions with a cold gaze and uttering not a word. When Han Li returned with the herbs, she slowly and solemnly stated, to break the restrictions and leave this place, it requires the combined efforts of the two of us. Without one, neither can escape. In the grand hall of the stone temple, a thunderous noise reverberated incessantly as the disciples of the Hidden Moon sect tirelessly struck at a deep pit in the ground with their magical tools. Yet, regardless of the tools employed, only fragments the size of a thumb were dislodged, causing despair to settle among them. After several hours, the male and female disciples sat despondently on the ground, staring blankly at the pit, their spirits utterly crushed, having lost all hope of rescuing their revered ancestor. They began to contemplate the dire consequences of losing their master and sought to devise a means of escape for themselves. At that moment, a tremendous crash emanated from outside the temple, followed by a tremor beneath their feet, as if the very earth was convulsing, startling the disciples into silence. What was happening? They exchanged confused glances, and two male disciples hastily exited the stone hall to investigate. Master Ancestor. Moments later, the jubilant voices of the two disciples echoed from outside the hall. The volume of their exclamations was such that it reached the ears of those still within, prompting astonished glances among them before they rushed out in a frenzy. Before the temple entrance, a large hole with a diameter of about 10 feet had appeared, and standing near the opening was a stunning woman clad in white, resembling an older version of their youthful ancestor. At this moment, the revered master of the Hidden Moon sect gazed coldly into the distance, her expression one of indifference, completely ignoring the two male disciples who stood behind her. The immediate exhilaration of the disciples was abruptly doused, akin to a bucket of cold water, as they realized the gravity of the situation. Was their ancestor intending to hold them accountable for triggering the restrictions? The thought sent a chill through them as they cast a wary glance at the female disciple among the Hidden Moon twins, whose complexion turned pale, overtaken by fear. After a prolonged moment of observation, the white-clad woman finally turned to face the gathered disciples and issued a chilling command. Depart. Han Li swiftly leaped from one large tree to another, his movements as agile as a monkey, matching the speed of flying with a magical artifact as he descended the mountain. Now, he was infused with a surge of spiritual energy, possessing the power equivalent to that of the 13th layer of magical prowess. This remarkable enhancement of his spiritual power left Han Li somewhat entranced, though he knew that this surplus of energy would not last long, likely fading within a few hours. In a desperate bid to escape the subterranean marsh, the woman, who had formed a profound bond with him, employed a certain arcane technique to temporarily transfer her sealed magical powers to Han Li. This extraordinary act propelled Han Li's strength from the 11th level to the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. Subsequently, one of them wielded the vermilion bird ring while the other utilized the golden light brick talisman, forcefully carving a tunnel through the earth that led directly to the surface. Throughout this arduous endeavor, whenever Han Li's magical energy waned, the woman silently replenished him with her own, resulting in their emergence from the depths. While Han Li's golden light brick talisman had ultimately exhausted its efficacy, rendering it mere scrap, the girl had likewise depleted 2 to 3 decades of her own cultivation. A considerable loss indeed. It is noteworthy that the woman's Su Nu reincarnation technique is remarkably unique. During the reincarnation phase, she can bestow her sealed powers upon another male, yet is unable to liberate herself or transfer them for a female's use. Moreover, the transferred energy is constrained by the recipient's cultivation level. Since Han Li was merely at the Qi refinement stage, The maximum energy he could receive was limited to the 13th level of foundational techniques, making it impossible for him to ascend to the foundation establishment stage. As he broke through the last barrier of Earth, Hanli had just begun to accept the woman's energy. Thus, he retained a fleeting experience of 13th level power, allowing him to savor this extraordinary sensation a while longer. Nangong Wan, he mused to himself, recalling the name he had inquired about before parting from her. Yet, the memory of her reluctance to share her name left a tinge of melancholy in his heart. He understood that even if he were to reach the foundation establishment stage, any possibility of further connection with her would be utterly out of reach. The disparity in their lifespans and statuses within the realm of cultivation was insurmountable, and thus, he could only accept her cold departure with bittersweet resignation. Han Li was acutely aware of his own limitations. While he felt some confidence in achieving the foundation establishment stage, the Dan formation stage remained a distant aspiration, one he could merely gaze upon from afar. Within the vast expanse of Yellow Maple Valley, where over 10,000 cultivators resided, only a handful reached the Dan formation stage, leaving Han Li, who recognized his own inadequate potential, devoid of any confidence. As he pondered these thoughts, his expression suddenly darkened, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Mere moments later, he reappeared at the same location, though now a storage bag was in his possession. Nearby, atop a great tree, lay the headless corpse of a spirit beast disciple from the mountain sect. Han Li briefly perused the contents of the storage bag, shook his head slightly, and then leapt away. On the 5th afternoon after entering the forbidden area, the assembled cultivators from various sects, who had been waiting outside for an extended period, finally took action. 7 cultivators at the Dan formation stage strained to reopen the entrance, then gazed into the dark passage, calmly awaiting the first individual to emerge. Clearly, this attempt to break the seal was considerably easier than 5 days prior, and once the passage appeared, the 7 retracted their magical artifacts, yet the tunnel remained intact, steadily leading into the depths of the forbidden realm. Behind the 7, a dozen or so foundation establishment leaders exhibited expressions of tension, for the outcome of this endeavor would significantly impact the allocation of the next batch of foundation establishment pills, which was of great concern to them as overseers. The enigmatic elder from the Hidden Moon sect appeared on a nearby large stone, observing the gathering with a cheerful smile. He seemed particularly invested in the ongoing wager. Finally, after half an hour, a middle-aged Taoist emerged from the passage with a calm demeanor. His robes were dust-laden, adorned with several noticeable tears and bloodstains, indicating he had endured a fierce battle to emerge. Upon his arrival, he respectfully saluted the core formation Taoists of the Qingshu sect before quietly sitting cross-legged nearby. The core formation Taoists cast a knowing glance at the middle-aged man, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Master Li maintained a serene expression, devoid of any discernible emotion, while the enigmatic elder rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction with a slight huff. Subsequently, the effeminate man from the Blade Forge, the brutish figure Zhong Wu from Spirit Beast Mountain, the blue-clad youth from Tiankei Fortress, and the Qin siblings from Huangfeng Valley, among others, emerged in varying states of injury, each bearing signs of fatigue as they made their way to their respective elders, settling down to rest. As time passed, more disciples emerged from the passage, differing from the earlier solitary figures, as they arrived in pairs or small groups. Their expressions varied widely. Some appeared exuberant, others downcast, and a few wore looks of sheer luck. With the inclusion of the previous arrivals, over 20 disciples from the 7 sects had appeared, yet none from the Hidden Moon sect had shown themselves, leaving the members of the other 6 sects in a state of astonishment. However, the enigmatic elder and the ethereal fairy from the Hidden Moon sect remained unperturbed, exuding an air of confidence. After another half hour, with only 2 disciples from other sects emerging from the passage, the members of the Hidden Moon sect were still nowhere to be seen, and there remained merely an hour before the passage would close. At this juncture, the enigmatic elder and the ethereal fairy exchanged glances, revealing a hint of unease. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the passage, a young man from Huangfeng Valley, with an unremarkable appearance yet impeccably dressed. This was Han Li, who had swiftly dispatched several foes to arrive at this moment. The members of the Hidden Moon sect initially displayed joy at the sight of movement at the passage's entrance, but their expressions fell upon realizing it was a disciple from Huangfeng Valley. Han Li surveyed the situation outside before making his way to his sect's position, settling down in the order of arrival, fortuitously beside the Qin siblings. The number of disciples from Huangfeng Valley who had survived the forbidden area was notably high. Besides the Chen siblings, there was also an elder and a young man, bringing the total to 5, far exceeding the 3 or 4 from other sects, and especially the meager 2 from the Giant Sword sect. This brought a smile of delight to Master Li's face. The Chen siblings and the others were taken aback to see Han Li, an 11th level disciple, emerge unscathed from the forbidden area. However, their expressions quickly shifted to one of disdain as they cast him a fleeting glance, thereafter choosing to ignore him entirely. It is evident that they all perceive Han Li as timid, having retreated without participating in the conflict, undoubtedly without any gains. As the time for the passage to close gradually approached, a member of the Hidden Moon sect appeared, causing both the old monster Qiong and the fairy Ni Chong to become restless, their faces betraying unmistakable concern. This elicited quiet delight from the elder Li and the Taoist, who seemed to revel in the misfortune of the Hidden Moon sect. Observing all this, Han Li furrowed his brow in surprise. He had clearly escaped the underground swamp alongside Nangong Wan. How could the members of the Hidden Moon sect have not yet arrived? A twinge of worry for the maiden arose in his heart. Suddenly, Han Li recalled another young woman he had encountered within the Forbidden Grounds and glanced towards the direction of the Spirit Beast Mountain. He was relieved to find Han Yunji seated peacefully on the ground, her expression calm and devoid of any distress. As the closure of the passage drew near, the expressions of the Hidden Moon sect members grew increasingly grim. Meanwhile, the other sects, while feigning concern for the disciples of the Hidden Moon sect, inwardly reveled in their misfortune. After all, the Hidden Moon sect, being the foremost sect of the Yu Kingdom, had long been the object of envy. The prospect of slightly diminishing their power was a welcome sight for these onlookers. Perhaps the thoughts of these individuals had an unintended effect, for when only a quarter of an hour remained until the passage would close, a white shadow flickered within the passage, and a group of over 10 disciples from the Hidden Moon sect emerged in an orderly fashion, led by the stunningly beautiful Nangong Wan. Upon seeing them, Qiong merely let out a long sigh of relief, while the fairy, Ni Chong, could not contain herself and rushed forward, grasping Nangong Wan's arm with utmost concern, her face a canvas of worry. This scene drew puzzled glances from the other sect members. It was no surprise, as although Nangong Wan had crossed paths with these golden core cultivators on several occasions, she had always worn a veil, concealing her true appearance. Thus, they were unaware that the enchanting young woman before them was indeed the renowned fairy Nangong. Seeing her emerge safely, Han Li felt a profound sense of relief. After all, she was the first woman in his life with whom he shared a fated connection. Even though he knew it was impossible to cultivate any further bond, he could not help but feel a deep-seated concern for her. However, the expressions on the faces of Elder Li and the Taoist appeared somewhat strained. This was understandable, regardless of how many spiritual herbs the Hidden Moon sect had gathered. The sheer number of individuals who had emerged alive from the Forbidden Grounds surpassed the combined totals of their two sects, leaving them quite dejected. Well, it seems all the disciples should have emerged by now, remarked the leader from the Spirit Beast Mountain, clearing his throat before speaking. Before he could finish speaking, a figure stumbled out from the closing passage. Surprisingly, it was the cunning elder Xiang Zhili from Huangfeng Valley. However, the burly man from the Great Sword sect who had been collecting herbs with him, along with the young Taoist, were nowhere to be seen. Just as the old man crawled out of the passage, a tremor resonated from the forbidden area, followed by a flash of azure light, and the passage shattered, vanishing without a trace. At that moment, even if there were others still trapped inside, they faced a certain demise. This was because disciples who failed to exit in time had never resurfaced in subsequent openings of the Forbidden Land, disappearing for reasons unknown, which was why others dared not delay. However, it was quite unexpected that an elder of Huangfeng Valley, with merely 10th level prowess, managed to escape with his life, catching the attention of the esteemed figures present. Brotherly, I must say, your valley is indeed brimming with talent. Not only did an 11th level disciple exit the Forbidden Land, but even a 10th level disciple managed to survive. Your sect truly excels in training. The cultivators from the Great Sword sect, witnessing only 2 of their own emerge, felt a surge of frustration, especially since their most promising candidate had not made it out, while Huangfeng Valley had even lower-ranked disciples escaping unscathed. Elder Li's expression darkened upon hearing this. He too believed that Han Li and Xiang Zhili were opportunists who had merely hidden away, and he shot a resentful glare at the old trickster. Yet, he had to defend them, stating, "These youngsters, with their meager skills, managing to preserve their lives is already a stroke of fortune for them. As for the methods they employed, it is not for us as elders to condemn them further." Humph. The elder from the Great Sword sect found Elder Li's pretense insufferable and was about to retort when the old monster Cheong spoke with impatience. "What is there to argue about? If they survived, that is their merit. Would you have them continue to charge into the fray knowing they would fail? However, Li, do hasten to check the results of our wager. I shouldn't have to wait here at my age, should I?" This elder was clearly acting as if he were above others. Yet neither the members of the Great Sword sect nor Elder Li dared to provoke his ire and exchanged glances, opting to gloss over the matter. After all, incurring the wrath of this old monster would spell disaster for them. Thus, at Xiong's behest, the Taoist Fiyunzi from Qingshu sect and Elder Li begrudgingly joined forces with him. They summoned the disciples who had emerged from the forbidden area to reveal their findings, in order to assess the outcome of their wager. Only 4 Taoists from Qingshu Valley exited the forbidden land. Yet, when the first middle-aged Taoist displayed his spiritual herbs, everyone's expression shifted slightly. 3 mature blood orchids, each over 100 years old, 2 celestial fruits aged 300 years, and 3 jade marrow mushrooms aged 400 years were laid out continuously. The sheer number of herbs astonishing all onlookers. Only the one who had wagered, Fiyunzi, wore a self-satisfied smile, clearly relishing the astonishment of the others. Initially, the elder from Huangfeng Valley, a male disciple of the Yinyue sect, presented offerings that were significantly inferior, comprising only a meager few plants. Subsequently, the second Taoist from the Qingshu sect displayed a collection that, while not as extravagant, still included 7 or 8 spiritual herbs, far exceeding the usual harvest. This development stirred unease in Master Li, while the jovial demeanor of the old monster from Qiong settled into a rare seriousness. The other esteemed figures from the 4 sects, upon hearing of the wager, naturally approached to witness the spectacle, quietly marveling at the unfolding scene. However, the spiritual herbs presented by the Chen siblings brought some solace to Master Li, as their total approached 20 plants, nearly matching the 2 Taoists. The harvest of the individual from the Qingshu sect finally appeared normal, yielding but 4 plants. As for the Yinyue sect disciples, they maintained an ordinary standard, with 3 consecutive individuals producing fewer than 5 plants, allowing both the Taoist and Master Li to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, when the next youth from Huangfeng Valley stepped forward to display his spiritual herbs, he hesitated, shamefacedly revealing only 3 plants. This nearly incited Master Li's wrath, as he had not anticipated any substantial contribution from Han Li and the old trickster. According to the order, Han Li should have been next. However, unexpectedly, the old trickster dashed forward, reverently producing 2 purple monkey flowers, much to Master Li's astonishment, brightening his expression slightly, though only marginally. The quantity of herbs he presented, while exceeding that of the Qingshu sect by a plant or 2, still left Master Li anxious. As long as the final contestant maintained an average yield, defeat was inevitable. He never expected Han Li to procure much, believing that, at best, he would match the old trickster's 2 or 3 herbs, which would be deemed satisfactory for their low-ranking disciples. Contemplating this, Master Li glanced at Floating Cloudsy, who appeared restless and caught his gaze. After a brief moment of surprise, both quickly averted their eyes, returning their focus to the wager. The last Taoist to step forward was a venerable elder with flowing white hair. He approached with an air of calm, leisurely extracting one herb after another, his slow pace eliciting eye rolls from the onlookers. However, when he revealed 5 spiritual herbs and reached into his storage bag, Master Li's expression darkened, while Floating Cloudsy beamed with delight. The 2 from the Yinyue sect momentarily disregarded this development. Ultimately, to everyone's astonishment, the white-haired Taoist unexpectedly contributed 7 spiritual herbs, leaving the spectators in disbelief. Observing this, Master Li's countenance turned an ominous shade, while the Taoist, excitedly shifting his gaze, began to focus on the disciples of the Yinyue sect, convinced that victory for Huangfeng Valley was assured. At this juncture, Han Li stepped forward. The others merely cast a casual glance his way before redirecting their attention to the Yinyue sect, effectively disregarding him. Master Li noted this moment as well, but he too failed to spare Han Li a glance, believing he had no chance of redemption. The disciple of the 11th layer of cultivation would only bring embarrassment, and thus, he would hardly be met with any kindness from Master Li. Han Li paid no heed to the actions of others. nor did he entertain any thoughts of withholding the matured spiritual herbs. Each sect's accompanying officials carried 1 or 2 scenting beasts, creatures akin to squirrels, capable of detecting any concealed spiritual herbs over 100 years old within a 3-zhang radius. Even those hidden inside storage bags were not exempt. Thus, every disciple emerging from the forbidden grounds, after voluntarily surrendering their spiritual herbs, had to undergo a thorough sniffing by these small beasts before being allowed to depart, to prevent any deceitful disciples from smuggling herbs. As Han Li approached the designated area, he took out a prepared storage bag and, without hesitation, flipped it open. A brilliant white light flashed, revealing a multitude of over 20 different kinds of spiritual herbs, now scattered across the ground. Cough. There was no other choice. The power was out at home yesterday. It took until nearly 11 at night for the electricity to be restored, and I hurriedly finished this chapter. I hope everyone understands. Such occurrences are to be expected during the Olympic period, and it truly vexes me. Look over there. What is that? I can hardly believe it. A few sharp-eyed individuals exclaimed as an unexpected pile of spiritual herbs appeared on the ground. Their astonished cries immediately drew the attention of others, including Master Li and Master Floating Cloud. However, upon recognizing the herbs at Han Li's feet, the Taoist's joyful expression froze, while Master Li, after a brief moment of shock, erupted into delighted laughter. This unexpected windfall filled him with exuberance. Once Master Li realized his lack of composure and ceased his laughter, he scrutinized Han Li with a beaming gaze, finding him increasingly agreeable. In contrast, the Taoist's face turned ashen, struggling to believe that he had lost so easily, and his gaze towards Han Li was laden with hostility. "Tao brother, what are you doing? Are you really going to intimidate a junior?" Master Li interjected after observing Master Floating Cloud's expression, stepping protectively in front of Han Li with a stern demeanor. Given that Han Li had just accomplished a great service for him, he could not allow this junior to be threatened in front of so many witnesses, lest his own reputation suffer. The Taoist, upon hearing Master Li's words, realized that it was highly inappropriate for someone of his standing to scrutinize a chi-refining disciple, as it could easily be misconstrued as intimidation or retaliation against a junior. He hurriedly shifted his gaze, forcing a smile towards Master Li. Master Li has misunderstood. I merely found it incredible that this young disciple could gather such a wealth of spiritual herbs given his level of cultivation, and I wished to observe a moment longer. The Taoist struggled to maintain an expression of nonchalance, yet the thought of the bloodline serpent's inner core caused him inner turmoil, making it impossible for his complexion to return to normal. Master Li chuckled derisively, choosing not to press the matter further. After all, he had emerged victorious from the wager and did not wish to provoke his opponent with words. However, he was perplexed by how Han Li had managed to acquire so many spiritual herbs. Yet, in the presence of so many representatives from other sects, Master Li refrained from pursuing the topic further, opting to overlook it entirely. Moreover, at that moment, his heart burned with fervor. All he needed was to triumph over the disciples of the Hidden Moon sect, and his journey to the Forbidden Land would indeed yield great rewards. Naturally, he paid no heed to trivial matters. As long as he could secure victory in the wager, he cared not how Han Li had cunningly acquired the spirit herbs. The Taoist, observing Master Li's demeanor, understood his intentions all too well. Frustrated and pained, he resigned himself to being an outsider, watching the outcome between the opponent and the Elder Qiong. However, Elder Qiong's expression was not much better. The spirit herbs submitted by the earlier disciples of the Hidden Moon sect were utterly mediocre, rendering him unable to muster a smile. Just as Master Li was brimming with confidence, the situation took an unexpected turn. The last few disciples from the Hidden Moon sect submitted an astonishing number of spirit herbs, exceeding the combined total of those from the Clear Void sect and the Yellow Maple Valley by 5 or 6 specimens, thus clinching the final wager. This blow left Master Li utterly stunned, while Elder Qiong exhaled a sigh of relief, breaking into a peculiar laugh. "Bring forth the bloodline serpent's inner Dan. I am in dire need of a fine elixir, and this inner Dan would serve as the perfect catalyst." Without hesitation, Elder Qiong demanded the stakes from the Floating Cloud Taoist. Upon hearing this, the Floating Cloud Taoist managed a forced smile, opening his mouth as if to voice a protest. Yet no words escaped. Noticing this, Elder Qiong's eyes narrowed in displeasure. "What? The illustrious Floating Cloud Taoist of the Clear Void sect wishes to renege on the bet? Renege? Would I dare to cheat you, Elder Qiong?" The Floating Cloud Taoist had no intention of actually backing out of the agreement. However, the value of such a precious item weighed heavily on his heart, causing an instinctive reluctance. Yet, upon Elder Qiong's remark, he felt a flush of embarrassment and, with a stomp of his foot, tossed a pearly orb to his opponent, turning away with a pained expression. That orb was none other than the bloodline serpent's inner Dan. Elder Qiong seized the inner Dan with glee, scrutinizing it before breaking into a broad grin, though he muttered, "It seems the quality is rather lacking. The spiritual essence is insufficient. It appears I shall have to make do." This remark left the Taoist opposite him crimson with rage, nearly causing him to spit blood in despair, prompting him to distance himself in order to preserve his composure. "Brotherly, I shall ensure that 2 pieces of iron essence are delivered to you within 20 years. Masterly, displaying a commendable forthrightness, interjected before Elder Qiong could finish his statement. Brotherly is indeed straightforward, and thus I have nothing further to say." Elder Qiong nodded in satisfaction, then sauntered back toward the Hidden Moon sect. The twists and turns of this wager left the onlookers from various sects in awe, and they secretly reveled in the misfortune that befell Master Li and the Floating Cloud Taoist, who had ultimately suffered a loss in their attempt to outwit the old monster. After all, who would dare gamble against such an entity? Regardless, this journey to the Forbidden Land had come to a close. The leaders of each sect collected their disciples' spirit herbs, allowing the sent spirit beasts to inspect them, and subsequently took their leave, gradually departing the scene. The disciples of the Moon Concealment sect were the first to depart. After exchanging greetings with members of other sects and boarding the Heavenly Moon Divine Vessel, Hanli could not help but glance at Nangongwan among them. However, she did not cast a single glance in his direction from the moment she boarded the Divine Vessel until her departure, leaving Han Li with a sense of unease. Nevertheless, being a person of steadfast resolve, he soon regained his composure and continued to observe the departures of the other sections. When Han Yunji left with the disciples of the Spirit Beast Mountain, she glanced at Han Li and offered a kind smile, which warmed his heart. As the Huangfeng Valley, being half of the Eastern Lord, was the last to leave, they remained the only ones outside the forbidden area after the other 7 sects had departed. However, Master Li did not lead the team away. Instead, he gazed silently towards the forbidden area. The others understood that he had just lost a wager and was in no mood for haste, so they refrained from urging him, patiently waiting behind. After some time, Master Li's mood seemed to improve somewhat. Although he had not turned around, he finally spoke, directing his first words at Han Li. "What is the name of the disciple who has submitted the most spiritual herbs, and how long have they been in the valley?" Upon hearing this, the others revealed expressions of envy. To have their name recognized by such a master surely promised great benefits in the future. Han Li was slightly taken aback, but did not hesitate to respectfully reply, "Disciple Han Li, I have been in the valley for nearly 3 years. Han Li?" Master Li slowly repeated the name, seemingly contemplating something, and did not respond immediately, causing those behind him to exchange puzzled glances, unsure of the master's intent. However, Master Li's next words sent a chill down Han Li's spine, sharpening his focus. "Han Li, tell me about the process through which you acquired these herbs." "I wish to hear," Master Li inquired casually. Although Han Li felt a sense of alertness, he had long prepared for such inquiries and remained calm. He replied with a composed demeanor, "Yes, Master. This matter, I must admit, was quite fortuitous. Although I stealthily infiltrated the ring-shaped mountain that day, I regret to say I had little success. However, on the afternoon of the 4th day, I stumbled upon 2 individuals in a remote valley fighting over several Yushui mushrooms. One was a disciple from the giant sword sect with bare feet and a silver sword, while the other was a scarred individual from the Heavenly Threshold Fortress. I discreetly concealed myself." Thus, Han Li vividly recounted the tale of the clam and the crane, where the fisherman reaps the benefits, embellishing his own stroke of luck to the utmost. His narrative evoked undeniable jealousy among the Qin's siblings and the other disciples. After listening to Han Li's account, Master Li nodded silently, finding it plausible. Otherwise, how could a disciple with such low cultivation level gather so many spiritual herbs? It seemed that sheer luck had favored him. A mere coincidence. Having grasped the essence of the matter, Master Li felt no desire to pursue further inquiries. However, after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly regarded Han Li with a solemn expression and said, "Han Li, you have made a significant contribution to our sect this time. Although I did not win the wager, I still wish to reward you generously. I intend to take you under my wing as my named disciple. Would you be willing to accept?" Upon hearing this, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. The others from Huangfeng Valley were initially astonished by this statement, but soon turned their unwavering gazes upon Han Li, their expressions betraying disbelief. It was utterly inconceivable. Had they misheard? This esteemed ancestor was so hastily offering to take this individual as a disciple? This person, in terms of both skills and innate talent, was exceedingly ordinary, lacking any remarkable qualities that could possibly attract the ancestor's attention. In the realm of cultivation, being accepted as a disciple by a foundation establishment practitioner is a dream that low-level cultivators could scarcely imagine. Yet, upon hearing these words, Han Li, amidst his astonishment, instinctively sensed something amiss. Given his aptitude and techniques, he could not fathom how such a stroke of fortune could befall him. As for the notion that he had rendered great service to Huangfeng Valley and thus deserved this reward, he was utterly skeptical. If the ancestor had won the bet and, in a moment of excitement, decided to accept him as a disciple, there might have been some sincerity in it. However, the fact that the ancestor had lost so miserably yet still wished to take him on as a disciple was quite intriguing. While Han Li was consumed by these swirling thoughts, the ancestor, Master Li, began to feel displeased. After proclaiming his intention to take Han Li as a disciple, he had expected the latter to be overwhelmed with joy and immediately accept. Yet, Han Li stood there, dazed and astonished, failing to respond promptly, which irked him slightly. Nevertheless, Master Li maintained his composure and remarked with an air of dignity, "Han Li, if you are unwilling to be my disciple, simply say so, and I shall not press the matter further. I can bestow upon you several magical artifacts as compensation." Upon hearing this, Han Li understood that the ancestor's words were eloquent but sensed underlying dissatisfaction. He did not need to ponder the consequences of offending this esteemed figure. The implications were all too clear. Moreover, it was utterly illogical for a Qi refining stage disciple to reject the offer of a foundation establishment practitioner. He feared that a refusal would lead to even greater troubles. With this in mind, he clenched his teeth, deciding to navigate this situation carefully. It was evident that declining would yield no favorable outcome. To be accepted under the ancestor's tutelage was indeed an honor, and Han Li was more than willing. He had merely been so overwhelmed with joy that he had forgotten to voice his acceptance, and he humbly sought the ancestor's understanding. His face flushed with a deep crimson. He feigned a return to his senses and spoke eagerly. Subsequently, Han Li, with great awareness, bowed respectfully to Master Li, promptly performing the formalities of apprenticeship. "Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple, Li Huayuan," Master Li declared, his face alight with joy as he assisted Han Li to his feet and presented him with a shimmering green long knife, a truly exquisite magical artifact. Han Li solemnly accepted the long knife with both hands, bowing once again to express his respect before rising to his feet, seemingly overwhelmed with joy. The other disciples, who gazed at him with wide-eyed astonishment, burned with envy, their eyes filled with an unusual intensity as they looked at Han Li, wishing fervently that they were the ones to receive the magical artifact, rather than the person they had long regarded with disdain. Although Han Li was unaware of their inner thoughts, the searing gazes directed at him made him surmise their feelings, leaving him in a state of bemusement. If possible, he would have preferred that this venerable ancestor had chosen someone else, rather than himself, the unfortunate one. He was all too aware of the lessons imparted by his previous master, Dr. Mo, which lingered vividly in his memory. Now, another formidable master, with even greater ambitions, had arrived, rendering Han Li speechless. After some time, should you successfully establish your foundation, I shall invite you to join me as an official disciple. If you do not succeed, fear not, for I will still offer guidance on your cultivation methods, Master Li instructed Han Li. "Yes, Master," Han Li replied earnestly, having no objections. "Well then, time is of the essence. Let us return to Huangfeng Valley," Master Li remarked, glancing at the sky. Subsequently, the group mounted Master Li's silver-armored horned python and, after several days of flight, returned to Huangfeng Valley. Upon entering the valley, Master Li Huayuan proceeded to the discussion hall accompanied by 2 attendants, while the others dispersed to their respective quarters, awaiting the rewards that were to come in a few days. In a humble cottage within the 100 Herbs Garden of Huangfeng Valley, the elderly Master Ma stared wide-eyed at Han Li, as if he had seen a ghost, continually murmuring, "This is impossible. Not only have you survived, but you also uncovered a treasure in the Forbidden Land, presenting over 20 spirit herbs, and even being accepted as a registered disciple by Master Li. Indeed, Master Ma, does this not signify a profound fortune and astonishing destiny? Han Li replied from across the table, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as if reveling in his own good fortune. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Master Ma's expression returned to normal. Yet a peculiar glint appeared in his eyes as he scrutinized Han Li, causing Han Li to feel a chill run down his spine, uncertain of the elder's intentions. Kid, your journey to the Forbidden Land has indeed yielded unexpected rewards, far beyond my expectations, the old man sighed. I had not anticipated it myself. Han Li casually responded. However, do you understand the true intention behind Master Li accepting you as a registered disciple? Master Ma's next statement, tinged with a hint of regret, momentarily stunned Han Li, yet soon filled him with delight. He struggled to contain his eagerness, feigning ignorance as he exclaimed, Master Ma, could it be that Master Li has other reasons for taking in disciples? Master? Chuckled the old man. Now that you have become a disciple of Master Li, you may simply call me Brother Ma from now on. I dare not presume to be addressed as Master any longer. He shook his head slowly, speaking at a measured pace. Cough. Why must you jest with your disciple, Master Ma? Everyone knows that in the realm of cultivation, status is determined by one's cultivation level. As long as I have yet to reach the foundation establishment stage, you will always remain my elder, Han Li replied earnestly, immediately pouring a cup of herbal tea for the old man and presenting it to him. Indeed, well done. You are a promising disciple. It appears that you have not yet been overwhelmed by these matters. Allow me to enlighten you in advance. In truth, even if I do not speak, you would discover it in a few days. The old man nodded with satisfaction and spoke in a calm tone. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but listened intently to the words that followed. It is worth noting that he had been in a state of anxiety ever since Master Li unexpectedly accepted him as a disciple. Naturally, he would not miss the opportunity to learn the inside story. What do you think you will receive as a reward for submitting so many spiritual herbs this time? The old man suddenly changed the topic. Perhaps I could exchange them for 2 foundation establishment pills. I have inquired beforehand, and anyone who submits around 10 spiritual herbs is entitled to 1 pill, Han Li replied, understanding that the old man's question had a purpose. In a few days, when the rewards are distributed, you will find that you are fortunate to receive only 1 foundation establishment pill. Do not dream of receiving 2. The old man remarked with a hint of sarcasm. What? How could this be? Is someone withholding the rewards? Han Li nearly jumped up, disbelief etched upon his face. There is no withholding, nor does anyone dare to do so. The reduction in rewards applies solely to you. Everyone else will receive their full share. Otherwise, who would participate in the bloody trials next time? The old man scoffed. Is it because of Master Li? Han Li pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. You are not entirely foolish. You have grasped the essence rather quickly. Indeed, it is due to Master Li accepting you as a disciple. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in the old man's eyes as he nodded. There exists an unwritten rule in our sect. A master has the right to claim half of the offerings submitted by their disciple as a token of gratitude. But this is limited to a single occasion. The spiritual herbs you gathered in the forbidden area are also regarded as a form of offering. Therefore, I estimate that Master Li's eagerness to take you as a disciple is likely tied to the 10 or so spiritual herbs intended as a token of thanks. Consequently, since only half of the offerings reach the upper echelons, your reward will naturally be halved, and you should not expect 2 foundation establishment pills. The old man elaborated meticulously to Han Li. Han Li furrowed his brow slightly, yet he displayed no signs of anger or dissatisfaction. He merely bowed his head in silence, which surprised the old man. He was unaware that Han Li was not angry at all, but rather relieved, having let go of the anxiety he had been harboring. This new master had indeed taken an interest in his spiritual herbs, which was unexpected yet reassuring for Han Li. 1 foundation establishment pill was hardly significant for him, especially as he was about to embark on alchemy. Should he succeed in his endeavors, a single pill would not be of great concern. The old man, oblivious to Han Li's mindset, assumed that Han Li was merely suppressing his frustration. He chuckled lightly and sought to comfort him. Although you may be receiving 1 less foundation establishment pill, being accepted as a registered disciple by Master Li is also a commendable achievement and not a significant loss. It is important to realize that your aptitude is rather limited. Even with 2 foundation establishment pills, the chances of successfully establishing a foundation remain slim. Rather than merely exchanging a single grain for the esteemed Master Li, one could secure a formidable ally. Thus, even if one remains within the chi refinement stage, the disciples of our sect would scarcely dare to belittle you. It is worth noting that although Master Li does not genuinely accept you as his disciple, you nonetheless bear his name, which typically dissuades ordinary disciples from troubling you. Moreover, as far as I am aware, Master Li is quite protective of his own. Han Li felt a surge of emotion upon hearing this. Recalling how the elderly gentleman had gifted him 2 bottles of medicinal pills during his journey to the Forbidden Land, revealing himself to be a person of a warm heart beneath a cold exterior. This revelation only deepened Han Li's appreciation for the man, who seemed worthy of a profound friendship. Though Han Li contemplated this internally, he maintained an outward demeanor of reluctant acceptance, managing a wry smile before finally engaging in conversation with the old gentleman. Observing Han Li's apparent recovery from his earlier setback, Master Ma expressed his joy and soon took his leave, entrusting the 100 Herb Garden back to Han Li. Volume 3, Chapter 213, Preparations at Long Last. I have completed this chapter. Now, I must indulge in some much-needed rest. If anyone has any votes to spare, kindly share a few. The journey to the Forbidden Land, though lasting merely 10 days, felt as if it spanned several years for Han Li. Thus, as he lay in the comfort of the 100 Herb Garden's bed, he felt an overwhelming sense of warmth and nostalgia. Having risked his life on this treacherous expedition, he was relieved to have returned safely, achieving his objectives with remarkable success. Now, he could finally surrender to slumber, sleeping soundly and peacefully, as if all the worldly conflicts had momentarily drifted away from his dreams. Han Li awoke the following day around noon, feeling rejuvenated, and immediately began to devise his future plans. His first task was to expedite the maturation of the primary medicinal herbs in his possession, ensuring their preservation. Arrangements for supplementary herbs would naturally come later. However, preparing everything would not be a matter of mere days or months. Han Li estimated that it would require several years before everything was in order, allowing him to commence alchemy properly. With ample spiritual herbs at his disposal, Han Li was in no rush. Instead, he took the time to organize the other spoils he had acquired during his time in the Forbidden Land. Ultimately, he amassed over a dozen mid-grade spirit stones, hundreds of low-grade spirit stones, a plethora of spirit artifacts across various tiers, several carapaces from centipede demon beasts, various materials from the ink serpent, a useless silver sword, and more. However, among these items, 2 particularly captured Han Li's attention: a puppet wielding a bow and arrow, and a shimmering silver page. The puppet, intricately carved from wood, boasted lifelike features, complete with ears, nose, mouth, and eyes. Clad in remarkably realistic iron armor and helmet, it even held a longbow forged from bronze. This item was the high-grade magical artifact, the Puppeteer Archer, which Han Li had stealthily procured from his sect. Since acquiring this artifact, Han Li had yet to test its capabilities, as it required the mastery of a mysterious technique, necessitating the infusion of a fragment of one's consciousness into the puppet to wield it effectively. Yet, such a technique is typically only pursued by cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, as it demands a sufficient level of spiritual awareness to endure the painful process of separating one's consciousness. Otherwise, with such a meager level of spiritual awareness in the chi refining stage, one would likely descend into madness before successfully achieving separation of the spirit. The oft-cited practice of using spiritual awareness to survey one's surroundings or scan objects does not truly embody the essence of spirit separation. Rather, it is merely a superficial technique for manifesting existing awareness. However, after mastering certain secret arts, spirit separation can equate to possessing one or even multiple incarnations of spiritual awareness, primarily utilized for wielding multiple magical artifacts simultaneously. The more separations one has, the greater the number of artifacts that can be manipulated at once. It is essential to recognize that disciples in the chi refining stage are typically only capable of employing 2 magical artifacts in combat. Should they attempt to manage any more, their control would inevitably falter. After all, who among them does not possess 5 or 6 magical artifacts? If they were to recklessly unleash them all upon encountering an adversary, it would be futile, yet it could create a momentary chaos for their opponent. Han Li toyed with the puppet for a considerable time before setting it down and picking up the silver page once more. This silver page was a trophy he had obtained from the barefoot man of the giant sword sect, adorned with peculiar patterns that were both raised and recessed, exuding an aura of mystery. Despite pondering over it for a long while, he could glean no insights, ultimately deciding to set it aside for the time being. Thus, in the days that followed, Han Li continued to study the silver page while awaiting news from higher authorities, curious to ascertain whether his rewards had indeed been diminished as the old man had suggested. On the afternoon of the fourth day, Uncle Wang and another unfamiliar steward visited Han Li, bringing with them a solitary Foundation establishment pill as a reward. Their discourse mirrored that of the old man with little deviation, save for a modification in the reasoning for taking away Master Li's spiritual medicine. It was now framed as a filial duty expected of the disciples. Han Li, upon hearing this, could not help but harbor a quiet scoff. Nevertheless, he feigned acquiescence, which relieved the two stewards, who had anticipated a lengthy explanation, and they departed with smiles on their faces. After watching them leave, Han Li chuckled self-deprecatingly and carefully stored away the newly acquired Foundation establishment pill. Now was not the time to consume the pill for breakthrough. It would be wiser to refine his own Foundation establishment pills and take them all at once. After all, as long as he had not crafted the pills, he could not find peace in his closed-door cultivation. Thus, time passed month by month, and 3 years swiftly elapsed. At long last, Han Li's preparations for alchemy were fully in order. During this not insignificant interval, several noteworthy events transpired. Among them, junior sister Chun, after consuming one of her rewards Foundation establishment pills, diligently practiced for an entire year and successfully established her foundation 2 years prior. Her elder brother, however, encountered misfortune. Despite having ingested his second Foundation establishment pill, he ultimately failed in his attempt to break through and remains outside the realm of Foundation establishment. It is said that the eldest son of the Chun family has completely lost faith in the path of immortality, opting instead to bid farewell to his sect and return home to manage family affairs. Another noteworthy development is that Han Li's reputation has surged unexpectedly in the Yellow Maple Valley, garnering him a modicum of renown. The tale of his fortuitous journey within the Forbidden Land, where he acquired numerous spiritual herbs and was accepted as a named disciple by Master Li, spread like wildfire throughout the sect during the first year upon his return. The fervor nearly ignited the jealousy of the lower-ranking disciples. It was not until the second year that the commotion began to subside. However, during this period, a curious incident occurred. The elderly gentleman surnamed Yi, who had previously owed him a considerable amount, suddenly sent a messenger to deliver everything he had once neglected to pay, and even included a little extra. This made Han Li revel in the comfort of being sheltered beneath a great tree, feeling a sense of quiet satisfaction. It seemed that his status as a named disciple of Master Li proved to be quite advantageous at times. Yet, regarding his newly appointed master, Han Li found himself at a loss for words. Aside from sending a fellow named disciple to deliver a handwritten copy of the Qingyuan sword technique, there had been no further communication over the span of 3 years, as if he had completely forgotten Han Li. Although he occasionally grumbled about this, he was, in fact, quite content with the current situation. He was wholly devoted to the refinement of foundation-building pills and naturally preferred not to be disturbed. However, this semi-reclusive existence came to an abrupt end today. 3 days prior, Han Li had hastened the growth of the final necessary auxiliary spiritual herb. Everything was prepared, and only the east wind was lacking. After several days of adjustment, he gathered all the matured herbs and made his way to the Yuelu Hall. The Yuelu Hall appeared exactly as it had when he visited years ago, albeit the guardians of the teleportation array had been replaced by 2 other foundation-building cultivators. Yet, the same procedures and the same impatient expressions made Han Li chuckle inwardly. Regardless, he successfully entered the hall's interior. As he traversed the unmarked passage, he encountered the unsightly man he was loath to see, who was soundly asleep in the stone chamber. Han Li frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before retrieving a bell-shaped artifact. He approached the slumbering figure and gently shook the bell near his ear. The sound of the bell was inconsequential to Han Li, but it jolted the man awake as if he had been set ablaze, causing him to leap up and mumble. "What happened? Who's there? What do you want?" The man, still in a state of half-slumber, refrained from hurling any rude remarks at Han Li. Seizing the opportunity, Han Li promptly introduced himself by invoking the name of his new master. "I am a disciple under Master Li Huayuan, seeking to borrow the earth fire. Kindly open the door." The mention of Master Li's illustrious name startled the man, who promptly leapt back in surprise, hurriedly acknowledging Han Li and turning towards the stone door. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he suddenly recalled something and turned back, scrutinizing Han Li with a skeptical gaze. Recognizing the shift in the man's demeanor, Han Li immediately grasped his thoughts. After a moment's hesitation, he produced the book Qingyuan sword technique that Li Huayuan had sent, placing it before the ugly man. The volume bore the personal signature of Master Li. And to his surprise, the man not only recognized the esteemed name, but seemed familiar with the handwriting as well. After glancing at the book, he respectfully returned it to Han Li and promptly donned a smile, inquiring, "May I ask if this junior brother intends to refine weapons or concoct pills? I shall certainly make the necessary arrangements for you." Han Li, intending to leverage Master Li's name for potential special consideration regarding the underground fire, relaxed his expression upon the man's perceptive response and replied, "I plan to refine some pills. So I hope to be assigned to a chamber with a more stable and gentle underground fire. I would greatly appreciate your assistance." Prior to his arrival, Han Li had inquired with the old man regarding the general situation of the underground fire, understanding that the usage of the underground fire was organized by rooms. Hence his request. That is easily arranged. However, there seems to be a little difficulty with the handling fee, the ugly man remarked. Han Li smiled slightly, producing a mid-tier spirit stone and offering it to the man, saying, "I will, of course, pay the standard amount of spirit stones required. Since this refinement will take a considerable amount of time, consider this mid-tier spirit stone as a deposit, and I will settle the balance later." Volume 3. Chapter 214. The House of Underground Fire. It seems I shall be burning the midnight oil tonight. I truly wish to avoid becoming a night owl. Haha. Very well. I shall make the arrangements at once. The ugly man beamed upon receiving the mid-tier spirit stone. Although the acknowledged exchange rate in the cultivation world was 100 low-tier spirit stones for a single mid-tier stone, very few were willing to trade mid-tier stones for low-tier ones. Everyone understood that mid-tier spirit stones absorbed spiritual energy at a significantly faster rate than their low-tier counterparts, making them highly coveted. With this thought in mind, the ugly man, now all smiles, became even more attentive to Han Li. He promptly led him to a grand, multicolored stone door, retrieving a purple arrow-shaped token from his robes. He waved it towards the stone door, and a flash of red light shot forth, striking the door and causing the vibrant colors to whirl rapidly. After several resounding creaks, the stone door slowly ascended, revealing a dark passage behind it. This passage, approximately 10 feet high, was square in shape. "Junior brother, beyond this stone passage lies the chambers with the underground fire. Let us proceed," the ugly man said with a forced smile, eager to please Han Li. Indeed, Han Li nodded non-committally and stepped into the passage first. While the stone used for this passage was not rare, it was certainly not a common material either. The ability to source such a substantial quantity and use it to construct the passage and chambers was a testament to the painstaking efforts of the previous great masters. However, it is solely due to the remarkable heat resistance of the dock stone and its peculiar ability to withstand the fierce flames of the earth that this place, since its inception, has remarkably avoided any major accidents. The burly man, while leading the way, spoke with a hint of pride. Han Li, intrigued by this, could not resist reaching out to touch the slick, cool black stone wall, marveling at its ability to resist flames even more potent than true fire. "Where does this dock stone originate from?" he inquired, genuinely impressed. "Well, it's said that while it is not an exceedingly rare material, our country does not produce it. It is brought here by our ancestors from distant lands in the west, which is quite troublesome," the burly man explained. As they continued, Han Li followed closely behind him, soon passing through two more imposing stone doors, ultimately emerging from the dockstone passage into an expansive circular hall. This hall, constructed entirely of dockstone, measured an astonishing diameter of 40 to 50 zhang and soared over 10 zhang in height, leaving one in awe of its grandeur. Surrounding the hall were numerous equally sized white stone doors, more than 30 in total. At that moment, the hall was devoid of any presence apart from the burly man and Han Li. After surveying the hall with curiosity, Han Li heard the burly man cheerfully declare, "This hall is situated above the most vigorous gathering of earth fire. Hence we have established 36 chambers for refining tools and alchemy. The finest alchemy rooms are No. 18 and number 19. However, number 18 has already been claimed by a senior brother, so I suggest you utilize room number 19. Though it is slightly inferior, its firepower and stability are still exceptionally commendable." As he spoke, the burly man led Han Li to a door adorned with the golden characters for 19, grinning widely. Han Li remained silent, nodding in agreement. Observing this, the burly man promptly produced a white jade token and pressed it against the door, which then opened automatically. Subsequently, the two entered the room. The chamber was square in shape, modest in size, measuring only 7 or 8 zhang. At its center stood a flat circular platform about a zhang in width, with a gourd the size of a fist hanging from each of the 4 walls. In the corner of the room lay a verdant cushion. The circular platform, also crafted from dockstone, was quite flat, standing only half a foot tall. However, it was adorned with 8 vividly red miniature dragon heads, exquisitely lifelike, their mouths slightly raised as if poised to breathe fire directly at the center of the platform, creating an incredibly realistic effect. After taking in the room's interior, Han Li felt a tinge of surprise. Yet, before he could voice his curiosity, the burly man had already approached the platform, eager to provide an explanation. "Junior brother, this is the earth fire outlet for this room. The earth fire needed for alchemy is emitted from these 8 dragon heads. Moreover, it can be adjusted in size and height according to your requirements. The specific methods for manipulation are inscribed on the outer wall of the platform," the burly man explained, gesturing towards the circular platform. However, he then pointed to the 4 gourds on the wall and said, "These gourds contain Martian sand, which can temporarily enhance the power of the ground fire. If you feel the temperature of the ground fire is insufficient, you may use this to augment its potency, though the effect will not last long." He added, "Furthermore, keep this jade tablet safe. Once the door is closed, all contact with the outside world will be severed. Unless several core formation cultivators work together, no one will be able to enter from outside, so rest assured, you will not be disturbed." Upon hearing these words, Han Li felt a surge of joy within. Such a thoroughly isolated environment was precisely what he required, and a hint of delight crept onto his face. At that moment, the ugly man, sensing that the explanation had concluded, wisely took his leave. Han Li watched him exit the room and immediately activated the jade tablet to seal the stone door once more. He then eagerly approached the round cauldron, circling it several times before scrutinizing the 8 dragon heads that exhaled flames. Over the past few years, Han Li had dedicated considerable time to studying alchemy in preparation for the refinement of foundation-building pills. Consequently, he was not unfamiliar with the art of alchemy. He understood that the success of a pill largely depended on the control of the fire during the alchemical process and the precise timing of retrieving the pill. As for the ingredients' composition and quantity, countless experiments by his predecessors had already clarified the formulations, requiring no further contemplation. Of course, it was permissible to adjust the quantity of pills produced, as long as the proportions of the ingredients were consistently increased or decreased. Yet, while it may sound simple, the execution is fraught with challenges. Accurately controlling the alchemical furnace's heat and mastering the timing of pill extraction are 2 formidable dilemmas that have thwarted many so-called alchemical masters. Even the most renowned alchemical masters of the current era must concede that, even with their own hands, the probability of successfully refining a pill is not particularly high, perhaps only 50%, and that is for the pills they are most adept at creating. Thus, the plight of ordinary alchemists is even more daunting. Therefore, the success of a pill's refinement hinges entirely on the alchemist's experience. The more frequently one engages in alchemy, the higher the likelihood of success. As such, alchemists are among the 2 most financially demanding professions in the cultivation world, alongside talisman makers, and are certainly among the most sought-after careers. Han Li was quite knowledgeable about these matters and understood that, as a novice, the notion of effortlessly refining a foundation-building pill was nothing short of a fantasy. Hence, he had meticulously devised a plan, preparing to refine the foundation-building pills one by one. In this manner, even if he faced numerous failures at the outset, he would not be overly distressed about the precious spiritual herbs. The quantity of spiritual herbs he had prepared was ample enough to allow for over 100 attempts, and he believed that such a substantial supply would provide sufficient experience for him. With his mind made up, Han Li took note of the method to control the dragon heads. He then performed a hand seal, unleashing 8 beams of red light towards the dragon heads. The dragon heads immediately absorbed the red light, and their mouths slightly parted, each emitting violet flames the thickness of chopsticks. Instantly, the air within the room became suffused with intense heat, leaving Han Li in quiet astonishment. Subsequently, Han Li endeavored to modify the thickness of the flames and the height of the dragon's head's emission, performing meticulous adjustments until he achieved complete mastery. Only then did he extinguish the terrestrial fire emanating from the dragon's head. Following this, he settled onto a meditation mat, adopting a cross-legged posture to gather his energy and replenish his vitality. Hanli remained in this position for the better part of the day, and only after feeling that his mental and physical states were in optimal condition did he open his eyes and rise, preparing to commence alchemy. Fortunately, having advanced through 10 levels of his cultivation method, he was able to abstain from food, rendering sustenance unnecessary. Now, Hanli retrieved the silver-threaded cauldron he had purchased that day from his storage pouch. He cast a levitation spell upon it, allowing it to hover effortlessly above the meditation mat. This particular spell was one he had specially cultivated for today's endeavor, investing considerable time and effort into its mastery. Once again, he directed a beam of red light towards the dragon's head, igniting the purple terrestrial fire within. As the cauldron was yet devoid of any materials, Hanli controlled the fire to manifest as slender as a thread. He then allowed the silver-threaded cauldron to begin a slow, ethereal rotation under the preheating of 8 strands of flame. After a quarter of an hour, the silver-threaded cauldron radiated an intense heat, exuding an astonishing temperature. Observing this, Hanli pointed at the cauldron, and the lid soared off, exposing the opening. With a flourish of his right hand, a white jade vial appeared, containing precisely measured powder of spiritual herbs. With deft control, Hanli poured the entire contents of the vial into the silver-threaded cauldron, then discarded the vial and retrieved another from his storage pouch, repeating the same action. Thus, he meticulously added dozens of varieties of spiritual herb powders into the cauldron, finally placing the lid back on. The first step was completed flawlessly, with no apparent errors. In the second volume, Chapter 215, Alchemy and Foundation Establishment, the 8 strands of purple fire spewed forth from the dragon's head, thickening under Hanli's manipulation to the girth of a finger, while the rotation of the silver-threaded cauldron gradually slowed, beginning to tremble slightly within the flames. As time progressed, a delicate fragrance of herbs wafted from the cauldron, invigorating the senses. However, Hanli was acutely aware that the formation of elixirs was still a distant prospect. He would require a more vigorous terrestrial fire to achieve instantaneous condensation, essential for forming a pill. Reflecting on this, the purple fire under Hanli's control grew increasingly brilliant, eventually swelling to the width of a bowl, enveloping the entire silver-threaded cauldron. From a distance, the cauldron appeared as a colossal fireball, the aroma of the herbs intensifying. Without needing to guess, Hanli understood that the herb powders were commencing the condensation process, thus heightening his focus. Just then, a muffled explosion emanated from within the cauldron. Though the sound was not loud, it sent a chill through Hanli, darkening his expression. After a moment's hesitation, he sighed and ceased the terrestrial fire. With a gesture, he opened the lid of the still scorching cauldron and peered inside. There lay several shards of pale blue solid, indicating the failed congealment of the elixir. Shaking his head, Hanli retrieved a jade box and placed it on the ground. He then tipped the silver-threaded cauldron, allowing the remnants of the failed elixirs to tumble into the box, which he subsequently secured. Even though these were failed pills, they were still the result of various spirit herb powders, and Hanli could not bear to simply discard them, for they might prove useful in the future. After completing everything, Hanli returned to his meditation on the mat, resuming his alchemical work only after the silver-thread cauldron had thoroughly cooled. He followed the same steps, utilized the same raw materials, and employed the same fire control techniques. But unfortunately, he failed again at the crucial step of pill formation. This time, Hanli's expression remained impassive. Once he adjusted his state, he silently commenced the next round. A month passed, and the ugly man, seeing that Hanli had yet to emerge from the earth fire chamber, felt a twinge of surprise, but more so excitement. For the longer Hanli stayed, the greater the potential profits he could extract. 2 months later, with the stone door of room 18 still shut tight, the ugly man was both delighted and astonished. 3 months, 6 months passed, and Hanli showed no signs of emerging. By this time, the ugly man's initial joy had vanished without a trace, leaving only a face full of worry and a heart laden with unease. Half a year was not an uncommon duration for alchemy or artifact forging. He had witnessed even longer periods before. However, those who spent such lengthy durations within the earth fire chamber were typically disciples, at least in the foundation establishment stage. It was the first time he encountered someone like Hanli, merely at the chi refining stage, lingering in there for so long. Moreover, A chi refining disciple's fasting could only sustain for a month at most. Could it be that this disciple of Master Li had brought provisions with him, allowing him to endure thus far? The ugly man pondered with a heart full of questions. Inside the earth fire chamber, Han Li sat cross-legged on the mat, gazing at the 20 or so brilliantly blue foundation establishment pills floating before him, his face etched with contemplation. These pills represented the culmination of countless efforts he had invested over the past 6 months. Achieving them had been an incredibly arduous journey. In the initial 20 attempts, Han Li could not even succeed in the pill formation step. Watching the repeated failures caused him immense heartache, nearly driving him to abandon his efforts and return to learn proper alchemical techniques from other alchemists before attempting to refine the foundation establishment pills anew. While such a delay would undoubtedly be prolonged, it seemed preferable to wasting precious spirit herbs. Yet, just before he was about to leave, he inexplicably decided to refine once more. Miraculously, this time he succeeded in forming the pills, and when he opened the cauldron to retrieve them, he astonishingly succeeded on his first attempt, obtaining his very first self-crafted foundation establishment pill. This pill, although slightly smaller in size, was identical to the original 3 in every other aspect. This revelation invigorated Han Li. Encouraged by this success, he resolutely dismissed the thought of returning, calming his mind to continue his endeavors. Indeed, following this successful experience, Han Li's chances of pill formation skyrocketed, achieving success once in every 3 attempts. Remarkably, he also demonstrated an extraordinary talent for opening the cauldron, managing to successfully retrieve over half of the pills on his first try, a feat he had never anticipated. During this period, whenever Han Li felt a gnawing hunger within him, he would consume a single pill of the fasting elixir he had procured from the old man, allowing him to endure for another month. This bottle of fasting pills was obtained in exchange for several rare herbs he had acquired from outside, making it a valuable asset. As he depleted his initial materials, he unexpectedly produced an astonishing quantity of foundational pills, far exceeding his initial expectations. Initially, upon hearing tales of the arduous nature of alchemy, he believed that obtaining 7 or 8 pills would be a remarkable feat yet. It now appeared that the process of refining pills was not as extraordinarily challenging as the legends of the cultivation world suggested. Were those alchemists misleading other cultivators? Or did he truly possess a natural talent for alchemy? Han Li found himself perplexed. In reality, Han Li was mistaken. The art of alchemy was indeed more challenging than the outside world proclaimed. A typical alchemist, lacking 2 or 3 decades of experience and an astronomical sum of wealth, could not hope to cultivate their craft. However, Han Li's current adeptness in refining foundational pills placed him among the upper echelon of ordinary alchemists. This remarkable achievement was solely attributable to his relentless practice of refining the same type of pill over the past 6 months. It is worth noting that even the wealthiest sects could not afford to have an alchemist work with abundant rare materials daily for half a year, unless it concerned the most rudimentary pills. In the case of lower-tier pills, there would be no need to specialize in refining experience, as the materials were inexpensive and one could simply start anew if a batch was ruined. Unaware of this, Han Li did not dwell on the matter for long, as his thoughts shifted to the urgent desire to consume the foundational pills and break through to the next stage. This urge was so intense that he seriously contemplated the possibility of closing himself off within the ground fire chamber to do so. 11 months later, the stone door of the ground fire chamber where Han Li resided remained tightly shut, showing no signs of opening. One day, a rather unattractive man stared vacantly at the 19th stone door, his face clouded with worry. At this moment, he was certain that Han Li must have encountered some misfortune inside. Otherwise, even a foundational stage cultivator should have emerged by now. His concern was not for Han Li as an individual, but rather a fear that Master Li would unleash his wrath upon him due to his disciple's misadventure. Though he was a distant relative of the sect leader, which allowed him to oversee this area, he was acutely aware that if Master Li were truly angered, this powerful ally would not come to his aid. Just as the man's anxiety reached a peak, a flash of white light suddenly illuminated the stone door before it silently swung open, revealing Han Li, who emerged with a radiant countenance after nearly a year of seclusion. It took a moment for the man to process this, and he was immediately struck with both surprise and joy. He hurried forward a few steps, his mouth filled with complaints. "Junior brother, why have you only just emerged? You must know that if you hadn't come out soon, I would have, hey, you." As the unsightly man had only uttered a few words, his eyes suddenly widened in horror. as if he had encountered a specter, pointing at Han Li. Rendered speechless and unable to articulate a single word. What seems to be the matter? Have I caused any offense? Han Li inquired, observing the man, a flicker of brilliance crossing his visage as he smiled gently. Why your cultivation method? How could it be? Are you in the foundation establishment stage? The man finally regained his senses after what felt like an eternity, his expression a mixture of confusion and fear, stammering his question. Indeed, after completing my alchemical refinement, I found this environment quite agreeable. Thus I consumed a foundation establishment pill and entered seclusion for a spell. As a result, I successfully ascended to the foundation establishment stage. And I am indeed a practitioner of that level now. Han Li replied nonchalantly, stretching his limbs in a casual manner. Establishing a foundation here? The man glanced at the earth-fire chamber behind Han Li, then scrutinized Han Li himself, still unable to believe it. It was the first time he had ever heard of someone establishing a foundation in a place specifically designated for alchemy and artifact crafting. Despite moving his lips, he could not voice the questions that lingered on the tip of his tongue. After all, not only was Han Li a disciple of Master Li, but with his status as a foundation establishment cultivator, he was far beyond the reach of this mere chi refinement stage disciple. What? Is there a problem? Han Li remarked with a casual glance at him, his tone unceremonious. Instantly, the unique aura of a foundation establishment cultivator radiated from him, compelling the unsightly man, who stood merely inches away, to retreat several steps, drenched in sweat. Of course not. There are no such unreasonable regulations from above. Congratulations on your successful seclusion, Master Uncle. The man quickly became amiable, nodding and bowing with a smile, promptly changing his form of address from junior disciple to Master Uncle. Since Han Li had successfully established his foundation, he could now be considered his elder, and it was only fitting to show proper deference. The man was remarkably astute. He comprehended the hierarchy of the cultivation world, where strength reigned supreme, with great clarity. Chapter 2:16. The potency of the medicine. Seeing the man so carefully ingratiating himself, Han Li felt a twinge of discomfort at the prospect of continuing to pick on him. He decided to abandon the notion of reprimanding him. After all, apart from his previous rudeness, the man had not committed any grave transgressions. With this thought in mind, Han Li's expression softened as he said lightly, "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." With that, he gracefully departed from the location. The unsightly man watched Han Li's disappearing figure for quite some time before finally exhaling a long sigh, muttering to himself, "This is truly absurd. Others can casually establish their foundations within the earth-fire chamber, yet despite my efforts to seek out a quiet room and gather numerous auxiliary elixirs, I could not achieve success. No wonder this person was accepted as a disciple by Master Li. His aptitude must be extraordinary." The unsightly man had unwittingly regarded Han Li as a prodigious talent with exceptional capabilities. If Han Li were to overhear this, he would likely find it rather amusing. Meanwhile, Han Li had already exited the Yulu Hall. The guards at the teleportation array had been replaced. Otherwise, their astonishment at witnessing Han Li's sudden ascendance from the chi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage would have been quite the spectacle. Han Li was maneuvering a flying artifact, gliding gracefully through the skies, his heart brimming with joy as he reminisced about his experiences during the foundation establishment phase. 5 months prior, after successfully refining a foundation establishment pill, he contemplated the wisdom of conducting his cultivation within the confines of the earth-fire chamber. At the very least, he would not have to worry about any unforeseen interruptions that could disrupt his seclusion and jeopardize his progress. With his resolve firmly set, Han Li consumed one of the 3 foundation establishment pills he possessed and began to circulate his chi to activate its medicinal properties. The effects of the pill manifested swiftly. Within a mere few hours, he felt a blazing fire igniting within his dantian, while his extremities were inexplicably icy, creating a stark contrast of sensations. However, this peculiar feeling was short-lived, as the fiery sensation in his dantian abruptly vanished, and warmth returned to his limbs, leaving Han Li momentarily bewildered. A flicker of confusion crossed his face, only to be swiftly replaced by a look of horror as he pressed his hands firmly against his dantian, unwilling to let go. A sudden and excruciating pain surged, akin to the sensation of multiple sharp blades twisting within him, rendering his complexion pale and causing beads of sweat, the size of soybeans, to cascade down his chin. His entire body bent into an arch, contorted in agony. as he writhed on the ground. Cursing the lack of warnings about the excruciating pain associated with consuming a Foundation establishment pill, the torment escalated. The pain erupted into a torrent of heat that coursed through his meridians, saturating his entire being, even penetrating deep into his very bones. Almost immediately, this heat transformed into an unbearable itch, akin to countless ants scuttling across his body, driving him to the brink of madness. Wishing to slam his head against a wall to alleviate the suffering, this relentless torture persisted for the duration of a meal, gradually subsiding only then. Finally, Hanli managed to brace himself against a wall, struggling to rise to his feet. At that moment, he was drenched in sweat, his body coated in a strange, sticky gray substance, exuding an indescribable odor. Yet, none of this concerned him. What truly mattered was that his cultivation had surged to the 12th layer, enveloping him in a comforting warmth, leaving no part of him feeling unwell. It was evident that the Foundation establishment pill had fundamentally enhanced his physical constitution, facilitating a transformative cleansing of his marrow and muscles. The warmth he felt was likely the residual potency of the pill, which needed to be assimilated to augment his spiritual power. This necessity for a 3-month seclusion following the ingestion of the Foundation establishment pill was clear. Otherwise, the medicinal effects would gradually dissipate with time. Initially, Hanli dutifully followed the traditional steps of Foundation establishment, diligently meditating to absorb the residual potency. However, he soon realized that the latent energy within him merely deepened his spiritual power without further improving his constitution. With only a single Foundation establishment pill at hand, it was only natural that anyone who had undergone the process of marrow cleansing and muscle transformation would seize this rare opportunity to augment their magical prowess. After all, it would be unthinkable to neglect the chance to absorb the full potency of the medicine over a rigorous 3-month retreat. However, Hanli was different. He possessed a considerable stock of Foundation establishment pills and had little regard for the residual medicinal power left behind. His primary concern lay in the number of such transformative experiences required before he could step into the Foundation establishment stage. After all, the marrow cleansing and muscle transformation were crucial to successfully breaking through to this new level. After several days of meditation, Hanli came to understand this essential truth. Naturally, he lacked the patience to wait several months before consuming a second Foundation establishment pill. He reasoned that taking another pill in quick succession should not pose significant risks. At worst, it might result in a slight excess of residual medicinal energy, which was hardly alarming. After much contemplation, he finally succumbed to his impatience and ingested the second pill. The familiar agonizing pain and tingling sensations returned, yet Hanli, having prepared himself, endured the experience with a measure of resilience. He noted that this time, the discomfort seemed somewhat diminished. Nevertheless, a considerable amount of impurities still expelled from his body, indicating that his innate talent was indeed lacking. Following the consumption of 2 Foundation establishment pills, Hanli felt no adverse effects from the residual medicinal energy within him. While the warmth he experienced intensified slightly, it was of no consequence. Moreover, his magical power surged impressively to the 13th level, reaching the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. With this development, Hanli felt reassured and continued to consume 1 Foundation establishment pill after another. Each pill produced the same marrow cleansing effect, expelling wave after wave of gray impurities from within him. However, starting from the 3rd pill, Hanli distinctly sensed a marked decline in the efficacy of the Foundation establishment pills. The expulsion of impurities diminished significantly, yet simultaneously, the essence of his magical power underwent extraordinary transformations. Originally in a gaseous state, his true essence gradually thickened and began to exhibit properties resembling a liquid after several doses of the pills. By the time he ingested the 7th pill, the true essence, save for a small portion at the core of his dantian, bore little distinction from a liquid state. Yet, upon consuming the 7th pill, the residual medicinal power within Hanli approached a state of near saturation. The warmth that had previously enveloped him transformed into an almost scalding sensation, leaving him in a state of indecision. He was uncertain whether swallowing the 8th pill would unleash an overwhelming surge of medicinal power, potentially leading to unforeseen chaos. Nevertheless, Hanli felt himself growing closer to the Foundation establishment stage, perhaps just a pill or 2 away from achieving it. After a brief moment of contemplation, the desire for Foundation establishment ultimately prevailed. With a resolute determination, he swallowed the 8th foundation establishment pill. However, as soon as the pill settled within him, the previously manageable residual medicinal power erupted violently. Han Li's entire body ignited with heat, and he promptly lost consciousness, his mind clouded. When Han Li awakened, his body ablaze with heat, he was astonished to discover that he had successfully broken through during his unconscious state, entering the foundation establishment stage. Overwhelmed with joy, Han Li felt an irresistible urge to leap to his feet, eager to express his exhilaration. As soon as he straightened up, a wave of heat surged through his body, causing him to collapse onto the ground once more, startling him greatly. Although he had successfully established his foundation, the residual potency of the 8 foundational elixirs within him had not diminished in the slightest, posing a significant danger. Under the current circumstances, he needed to immediately channel his energy to absorb this medicinal force. Otherwise, he risked a sudden explosion at any moment. While Han Li understood how to resolve the crisis, he could not shake off a sense of despair, unable to find joy in his situation. Aside from the Qingyuan sword technique, he possessed no other cultivation methods above the foundational stage. The fact that this sword technique had been so casually bestowed upon him by his newly accepted master spoke volumes about its inferiority. Han Li had perused this tome several times and had inquired about it from others. Indeed, the sword technique was exceedingly ordinary. Nearly every disciple at the foundational stage in Huangfeng Valley had practiced 2 or 3 layers, yet no one had ever pursued further cultivation beyond the 3rd layer. The reasons for this remained unclear to Han Li, but the inferiority of this sword technique was evident. Now, however, Han Li found that even if he did not wish to cultivate, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and proceed. With no other options, he reluctantly retrieved the Qingyuan sword technique, laid it flat before him, and began to meditative practice as per the text. The Qingyuan sword technique comprises 9 layers. The first 3 layers are accessible to disciples at the Qi refining stage, while the middle 3 and the final 3 layers can only be practiced by those at the foundational stage or the core formation stage. Upon mastering each set of 3 layers, one can utilize a unique supernatural ability of this sword technique. After mastering the first 3 layers, one can unleash a sword light approximately 10 feet long solely with their palm, a power that rivals that of ordinary high-grade magical artifacts. Upon mastering the middle 3 layers, one can instantaneously release a protective sword shield. Although its defensive capability is comparable to that of basic mid-tier defensive spells, this shield possesses a retaliatory sword light that strikes back at any attacker who dares to assault it. As for the final 3 layers, the pinnacle of the sword technique is a method known as the sword shadow splitting technique. The prerequisite for its cultivation is the possession of a flying sword or a similar magical artifact, although a flying dagger would suffice. Once mastered, this supernatural ability allows one to create an illusory sword shadow identical to the flying sword's light during combat, thereby confusing the enemy's vision while simultaneously attacking alongside the original. Initially, the sword shadow possesses only 1/10 of the original's power, but as the layers of the sword technique are enhanced, its potency can increase. By the 9th layer, the sword shadow can wield 1/3 of the original's power. Furthermore, during cultivation, one can create multiple sword shadows, starting from the 7th layer. An additional shadow can be formed with each subsequent layer. Thus, when the Qingyuan sword technique is cultivated to perfection, one can simultaneously manifest 3 sword shadows that resemble the flying sword, each wielding 1/3 of the original's power. Upon reflection, it seems that the sword light shadow technique possesses considerable merit, and there appears to be room for further cultivation. However, Han Li is acutely aware that among the numerous foundation establishment cultivators in Huangfeng Valley, none have truly delved deeply into this technique. The underlying intricacies must be significant. Thus, he finds himself regretting not having sought clarity on the matter earlier, naively believing he would not practice the Qingyuan sword art, and carelessly allowing the opportunity to pass. Now, although Han Li is fully cognizant of the potential issues with this technique, he feels compelled to persevere in his training, hoping fervently that it does not lead to any adverse repercussions akin to demonic deviation. Nevertheless, he considers that while others may not have extensively practiced it, they seem to possess at least a superficial understanding. In light of this, he reassures himself that engaging in a bit of practice should not pose any significant risk. With this self-soothing thought in mind, Han Li reluctantly follows the principles of the Qingyuan sword art, drawing in the potent medicinal energy that is on the verge of erupting within him. After merely completing a single cycle of this technique, he experiences an explosive surge of power from the absorbed energy, a sensation so exhilarating that he nearly cries out in delight. Lost in this marvelous experience, Han Li unwittingly allows the technique to circulate repeatedly, while his consciousness gradually drifts beyond the confines of reality. After an indeterminate period of meditation, when he finally draws in the last remnants of medicinal energy, he awakens from this enchanting state. Once alert, Han Li momentarily stands in a daze but quickly regains his composure. Squinting thoughtfully, he suddenly raises his arm and gestures before him, and instantly, a shimmering blade of azure light bursts forth from his fingertips, exuding an aura of chilling sharpness. Upon witnessing this icy radiance, instead of feeling elated, Han Li can only manage a wry smile. With a swift flick of his arm, the azure light dramatically expands, transforming into a length of over 10 feet, nearly piercing the adjacent stone wall. This is troublesome. He had not expected the residual medicinal energy to be so potent, fortifying the fourth layer of the sword technique. He wonders if this will lead to grave consequences. With a fluctuating expression, Han Li mutters to himself, "Regardless, I can simply refrain from practicing this sword technique in the future." After uttering these words, he relaxes his arm, causing the azure blade to dissipate. However, driven by curiosity, Han Li retrieves the Qingyuan Sword Art Manual, perusing the section concerning the protective sword shield and memorizing its contents multiple times. Subsequently, he lowers his head in contemplation, closes his eyes, and after a moment, opens them wide, revealing a peculiar shield that has materialized around him. This shield is entirely azure, comparable in size to a standard defensive barrier, yet its surface deviates from the usual smooth texture, taking on a spiky, hedgehog-like appearance, subtly emanating a menacing aura. Is this the protective sword shield? Han Li scrutinizes the spiked shield adorning him, somewhat astonished. The sword art states that this shield can autonomously release sword light to counterattack foes. Alas, it is regrettable that he cannot test it at this moment. Han Li reflects wistfully. He then stretches his limbs and thoroughly examines his internal true essence, finding no irregularities, before confidently gathering his belongings and departing from the firehouse. Just then, he encounters the ugly man head-on. As Han Li reminisced about the astonished expression on the ugly man's face upon seeing him, a subtle smile crept across his lips while suspended in midair. At that moment, dawn had just begun to break, and he returned to the 100-herb garden without encountering a soul. He had initially feigned the need for a secluded place to cultivate his foundation, and naturally, the garden had been returned to the old man, who had been quite displeased, grumbling and glaring at him for a while. Upon entering the garden, Han Li found the old man meditating in front of a thatched cottage, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Although his eyes remained closed, he accurately called out Han Li's name, which was hardly surprising, as apart from the old man, Han Li was the only one able to navigate the garden's restrictions with ease. However, at the very moment the old man uttered Han Li's name, he suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes wide, staring incredulously at Han Li. Had he truly succeeded in establishing his foundation? "Master, I have indeed fortuitously entered the foundation establishment stage," Han Li said with a respectful bow and a gentle smile. The old man, though initially taken aback, gradually regained his composure, muttering in disbelief, "This is truly remarkable. You have really entered the foundation establishment stage." After a couple of murmured phrases, his expression turned serious as he said, "Since we are both cultivators of the foundation establishment stage, the title of master should no longer be mentioned. From now on, let us refer to each other as brothers. I am merely a few years older. If you do not mind, just call me Brother Ma." Upon hearing this, Han Li nodded with a smile, not opposing the suggestion. Such distinctions based on cultivation level were customary in the realm of immortality, leaving no room for false modesty. Subsequently, the old man, now referred to as Brother Ma, entered the cottage alongside Han Li. They seated themselves at a table and brewed a pot of fine tea. Shortly after settling in, the old man eagerly inquired about Han Li's journey to foundation establishment. Naturally, Han Li did not divulge the entire truth, but he did not conceal the details concerning his cultivation in the earth fire chamber, honestly sharing that part of his experience. He explained that he had rented a chamber at the Yuelu Hall, consumed a foundation establishment pill awarded by his sect, and had secluded himself for nearly a year, ultimately achieving success against all odds. The old man listened intently, repeatedly expressing his astonishment. After hearing Han Li's alternate version of events, he blinked and remarked, "Brother Han, from what you have described, your process of foundation establishment is quite similar to others. Given such talent, your success can only be attributed to extraordinary luck. Even a 1% chance has favored you." The old man, having grown exceedingly familiar with Han Li over the years, spoke candidly, unabashedly revealing his envy, which even manifested on his face. "Huh. It seems I am indeed favored by fortune. I never expected to enter the foundation establishment stage so easily." Han Li chuckled, grinning broadly. "However, now that you have successfully established your foundation, you must pay a visit to the sect leader and have your name registered. This way, your status will be treated as that of a senior disciple, and the annual allocation of spirit stones will be quite substantial." The old man jested, expressing his gratitude. Han Li, upon hearing this, showed a flicker of emotion on his face and sincerely replied, "It is nothing." The old man waved his hand dismissively and continued, "In any case, we have known each other for many years, and I shall do my utmost to remind you of matters that warrant attention." He elaborated that after establishing a foundation, the greatest benefit bestowed by their sect was the permission for foundation-building disciples to carve out their own caves for solitary cultivation anywhere within the Taiyue mountain range. Subsequently, the old man meticulously detailed numerous aspects that Han Li should heed and be mindful of upon entering the foundation-building stage, prompting Han Li to nod in agreement with each point made. However, after the old man finished his explanations and exchanged a few casual words with Han Li, he could not restrain his curiosity regarding the Qingyuan sword technique. The old man's face briefly registered surprise at the mention of the Qingyuan sword technique. Yet, after casting a penetrating glance at Han Li, he refrained from probing further and pondered for a moment before speaking. "I have indeed heard some things about the Qingyuan sword technique, and I have practiced it to the 3rd tier. This sword technique is not an original method of our Huangfeng Valley, but rather a supreme skill from a sect known as the Xianjian Gate, which was extinguished many years ago. Originally, it comprised not 9 tiers, but 13. It is said that when the leader of the Xianjian Gate realized their sect was on the brink of annihilation, he intended to destroy the technique on the spot. However, several ancestors from our sect acted swiftly, forcibly seizing half of the technique from him, while the other half was destroyed and lost to time. Hence, what is now passed down in our sect is merely a fragment of the Qingyuan sword technique. At most, one can cultivate it to the golden core stage, beyond which there are no subsequent methods. It is rumored that the complete technique even contains methods suitable for the spirit transformation stage, though the veracity of this claim remains uncertain. After shaking his head, the old man took a sip from the teacup before continuing. Although the incomplete Qingyuan sword technique may pale in comparison to other first-rate techniques, its potency is quite commendable. Particularly notable are its instantaneous sword radiance and protective sword shield, which have garnered considerable acclaim among foundation-building disciples. Therefore, if it proves relatively easy to cultivate, many within our sect are inclined to adopt this sword technique as their primary method. After all, the methods for the nascent soul stage are far beyond our reach and utterly unattainable. As he paused, a look of regret flickered across his face. He continued, "Unfortunately, this sword technique harbors an intolerable flaw. Once one progresses to the 4th tier, an inexplicable phenomenon occurs when utilizing the Qingyuan sword technique to absorb the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. Every few days, a peculiar dispersion of power manifests, causing a portion of the mana refined through this method to inexplicably vanish. This leaves practitioners utterly confounded. The rate of loss at the 4th tier is not particularly alarming, with only 1/10 of the newly cultivated mana dissipating. With a bit of effort, most practitioners can generally recover from it. However, should one ascend to the 5th or 6th level, the depletion of spiritual energy would become alarming, escalating at a rate of 1/10 with each layer, causing the painstakingly cultivated magical power to continue its relentless drain. In other words, the sword technique at the 5th level would result in a loss of 2/10 of the newly refined magical power, while at the 6th level, the loss would amount to 3/10. Consequently, few would dare to practice the Qingyuan sword technique. Moreover, the disciples of this sect had previously only managed to reach a maximum of the 6th level. Anything beyond that necessitated the practitioner to be in the core formation stage. Yet, observing that such a technique at the 6th level had already squandered nearly 1/3 of its spiritual energy, how could these eminent individuals take such a perilous risk? What if the Qingyuan sword technique at the 7th level and beyond continued to exacerbate this loss of spiritual energy? Wouldn't they be unjustly wronged? It is crucial to understand that, upon reaching the core formation stage, advancing each level becomes exceedingly challenging. The Qingyuan sword technique is notoriously difficult to master, requiring practitioners to invest decades, if not longer, in this foolish endeavor. No one would willingly undertake such a gamble. Furthermore, given that the Qingyuan sword technique is incomplete and not a celestial art, there lacks sufficient incentive to engage in such a risky pursuit. Nevertheless, the sword's radiant prowess is undeniably practical, making it a pity to forsake it entirely. As a result, some opted to cultivate only the first 3 levels of the Qingyuan sword technique, effectively utilizing it as a supplementary method. This approach allowed them to avoid the fear of dissipating their power while still wielding the sword's brilliance. Of course, even achieving mastery of the sword's radiance required these disciples to dedicate 4 to 5 years solely to this technique. After listening to the old man's lengthy discourse, Hanli was left utterly astonished. Once he regained his senses, a myriad of conflicting emotions surged within him. Could it be that he had already attained the 4th level of the sword technique? If so, it implied that any further pursuit of the Qingyuan sword technique would result in an unwarranted loss of 1/10 of his cultivated magical power. Moreover, as he progressed to higher levels, the depletion would only amplify. How could he possibly continue to cultivate under such circumstances? Yet, given the clarity of the old man's words, he would be foolish to persist in refining this sword technique any further. Thus, Hanli resolved to cease his practice of the Qingyuan sword technique. Not long after Hanli made this decision, the old man's subsequent remarks stirred something within him, eliciting a sense of surprise. Despite the significant flaws in the Qingyuan sword technique, it still possessed unique merits. Otherwise, it would not have become the hallmark technique of a sect. The old man pressed his lips together and, with a hint of nostalgia, remarked, "I have heard it said that although the cultivation of this sword technique is exceedingly slow, each layer mastered remarkably expands meridians and deepens the dantian. This would enable practitioners of the sword technique to possess a magical power that is somewhat more profound than that of their peers at the same level. However, the extent of this enhancement depends on the level of the cultivated sword technique." According to an elder disciple who was the only one to cultivate the Qingyuan sword technique to the 6th level, upon reaching the late foundation establishment stage, he found himself with nearly 1/3 more magical power than other practitioners. This surplus of power precisely aligns with the current rate of magical energy loss experienced when utilizing the Qingyuan sword technique. Such a coincidence. It must be said that this sword technique indeed possesses a certain profundity. The old man seemed to have thoroughly researched the Qingyuan sword technique, growing increasingly animated as he spoke. Eventually, he became quite exuberant, gesticulating wildly and nearly spitting in excitement. Hanli hurriedly steered the conversation toward another topic, effectively diverting attention from the Qingyuan sword technique, which allowed this elder brother Ma to regain some semblance of composure. For Hanli, regardless of the technique's otherworldly nature, he had no intention of cultivating it. One must understand that his innate talent was already lacking. Deliberately practicing this exceedingly slow and incomplete method would be foolish unless he had no desire to cultivate his core, even for standard cultivation techniques. Hanli estimated that if he could discover some elixir formulas, perhaps achieving core formation in this lifetime was not entirely out of reach. After conversing with the old man for a while longer, Hanli took his leave. Now that he had successfully established his foundation, he could no longer show the other party his medicinal garden. Thus, he returned to the modest hut where he had been residing, tidied up a bit, and then gracefully departed. At this time, daylight had fully broken, making it the perfect moment for him to attend to matters in the discussion hall. The excitement within Hanli, freshly established in his foundation, had yet to wane. He was solely focused on completing his tasks so he could promptly establish his own cave abode. This was something he had long anticipated. After all, with his own territory, he would no longer need to act in secrecy. He could conduct any business openly in his own space. The more he contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became. And before he realized it, he was soaring through the air toward the discussion hall. The 2 young disciples guarding the entrance clearly did not recognize Hanli, but they were acutely aware of his foundation establishment status. Consequently, they dared not treat him with any disregard due to his youth. Thus, both stepped forward in unison, bowing respectfully as they inquired, "Esteemed uncle, is there anything we can assist you with?" "Esteemed uncle?" Han Li couldn't help but chuckle inwardly upon hearing this. A year prior, he would have probably had to address these two as senior brothers. Now, after establishing his foundation, his status had risen dramatically, and he was suddenly regarded as an elder. This transition left Han Li feeling somewhat unaccustomed. However, it was rather pleasant to receive greetings and respect from individuals of a similar age. Is Master Zhong present? I have matters to discuss, Han Li announced with an air of confidence. Upon hearing his words, the two disciples exchanged glances, and then the one on the right replied. The master has gone to the Baiji Hall for business, but he should be returning shortly. Would you like to wait in the hall for a moment, esteemed uncle? Han Li furrowed his brow slightly but quickly regained his composure, responding in a nonchalant tone. Very well. I shall wait then. Certainly. This way, esteemed uncle. The other disciple, quick-witted, took a step back and gestured for Han Li to follow. Han Li followed this individual through the hall and was led into a somewhat larger chamber. This room was not only tidy and well-kept, but it also featured various calligraphy and paintings adorning the walls, exuding an air of elegance and scholarly charm. Please rest here for a moment, esteemed uncle. Once the master returns, I will promptly inform him of your presence. After the young man skillfully brewed a pot of fragrant tea for Han Li, he stepped back and exited the room. Han Li observed the figure of the departing youth, nodding in approval before shaking his head. His initial nod was a testament to his satisfaction with the youth's demeanor and conduct, which exhibited no flaws whatsoever. It was evident that such remarkable performance stemmed from extensive training. However, his subsequent shake of the head was born out of pity for these junior disciples. It was lamentable that a cultivator, instead of diligently engaging in solitary practice, had to serve as a mere mortal attendant, performing menial tasks such as serving tea and running errands. Reflecting on this, Han Li realized that had he not bribed the elderly Yi with a foundational pill, his own circumstances might not have been much better than the youth's. He too would have been bowing and scraping, perhaps facing even greater misfortune. As Han Li savored the fragrant tea, lost in a myriad of thoughts, the esteemed Grandmaster Zhong soon returned. Upon hearing from the gatekeeper disciple that a young foundational stage cultivator sought him, he felt a flicker of surprise. The disciple's description revealed that he was unfamiliar with this individual, unable to identify him among the hundreds of foundational stage disciples. Aged around 25 or 6, with slightly dark skin and an unremarkable appearance. Who could this be? With a mix of astonishment and curiosity, Zhong Lingdao hurried toward the parlor where Han Li awaited. Upon entering, he beheld a youth of medium stature, clad in the attire of Huangfeng Valley, who stood before a grand mural, engrossed in its beauty. However, the sound of the Grandmaster's entrance did not go unnoticed. The youth immediately turned, bowed respectfully, and addressed him. Master brother, I am Han Li, here to pay my respects. Han Li? Upon hearing the name, Grandmaster Zhong felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had heard it before. Yet, after scrutinizing the youth, he could not recall who he was, which caused a bead of sweat to form on his brow and a hint of embarrassment to appear on his face. Junior brother Han, please take a seat. Do not stand on ceremony. As your elder brother and the Grandmaster, I have been preoccupied with various matters, and I apologize for my tardiness. Zhong Lingdao, seasoned by countless experiences, deftly deflected the awkwardness of failing to recognize the youth with casual remarks. Han Li was not surprised by the Grandmaster's inability to recognize him. After all, their last encounter had occurred 5 years prior, when he was merely a lowly Qi refinement disciple, hardly leaving an impression on the Grandmaster. Had the elder immediately recognized him, Han Li would have been truly astonished. Volume 3, Chapter 219. The Meeting Master Brother. I have recently succeeded in establishing my foundational stage, and I have come to inform you of this development. Hoping to be granted permission to open a cave residence, Han Li stated directly, laying out his intentions without unnecessary preamble. Recently successful in establishing your foundation? Zhong Lingdao was taken aback for a moment, but soon enlightenment dawned upon him. Receiving the foundation building pill, but refraining from consuming it immediately, waiting instead until one deems the moment ripe, has indeed resulted in several successful precedents. The esteemed Master Zhong regarded Han Li as one among these fortunate individuals. Ah, congratulations, Junior Han, on entering the foundation building stage. It is indeed a joyous occasion to see another high-ranking disciple in our sect. Master Zhong Lingdao remarked with a smile, stroking his long beard. Han Li, brimming with joy, humbly replied, I attribute this success merely to good fortune. and I owe much to the sect for bestowing upon me the foundation-building pill." Upon hearing Han Li's modest words, Zhong Lingdao smiled faintly and scrutinized him anew. The more he observed Han Li, the more familiar he felt, as though he had encountered him before, yet he could not recall the time or place. Thus, Zhong Lingdao found himself nodding thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. Han Li, amused by this, chose not to interrupt and instead leisurely sipped his tea. Moments later, a spark of realization flashed in Zhong Lingdao's mind, and he suddenly recalled the matter of the Ascension Order. The youthful figure standing in the council hall now seemed to merge with the composed disciple before him. As Zhong Lingdao reflected on Han Li's background, he was taken aback, his face displaying astonishment as he exclaimed, "It is you, the disciple who entered the valley with the Ascension Order. You have actually succeeded in building your foundation? Indeed, Master Zhong, you remember me. I must express my gratitude for the opportunity to join Huangfeng Valley back then, which was greatly facilitated by your kindness," Han Li replied, maintaining his composure and smiling graciously. Upon hearing Han Li refer to him as Master Zhong, the latter realized that Han Li was no longer merely a wandering disciple, but rather a fellow cultivator of the same rank in the foundation-building stage. His surprise momentarily flickered across his face before he regained his composure and responded warmly, "It is nothing. I was simply adhering to the established protocols several years ago. However, your success in building your foundation with a pseudo-spiritual root is indeed remarkable. If this becomes known, you shall surely gain fame in the world of cultivation." Even though Zhong Lingdao appeared to have returned to his usual demeanor, his words still conveyed his astonishment. It was no wonder. He was well aware of Han Li's previous circumstances. The notion that someone with a four-element pseudo-spiritual root could successfully build a foundation was indeed difficult to accept. Han Li chuckled and, in a half-joking tone, remarked, "I too did not anticipate that a single foundation-building pill would lead to such success. One could only say that it was the heavens aiding me. Perhaps a fool like me is blessed with foolish fortune." Han Li's jest genuinely amused Zhong Lingdao. Nevertheless, "Junior Han, wasn't he that foundation-building pill meant for the nephew of Elder Yi? From where did you acquire a new one?" After a moment of laughter, Master Zhong recalled this puzzling detail and inquired, "Ah, Master Zhong, you might be surprised to learn that this very foundation-building pill was indeed bestowed upon me by you." Han Li replied with a cheerful grin, feeling quite pleased. "Me?" Master Zhong was utterly baffled, unable to recall such an event. Could it be that the sect leader has forgotten? Among the few who emerged alive from the forbidden area, 3 were rewarded with foundation establishment pills. And I am indeed one of them. Han Li finally ceased his smile and spoke earnestly. "You are that Uncle Master Li, who has taken a registered disciple." Zhong Lingdao could no longer maintain his composure, visibly moved. "Indeed, I am the disciple of Master Li Huayuan, taken during that expedition to the forbidden area." Han Li did not deny it, readily admitting the truth. "Ah, now it makes sense. I wondered why the name Han Li sounded so familiar. You are indeed the disciple who caused quite a stir in the valley 2 years ago." The astonishment in Zhong Lingdao's eyes deepened, yet his tone became noticeably more amiable. Zhong Lingdao's meaning was clear. Since Han Li had successfully established his foundation, the likelihood of him becoming a formal disciple of Uncle Master Li was virtually assured, and he naturally wished to avoid any animosity with Han Li. Moreover, he pondered to himself, it seems this Han disciple was quite fortunate to achieve foundation establishment. Otherwise, with his qualifications, it would have been nearly impossible. Though Zhong Lingdao's thoughts were skeptical, he maintained a polite demeanor towards Han Li, conversing amiably for a moment before asking Han Li to wait while he retrieved the register. Han Li promptly acquiesced, patiently awaiting the other's return. After a brief interval, Zhong Lingdao finally entered, cradling a white jade tablet. Before Han Li's eyes, he used a gilded brush to inscribe Han Li's name at the bottom of the numerous entries already etched on the tablet. At last, he had been officially registered. Seeing this, Han Li felt a surge of joy, knowing that he would now rightfully possess a cave dwelling. Zhong Lingdao, accustomed to handling such matters for newly established disciples, could guess Han Li's thoughts from the smile on his face. Thus, after a slight smile, he produced 3 mid-grade spirit stones and 5 small flags enveloped in a thin mist from his storage pouch, handing them to Han Li. "What are these?" Han Li could comprehend the mid-grade spirit stones as a potential reward for foundation disciples, but the purpose of the 5 palm-sized flags remained unclear. Their peculiar appearance and spiritual aura suggested they were not ordinary artifacts and seemed quite unusual. Before Han Li could voice his inquiry. Zhong Lingdao flipped his hand and presented a jade slip to Han Li, explaining, "These spirit stones are a one-time reward for every newly established disciple. Furthermore, each year, you will receive an additional mid-grade spirit stone without needing to perform any chores. As for these misty flags, they are essential for establishing your cave dwelling. Although the maze formation they create is merely a simple, small-scale array, it is sufficient to ward off intrusions from mortals or beasts. Of course, if you are already adept in formations, you may not require these flags. Additionally, this jade slip contains the secrets of formation arrangement and manipulation, along with some important matters to consider post-foundation establishment. You may study it in detail once you return." "Thank you, sect leader." Han Li received the items with both hands, expressing his gratitude profusely. Indeed, these were precisely what Han Li needed at this moment, filling him with exhilaration. After concluding his business, Han Li conversed with the esteemed Master Zhong for a brief time before taking his leave from the discussion hall. Upon exiting the stone hall, Han Li initially intended to soar out of the Huangfeng Valley to personally seek a suitable location for establishing his cave dwelling. However, midway, after reviewing the jade slip provided by Zhong Lingdao, he promptly altered his course, turning his flying vessel towards a different destination. The name Qilin Pavilion resonates with grandeur and prominence. It stands as one of the most significant locations within the Huangfeng Valley. This is a dedicated sanctuary for the rearing and taming of spiritual beasts, which are, in essence, demonic creatures that have been domesticated by cultivators, thus earning the designation of spiritual beasts. Within the confines of Qilin Pavilion, most of the spiritual beasts are merely of the first rank, and while there may be a few second-rank demonic spiritual beasts, they are typically entrusted to this place by others and cannot be freely commanded. Nevertheless, even first-rank spiritual beasts offer considerable assistance to the disciples of the valley, such as serving as mounts, guarding entrances, seeking spiritual herbs, and aiding in battles. Han Li's primary purpose in visiting was to acquire a particular demonic beast known as the dual-pupil mouse, which resembles an ordinary mouse but possesses innate divine vision. This creature was highly recommended by Zhong Lingdao in the Jade Slip as the ideal companion for locating his cave dwelling. This mid-tier first-rank demonic beast possesses the extraordinary ability to effortlessly pierce through mists, rivers, trees, and other obstacles that obstruct the vision of ordinary cultivators. Furthermore, it has an inherent tendency to burrow into the most spiritually dense areas, making the dual-pupil mouse the finest scout for discovering spiritual locations after minimal training, thus rendering it immensely popular among the valley's disciples. It was not Han Li's first visit to Qilin Pavilion. He had previously hurried past its entrance on several occasions while attending to other matters, so he was not entirely unfamiliar with the place. As he descended from the sky and landed at the welcoming platform of the Qilin Pavilion situated on the verdant Beast Mountain, a low-ranking female disciple approached him respectfully and inquired, "Esteemed Uncle Master, have you come to rent a spiritual beast?" With a bright and hopeful expression, the 16 or 17-year-old disciple awaited his response. Observing her eagerness, Han Li smiled faintly and replied, "Are there any available dual-pupil mice atop the mountain? I wish to rent one for a couple of days." "Yes, indeed. I shall fetch one for you at once," the young disciple exclaimed cheerfully upon hearing his request. After the disciple departed to retrieve the spiritual beast, Han Li patiently awaited at the welcoming platform, occasionally surveying the various restrictions surrounding him. Aside from the mountaintop where Han Li stood, the remainder of Beast Mountain was segmented into various habitats for spiritual beasts by colorful restrictive formations. Each enclosed area served as a taming ground for a specific type of spiritual beast. An entry was strictly prohibited to anyone other than the rotating disciples of Qilin Pavilion to prevent disturbances to the beasts or potential harm from untamed creatures. Thus, although Beast Mountain appeared tranquil, it was home to nearly 1,000 different spiritual beasts, a testament to its impressive scale. The young female disciple did not keep Han Li waiting for long. After a brief interval, she emerged from a certain restriction, cradling a small beast the size of a fist, and made her way directly to Han Li. This creature was the twin-pupil mouse, available for rent at the cost of 1 low-grade spirit stone per day. Gently stroking the soft fur of the small beast, the disciple addressed Han Li respectfully. "Very well. Here are 3 spirit stones. I will require it for 3 days." Han Li replied to her with a calm demeanor. "After 3 days, as long as you release the twin-pupil mouse, it will return to the Qilin Pavilion on its own. During this time, I hope you will treat it kindly." This bag contains its favorite soil pear fruits. Please feed it a few whenever you have the chance. The young woman accepted the spirit stones, handed the spirit beast to Han Li, and produced a small white pouch, speaking to him once more. Han Li nodded slightly and accepted it with ease. Subsequently, he soared into the sky, departing under her watchful gaze. As Han Li flew northwest, he could not help but observe the obedient twin-pupil mouse in his arms. At first glance, this yellow creature resembled a common earth mouse, sharing the same petite size, yellow fur, and slender tail. The only distinguishing feature was its pair of large eyes, starkly different from those of a typical earth mouse. Despite this single difference, it rendered the creature adorably charming. Particularly, the subtle shimmer of 5 colors flickering within its eyes accentuated its mysterious allure. Even Han Li, who was accustomed to a cold demeanor, felt compelled to stroke the creature affectionately, momentarily entertaining the thought of raising one himself. However, Han Li was also aware that beneath its seemingly gentle exterior, this little beast was a genuine first-tier, mid-level demon beast. Apart from its extraordinary twin pupils, it possessed steel teeth capable of chewing through copper and iron, as well as forepaws adept at penetrating stone. It was far from harmless as it appeared. Reflecting on this, Han Li playfully tweaked the creature's small ears, delighting in its amusing reactions, which brought forth a long-buried sense of childlike innocence. With the little beast in tow, Han Li flew for an entire day before finally halting at the northwestern outskirts of the Taiyue mountain range. Continuing north for over 100 miles would lead him into the territory of the Yuanwu Kingdom, where the Tianqing sect, a prominent sect of the Yuanwu Kingdom, was located. This area also housed a marketplace, subtly opposing the one in Huangfeng Valley. To the west, 200 miles away, lay the border between the smallest prefectures of Jianzhou and Yu Kingdom, known as Shizhou. This prefecture was the only one among the 7 great sects that lacked any station members. The reason being, apart from the Lus Highlands, the region was dominated by an endless expanse of desert, which occupied more than 3/4 of Shizhou. The entire population of the prefecture barely exceeded 100,000, rendering it devoid of resources and manpower. Thus, it naturally drew no interest from the 7 great sections. Han Li chose this vicinity to establish his cave dwelling for 2 reasons. Firstly, it was situated in a relatively desolate area of the Taiyue mountain range, bordering the Yuanwu Kingdom and near Shizhou, a place rarely traversed by fellow sect members or other cultivators, ensuring his practice would remain undisturbed. Furthermore, this location is conveniently situated not far from the market of the Tianqing sect, should he wish to sell some herbs or acquire various items. Transactions here would undoubtedly be effortless, with little risk of being recognized. Embracing these thoughts, Han Li chose this place, which, although not the most spiritually enriched, offered a certain advantage. Unlike the dwellings of other Foundation establishment disciples, which were densely clustered in areas of the richest spiritual energy, Han Li descended and carefully secured a slender rope around the neck of the twin-eyed mouse to prevent it from darting away too quickly, ensuring he wouldn't lose track of the little creature. He then retrieved a yellow, round fruit from his small pouch and offered it to the small beast, which began to nibble eagerly. After a brief moment, the twin-eyed beast, having devoured the fruit entirely, appeared invigorated. It emitted a couple of soft chirps before swiftly darting into the nearby underbrush, disappearing from sight. Han Li, unfazed, followed the rope at a leisurely pace. Standing beneath a perilous peak, he gazed at the towering cliff across from him, which soared over 100 feet high, momentarily lost in thought. The rope in his hand extended through an exceedingly narrow crevice, leading directly into the mountain wall opposite. It was now the afternoon of the 2nd day. After nearly 2 days of arduous searching, the twin-eyed mouse had suddenly bolted with fervor upon nearing this peak, hastily guiding Han Li to this spot before it squeezed through the crevice. Observing the taut rope in his grasp, curiosity surged within him. He promptly tapped his storage pouch, causing a silver giant sword to materialize in Han Li's hand. With one hand gripping the rope and the other wielding the silver sword with the swiftness of the wind, he effortlessly widened the minuscule fissure into a rough opening large enough for a person to enter. Diving in, he immediately conjured a protective shield around himself and began to cut through the stone step by step, advancing along the rope. All the debris and dust that fell were repelled by his water attribute shield, keeping him impeccably clean. This laborious task persisted for over an hour, during which a rudimentary stone path, several dozen feet long, gradually took form. As Han Li slashed down once more, a resounding crack echoed, and the stone wall finally gave way. Elated by this breakthrough, he exerted all his strength in a few erratic strikes, completely cleaving the stone barrier before swiftly stepping through. Before him lay a natural cave of considerable size, and as Hanli entered, a surge of rich spiritual energy enveloped him, leaving him utterly astonished. Nevertheless, his gaze instinctively followed the rope he held, which extended into the very center of the cave. There, a small spring gushed forth, and to his astonishment, the twin-eyed mouse lounged contentedly in the few feet of water, swimming leisurely. What is this? Hanli was truly taken aback, for the abundant spiritual energy within the cave emanated predominantly from this spring. He hurried over, cupping some of the spring water in his hands for a closer inspection. This was undoubtedly the spring of the spiritual eye. Hanli required little effort to confirm his suspicions. Though the spiritual energy contained within the spring may not be as exaggerated as the legends suggest, this particular spring is indeed a rare gem among the world's spiritual springs. Hanli dipped his hands into the water, murmuring in disbelief, and then closed his eyes to savor the delicate strands of spiritual energy emanating from within, a mixture of astonishment and joy illuminating his features. When discussing spiritual springs, one cannot overlook the concept of spiritual veins and spiritual eyes within the realm of cultivation. The spiritual energy that permeates the earth is not uniformly distributed. Rather, some locations are rich in energy while others are sparse. Over time, areas abundant in spiritual energy typically develop into spiritual veins, whether vast, stretching for thousands of miles, or small, perhaps only a few miles in size, yet still pitifully narrow. Regardless of their actual dimensions, once these veins take form, they effortlessly emit a gentle flow of spiritual energy, ensuring a continuous cycle that never dwindles. However, the spiritual energy produced in varying locations along these veins is not uniform. The densest concentrations of spiritual energy are, of course, the most suitable for cultivators seeking to meditate and refine their skills. Hence, they are referred to as spiritual eyes. Typically, a spiritual eye is formless and colorless, its existence only appreciated through the sensations of the cultivator. Any place labeled a spiritual eye unequivocally signifies that it is the most abundant source of spiritual energy in the vicinity. Generally, spiritual eyes are intangible, merely serving as an alternative designation for specific locations. Yet, should the spiritual energy within a spiritual eye become excessively concentrated and persist over time, it may gradually manifest into a tangible entity, such as a spiritual eye pearl, a spiritual eye stone, or a spiritual eye spring. There are even legendary spiritual eye trees of the highest caliber. The emergence of these tangible manifestations is exceedingly rare, often requiring tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years of evolution and a fortuitous coincidence to materialize. Consequently, the spiritual energy emitted by these physical forms is significantly richer than that of ordinary spiritual eyes, providing remarkable benefits to those who meditate nearby, substantially accelerating their cultivation speed. The finest manifestations of spiritual eyes can even enhance a cultivator's progress by nearly 20 to 30%. Moreover, once these entities take shape, such as spiritual eye trees and springs, they can be relocated using magical powers without diminishing their efficacy. Volume 3. Chapter 221. The Celestial Star Sect and the Formation of Arrays. The wondrous nature of spiritual eye entities naturally drives cultivators in pursuit of the Tao to madness. The appearance of any spiritual eye entity invariably stirs a tempest within the local cultivation community. However, in the current cultivation landscape of the U Kingdom, these spiritual eye entities have long since fallen into the hands of the 7 major sections. After all, even minor sects obtaining such treasures would only invite their own demise. For instance, Huangfeng Valley possesses a spiritual eye stone and 3 spiritual eye springs among other treasures. They have all been ruthlessly divided among several cultivators of the core formation stage or higher, leaving even the esteemed Master Zhong without a single piece. Naturally, the ancestor of the nascent soul stage claimed the lion's share. In these present times, Hanli could hardly have anticipated that, accompanied merely by an ordinary dual-eyed mouse, he would effortlessly discover a spiritual eye artifact in the vicinity after just over a day's search. Although this artifact was merely the most rudimentary type of spiritual spring, and its size was rather pitiful, suggesting its efficacy would be quite limited, it was still a spiritual eye artifact. At the very least, it would expedite his cultivation significantly more than practicing at an ordinary spiritual eye site. even if it merely accelerated his cultivation speed by half a degree. It was still a boon. However, amidst his unexpected joy, Hanli was also somewhat puzzled. Was it not said that spiritual eye artifacts could only form in areas of dense spiritual energy? Yet, the aura surrounding this mountain peak was not particularly rich. How could such a minuscule spiritual spring come into being here? This contradiction left Hanli both delighted and slightly regretful. Nevertheless, since fortune had smiled upon him, he had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. Though the spiritual eye spring could be relocated, this feat was reserved for cultivators in the Dan formation stage, a level Hanli had yet to attain. Thus, he naturally resolved to establish his cave dwelling at this location, designating the spiritual spring cave as his private training sanctuary, to be kept secret. Immediately, he set about expanding the passage he had carved out, with one hand wielding a silver sword and the other manipulating several golden blades. Hanli embarked on the grand endeavor of excavating his cave. Meanwhile, the dual-eyed mouse had plunged into the spiritual spring, refusing to emerge, contentedly dozing in the water. Relying on the sharpness of the silver sword and the quantity of the golden blades, Hanli toiled for half a day, and a sizable cave began to take shape. He created 13 rooms of varying sizes and 3 spacious halls. Although the cave walls were still rough and lacked fine craftsmanship, it was at least habitable. This realization brought Hanli a sense of relief, prompting him to pause his efforts. Suddenly, he recalled the dual-eyed mouse and hurried back to the spiritual spring. Seizing the napping creature by the scruff of its neck, he then soared several hundred miles away before releasing it, allowing it to return to the Chilan Pavilion on its own. The cave Hanli had constructed currently featured only a single exit. Upon his return, he promptly set up a small concealment array using 5 small flags and a dozen low-grade spirit stones, following the method outlined in his jade slip, effectively camouflaging the exit. Consequently, from the outside, the mountain wall appeared intact, concealing the newly formed cavern entirely. After completing these essential defenses, Hanli fashioned a rudimentary stone bed from the rock with his silver sword and hastily laid down to succumb to sleep. He was indeed quite fatigued. In the subsequent days, Hanli remained incessantly busy. He first sought a secluded plot of level land near his cave, where he scattered seeds of spiritual herbs. These included ordinary medicinal seeds he had brought from the mundane realm, as well as exotic flower seeds he had gathered over the years from the 100 Herb Garden. This area was destined to become Hanli's personal herb garden, from which the seedlings of spiritual herbs would eventually flourish. In the remaining time, Hanli discovered some relatively hard blue stones on the mountain, from which he skillfully carved out a set of stone tables and chairs for each room. He meticulously polished all the walls to a smooth finish and embedded some moonlight stones, illuminating the cave like daylight. Thus, Hanli's cave abode was initially established. However, it was evident that the protective capabilities of this cave were woefully inadequate, leaving Hanli unable to cultivate with peace of mind. He envisioned a comprehensive array of prohibitive formations akin to the 100 Medicine Garden. Otherwise, the prospect of external intrusions during his cultivation would be dire indeed. As a novice in the realm of formations, Hanli was utterly unfamiliar with even the most basic of arrays, let alone the more formidable prohibitive formations. Yet, he had no intention of learning. The study of formations was as vast as the ocean, and to divert his focus towards it would mean that mastery would take at least a decade or two. Moreover, it would undeniably hinder his personal cultivation, a loss Hanli could ill afford. While there might exist prodigies capable of delving deep into the study of formations without impeding their own cultivation, perhaps even geniuses who could elevate their cultivation through the mastery of formations, Hanli was acutely aware that he was not among them. If he were to slightly divert his attention to this realm, he would surely extinguish the last flicker of hope for reaching the core formation stage. Fortunately, this world also possessed array flags and array discs, which were portable and convenient tools for arranging formations. Although employing such means typically precluded the establishment of formidable prohibitive grand arrays, Hanli only required a standard level of defensive formations to secure his cave, which would offer him considerable peace of mind. Moreover, if necessary, he could arrange multiple sets of prohibitions to compensate for any defensive shortcomings. Coincidentally, the Tianqing sect of the Yuanwu Kingdom was renowned among the nearby countries for its expertise in formations. Every year, a significant number of array flags and array discs were crafted and circulated within the cultivation world, often exchanged for the required spirit stones, materials, and other necessities. Han Li thus set his sights on the Tianqing sex market, confident it would provide the prohibitive artifacts he needed. In the subsequent days, once several herbal seeds had germinated, Han Li promptly began to accelerate their growth with a green liquid. He planned to use a millennium-old herb to trade at the Tianqing sex market for the requisite items. This time, he would only reveal a single millennium herb to avoid drawing unnecessary attention or trouble by exposing too much. In just over 2 short months, Han Li successfully matured the millennium herb. He then set off towards the north, carrying the herb and other items available for exchange, such as the materials from the ink serpent and the hard shell of a centipede. If the price was right, Han Li was more than willing to make the exchange, as he had no intention of becoming distracted by the art of weapon forging. As Han Li flew through the air with his flying tool, he donned a cloak as a precaution. A distance of over 100 miles was traversed in merely half a day, thanks to his significant magical prowess. Upon entering the Yuanwu kingdom, Han Li began to glance around curiously from the sky. He sought to locate the Tianqing sex market while also being intrigued by everything in the Yuanwu kingdom. However, from what he could see, it appeared quite similar to the Yu kingdom. The Yuanwu kingdom, akin to the Yu kingdom, is categorized as a nation of moderate size within the neighboring regions. Although these two realms do not rival the vastness of the great nations, such as the Tianlu kingdom and the Fengdu kingdom, which are thrice their size, they are undeniably more formidable than the smaller states nearby, including the Jiang kingdom and the Chayan kingdom. While this region boasts only 2 major powers, it is home to over a dozen intermediate nations. As for the smaller entities, they are densely scattered across the vicinity, numbering in the dozens. Furthermore, it is rumored that in the more distant lands, superpowers exist, their enormity almost inconceivable. In the realm of cultivation within the Yuanwu kingdom, the forces of righteousness and evil are evenly matched, resulting in a stalemate. The Tianqing sect stands as one of the central pillars of the righteous faction, possessing strength rivaling that of the Huangfeng Valley. As Han Li pondered the matters concerning the Tianqing sect, he felt a sudden heaviness in the leaf-shaped artifact beneath his feet, which began to descend slowly to the ground, seemingly losing its ability to fly in an instant. Rather than feeling alarmed by this unfavorable turn of events, Han Li exhibited a glimmer of delight. Clearly, he had approached the vicinity of the Tianqing sect's market, for such restrictions on flight would not be in place otherwise. Upon landing, Han Li traversed northward for several miles, encountering a complex of structures that surpassed the Huangfeng Valley's market by a third in size. The Tianqing sect's marketplace is remarkably unique, standing in stark contrast to that of the Huangfeng Valley. It is centered around a colossal pavilion, towering 30 to 40 feet high, with other buildings distributed around it, each a mere tenth of the height of the central edifice, creating a radiating circular arrangement. Due to the immense size of the signboard affixed to the central pavilion, Han Li could clearly discern the 3 grand silver characters spelling Xingqian Pavilion from a mile or 2 away. It was evident without question that this pavilion served as the Tianqing sect's own establishment. In the blink of an eye, Han Li covered the mile or so distance. Adhering to his customary caution, Han Li refrained from hasty actions, instead meandering around the perimeter of the marketplace to gain a better understanding of the local conditions. To his surprise, he discovered several shops that truly expanded his horizons, igniting a spark of eagerness within him. One shop specialized in weapon forging, readily accepting materials from cultivators to craft various artifacts according to the specifications of their owners. The claims made were audacious, asserting the ability to forge items ranging from low-tier to top-tier artifacts. Moreover, in the event of a failed attempt, they promised to return double the value of the materials in spirit stones. Of course, for those lacking materials, custom orders for artifacts could also be placed, though the cost would certainly not be modest. Another shop focused on talisman creation, offering similar services to that of the weapon forging establishment, accepting orders for spirit talismans. Among the more unique offerings, there was a spirit beast establishment dedicated to selling tamed magical beasts, including several first-tier high-grade beasts. Acquiring one of these as a guardian spirit beast seemed like a splendid idea. At this moment, the marketplace was not particularly crowded. Han Li observed only 2 or 3 dozen cultivators around the periphery, which lent an air of desolation to the scene. Were all the people gathered in the central Xingqian pavilion? Han Li mused to himself. However, he had no immediate intention of heading toward the pavilion, for the claims of the weapon shop were rather audacious. The shop for refining talismans intrigued him deeply, as failure merely resulted in the return of materials equivalent to the spirit stones. Thus, After completing his circuit, Han Li could not restrain himself from stepping inside. The establishment was modest, comprising just 3 rooms and a small courtyard. Upon entering the front hall, Han Li encountered a middle-aged man, attired as a scholar, engaged in conversation with an elderly gentleman, whose hair was white, yet his face radiated vitality. Beside them stood a robust man with dark skin, exuding an air of respect. The middle-aged man and the elder were engrossed in their discussion, seemingly oblivious to Han Li's entrance. It was the sturdy man who, displaying great diligence, approached Han Li and inquired politely, "Might you be interested in purchasing a magical artifact, or perhaps commissioning a custom piece? I wish to first peruse the magical artifacts you have available before deciding on a custom order," Han Li replied calmly. "Certainly. Would you prefer to see mid-tier artifacts, or those of a higher grade?" The man, sensing an opportunity for business, inquired with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. "I seek top-tier artifacts, specifically the finest among them." Han Li's voice, though soft, struck the sturdy man dumbfounded. The 2 conversing figures ceased their animated dialogue, turning their astonished gazes toward Han Li. "You wish to see top-tier artifacts and demand the finest?" After regaining his composure, the man felt compelled to confirm that he had not misheard. Top-tier artifacts were not within the reach of the average individual, often requiring hundreds of low-tier spirit stones. Even the most diligent cultivators might not amass enough spirit stones in a lifetime to procure one, let alone request a premium piece. Xiao He returned. "Do not be disrespectful to this esteemed senior." The elderly gentleman, finally recognizing Han Li's foundational cultivation stage, swiftly approached to admonish the sturdy man. "This old man is the proprietor of this establishment. Please, esteemed senior, feel free to express your wishes." The elder, clearly a chi-refining cultivator alongside the scholar, felt a wave of apprehension wash over him, confronted by Han Li's remarkable presence. "Nothing much. I simply wish to see if you have any excellent magical artifacts. Should I find something suitable, I may purchase 1 or 2. The elder exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing Han Li's words, though his expression remained tinged with embarrassment. "I fear I may disappoint you, esteemed senior. While we do possess a couple of top-tier artifacts, they are merely for show and do not qualify as exquisite." Upon hearing this, Han Li felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, he chastised himself for his naivety. The grandiose claims on the shop sign were merely a tactic to attract business. How could he have taken them at face value? Shaking his head, he turned to leave, but paused near the door, turning back to express his dissatisfaction. Thus, the assertion outside about being able to refine top-tier artifacts is merely empty words? No, esteemed senior, you misunderstand. We conduct our business with integrity. Every claim on our sign is true, without a trace of falsehood. As long as suitable materials are available, an aged practitioner can indeed forge top-tier magical artifacts. The white-haired elder, concerned about the reputation of his shop, hastily interjected his defense. "You can forge top-tier artifacts?" Han Li expressed his surprise, a fleeting glimmer of skepticism crossing his eyes, laden with doubt. He had assumed that someone else was responsible for crafting the artifacts, not realizing it was this elder. It is no wonder Han Li harbored disbelief. The creation of top-tier artifacts is not as simple as that of mid-tier or upper-tier ones, which can be fashioned using mere earthly flames. Instead, it requires the refinement akin to concocting foundational elixirs, necessitating the use of innate true fire or earth fire to achieve success. However, this elder was merely a chi refinement stage cultivator and would not possess innate true fire. And this place did not seem to harbor earth fire either. How, then, could he forge top-tier artifacts? It is entirely normal for a senior to be unfamiliar with Brother Su's shop on their first visit. Brother Su, well versed in the art of crafting, assured that his skills in forging artifacts were certainly on par with those of renowned sect artisans. Furthermore, for centuries, the Su family had nurtured a second-tier initial stage fire crow, whose demonic flames surpassed innate true fire by a significant margin, thus enabling the effortless forging of top-tier artifacts. The middle-aged scholar, who had been silently observing, suddenly spoke up to elucidate the elder's claims, yet his words only deepened Han Li's perplexity. Demonic flames? I have only ever heard of true fire and earth fire being used for crafting artifacts and concocting elixirs. I have never heard of demonic flames being utilized. Han Li furrowed his brow, still finding it difficult to believe. "Ah, senior, you may not be aware. The use of demonic flames for crafting artifacts or concocting elixirs requires unique techniques and is not formally recognized by the esteemed sections. It is regarded as a minor, Unorthodox practice, albeit one widely circulated. Were it not for our family's fortunate acquisition of such a fire crow, we would not have dedicated our studies to this path. The elder continued, picking up where the scholar left off to clarify for Hanli. I see. Hanli acknowledged the explanation, yet he remained somewhat skeptical, having never witnessed such phenomena firsthand. Could it be that you wish to commission a top-tier artifact, senior? The elder asked curiously, noticing Hanli deep in thought. If provided with sufficient materials, how confident are you in your ability to forge a top-tier artifact? Hanli raised his head and inquired ambiguously. That would depend on the quality of the materials and the specific requirements you have for the artifact. If the materials are average and the requirements are likewise modest, I would have a 1/3 chance of success. However, should the forging of a top-tier artifact fail, the shop will not compensate for the materials, as the probability of failure is exceedingly high. The double compensation policy only applies to mid-tier and upper-tier artifacts. Otherwise, I would have long been bankrupted. The elder, pleased by Hanli's inquiry, responded with earnestness. It is important to note that experts like him in the art of crafting are often in dire need of high-quality materials to hone their skills. The process of forging top-tier artifacts would significantly enhance his crafting abilities. Despite the apparent youthfulness of Hanli's voice, he was, after all, a foundation establishment cultivator, and thus capable of producing something extraordinary. This prospect filled the elder with great anticipation. I do indeed possess some materials that would allow you to attempt forging. However, I must observe your crafting process closely, Hanli conceded. However, rest assured, I shall not intrude upon you, and should the refinement prove successful, I shall bestow upon you a portion of the materials as a reward. You will not labor in vain. After a moment of silence, Hanli resolutely articulated these words. For him, it would be far more suitable to directly forge a useful magical artifact from those precious Jiao materials than to exchange them for spirit stones. It is worth noting that while his top-tier magical artifact is considered abundant among Qi refinement disciples, it pales in comparison to those of the foundation establishment stage, leaving him somewhat unsettled in his heart. However, it is likely that others would possess no less. Of course, shall the esteemed senior commence the refinement now? I am prepared to begin at any moment. The old man, upon realizing Hanli's intent to have him forge a top-tier magical artifact, became instantly exhilarated and eagerly accepted Hanli's proposal, brimming with anticipation. I still have some matters to attend to. Once I have concluded them, I shall return here to commence, Hanli replied, shaking his head. Very well. I shall await your esteemed presence. The old man, noticing that Hanli was not inclined to begin immediately, felt a tinge of disappointment, yet quickly regained his composure and spoke respectfully. Seeing that all arrangements had been settled, Hanli was reluctant to linger further. After a casual farewell, he turned and exited the shop. However, before he could leave the premises, having walked only a few paces, he suddenly heard the voice of the scholar behind him. Esteemed senior, please hold on a moment. Hanli paused, hesitated for a brief moment, and then ultimately halted his steps. Turning around, he beheld the scholar, who had hurriedly followed him, wearing a broad smile. Is there something you wish to discuss? Hanli inquired, his brow furrowing as he spoke coolly. He was not particularly fond of those who interrupted him without cause. I wish to inquire what items the esteemed senior seeks in the market. I am Wang Xiling, a resident of this marketplace, and perhaps I could assist you in saving considerable time. Taken aback by this remark, Hanli scrutinized the scholar with slight surprise, then chuckled softly, saying, Are you Feng Xingzi? Although the scholar, cloaked in a robe, could not discern Hanli's expression, he clearly perceived the mirth in his voice, which relieved him considerably. He hastily responded, You have guessed correctly, esteemed senior. I only do this occasionally and am not specifically employed by any shop, so you need not worry. Hanli nonchalantly nodded, yet remarked coolly, While I do not mind whether you are employed by a shop or not, I am seeking to purchase items such as formation flags and formation discs, and it seems that Stardust Pavilion is the most suitable choice. Assistance does not appear to be necessary. The scholar, having heard Hanli's words, was momentarily taken aback but soon smiled broadly, saying, Esteemed senior, I am fortunate that you have shared this with me, or I may have made a fruitless trip. Although the reputation of the Tianqing sex formations is quite considerable, it does not guarantee that Stardust Pavilion houses high-quality formation flags and discs. In the present-day Stardust Pavilion, although there exists a plethora of formation flags and discs, diverse in both quantity and variety, these are merely ordinary wares intended for small cultivation families and individual practitioners. The true exquisite array instruments, however, remain under the exclusive purview of the Celestial Star sect, as the art of formations constitutes the very foundation of their sect. To casually disseminate their high-quality formation flags and discs would expose the flaws in their formations to outsiders, a risk they cannot afford. As the scholar elucidated this to Han Li, he furtively observed him. Yet, Han Li's cloak obscured his visage entirely, revealing not a trace of his emotions, leaving the scholar with an overwhelming sense of frustration and powerlessness. "Your tone suggests you might be able to procure what I seek," Han Li remarked, his voice maintaining an air of calm composure despite his surprise at the scholar's revelations. Upon hearing this, the scholar glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was within earshot, before lowering his voice and whispering conspiratorially, "If the esteemed senior places any trust in my words, I can indeed introduce you to a secret shop known to very few. While a small portion of the merchandise may have dubious origins, the goods are undoubtedly top tier and exceedingly rare in the outside world. I believe you will find the array instruments you desire there." A secret shop? Han Li's voice remained tranquil, yet the scholar's words did indeed startle him. Over the past few years, he had heard whispers of such secret shops and recognized that if the scholar's claims were true, it represented a remarkable opportunity for enlightenment. "It seems the esteemed senior is somewhat aware of secret shops," the scholar chuckled softly. "That is even better, as I need not elaborate further. In approximately 2 to 3 hours, it will be time for this shop's monthly auction. Should you wish to attend, you must decide promptly. I can lead you there immediately." Noticing Han Li's lack of aversion to the notion of the secret shop, the scholar felt a surge of joy, confident that he had found the right client. "Is it far?" Han Li inquired suddenly. "Not at all. It is located within this marketplace. Do you agree?" The scholar's excitement was palpable, as securing a potential client for this secret shop could yield a significant commission of spirit stones. "Let us proceed," Han Li exhaled, his tone turning cold. "I shall lead the way." The scholar beamed, taking the lead. After a series of winding turns, the scholar brought Han Li to a solitary, dilapidated small house. The door was firmly shut, devoid of any markings, rendering it exceedingly unremarkable. However, after the scholar rhythmically tapped on the wooden door, it creaked open to reveal a woman in her 30s. She possessed an unremarkable appearance and seemed to be at the 6th or 7th layer of qi refinement, making her altogether unremarkable. "Madame Zhang, I have brought a new guest who wishes to partake in this auction," the scholar eagerly announced, stepping aside to reveal Han Li. Yet, instead of displaying delight at the arrival of a guest, Madame Zhang frowned slightly, seemingly displeased by the scholar's words. However, upon discerning that the guest, Han Li, was a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, her expression transformed, a hint of a smile gracing her features. This guest seemed to embody the essence of propriety, a senior cultivator in foundation establishment, unlike the diverse array of individuals she had brought forth previously. "Please, esteemed senior, do enter." Despite her low cultivation level, the woman exhibited no signs of reverence towards Han Li, treating him as an ordinary visitor. "Esteemed senior, I can only escort you this far. I must take my leave." The woman's words caused Wang Xiling to flush slightly, and he hurriedly bid farewell to Han Li before departing. Han Li cast a brief glance at the retreating figure of the scholar. Then, prompted by the woman's gesture, he entered the small room. Inside, the space was cluttered with an assortment of inferior alchemical and crafting materials, resembling an ordinary supply shop. Just as Han Li was meticulously observing his surroundings, the woman, having closed the door behind her, adopted a serious demeanor and said, "Sir, please follow me." With that, she stepped to the corner of the room and pressed her hand against the ground. A flash of yellow light illuminated her palm, and the floor split open, revealing a large opening. The woman beckoned Han Li and descended the staircase first. Han Li hesitated momentarily, yet, after a brief contemplation, he cautiously approached the passage and followed her down. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, aware of the need for caution. The tunnel was short. After traversing a distance of about 10 zhang, they arrived at a modest stone door. Two figures clad in black, each adorned with a mask resembling a malevolent spirit, stood guard on either side. Upon casting a fleeting glance at the black-clad figures, Han Li's expression grew grave. These two were also cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, one appearing to be at the mid-stage, which sent a jolt of alarm through Han Li. A deep-seated wariness towards the strength of this hidden establishment took root within him. However, The woman seemed oblivious to the presence of the black-clad figures, pushing open the stone door and leading Hanli inside. The two guards treated their entrance as inconsequential, offering no objections. Upon entering the stone chamber, Hanli was momentarily taken aback. A resplendent hall unfolded before him, adorned with a crimson carpet, pristine jade walls, and lofty palace lanterns, all elements exuding the grandeur of worldly wealth. It was evident that the proprietor of this place was indeed an extraordinary individual. The hall was oval, measuring several dozens of zhang in diameter. Within, 7 or 8 rows of wooden chairs were arranged, occupied by a multitude of cultivators dressed in varied garb. Opposite them, a solitary empty table stood, accompanied by 3 sandalwood chairs situated not far from one side. As Han Li and the woman entered, the seated individuals turned to regard him. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Han Li broke into a cold sweat, his complexion shifting dramatically. To his astonishment, the majority of these individuals were cultivators who had already reached the foundation establishment stage. In that moment, Han Li comprehended why the woman beside him had not displayed any reverence. Here, he was merely an ordinary member among them. What a fortuitous arrival. The trading session is about to commence. I must take my leave, as I need to attend to matters above, the woman remarked, turning to him before leaving him alone in the hall. With a sense of resignation, Han Li surveyed the numerous cultivators present and quietly settled into a more secluded corner. At this moment, he had noticed that the monks here, much like himself, concealed their true identities with masks and cloaks. It appeared that none were foolish enough to wish for their identities to be recognized. Although there were many individuals present in the hall, an eerie silence enveloped the space, imbuing the air with a palpable tension. Observing this, Han Li remained remarkably composed. Aside from harboring malicious speculations about whether any acquaintances might be among the crowd, he remained wholly attentive to a wooden door at the far end of the long table. It seemed the host must be preparing within. After sitting in anticipation for 2 to 3 hours, the wooden door finally creaked open, revealing 3 individuals. Their attire was indistinguishable from that of the 2 guards stationed at the stone door, making it impossible to discern their hierarchy. They aligned themselves behind the long table, and the person on the right spoke first in a low, raspy voice. We extend a warm welcome to all cultivators of the immortal realm attending our trading event. Among our guests are both familiar patrons and newcomers alike. However, this distinction is inconsequential. We treat all with equal regard. As soon as the rightmost speaker finished, the individual on the left interjected, "The rules for this trade remain unchanged. We shall announce a base price in spirit stones, and you may compete with your bids. Should you lack sufficient spirit stones, you may offer equivalent items as collateral, the value of which will be assessed collectively by the 3 of us. Ultimately, the highest bidder shall claim the auctioned item." The voice of this speaker was markedly different, sharp and high-pitched, causing discomfort, suggesting the use of a false tone. Once the auction concludes, there will be time for free trading. If anyone has items to exchange or sell, feel free to present them and negotiate on your own. We shall not interfere in the slightest, as we merely provide the venue. With that, the middle figure's voice resonated powerfully throughout the hall, marking the commencement of the auction. As these 3 stepped aside, they took their seats on 3 sandalwood chairs. Concurrently, a tall, slender middle-aged man emerged from behind the wooden door, his demeanor exuding shrewdness. Approaching the table, he cleared his throat and announced, "I will preside over this auction. The first item for bidding is a top-tier magical artifact, the Fire Cloud Sword. This initial item for sale, a formidable magical weapon, took Han Li by surprise, particularly as the eloquent, slender man extolled its unparalleled qualities. Han Li felt a compelling urge to procure it. It was no wonder that other cultivators, in desperate need of high-tier artifacts, were similarly eager. Indeed, as the base price of 200 spirit stones was proclaimed, 3 or 4 eager bidders swiftly raised their offers. In the blink of an eye, the price of the Fire Cloud Sword surged to over 300 spirit stones, extinguishing the bidding aspirations of several other cultivators. While the Fire Cloud Sword's accompanying fire attack was commendable, it was evidently a far cry from being a top-tier artifact. Spending 300 spirit stones on it would render the purchase somewhat impractical. However, for those unwilling to buy, there were others eager to take on the role of the extravagant spender. For the interested buyers, although subsequent auction items might be superior, they were unlikely to secure them. Thus, acquiring this relatively decent top-tier artifact seemed the more pragmatic choice. Consequently, The Fire Cloud sword was smoothly sold amidst the rivalry of several chi refining stage cultivators for just over 400 spirit stones. The cultivator, donning a dull mask, approached, happily exchanged spirit stones, and returned to his seat, cradling the sword as if it were a treasured heirloom, eliciting laughter from the surrounding cultivators. Once this individual settled back, a tall, slender man cleared his throat and proclaimed, "The second item for auction in our establishment is a favorite among weapon refiners, a top-tier red luo alchemical furnace. This furnace has been passed through the hands of many renowned refiners and has produced numerous exquisite top-tier artifacts, such as the illusory sound sword, the azure flood dragon banner, and the black flame pearl, among others. It is said to offer a certain enhancement in the crafting of artifacts. However, the truth of this claim remains unknown to us. Therefore, commencing the bidding at a base price of 400 spirit stones is undoubtedly reasonable." As he spoke, the man retrieved a vibrant red alchemical furnace from his storage bag and placed it on the table for all to admire. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the hall ignited with excitement. Although no one had yet raised their voice, many cultivators fixated their eager gazes upon the furnace, clearly captivated by the item. Hanli sat quietly in a corner, observing with a cool detachment. However, upon learning that his own azure flood dragon banner had originated from this very furnace, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise, albeit it was merely a fleeting emotion. With no knowledge of the intricacies of weapon refining, he was oblivious to the true value of this furnace. Nevertheless, he resolutely refrained from making a purchase if it was something he could not utilize. This principle was one Hanli adhered to. Moreover, although he possessed a decent amount of spirit stones, he intended to reserve them for critical moments. 405. 407. I bid 500 spirit stones. Regardless of Han Li's contemplations, the red luo alchemical furnace quickly escalated to a staggering price. 780 spirit stones, exclaimed a corpulent man clad in a yellow cloak, gritting his teeth. 800. A female cultivator nearby called out nonchalantly, inciting the corpulent man's fists to clench in frustration. At this point, with the price soaring to what could be considered astronomical, the other bidders had long since withdrawn from the competition, their unwilling gazes fixed upon the two wealthy foundation establishment cultivators as they continued to escalate the price time and again. 850 spirit stones. Should this lady manage to raise her bid once more, this furnace shall belong to you. The corpulent man glared at the female cultivator with ire after raising his bid yet again. 851. As soon as the portly monk uttered those words, the female cultivator let out a cold laugh and deliberately announced a bid that was merely one piece higher. The chubby monk's face, obscured by his cloak, turned crimson as blood. Yet, after casting several venomous glances at his opponent, he surprisingly ceased to make any further offers. Thus, this female cultivator of the foundation establishment stage paid a staggering price to acquire the renowned alchemical furnace, leaving one to ponder whether it was truly worth such an expense. Perhaps the intensity of the bidding had provoked the nerves of numerous cultivators, as the previously subdued atmosphere in the hall suddenly ignited with fervor. Precious top-tier artifacts and rare materials were swiftly snatched up by the eager cultivators. However, after the auction of the 20th grade items, Hanli was yet to witness the sale of any formation flags or formation plates, which stirred his impatience. Hanli couldn't help but contemplate that if this auction truly lacked such items, he would indeed have to make another visit to the Stardust Pavilion. Even acquiring a few basic formation artifacts would be preferable to leaving empty-handed. While Hanli was deep in thought, the tall, slender man announced the name of the next item for sale. Upper-grade artifact, a pair of puppet mechanized beasts. Their strength is comparable to that of a 9th-layer chi refining cultivator. Furthermore, they are utterly loyal and fearlessly fierce. Purchasing them would be akin to having two personal bodyguards. The starting price was merely 100 spirit stones. Puppet mechanized beasts. Wasn't he his own upper-grade artifact also called a puppet archer? Could they be the same? Intrigued, Hanli straightened up and focused his attention. The slender man had already revealed two dark, doll-like figures on the table. Each was only the size of a fist, resembling neither lion nor tiger, and it was uncertain which exotic beast had inspired their design. Many guests likely had never heard of or were only vaguely familiar with the art of puppet mechanism. This technique, originating from artifact crafting yet distinctly different, was relatively obscure here but thrived in the far western regions. There, a sect known as the Thousand Bamboo Sect had dedicated itself to this craft, perfecting it to an extraordinary level. It was said that top-tier puppet mechanized beings could even contend with cultivators in the later stages of Foundation establishment. Moreover, the classification of these mechanized beasts as upper-grade artifacts was merely the shop's private designation. According to the formal hierarchy of mechanized arts, they should properly be referred to as second-tier puppet beasts. Seeing the apparent lack of interest among the cultivators, the man hastily recited the prepared information in hopes of piquing their curiosity. However, upon finishing his pitch, while it did spark a flicker of intrigue, no one was willing to spend 100 spirit stones on what appeared to be mere dolls. Furthermore, what use would bodyguards of the 9th layer of chi refining be to the cultivators present? 100 spirit stones. A voice rang out from the corner, and indeed someone was interested in purchasing this peculiar item. Instantly, the eyes of the cultivators turned towards that corner. Yet it was not Hanli, but rather a masked individual, comically clad in a large gray sack that obscured his entire head. 150 spirit stones. As other cultivators regarded the eccentric figure as exceedingly wasteful, a new voice, marked by an unusual accent and a stilted manner of speech, echoed through the hall. The assembled cultivators were taken aback and turned their attention toward the newcomer. At the back of the room sat a robust individual clad in a green cloak, arms crossed over his chest. It was from this person that the fresh bidding call emerged. When the multitude of cultivators gazed upon him, he met their stares with a cold and unyielding gaze, revealing no hint of trepidation. 200 spirit stones. The figure under the bag-covered head seemed intent on securing the prize and swiftly called out again. I bid 300. The burly man remained undeterred. 400. 600. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a verbal duel, escalating the price of the puppeteer beasts to an astonishing level. At this point, even the most oblivious cultivators in the hall sensed something amiss. Could it be that these puppeteer beasts harbored some extraordinary secret? Such thoughts stirred within the hearts of all present. After exchanging glances, the cultivators' hearts raced with excitement. A few financially affluent and impatient individuals promptly entered the bidding fray. However, there were also some more seasoned cultivators who, though tempted, harbored doubts. Were these two merely pawns sent by the secretive shop? Perhaps they intended to inflate the price of this seemingly worthless item, hoping to ensnare the unwary. Many cultivators entertained such thoughts, including Hanli, who maintained a skeptical demeanor and remained unmoved by the unfolding drama. I bid 900 spirit stones, along with this item. The imposing figure, witnessing the growing number of participants in the bidding, felt a surge of urgency. He rummaged through his storage bag and produced a dark, seemingly worthless piece of scrap metal. Striding forward, he placed it on the table before the tall, slender man and declared in a brusque tone, "This item is worth thousands of spirit stones. It more than suffices to exchange for these puppeteer beasts, so hand them over to me at once." As things began to spiral out of control, the slender man had already wisely stowed the puppeteer beasts back into his storage bag. Now, observing the burly man brandishing a piece of what appeared to be worthless junk, he could not help but roll his eyes and retorted without reservation, "You would do well to remain calm. We shall assess the value of your item, but for now, it is only proper that you return to your seat. Otherwise, this establishment will perceive your actions as a deliberate disruption, and we shall not be accommodating." Upon hearing the slender man's threat, the burly individual was initially enraged. He held a prominent position within his sect, commanding respect and authority. He had never been subjected to such indignity. Clenching his fists, he was poised to retaliate. However, as he scanned the room and met the gaze of the bag-headed figure, who remained motionless with a glimmer of schadenfreude in his eyes, he felt a shift within himself. Upon reflection, he managed to suppress the fury that surged within him and turned abruptly to return to his seat. Some cultivators, who had anticipated a thrilling spectacle, couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, the auction of the puppet beast must continue. However, that dark object had already been handed over to the trio seated on the mahogany chairs, who were now engaged in hushed deliberation about its nature. Although their masked faces concealed their expressions, the extreme caution they exhibited was evident to all present. The palm-sized, black object, seemingly made of cast iron, was examined meticulously by the trio several times before they reached a consensus. Subsequently, the figure clad in black stood up and proclaimed loudly, "A piece of high-grade iron essence, valued at 2,000 spirit stones." With that, he returned to his seat, uttering no further words. The mention of iron essence startled all the cultivators in attendance. Those who had intended to bid immediately fell silent. Each one pondered in astonishment. Could this individual possibly be an advanced cultivator at the core formation stage? Otherwise, how could he possess iron essence? This material could only be refined by the alchemical flames of those at the core formation stage. Typically, cultivators would incorporate such materials directly into their artifacts to enhance their potency, never allowing them to circulate freely. If a few taels of this iron essence were mixed into an ordinary artifact, its power would undoubtedly be significantly augmented, and elevating its rank would not be out of the question. Consequently, the value of such materials would soar. Was it possible that the burly man was indeed a core formation cultivator who deliberately masked his aura to appear as a foundation establishment practitioner? After all, lower-tier cultivators could not discern the depths of a core formation cultivator's capabilities. As all the cultivators were engulfed in suspicion and wariness, the tall, lean man, under the guidance of the trio, finally spoke up again. Is there anyone willing to bid spirit stones above 2009? If not, this puppet beast will belong to this esteemed brother. The slender man seemed intent on driving the price higher, deliberately dragging out his words as a means to delay. However, within the hall, who among the cultivators dared to call out a bid? Those present were undoubtedly distinguished individuals, either important figures from renowned cultivation families or accomplished foundation establishment practitioners. Yet, in the face of a potential core formation cultivator, who would dare to invite trouble? Even if this individual were not a core formation practitioner, he surely had a formidable figure supporting him. Thus, despite their greed for the secrets of the puppet beast, no one was willing to take the risk. They could only watch helplessly. The eccentric individual, who had initially clashed with the others, now sat in silence, either intimidated by the iron essence or simply lacking the spirit stones to make a substantial bid. Han Li was equally astonished upon hearing about the iron essence. He recalled that his mentor had lost 2 pieces of iron essence in a wager against that ancient figure, and the look of dismay on his mentor's face had made it clear just how precious this item truly was. Thus, the puppet beast unreservedly fell into the hands of the robust man. As he received the creature, his hands trembled with excitement. This only served to pique the curiosity of the cultivators present, most of whom were fervently eager to seize the trinket and delve into its mysteries. The cloaked figure, upon acquiring the puppet beast, immediately vacated his seat and approached the stone door. However, upon reaching the entrance, he discovered that the door had been firmly locked from the outside. He pushed against it with all his might, yet it did not budge. What does this mean? Is one not permitted to leave with a purchase? His voice darkened, the already peculiar tone growing increasingly unsettling. Of course not. Once the trading session concludes, we shall promptly open the doors for your departure. However, that cannot occur at this moment. The speaker was no longer the tall, gaunt man overseeing the exchange, but rather the sharply spoken figure clad in black on the far left. What? This is outrageous. I must leave this place immediately. The man's anger flared, his voice rising in volume. Regrettably, this is indeed the policy of our establishment. It is merely a precautionary measure to prevent any unpleasant incidents from occurring. Surely, you can wait a brief moment longer? Came the low, raspy voice of the man in black on the right, eerily intoning. Humph. Of course, I can wait. Do you think I fear you? I am merely curious to see what other treasures might emerge. The man's demeanor shifted unexpectedly. He turned back with a swagger, leaving those around him in a state of bewilderment. What was his intention? Did he not realize that remaining here for even a moment longer would heighten his own peril? At this moment, the majority of the cultivators present had discerned that the man was indeed at the foundation building stage, for otherwise, he would not be so composed. However, it appeared that the secretive shopkeepers had recognized the true nature of the robust figure from the outset and showed no intention of yielding. Since the imposing man chose not to leave, the auction within the hall resumed. Yet, the thoughts of most attendees could not return to the bidding. A chilling silence descended, as 2 consecutive items were presented without a single bid, leaving the tall, gaunt man in an awkward position. Nevertheless, the auction was nearing its conclusion. The real highlight was finally about to be unveiled. The premier spiritual herb, a millennium-old Huangjing fungus. The gaunt man declared, I shall refrain from further embellishments. You all are surely more aware of the value of this herb than I. As soon as he finished speaking, a jade box of verdant hue appeared in his hands. He cast a calculated glance at the cultivators, noticing that all eyes were captivated by the mention of the millennium herb. Savoring this moment, he added, This ancient spiritual herb has appeared in the world only a handful of times over the past century. Acquiring it for alchemical refinement into a spiritual elixir is undoubtedly the best opportunity for all of you to break through your limits and enhance your magical prowess. Therefore, the starting bid shall be 500 spirit stones. Upon concluding his announcement, the gaunt man removed the lid of the jade box, raising it to showcase the contents to the cultivators. Instantly, a rich fragrance of medicine pervaded the entire hall, evoking astonishment and joy among the cultivators. Astonishingly, it was utterly unexpected that such a rare treasure would emerge at this auction. Joyfully, if it could be acquired for alchemical purposes, it would indeed surpass any top-tier magical artifact, as the enhancement pertains to one's own cultivation rather than relying on external forces. Thus, as the tall, lean man announced the base price, several eager voices immediately called out, 1,000 spirit stones. The first bidding cultivator promptly doubled the price of the spiritual herb, inciting furious exclamations from those who trailed behind, wishing to place their bids. Nevertheless, others continued to elevate the price. 1,200 spirit stones. 1,000 bidders followed one after another, and in the blink of an eye, the price soared beyond 2,000. Meanwhile, Hanli gazed entranced at the millennium herb on the table, lost in thought. Initially, he paid little heed when he first heard about the millennium herb, assuming it was merely discovered elsewhere. However, upon the tall man revealing the millennium Huangjingzi from its box, Hanli immediately recognized it as one of the top-tier spiritual herbs he had previously sold to the Wanbao building. Having personally nurtured it himself, how could he mistake it? Nevertheless, since the spiritual herb was now in the hands of the Wanbao building, Hanli had no inclination to concern himself with their handling of it. After a moment of daze, he regained his composure, observing the fervent competition among the cultivators with an air of nonchalance. Listening to the anxious bidding voices, Hanli felt a surge of pride. After all, to see something he had nurtured cause such intense excitement in others was indeed a source of gratification. Volume 3. Chapter 226. The inverted 5 elements array soon. Some cultivators found themselves short on spirit stones, hastily opting to pledge various rare items, each more expensive and rarer than the last, leaving Hanli quite dazzled. I will exchange a set of tools for the inverted 5 elements array for this spiritual herb. A voice suddenly pierced through the commotion, silencing the other clamorous cultivators. This was not merely due to the volume of the speaker, but because the inverted 5 elements array was renowned to the point of being universally acknowledged. In many respects, it garnered far more attention from the immortal families and sects than this millennium spiritual herb. This so-called minor forbidden array, with its mystical powers, though limited in coverage and lacking offensive capabilities, could effectively disguise mountain gates and confuse adversaries, rivaling even the protective arrays of major sects. To have such a wondrous array safeguarding one's family or sect would indeed provide great assurance. However, in theory, such a formidable forbidden array could only be arranged by a master of formations, requiring a year and a half of arduous labor along with substantial resources, not to mention the challenge of transforming it into a magical artifact. If this were true, this auction would indeed be a spectacle of extraordinary occurrences, broadening one's horizons. Upon hearing this, Hanli's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as he turned to gaze at the speaker. A young man, donned in a tiger-headed mask, possessed a stature that was both short and stout, rendering him quite unremarkable. He hardly seemed like one who could wield such extraordinary artifacts. Nevertheless, the anxious glimmer in his eyes suggested otherwise. Do you possess the array device that can reverse the 5 elements? After a moment of surprise, the tall, slender man regained his composure, casting a skeptical gaze upon the youth. Although he found it hard to believe the claim, should the young man indeed possess such forbidden apparatus, the millennium herb would undoubtedly belong to him. The other cultivators, upon hearing this, turned their attention toward the youth's response. Yes, I do, but it is not yet fully operational. It can only exert a mere tenth of its potential. However, if you are willing to entrust me with this herb, I can guarantee that within a few years, I will amplify the power of the array device several-fold, achieving at least half of its intended capability. The youth, feeling the weight of so many gazes upon him, began to falter. Yet, realizing the significance of the millennium herb, he stammered through his words. Oh, so it is not genuine, merely an experimental remnant. Many cultivators, upon hearing this, felt a profound sense of disappointment. They had initially intended to procure the device at any cost, should it prove authentic. Yet now, with it being a mere remnant, their interest waned significantly. In the realm of cultivation, array masters were even rarer than alchemists and artifact smiths. Choosing to delve deeply into the study of arrays often meant relinquishing the possibility of attaining the Great Path. After all, human energy is finite. One cannot simultaneously devote time to cultivation and the intricate study of profound arrays. Hence, some began contemplating the notion of seeking out the array master behind this youth once the trading event concluded. After all, a master capable of researching such intricate array devices would surely be adept at deploying them in practice. For certain families and small sects, the ability to safeguard their critical areas with such remarkable arrays outweighed concerns about the device's portability or functionality. Are you jesting? This is an auction. We cannot possibly wait years to see results. The tall, slender man, upon realizing the claims were mere fabrications, darkened his expression and retorted harshly. The short, stout youth, seeing this reaction, opened his mouth beneath the mask as if he wished to say more. However, the auctioneer turned away, ignoring him entirely, prompting the youth to sigh and reluctantly return to his seat. Han Li, observing this scene, narrowed his eyes and meticulously committed the youth's appearance to memory. Meanwhile, the Millennium Herb fell into the hands of a foundation-building cultivator who had bid 2,000 spirit stones along with several illusion moonstones. Thus, the secret store's auction came to an end. The subsequent time was designated for the attending cultivators to engage in free trade. Should they find nothing worthy of exchange, they were free to exit through the recently opened stone door. The burly man who had exchanged iron essence for the puppet beast did not leave in haste. Instead, he leisurely remained seated, seemingly prepared to partake in the free trading session. It was rather the peculiar figure in a hooded cloth bag who, as soon as the grand stone gates swung open, hurriedly made his exit. This unexpected departure left a few observant onlookers perplexed. Han Li, however, did not expend any energy pondering such matters. He had his own affairs to attend to. He initially planned to seek out the stout young man as soon as he found some free time, hoping to ascertain whether the latter could transfer the array equipment to him. Although the so-called inverted 5-elements array's forbidden tools possessed merely 1/10 of the original array's efficacy, it was sufficient for Han Li. After all, he had long heard of the legendary status of this extraordinary array, and he believed that even this modest power would be a luxury for his exceedingly simple cave dwelling. It would be more than adequate to safeguard his modest plot of land. However, Han Li did not anticipate that just as he had fixed his gaze upon the young man, the latter was promptly encircled by 4 or 5 other cultivators, seemingly engaged in a discussion. This unforeseen occurrence left Han Li feeling somewhat frustrated. Simultaneously, he harbored concerns that these individuals might, like him, wish to acquire the array tools. Yet, his apprehension proved unwarranted. After exchanging a few words with the young man, the group suddenly exchanged glances, shook their heads, and departed, leaving only the stout young man standing dejectedly in place. Han Li's heart leapt with joy as he hastily approached, clearing his throat in preparation to speak. However, before he could utter a word, the young man cast him a disinterested glance and lethargically remarked, "If you do not possess a millennium-old spiritual herb, please do not disturb me. The array master behind me is in dire need of spiritual herbs to survive. It is impossible for me to design a grand array for you now." Upon hearing this, Han Li was taken aback, but he soon chuckled softly. "If I had a millennium-old spiritual herb, would I not be seeking the array master for an array?" He jested playfully at the young man. The young man, appearing to be in the 10th layer of chi refinement, did not instill much trepidation in Han Li, which is why he spoke so casually. "Senior possesses spiritual herbs?" The young man's spirits lifted immediately, his expression brightening as he gazed at Han Li. Han Li did not respond immediately. Instead, he glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention. The other cultivators were fixated on an individual at the front demonstrating an interactive magical artifact. "Shall we discuss this elsewhere? There are too many people here," Han Li suggested discreetly, gesturing toward an inconspicuous corner of the hall. Of course, the stout young man readily agreed without hesitation. They made their way to the designated corner, stopping once they were a reasonable distance from the nearest cultivators, who were still several yards away. Han Li then casually set up a soundproof barrier, alleviating any concerns about eavesdroppers. Since successfully establishing his foundation, Han Li had quickly mastered several minor spells that had previously eluded him. The contrast to his former ineptitude was striking, and it had brought him considerable joy. The soundproof barrier was one of the commonly used minor spells he had picked up effortlessly. Does Senior truly possess spiritual herbs? They must be at least 1,000 years old. Herbs that are 700 or 800 years old are of no use. The young man, upon seeing Han Li complete the setup, could hardly contain his eagerness. It seemed he was genuinely anxious. Han Li cast a fleeting glance at the young man before him. Opting for silence, he proceeded to extract a box containing spiritual herbs from his storage pouch. Although it did not contain the coveted Millennium Yellow essence, it held an equally valuable Millennium Purple osmanthus. Since the young man had not specified his desired herb, it seemed that any herb over a millennium old would suffice. Han Li surmised that the youth was most likely seeking a millennium spiritual herb as a catalyst for alchemical purposes, hence his lack of discernment. The youth's gaze was riveted on the box, his face alight with anticipation. Indeed, it contained a millennium herb. However, before unveiling the contents for inspection, a discussion regarding the terms of exchange was in order. What do you intend to offer in return for this spiritual herb? Han Li's voice was cool and detached. Given the young man's request, it was only fitting that he pay a substantial price. Han Li was keen to procure several such rare formation artifacts for future use. What does the esteemed senior wish for? Apart from that one set of artifacts, I truly have nothing of worth to offer. The young man stammered after a moment of hesitation, looking somewhat distressed. Do you believe that a single incomplete formation artifact is sufficient to secure a millennium spiritual herb? Han Li replied, his expression remaining impassive. The stout youth scratched his head, feeling the impropriety of the situation. Tonight, I must retire early. After 3 sleepless nights, I can no longer endure it. Tomorrow, I shall rise early to prepare the next chapter by noon. And everyone, please remember to cast your votes. We are close to breaking into the 6th position on the new book rankings. Your support is crucial for me. Unbeknownst to him, the conversation took a turn. Might the esteemed senior have any interest in the art of crafting artifacts? After much hesitation, the stout youth blurted out this unexpected inquiry, leaving Han Li utterly astonished. What do you mean by that? Han Li asked, his curiosity piqued. Do you intend to impart to me the art of artifact crafting? He inquired casually. You have guessed correctly. The only skill I possess is my proficiency in artifact crafting, the young man replied, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Han Li was rendered speechless. His aim was merely to acquire a few more formation flags and discs. He had no desire for the young man's crafting skills. Moreover, who did this youth think he was, to presume his methods were so rare? In the realm of cultivation, many practitioners were well versed in the art of crafting artifacts. However, due to ancestral teachings, I can only provide you with my compiled insights on the craft, rather than teach you in person, the youth quickly added, his words stumbling over one another. Han Li blinked in disbelief, at a loss for words. Noticing Han Li's silence, the youth grew anxious, unable to conceal his identity any longer. My ancestor was an elder of the Divine Weapons sect, a master in the art of crafting. My skills are a direct result of his tutelage. By sharing my insights with you today, I am already violating our family's teachings. As for how much you may benefit from this knowledge, it ultimately depends on your own aptitude. But I can assure you, these are secrets that have never been revealed in the cultivation world. Upon hearing that the young man was a descendant of the elder of the Divine Armament sect, Han Li was finally moved. Wasn't this Divine Armament sect one of the 3 great orthodox sects of the Yuanwu Kingdom? Alongside the Celestial Star sect and the 10,000 Wonders Pavilion, the sect's mastery of artifact refinement was renowned, rivaling the formations of the Celestial Star sect and the talismans of the 10,000 Wonders Pavilion throughout the nearby realms of cultivation. It appeared that the insights into artifact refinement possessed by the young man were indeed extraordinary. While it was highly unlikely that Han Li would pursue such knowledge, having it in his possession could serve as leverage. Who knows when it might come in handy? Resolving this in his mind, Han Li nonetheless inquired once more. Is it truly possible to further improve this reverse 5 elements formation apparatus? Absolutely. My friend has attained an extraordinary level of expertise in the art of formations, and coupled with my skills in artifact refinement, enhancing this apparatus should pose no significant challenge. The young man, realizing that Han Li was likely in agreement, immediately brightened up, patting his chest in assurance. Han Li nodded, choosing to remain silent. However, he opened the lid of the box in his hand, and a rich aroma of spiritual herbs instantly filled the soundproof chamber. The young man took a few gentle sniffs and scrutinized the contents several times, his eyes shining with delight as he nodded repeatedly in satisfaction. Observing this, Han Li offered a faint smile and extended the box towards him. The young man, seeing this, eagerly reached out to take it. Yet, as he grasped a corner of the box with the intent to pull it back, the box seemed to have taken root in Han Li's hand, remaining utterly immobile. This left the young man momentarily stunned, a look of astonishment crossing his features. Han Li sighed inwardly upon noticing the young man's bewildered gaze directed at him. It seemed that this individual truly had not weathered any storms. Could he not grasp such a blatant hint? With no other option, Han Li parted his lips and directly stated, "Shouldn't you bring forth that apparatus and your insights into artifact refinement? It would be more appropriate for us to exchange goods and payment simultaneously." "Oh, esteemed senior is quite right. In my haste, I completely overlooked that," the short and stout young man suddenly realized, his face turning crimson as he released his grip on the box and hurriedly retrieved a stack of items from his storage pouch. This comprised 18 array discs and 36 array flags, the complete apparatus for the reverse 5 elements formation. By precisely arranging them as described in this jade slip, the grand formation could be activated immediately. As for this cloud soaring heart technique, it represents over 20 years of my insights into artifact refinement. I hope, esteemed senior, that you will refrain from circulating it widely, lest the divine armament sect come knocking, for many of the methods contained within are closely guarded secrets of the sect. The young man elaborated in detail, even providing Han Li with a significant warning. Listening to his words, Han Li felt a surge of goodwill towards this young man, and an unexpected thought emerged in his mind. After a moment's hesitation, Han Li swiftly stuffed the box into the young man's embrace and took the stack of items from him. This sudden and unusual action left the short and stout young man momentarily bewildered, unsure of how to respond. Cloud soaring heart technique. Cloud soaring is your name, is it not? May I inquire about your surname? Han Li, shedding his initial aloofness, took the items and glanced at them briefly before addressing the young man with a warm demeanor. "I am Qi Yinxiao. Is there anything you wish to instruct me, senior?" The youth hesitated for a moment, but ultimately voiced his inquiry, uncertain of Han Li's intentions. "Not much, really. I merely wish to inform you that although I have accepted your manuscript, I shall seal it with a binding technique and refrain from utilizing it for the next 5 years. Should you manage to improve this set of magical artifacts within that time, I will return the original manuscript to you without having perused a single page. What do you think? Is that true? I am immensely grateful. Thank you so much. Rest assured, I will ensure that my friend improves the artifact. Even if he struggles, I will persuade him to properly set up a genuine grand array for you." Upon hearing Han Li's words, the young man's spirits soared, and he hastily assured him. Seeing the youth's excitement, Han Li smiled faintly, taking the manuscript titled Yinxiao Insight and placing it between his palms. As he uttered a low incantation, a series of silver runes surged forth from his hands, swirling momentarily before vanishing into the book. Simultaneously, the manuscript emitted a soft silver glow, transforming into a silvery entity that could no longer be opened. Done. The seal is complete. Now, leave your spiritual energy on the seal. This way, when I return it next year, we will know if it has been tampered with. Han Li presented the sealed book, which the young man eagerly accepted, his expression a blend of joy and gratitude. After a brief pause, the young man hesitated but ultimately left his spiritual energy on the seal, his eyes reflecting a mixture of appreciation and doubt as he returned the book to Han Li. At this moment, Han Li had a nearly accurate grasp of the young man's mindset, understanding that earning his trust instantaneously was an impossibility. However, he believed that when he returned the impeccably sealed book in a few years, he would likely establish a rapport with both the youth and his array master friend. Of course, whether they were genuinely worthy of his sincere friendship would only be discerned through prolonged interaction. Subsequently, Han Li carefully stored the manuscript and requested a means of contact from the young man before departing without further ado. The youth remained rooted in disbelief, astonished at how effortlessly he had acquired the Millennium Spirit Herb. He tightly grasped the sturdy herb box, his eyes betraying a tumultuous mix of excitement and confusion. Meanwhile, Han Li was in high spirits as he made his way to the artifact refinement shop. Qi Yunxiao's skills in refining artifacts, coupled with his friend's identity as an array master, surpassed the value of a mere book. He was certain that fostering this connection would greatly benefit his future cultivation endeavors. Finally, Han Li returned to the shop that had accepted his business, where the elderly proprietor with white hair awaited him anxiously. Upon witnessing that Han Li had indeed kept his word, The shopkeeper's face lit up with delight. He promptly instructed the burly man to bring tea and rare fruits, personally accompanying Han Li to a table, addressing him as senior with great respect. Hearing Han Li's audacious remarks, even someone as thick-skinned as he felt a slight flush of embarrassment. Subsequently, before the elder, Han Li presented the carapaces of the centipedes, causing the old man's expression to shift. He promptly picked up a small piece, examining it with great care. Indeed, the exoskeletons of high-level poisonous insects were exceptional materials for crafting, especially in an era where magical beasts were becoming increasingly scarce. The rarity of such poisonous creatures was noteworthy. The wrinkles on the elder's face relaxed, and a smile spread across his lips. The materials from the other party were, as he had anticipated, not mere scrap or trifles, but rather the formidable shells of rare poisonous insect beasts. Such materials were perfectly suited for the creation of armor or shield-like magical artifacts. As he estimated, these insect shells could withstand a strike from a top-tier magical artifact without significant damage even before being refined. Once successfully crafted, they would undoubtedly rank among the finest magical artifacts. The white-haired elder's delight grew with every glance at the shells, and he eagerly prepared to depart with them. However, he was halted by Han Li. "Shopkeeper, do not be in such a hurry. There are still materials yet to be revealed." Han Li, noticing the elder's impatience, furrowed his brow, questioning whether he had indeed chosen the right craftsman. Unexpectedly, the elder was momentarily taken aback, but soon became even more cheerful, his smile widening as he beamed for a while. Although he was unaware of what materials Han Li would present next, it was only natural to reserve the best for last. His gaze toward Han Li grew increasingly expectant. While Han Li harbored doubts about the shopkeeper's crafting skills, he found himself at a loss for a more trustworthy craftsman and hesitantly laid out the materials from the ink serpent on the table. However, he resolved that if the elder could not recognize the very essence of these materials, it would indicate a significant deficiency in his knowledge and skills. In that case, he would simply have him refine the earlier mentioned shells. As for the more valuable items from the ink serpent, he would seek out a more accomplished craftsman. With this plan in mind, Han Li became even more attentive to the elder's expressions and actions. As the elder sipped from a cup of tea, he choked in surprise upon seeing the array of materials Han Li had laid before him, spitting the tea all over the floor. "This is the skin of a dragon serpent, along with its sharp horns, fangs, and even its eye. Good heavens, did the senior single-handedly slay a vile serpent?" The white-haired shopkeeper was utterly astonished, his demeanor transformed as he gazed at the items before him with incredulity, muttering to himself incessantly. It was no wonder the elder was so taken aback. Not only had dragon serpents, such as these celestial beasts, long vanished from the nearby cultivation realm, but even if one existed, a seemingly second-tier evolved vile serpent would be on par with a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. How could an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator hope to contend with it, aside from those at the core formation stage? If many cultivators were to join forces, the collection of dragon materials before them would indeed be rather excessive. It appeared as though a complete dragon had been dismantled and transported whole. Could it be that this individual had hoarded it all for himself, leaving not the slightest share for the other cultivators? Or did this person possess some extraordinary means to single-handedly deal with such a dragon? The elder, while eagerly examining and fiddling with the materials, began to indulge in fanciful thoughts. At that moment, he truly developed a sense of reverence for Han Li. The shopkeeper instantly recognized these items, which took Han Li by surprise. He had assumed that even if the other party could identify the materials, it would require considerable effort. Yet now, the ease with which they were appraised instilled a degree of confidence in Han Li. "Mr. Su, your recognition comes swiftly. I feel considerably reassured. Please, do proceed with the refinement," Han Li said courteously after contemplating for a moment. "Certainly. Rest assured, senior. I once refined the materials of this dragon alongside my father during my apprenticeship, so I am quite adept," the elder responded, nodding repeatedly, still clutching a Wojiao's sharp claw. Reluctant to part with it, Han Li found this scene somewhat amusing. However, he understood that this elder was likely one of those who were utterly devoted to crafting artifacts. Otherwise, he would not display such excitement over the materials. This realization, paradoxically, made Han Li feel much more at ease, as it indicated that the man's crafting skills were likely commendable. Thus, the elder led Han Li into the backyard with the materials in hand. Half a month later, Han Li finally emerged from the shop's entrance, casting a backward glance with a smile as he gradually departed. Once he exited the restricted flying zone of the market, he raised his hand, and a delicate white vessel sprang forth from his sleeve, hovering a few feet before him, gently swaying. Han Li regarded it with fondness, then flicked his fingers, casting a green spell upon the vessel. Instantly, the small boat began to enlarge, and moments later, it transformed into a genuine single-log boat capable of accommodating several people. Upon witnessing this transformation, Han Li stepped lightly onto the vessel. Then, with a flash of white light, both he and the boat vanished from their original position, reappearing high in the air, several dozen feet above. This divine wind boat, crafted from the Mojiao's fins and tail, was indeed an exceptional flying artifact. Although it could not match the capacity of the moon-concealing sect's heavenly moon boat, nor did it possess any defensive capabilities. In terms of speed, it was a remarkably rare flying artifact. Thus, he would no longer have to rely on the slow, tortoise-like leaf-shaped artifacts. Standing at the bow of the boat, Han Li whispered to himself, a smile gracing his face. Suddenly, as he infused spiritual power into the vessel's hull from his feet, the divine wind boat erupted in a brilliant white light, transforming into a white rainbow that shot forth. The speed was so astonishing that it could leave ordinary cultivators utterly speechless. Han Li sat at the front of the boat, eyes gently closed, relishing the exhilarating sensation of unprecedented velocity. He estimated that even at the semi-speed of the divine wind boat, he could return to his cave abode in just over an hour. Then, he prepared to arrange the diminished, inverted 5-elements array, ensuring a foolproof environment for his cultivation. As Han Li contemplated this, he suddenly sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy rushing towards his divine wind boat from beneath the ground. Although he was unaware of its origin, the sheer magnitude of the spiritual force suggested that if it struck his vessel, destruction would be inevitable. Alarmed and enraged, Han Li's eyes snapped open. In an instant, the boat beneath him accelerated, doubling its speed and leaping several dozen yards away. Simultaneously, a colossal yellow beam of light shot through the spot he had just vacated, piercing the air without scattering. This revelation darkened Han Li's expression. Could someone have anticipated his passage and laid a trap? With a mixture of fury and dread, he thought this and promptly retrieved 2 spherical orbs, one crimson and the other azure, gently tapping them together. A muffled explosion erupted, and a thick cloud of crimson and azure smoke billowed from the spheres, swiftly enveloping Han Li and expanding to form a massive cloud with a diameter of over 10 yards, completely concealing him within its embrace. With the protection of this vibrant cloud, Han Li felt a measure of relief and calmly gazed down towards the ground. Upon discerning the situation below, his mouth fell agape, unable to close for a considerable time. To his astonishment, a brawl was unfolding on the ground. 4 to 5 foundation-building cultivators found themselves at a disadvantage, struggling against nearly 100 opponents who had them encircled. Their adversaries, devoid of expression and exuding a lifeless aura, appeared to be mechanical beasts resembling puppets of tigers and leopards. Among them were also humanoid automatons, akin to the puppets Han Li possessed. Despite the seemingly sluggish movements of these puppets, they were far from easy prey. Each time one was struck down by the cultivator's artifacts, several more would emerge from the nearby woods, maintaining the relentless siege. Moreover, the offensive from these puppets was no trifling matter. Whenever the mechanical beasts opened their massive jaws, they unleashed beams of light as wide as bowls, identical to the one that had nearly struck Han Li, albeit in a spectrum of colors, each representing a different attribute. It was, in fact, one of these beams that had inadvertently harmed him. As for the humanoid automatons, they were even more formidable. With archers similar to Han Li's puppet marksmen, they released a barrage of multicolored arrows, each the thickness of a finger. While lacking the devastating power of the mechanical beast's beams, they compensated with an unending stream of projectiles. Had it not been for the cultivators banding together to erect a colossal protective shield, they would likely have perished beneath the relentless onslaught of beams and arrows. However, the greatest headache for them was posed by the melee puppets wielding blades and spears. Clad in heavy armor, these figures bore weapons that glittered with genuine low to mid-tier magical properties. Though there were merely a handful of them, they surrounded the protective shield relentlessly, wielding blades and thrusting spears without pause, causing the barrier to sway precariously, its luminescence fluctuating ominously. Had it not been for the constant efforts of 2 cultivators who adhered to the shield, channeling their energy to sustain it, it would have undoubtedly succumbed to destruction countless times by now. This was not to imply that the cultivators were utterly powerless against these puppets. After all, they were post-foundation practitioners, endowed with formidable energy and wielding astonishingly potent artifacts. In this brief interlude, 3 or 4 dozen puppets had been rendered immobile by their onslaught. Yet, regardless of the might of their artifacts, the puppets in the woods appeared to be inexhaustible, continuously replenishing their ranks and engaging the cultivators in a war of attrition, deepening their sense of despair with each passing moment. Meanwhile, Han Li, concealed amidst the azure and crimson cloud, observed in astonishment, seemingly unnoticed by anyone, as the radiant beam of light appeared to be merely a case of collateral damage. Eventually, one cultivator, unable to maintain his composure, suddenly enveloped himself in layers of protective spells and brandished a banner-like defensive artifact, breaking away from the grand shield and soaring outward, evidently intent on fleeing the scene. The other cultivators, witnessing this, erupted in vehement curses. However, no sooner had their invectives escaped their lips than a colossal beam of light, measuring nearly 10 feet in diameter, shot forth from the forest, striking the airborne cultivator with blinding speed, silencing him instantly as he was consumed in a fiery explosion, plummeting to the ground. His fate now unknown. Without any further ado, the moment was critical. They sought the moonlight vote. They would continue to toil through the night to pen more words for everyone. A new chapter awaited them in the morning. Volume 3. Chapter 229. The Great Tiger. The few cultivators, initially enraged by their companion's abrupt departure, found their curses dissipating into silence. After exchanging glances, they discerned a flicker of fear reflected in each other's eyes. Although they had been in a dire predicament moments prior, their initial annoyance had morphed into a growing sense of dread. They had believed that even if they could not vanquish the mechanical puppets, escaping from above would be a trivial matter. However, the fate of the fleeing cultivator shattered their illusions. Despite his myriad protective spells and defensive artifact, he had been unable to withstand even a fraction of the beam's might. How could this not instill terror in their hearts? Moreover, it was precisely the post-foundation cultivators like them who dreaded death the most. Having managed to extend their lives beyond that of ordinary mortals, and perhaps even longer, how could they possibly resign themselves to such an untimely demise? Yet, that fearsome beam of light was truly overwhelming. Had it not been directed at the fleeing cultivator, but aimed at their protective shield instead, they would have had little confidence in their ability to withstand it. The more they contemplated, the more their anxiety escalated. They found themselves beset by an overwhelming urge to retreat. However, even if they wished to withdraw now, their adversaries would not relent easily while holding the upper hand, leaving them in a precarious stalemate. High above them, concealed within the clouds, Han Li was also taken aback by the immense power of the super light beam, sending chills down his spine. He found himself increasingly reluctant to reveal his presence. However, the thought of retreating did not sit well with him. Relying on the swiftness of his newly acquired divine vessel, he believed he could escape even if he were discovered. Thus, he remained aloft, observing the unfolding scene below. Yet, the azure and crimson cloud formed by Han Li's magical artifact was rather conspicuous, lingering above the cultivators and their puppets. Fortunately, Han Li had ascended to a considerable height, hovering more than 100 zhang above the ground. As a result, he had yet to be noticed by the encircled cultivators or those manipulating the puppets within the woods. Nevertheless, Han Li understood that this was not a sustainable solution. Retracting the cloud would undoubtedly expose him further. Moreover, the top-grade magical artifact, the azure fire miasma, refined from the eyes of the dragon, not only concealed his form, but also rendered it difficult for others to pinpoint his exact location. Additionally, the azure and crimson mist contained remnants of the Mo Jiao's elixir, capable of inducing dizziness and gradual poisoning in those who inadvertently came into contact with it. Such a protective and deceptive artifact was not something Han Li would relinquish easily. In a moment of desperation, Han Li suddenly spotted a gray, low cloud drifting not far above him. Elated, he slowly maneuvered towards it and ultimately dove into its embrace along with his protective miasma. Now, his whereabouts were thoroughly concealed. With no lingering concerns, he could attentively observe the conflict below. Evidently, the earlier super light beam had shattered the confidence of the foundation-building cultivators, although they unleashed various magical artifacts in a seemingly vigorous display. Han Li perceived their power had diminished significantly compared to the initial onslaught. This clearly indicated that the group was no longer united in their fight against the enemy, each harboring their own ulterior motives. As Han Li shook his head in dismay, one of the older cultivators within the protective barrier seemed to sense the precariousness of their situation and suddenly called out loudly to the woods, "Are you truly intent on annihilating us? We are disciples from several sects of the Yuanwu kingdom. To slay us is to offend the entirety of the Yuanwu cultivation community. Are you not afraid of inviting calamity upon yourself?" "Humph, calamity? Had you uttered those words before I killed the fleeing cultivator, I might have considered it. Yet, since one has already perished, offending one more matters not. It would be more prudent to eliminate all witnesses. Perhaps no one will ever know of this affair. We mean no harm. Should you choose to cease hostilities and negotiate, we vow to keep this matter confidential." Another visibly younger cultivator hastily swore, "Vow? I do not trust such platitudes. You have been lurking behind me for so long, claiming no malice. Are you suggesting you wish to treat me to a meal? Furthermore, I am not of your Yuanwu kingdom. Even if I were to offend your cultivation community, what of it? Do you intend to follow me back to the Qian Bamboo sect to seek justice? If that is indeed the case, one must truly admire the audacity of your esteemed elders." A voice as rigid as iron emanated from the thicket, striking a familiar chord in Han Li's ears. Could it be him? Han Li pondered in surprise. The voice was unmistakably that of the burly man who had purchased the puppet mechanical beast at the auction. Their conversation revealed that this group had stealthily followed him after the auction concluded, hoping to employ unscrupulous methods to uncover the secrets of the puppet beast. Little did they know, the fellow from the Thousand Bamboo sect had already perceived their intentions and had laid a trap, ensnaring them all right here. Faced with this man, it was evident that he intended to eliminate them. The first speaking cultivator was not foolish. He immediately rallied the spirits of the others, urging them to engage in a desperate battle against this man. "Dare you contend with me? You lack the qualifications. You cannot even best my puppet subordinates. Yet you speak of fighting to the death. I have played with you long enough. It is time to send you on your way." The burly man's voice remained as harsh as ever, yet the murderous intent was unmistakable. As his words faded, a thunderous tremor arose from the forest floor, followed by the resonating sound of heavy footsteps approaching, causing the cultivators within the protective barrier and Han Li in the air to exchange anxious glances, bewildered by the commotion. Though the footsteps were heavy, they advanced with remarkable speed, swiftly reaching the edge of the woods, revealing the scene to all. A massive puppet tiger, towering 5 to 6 zhang, emerged from the thicket. Perched atop its colossal head was the cloaked figure of the burly man. The sight of such a gigantic puppet tiger instilled a sense of dread in the hearts of several cultivators, making them recall the enormous beam of light they had just witnessed. Surely, it must have originated from this beast. Upon revealing himself, the burly man wasted no words and promptly struck the tiger's head. Instantly, the puppet tiger below him began to slowly part its jaws, white light coalescing within its cavernous mouth. The other puppets assaulting the barrier immediately ceased their attacks and retreated a few steps in unison. The cultivators, fully aware of the dire situation, instinctively placed their hands against the barrier, the sole shield between them and annihilation. Although the thought of fleeing the barrier crossed their minds, the lesson from the past deterred them from any reckless actions. The massive white beam of light re-emerged. This time, the supercharged beam, aided by the cultivators' combined efforts, managed to withstand the onslaught against the barrier, resulting in a stalemate. Despite being high in the air, Han Li, with his keen eyesight, discerned that the faces of these cultivators bore no smiles from their momentary success. Rather, as their spiritual energy drained into the barrier, their expressions turned pallid. However, Han Li believed that such a formidable attack could not sustain itself for long and would soon dissipate. The cultivators within the barrier evidently shared this understanding, gritting their teeth and enduring the strain. As anticipated, the beam of light lasted only a brief moment before gradually thinning and vanishing from the tiger's maw. The surviving cultivators, having narrowly escaped disaster, finally revealed expressions of relief, retracting their hands from the protective barrier and exhaling deeply. However, the burly man merely scoffed at this display. Suddenly, he unveiled a concealed panel on the forehead of the puppet tiger, gesturing dramatically as he tossed a mid-tier fire attribute spirit stone into it. Instantly, the previously extinguished white light emanating from the tiger's mouth reignited, leaving the onlooking cultivators utterly astounded. Han Li, too, was left speechless. astonished by the extravagant expenditure of a mid-tier spirit stone for a single strike from the puppet tiger. What folly was this? This was not a battle of wits, but rather a blatant assault utilizing a plethora of spirit stones to pummel the cultivators. It seemed that the distant Qian bamboo sect was indeed overflowing with wealth, possessing an abundance of spirit stones. As Hanli pondered these thoughts, the cultivators, who had initially united in their efforts, were finally driven to disperse under the looming threat. Their remaining magical energy was scant, and persisting would only lead to inevitable demise. Thus, it was far more prudent to accept their fates and flee separately. Indeed, the burly man commanded the giant tiger, directing it to execute its deadly assault, which swiftly claimed 2 more victims in a manner reminiscent of the first, resulting in a gruesome spectacle and charred remains. Meanwhile, 2 other cultivators fled into the distance, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The burly man remained unperturbed atop the giant tiger, coldly observing their retreat without any inclination to pursue. Hanli, concealed among the clouds, found this behavior peculiar. Given the man's earlier ruthlessness, it seemed unlikely he would simply let them escape. Was there perhaps a hidden agenda? As Hanli was lost in speculation, the chilling voice of the burly man suddenly echoed below. "My lord, having watched this spectacle for so long, is it not time for you to seize this opportune moment and make your move?" Startled, Hanli's heart raced. Could it be that he had been detected despite his elevated concealment? The thought sent a chill through him, and he swallowed hard, his heart lodged in his throat. After witnessing the might of these mechanized puppets, Hanli was unwilling to meet the same fate as the unfortunate cultivators who had become targets for the giant tiger's assault. The speed and power of that colossal light beam were astonishing. Hanli surmised that, unless he fully activated the divine wind boat to evade, he would find it nearly impossible to escape the devastating attack. After a moment's reflection, Hanli considered fleeing from his lofty perch to avoid inciting a deadly calamity. However, upon observing the burly man's actions, that thought dissipated entirely. The puppets surrounding the man had redirected their weapons, not towards Hanli's elevated position, but rather at a small mound nearby. In that instant, Hanli was nearly left speechless, almost biting his tongue in shock. There was indeed a third individual present, one whom he had been entirely unaware of. With a sudden sound of earth being turned, a figure emerged from the small mound, revealing itself to be the peculiar person adorned with a gray cloth bag, who had once confronted the burly man. "Indeed, it is you. Who are you, really? You seem to possess some knowledge regarding the secrets of these puppet beasts." The burly man's gaze was icy and piercing, glaring fiercely at the eccentric being. "Huang Long, after all these years, your temper remains as fiery as ever." The bag-clad individual remained silent for a moment before unexpectedly uttering words that left both the burly man and the eavesdropping Hanli in utter astonishment. "How do you know my name? Who are you to Huang?" The burly man, taken aback by the immediate recognition of his name, displayed a look of surprise. However, with his identity laid bare, further concealment was futile. He decisively tore off his cloak, letting it fall to the ground, revealing a fierce visage crowned with short, yellowish hair. "Why have you traveled such a distance from your position as the protector of the Thousand Bamboo sect? Is it merely for the sake of the half-baked great transformation method concealed within the puppet beasts?" The eccentric paid no heed to the burly man's actions, continuing his leisurely discourse. "If you do not reveal your identity, do not blame me for being impolite." Huang Long, noticing the other's probing words striking at his innermost secrets, changed his expression and sternly reprimanded. "Have you forgotten who secretly imparted the first layer of the great transformation method to you?" After a moment's hesitation, the peculiar figure uttered a statement that caused the burly man's face to shift in color, retreating several steps in shock. "You are Senior Brother Lin?" "No, that's impossible. Senior Brother Lin has been dead for many years. How dare you mock me? I will take your life." The burly man, startled, immediately erupted in fury. With a fierce expression, he gestured, and over 100 puppets advanced, encircling the eccentric being. "Seeing that my junior brother has not forgotten our old friendship brings me great comfort." The peculiar figure suddenly spoke, his expression softening, as he pulled off the cloth bag to reveal his true identity. "Senior Brother Lin, Senior Uncle Lin." Both the burly man and Hanli, who had been closely observing the situation, exclaimed simultaneously, albeit the burly man voiced it aloud while Hanli gasped in silent astonishment. This peculiar figure turned out to be the elderly Lin, whom Hanli had encountered in the stone chamber upon entering Huangfeng Valley. known for his exquisite carvings. The vividly lifelike little monkey he had sculpted had left a profound impression on Han Li, allowing him to recognize the elder at a glance. It truly is you, Senior Brother Lin. How have you aged so? The burly man, despite having exclaimed, still found it hard to believe. Scrutinizing the elder once more before joyfully grasping both of Senior Brother Lin's hands, his expression one of overwhelming excitement. Haha, Junior Brother Huang, I merely feigned my death. It was you who believed I had perished. Senior Uncle Lin, who had been smiling, suddenly shifted to a look of alarm and fury, roughly shaking off Huang's hands. Yet, upon releasing him, two deep, dark wounds, as wide as chopsticks, appeared on his wrists, from which thick, black blood flowed incessantly, evidently laced with a potent poison. Has Senior Brother Lin's mind not remained intact during these years of evasion? How could one be so careless as to injure their wrist at the hands of their junior? TSK. That black silkworm was painstakingly acquired from the goo poison sect. It is surely not so easily eradicated. This is entirely the fault of the senior brother. If he intended to feign death, he should have done so discreetly, without attempting to contact old associates in a futile attempt to pilfer the latter half of the Great Transformation technique. This has displeased the current leader of the Golden Sect greatly, necessitating that the junior brother undertake a thorough eradication effort. Huang Long sneered coldly, his words dripping with sarcasm. Truly an exceptionally enthusiastic junior brother. Lin, in a fit of rage, swiftly regained his composure. He hastily performed a technique with both hands, forcing out some toxic blood, then retrieved a green jade vial, pouring its contents of yellow powder into his mouth. With a steely gaze fixed upon the golden-haired brute, he icily declared, I presume the information relayed to me by my trusted subordinate was entirely fabricated. The latter half of the Great Transformation technique is not contained within the puppet beasts. This is merely a trap to lure me out. Yet I wonder, how could the secretive individuals cooperate with you so readily? Greed is a powerful motivator. This adage from the mundane world holds true even in the realm of cultivation. As long as our sect offers sufficient benefits, there is nothing that cannot be achieved. Huang Long remarked with a smirk. He then turned to the side of the forest and called out, Come forth, everyone. Witness the once dashing and elegant son of Lin. Master Lin. I have long heard of Senior Brother Lin's esteemed name, but alas, I joined the sect too late to have the honor of meeting him. A delicate voice chimed in, accompanied by the coarse tones of a jealous man. The pair emerged from the thicket. Allow me to introduce these two. They are the newly appointed protectors of our sect. Huang Long was eager to mock the once dominant Lin. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin, aware that he had fallen into a trap, suddenly turned sharply, his hands flailing wildly. A multitude of colorful, shimmering black dots shot forth from him, landing around his vicinity. Instantly, countless lights flickered on the ground, and fully armed puppet soldiers materialized, growing larger until there were over 200, a truly magnificent sight. Be cautious. This person's Great Transformation technique has reached the 3rd level, enabling him to command such a multitude of puppets. Everyone, ensnare him. He must not escape. Once the toxins within him activate, even with extraordinary abilities, he will be helpless. Huang Long commanded, directing his puppet soldiers to advance. The man and woman exchanged glances, then unleashed over 200 puppet beasts to join the assault. Thus commenced an unprecedented battle of puppets, with beams of light and arrows exchanged continuously, while numerous weapon-wielding soldier puppets and mechanical beasts clashed in a cacophony of steel. Han Li, who was watching from the air, was left utterly astonished. Though he had not yet fully grasped the unfolding events, Han Li had developed a vague understanding of the situation. That senior brother Lin appeared to have originated from the Thousand Bamboo sect, and astonishingly, he was the son of the sect leader. However, it was evident that he had fallen from grace, which explained his concealment within the Yellow Maple Valley until now. Yet, because he harbored ambitions regarding the Great Yin decision, he had incurred the wrath of the new sect leader, who dispatched former comrades to eliminate him. After pondering the intricate connections of these events, Han Li could not help but sigh. Observing the fierce battle below, he realized that this was far beyond the capabilities of a foundational stage cultivator like himself to intervene in such a grand conflict. It would be prudent to withdraw promptly to avoid inadvertently entangling himself in the chaos. Having grasped the stakes involved, Han Li promptly stowed away the azure fire miasma and activated the spirit wind boat beneath him with all his might. transforming it into a long white streak that soared into the sky. The commotion he caused was too significant to escape the notice of the 4 combatants engaged in battle below, startling them into momentarily pausing their fierce struggle. They had not anticipated that someone had been eavesdropping on their conversation, suggesting that many of their secrets had been overheard. However, upon seeing Han Li's discreet retreat, which indicated he was not an ally, the 4 exchanged glances and returned to their fierce combat. With all his effort, Han Li swiftly returned to his cave abode. Without hesitation, he retrieved the jade slip for a ray formation that Qi Yunxiao had entrusted to him and immersed himself in its contents. Meticulously studying the usage of the formation artifacts, Han Li resolved to set aside other matters and prioritize the establishment of the defensive array for his cave. As the proximity of the recent battle site had left him with a sense of insecurity, the arrangement of this inverted 5-elements array was remarkably straightforward. By accurately placing the array flags and discs in their designated positions and embedding them in the ground, along with positioning several spirit stones in a specific formation at the array's core, the entire array could be activated, providing ample spiritual energy. The array's master, possessing a basic understanding of its manipulation, could utilize the primary array flag to trigger various operational changes, ensnaring and bewildering adversaries. Han Li diligently positioned the artifacts as required, securing them into the ground, and, with a determined resolve, embedded several mid-tier spirit stones. This represented half of his total spirit stones, causing him a moment of considerable anguish. Yet, in order to ensure the array's potency remained uncompromised, he had no choice but to part with them. Although he could easily exchange some aged medicinal herbs for a significant quantity of spirit stones at the market, such actions would heighten the risk of exposure and capture, leading to interrogation. If he were not cautious, he might find himself in the precarious situation he had just witnessed. Han Li, resigned to his fate, tested the array's operation and found it promising. However, the true effectiveness of the defensive capabilities would only be assessed once an external threat emerged. Yet, merely relying on it could envelop the vicinity of several dozen acres surrounding the cave without revealing any peculiarities from the outside, which greatly delighted Han Li. Now at ease, Han Li returned to his chamber and began to contemplate his cultivation issues. To have even a fleeting chance of fortuitously entering the core formation stage, one must possess an exceptional cultivation method, rare talent, abundant opportunities, and various other conditions combined. Only then would there be a sliver of hope. Comparatively, the difficulty of foundation establishment is negligible. After all, with sufficiently good talent and a couple of foundation building pills, the likelihood of success in foundation establishment remains quite high. However, even when all aforementioned conditions are met, the number of cultivators who can truly succeed in forming their core is exceedingly few. Hence, the emergence of each core formation cultivator is almost a grand celebration for their respective sects, quickly resonating throughout the local cultivation community. The reason why the Hidden Moon sect has ascended to the pinnacle of the Xian Kingdom's sects is not only due to their thousands of foundation establishment disciples, far surpassing other sects, but also because they boast a considerable number of core formation cultivators, exceeding a dozen, allowing them to proudly overshadow the remaining 6 sects. Han Li was acutely aware of his own abysmal talent, which undoubtedly paled in comparison to the other foundation establishment disciples. Up until now, he had only acquired a rather mediocre cultivation technique, the Qingyuan sword art, which was utterly impractical for him. As for opportunities, they are an ethereal notion, entirely dependent on one's luck. In this light, it seemed that, at present, everything was decidedly unfavorable for Han Li. However, after some analysis, he concluded that although his talent was woefully lacking, possessing a mysterious vial capable of hastening the growth of spirit herbs and the ability to refine elixirs could potentially compensate for that shortcoming. As for opportunities, they are not within the realm of human control, and thus he need not dwell on them. Therefore, the only path he could diligently pursue to enhance his chances of core formation was to seek out a superior cultivation method suited to his practice. When the thought of searching for a cultivation technique arose, Han Li immediately considered his rather lenient master, Li Huayuan. Since the latter had accepted him as a registered disciple, it was perhaps time to impart some cultivation techniques to him. After all, having successfully formed his core, Li Huayuan might offer him guidance in his choice of technique. With this in mind, Han Li resolved to return to Huangfeng Valley early the next morning to inquire about the location of his master's cave, hoping to seek his counsel. It was likely that Li Huayuan was still unaware of Han Li's success in Foundation establishment. It was rather amusing, to say the least. Ever since Li Huayuan had taken him in, he had not summoned him even once, treating him as if he were non-existent for all these years, leaving Han Li feeling quite disheartened. Of course, in his frustration, Han Li would not actively seek him out, lest he appear too forward. Yet now, having succeeded in Foundation establishment, he truly needed to approach this master of his. It was indeed embarrassing that he, as a disciple, had to inquire from outsiders about his own master's whereabouts. Han Li chuckled to himself for a moment before slowly drifting into slumber on the stone bed. He was unaware of how long he had been asleep when a sudden, violent tremor jolted him awake from his dreams. Caught in a state of half-consciousness, he was initially unable to grasp the situation and nearly mistook the tremors for mere figments of his imagination. However, another violent jolt shattered the last remnants of his drowsiness. Accompanying the quakes was a resounding explosion emanating from outside the cave, unmistakably indicating that someone had breached his protective wards and was forcefully assaulting his defensive array. A surge of alarm and fury coursed through Han Li. He promptly dashed out of his chamber, rushing towards the entrance of the cave. As he emerged, the sight of a dense barrage of light arrows and beams, along with a multitude of mechanized puppets filling the skies, nearly caused him to bite his tongue in astonishment. What was happening? In an attempt to avoid trouble, he had deliberately refrained from intervening the previous day. Yet now, upon returning to his abode, they had sought him out. Their aggressive demeanor suggested there was no misunderstanding at play. Could it be that he had been followed after taking flight yesterday, and some foul play had transpired? In this moment of peril, clarity washed over Han Li's mind, and a myriad of strategies surged forth. Listen closely. Surrender the person who has taken refuge here, and we shall no longer disturb the master of this domain. Esteemed sir, why provoke the wrath of the Qianzhu sect on behalf of another? Perhaps witnessing their fierce onslaught being utterly neutralized by the inverted 5 elements array emboldened him, as no effect had manifested. A man's voice, belonging to the yellow dragon, echoed from above. Han Li glanced upward and beheld a colossal emerald bamboo raft suspended in the air, upon which stood 6 or 7 individuals clad in diverse attire. At the forefront was the yellow dragon himself, flanked by several others, including the couple Han Li had previously encountered, as well as 4 remarkably similar, slender men, rare quadruplet brothers. It appeared that reinforcements from the Qianzhu sect had arrived. Upon hearing the demand for him to surrender someone, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, filled with confusion as he looked towards the center of the inverted array. There, lying motionless near the cave entrance, face down, was a figure whose life seemed uncertain. Seeing this person unraveled the knot of his bewilderment, yet his heart sank further into despair. Why did this brother Lin have to stumble into his domain, bringing such immense trouble upon him? How could he possibly address this predicament? However, witnessing the formidable power of the incomplete array that had managed to fend off such a violent assault provided him with a measure of reassurance, alleviating his initial panic. After furrowing his brow, he grasped a flag of the formation and parted the array to approach Brother Lin. With a firm effort, he turned Brother Lin's body over, and upon inspecting his face closely, horror gripped him, rendering him speechless. For what could one discuss with a lifeless corpse? At that moment, Brother Lin's visage was marred by darkness, blood seeping from his 7 orifices, and it was evident he had long since drawn his last breath. Han Li sighed deeply, hesitating momentarily before reaching into the deceased's garments. Han Li was keenly interested in discovering the opponent's storage pouch, particularly intrigued by this method of combat that utilized numbers to overwhelm the few. As he cautiously lifted the edge of his garment, a greenish orb abruptly shot from the opponent's bosom, darting towards his face with the swiftness of a meteor. Startled, Han Li exclaimed and instinctively leaned backward. However, just as the orb was about to make contact with his visage, a sudden flash of white light emanated from his right hand, allowing him to grasp the green orb firmly. The captured orb emitted a series of anguished squeals, pleading, "Junior brother, spare me. I, your senior brother, am also a victim of my enemy's schemes. If you grant me mercy, I assure you I will provide you with an immense benefit." In Han Li's mind, the voice of senior brother Lin echoed with desperation, promising substantial rewards. "You were attempting to seize control of me, were you not?" Han Li inquired darkly, foregoing any mention of the promised benefits. "Indeed, that is the case. But I was merely momentarily confused. I will certainly compensate you for the fright I have caused." Lin's voice, tinged with embarrassment, continued to apologize profusely. After a brief silence, Han Li, still clutching the opponent's essence with a hand aglow with white light, contemplated his next move. Moments later, he raised his gaze and spoke coldly. Had I been caught off guard by your essence, would you have shown me mercy? His tone was unmistakably ominous. Your magical prowess far exceeds that of a mere foundation establishment disciple like myself. I would have likely met a fate of being devoured by you. In a state of alarm, Lin's essence hastily transmitted, I can reveal to you a secret. A peerless technique. A secret, a technique? Are you referring to the great yin decision of your Qian Bamboo sect? Han Li's casual words caused the green orb to flicker with agitation, and Lin's stammering voice emerged. How do you know about this? You were the one who spied on us yesterday. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin's demeanor shifted. Since you are aware that I am not entirely ignorant of your affairs, you might as well be forthcoming with the details. You wouldn't wish for me to destroy your essence immediately, would you? Though Han Li spoke lightly, the tremor in Lin's essence revealed his mounting anxiety. What more is there to discuss? Did you not hear most of it yesterday? Lin sighed heavily, his tone melancholic. Outside the formation, the members of the Qian Bamboo sect, frustrated by the lack of response from within, ordered their puppets to launch a new wave of attacks. The area around the formation buzzed with activity, yet inside, tranquility prevailed, save for the faint sounds and vibrations felt within. Junior brother, what sort of extraordinary formation is this, capable of withstanding such fierce assaults? It is truly remarkable. Lin feigned astonishment as he witnessed the scene. Humph, do not concern yourself with my formation, nor make frivolous comments, Han Li retorted. I harbor no interest in the internal strife of your Qian's Hujio, nor in the dogs that bite dogs. My sole curiosity lies in the Dayenju. Do you possess knowledge of its techniques, and what divine powers may one attain through its cultivation? Should you wish to deliberately prolong this exchange, I shall not hesitate to eradicate you. Han Li furrowed his brow, his voice suddenly chilling. He then intensified the white light emanating from his hand, applying a slight pressure that caused Brother Lin's primordial spirit to emit a wretched cry, rendering him incapable of further protest. The Dayenju is a secret art uniquely devised by our sect's founding patriarch, specifically aimed at strengthening the divine consciousness and mastering the arts of spirit separation. It is also an essential technique for our Qian's Hujio's puppeteering. Only through its practice can one imbue their consciousness into multiple puppets, thus commanding them with ease. Otherwise, no matter how many puppets we craft, if we cannot manipulate them simultaneously, what purpose do they serve? Having tasted Han Li's methods, Brother Lin dared not procrastinate any longer and hastily replied, since it is the fundamental technique of Qian's Hujio, why then do you seek to covet it? Moreover, there seems to be mention of a half-version. What is the meaning of this? Han Li inquired, maintaining an inscrutable demeanor. There is no need for concealment. Although the Dayenju is our sect's foundational technique, it constitutes the very essence of our teachings and cannot be easily bestowed upon all disciples. Thus, the version practiced by the current members of Qian's Hujio is merely a simplified first layer of the original Dayenju. While it is easier to cultivate upon its completion, its power pales in comparison to that of the first layer of the authentic Dayenju, which is reserved exclusively for the upper echelons of the sect. Only those who have mastered the first two layers of the original Dayenju can simultaneously control nearly 100 mechanical puppets. As for myself, having achieved the third layer, I can command over 300, surpassing them all. However, the cultivation of the Dayenju beyond the third layer has traditionally been restricted to the sect leader and the heir to the leadership. Years ago, a rebellion engulfed Qian's Hujio. My father fell victim to a treachery orchestrated by the current leader, Jin Nantian, who seized the complete Dayenju. At that time, as the deputy leader, I was preoccupied with sect affairs outside when I learned of the betrayal. Unable to confront him directly, I resorted to using a decoy to feign my death and fled thousands of miles to the kingdom of Yu. Although I lacked the complete Dayenju, as the sole son of the leader, I was privy to the techniques of the first four layers and compiled them into a manuscript of the Dayenju's upper volumes. Initially, I intended to spend the remainder of my days in seclusion here, but unexpectedly, the Dayenju began to stir, yearning to breach the third layer, igniting within me a fervent desire for vengeance. In a moment of folly, I reached out to some loyal subordinates from that time, hoping to have them steal the incantations for the latter three layers, only to find myself ensnared in this dire predicament. I remain uncertain whether they were captured after failing the theft or if they betrayed me entirely. Brother Lin recounted his tale with meticulous detail. Yet as he reached the end, his voice brimmed with fury and bitterness. Han Li coldly regarded the agitated primordial spirit before him, refraining from any immediate action. Only after the latter regained some composure did Han Li proceed to interrogate without restraint. What is the secret you speak of? This. I hope to first. Enough. I shall speak. I shall divulge. Lin's primordial spirit hesitated momentarily, seemingly contemplating the proposition of certain conditions. However, Han Li did not grant him the opportunity to voice his thoughts, instead subjecting him to another round of torment that nearly shattered Lin's primordial essence. This left Lin trembling with fear, compelling him to swiftly retract his words. Do not offer me unwelcome gifts. It is best that you refrain from proposing any conditions until I have learned everything I wish to know. Han Li's voice was chilling and resolute. At that moment, Lin was completely taken aback by Han Li's ruthless methods, and in his trepidation, he hastily confessed, in truth, this secret pertains to the Great Yin technique, which has already circulated among the upper echelons of the Qian Bamboo sect. Yet, its authenticity remains uncertain. However, my father once discreetly informed me that this secret has a probability of being true at around 50 to 60%. It is said that among the successive leaders of our Qian Bamboo sect, an insidious rumor has emerged. Those who cultivate the Great Yin technique to a high level find the process of forming their golden core significantly less arduous than that of ordinary cultivators, and they experience fewer obstacles during their breakthroughs. The success rate of forming a golden core among past sect leaders and their heirs is astonishingly high. After a brief pause, he divulged this secret. An increased probability of entering the golden core stage? Han Li's previously impassive demeanor finally flickered with interest. Indeed, if you, junior brother, are willing to assist me in finding a vessel for my soul to inhabit and cultivate anew, I would gladly share the first 4 levels of the technique with you. Together, we can devise a plan to seize the remaining portions of the technique from that scoundrel of a gene, and subsequently, we shall jointly form our golden cores. Would that not be delightful? He began to entice Han Li with sweetened words. Han Li snorted in response, remaining silent as he once again immersed himself in contemplation, causing Lin's heart to plummet with unease. Only a 50 to 60% chance? Is that truly sufficient to enhance the probability of forming a golden core? Han Li suddenly raised his head, his brows furrowing in deep thought. Junior brother, a 50 to 60% chance is quite substantial, especially when it concerns the formation of a golden core. It is worth exploring, Lin hastily urged. In reality, his father had conveyed a mere 30% probability to him. Yet now, the figure had doubled in his retelling. Is the Great Yin technique truly so easy to cultivate? Does it solely enhance one's spiritual awareness? Or does it also augment one's power? Furthermore, I wonder when Lin succeeded in establishing his foundation and how long he has been practicing this Great Yin technique. Han Li suddenly inquired, raising an eyebrow with a cold gaze. The cultivation speed is reasonable, and it appears to increase one's power slightly. My foundation was established over a century ago when I was merely in my 20s. I began practicing the Great Yin technique right after laying my foundation. Why do you inquire about these matters? Lin was taken aback by the barrage of questions and, caught off guard, stammered through the first 2 queries while answering the latter 2 with clarity. Han Li's expression softened, seemingly satisfied with Lin's responses. However, the hand that grasped Lin's primordial spirit suddenly emitted a blinding white light, and with a fierce clench of his fingers, the spirit let out a wretched cry before disintegrating into countless specks of starlight, vanishing completely from this realm. What an unfortunate turn of events. What I despise most in life is when others attempt to usurp my being, as it evokes memories of unfortunate events. Although I harbor a genuine interest in the Great Yin technique, the cultivation of this method is arduous and does not enhance one's spiritual power. How could I possibly consider it as my primary cultivation method? It is essential to recognize that if one's spiritual power has not reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, even mastering the Great Yin technique to its utmost intricacies would bear little fruit. Your aptitude is commendable. After nearly a century of practicing the Great Yin technique, you have merely reached the pinnacle of the 3rd layer, while your spiritual power languishes in the mid-foundation stage due to distractions. One cannot expect to possess both the fish and the bear's paw so effortlessly. Moreover, the successive leaders of the Qian Bamboo sect, who managed to attain the golden core by balancing both aspects, are indeed extraordinary individuals, likely endowed with unparalleled talents, rare among thousands. Consequently, the credibility of the Great Yin technique in enhancing the chances of achieving the golden core is significantly diminished. I humbly acknowledge that I am far from being such a prodigious talent, and I have little confidence in mastering both the Great Yin technique and spiritual power to profound levels. To make matters worse, you do not even possess the complete version of the Great Yin technique, yet you wish to involve me and others from different sects in confrontation. Is this not a path to self-destruction? Even if I were to spare you, who can guarantee that you would not harbor resentment towards today's events and plot against me in secret? Given these numerous reasons, how could I possibly let you go? Hanli glanced at his right hand, which had just claimed the life of a foundation establishment cultivator, and murmured to himself, we just finished the closing ceremony, so I'm a bit late in posting this. I hope everyone understands. Please continue to support with monthly votes. The competition on the new book monthly vote list is quite fierce. In the third volume, Chapter 333, The Crisis of Lei Wanho on the monthly vote list. Requests for substantial monthly vote support. It is noteworthy that this marks the second time Han Li has extinguished a cultivator who had separated their primordial spirit. Most cultivators refrain from utilizing this technique during conflicts, as it necessitates a certain amount of time to execute, during which the cultivator cannot move. In the heat of battle, who would afford you the luxury of time to cast spells and escape? Long before your primordial spirit could detach, you would have been vanquished multiple times. Only cultivators at the nascent soul stage can rely on their nascent soul to achieve instantaneous separation of the primordial spirit. This unfortunate Senior Lin met a fate akin to that of the earlier Yuzito. He intended to traverse above Han Li's abode to seek aid from Huangfeng Valley, but inadvertently stumbled into Han Li's grand formation. Becoming ensnared by the illusions and transformations within, unable to escape even a single step, he could only watch helplessly as he succumbed to his poison, ultimately resorting to the detachment of his primordial spirit. This led to a torrent of resentment towards the master of the formation, compounded by his urgent need for a physical body to reincarnate. Thus, upon encountering Han Li, he acted with reckless abandon, attempting to seize control. Little did he anticipate that Han Li would react with such swiftness and decisiveness, subduing his primordial spirit in an unexpected turn of events, leading to its utter obliteration. Now that the individual is deceased, Han Li naturally has no intention of wasting any further thought on the dead. Outside the cave, a multitude of troubles awaited him. Despite the impressive assault by the Qian's Hujio sect, Han Li felt a sense of reassurance as there were no signs of the grand formation being breached. He firmly believed that this group would not dare to linger too long in this area, although it lay on the outskirts of the Taiwan mountain range. A rather secluded location, it still fell within the influence of the Huangfeng Valley. After causing such a significant disturbance, Han Li doubted they would remain unperturbed. It seemed they had become ensnared in a precarious situation, unable to retreat. In truth, Han Li had entertained the notion of surrendering Lin's physical form to appease them. But the unmistakable signs of the spirit's departure from the body would likely incite further aggression rather than quell it. Thus, it was wiser to retreat within the protective formation, akin to a turtle withdrawing into its shell, as the adversaries lacked the capability to breach the reversed five elements formation. Han Li felt a twinge of admiration for his foresight in establishing this formation ahead of time. Otherwise, he would have fallen prey to their machinations without any defenses. However, despite the current tranquility of the formation, Han Li dared not return to the cave for a deep slumber. Instead, he retrieved a stone bench from within the cave and settled upon it, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit. Perhaps the prolonged assault, due to their reliance on puppets, contributed to his growing frustration. After more than an hour of relentless bombardment, the formation exhibited its first signs of change, as a faint azure light began to flicker, enveloping the sky above and creating rippling waves from the impact of arrows and beams of light. Witnessing this transformation, the members of Qian's Hujio were invigorated. Such a shift indicated that the formation was not impervious to destruction and that they could intensify their efforts to breach it. Had the formation maintained its initial tranquility, the likes of Huang Long would have seriously contemplated a retreat. Just as the Qian's Hujio members prepared to launch a more vigorous offensive, and Han Li's expression shifted slightly. A thunderous roar echoed from the distance. Who dares to be so audacious in the Taiwan mountain range, attacking the dwelling of my disciples? If you seek death, I shall grant it. The voice resonated with such power that even Han Li, shielded by the formation, felt a buzzing in his ears and turned pale. The few members of Qian's Hujio, who were directly exposed to the sound, staggered and nearly fell from their bamboo rafts. It's a core formation cultivator. We must retreat. Huang Long, though appearing brutish and fierce, was the most cunning among them. Upon hearing the formidable voice, he was immediately struck with terror and prepared to flee. However, it was evident that Huang Long had underestimated the speed and profound might of a core formation cultivator. As they hurriedly gathered their puppets, preparing to flee, a sudden clap of thunder and flash of lightning erupted in the distant sky. A brilliant white light burst forth, followed by a streak of silver that surged toward them, reaching their vicinity in the blink of an eye. The sight terrified them to the point of losing their wits. They abandoned their remaining puppets and leapt into the air, each fleeing in different directions. However, the colossal silver beam, measuring over 10 zhang in length, offered no respite. It abruptly split into 6 or 7 smaller silver beams, encircling each member of the Qian's Hujio who had ascended into the air. "Senior, spare us." Huang Long, in a state of shock, hastily attempted to plead. Yet the silver beams showed no signs of pausing. They gently twisted inward, and with a few faint rumbling sounds, those desperate for escape were reduced to ashes. And Huang Long met the same fate. In that moment, all the silver beams converged, revealing a corpulent figure. This individual had eyes squinted to mere slits, and layers of flesh hung heavily from his chin, the thickness indeterminate, paired with a waist as thick as a barrel. He was undoubtedly the most rotund person Han Li had ever encountered. Astonishingly, this man was a cultivator at the core formation stage, employing a thunder attribute technique from an extraordinary spiritual root, which left Han Li utterly astonished. Nevertheless, this individual had effectively liberated Han Li from his predicament, being an elder from the Huangfeng Valley. Without a hint of hesitation, upon witnessing the destruction of the Qian's Hujio members, Han Li activated the formation and swiftly approached him on his flying instrument. When he reached the corpulent man, Han Li halted and respectfully bowed, saying, "Disciple Han Li pays his respects to Master Uncle. I am deeply grateful for your timely assistance. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Since Han Li took flight, the plump man had been scrutinizing him with those narrow eyes. Upon seeing Han Li's deference, a smile emerged on his large face, indicating a favorable first impression. "I am your Master Uncle, Lei Wanho. You may simply address me as Master Uncle Lei. Why did those Qian's Hujio individuals attack your cave dwelling without cause? Did you provoke them?" His words struck at the heart of the matter, revealing that Master Uncle Lei was no fool. Han Li felt a chill run down his spine, but maintained his composure as he recounted the events succinctly to his Master Uncle. Naturally, he omitted any mention of his trip to the Tianqing sect market and his annihilation of Senior Brother Lin's primordial spirit. Master Uncle Lei's expression remained remarkably calm until he learned of Senior Brother Lin's demise due to poisoning in the formation. His demeanor shifted slightly as he remarked, "So it was that Qian's Hujio scoundrel. I knew that bringing him into Huangfeng Valley would inevitably lead to trouble. Yet, I did not expect that after so many years, he would still be hunted down to his death. The heart of that Master Gene is indeed quite narrow." Master Uncle Lei did not display any signs of grief. After a brief lamentation, he continued, "Where is Senior Brother Lin's body? Take me to see it. At your command, Master Uncle, please follow me." How could Han Li dare to refuse the other party? He hurriedly led them into his grand formation, all the while internally expressing gratitude. Fortunately, he had been preoccupied with the matters concerning the Qianju sect and had not touched Lin's storage bag or any of his belongings. Otherwise, the situation could have been far more disastrous. "Oh, this formation of yours is quite extraordinary. It seems that even without my intervention, those rascals would find it challenging to contend with you." As Lei Wankong stepped into the inverted 5 elements formation, he quickly discerned its intricacies. This is merely a set of high-tier formation flags that my disciple acquired at great expense from the market. How could it possibly catch the eye of my esteemed uncle?" Although Han Li felt a surge of joy at the compliments from the rotund figure beside him, he maintained an air of humility. "No, this formation must possess significant origins. Even if I were to force my way through, it would require considerable effort to breach this array," Lei Wankong replied, shaking his head vigorously in disagreement. At this moment, they had arrived at their destination, where Lin's body lay undisturbed. Upon seeing this scene, the rotund man gestured, and the corpse immediately lifted into his large hands. Lei Wankong inspected it without reservation. "It seems your words hold truth. He perished due to the poison of the goose sect from the extreme west. The rotund man concluded after his examination, which startled Han Li. However, before his body fully decayed, it was likely that Lin's primordial spirit had escaped. Han Li pondered whether his disciple had witnessed anything. The rotund man casually discarded the lifeless form onto the ground and inquired at a leisurely pace. Wang Yu felt quite helpless, having only spent 2 days in 6th place, now overtaken by 2 others. Since others are striving so diligently, he too could not afford to lag behind. Resolutely, he decided to reduce his sleeping hours and attempt to produce 3 chapters for everyone. Should he succeed, he earnestly hoped for ample support in monthly votes. Wang Yu extends his gratitude to everyone in advance. Chapter 3, 234, Restrictions, Spiritual Medicine. Upon hearing this, Han Li inwardly thought, indeed, the matter has been brought up. However, he feigned astonishment and replied, Primordial spirit? I did not see any such spirit. Could it be that Lin's primordial spirit left his body before his demise? Han Li had resolved that should the other party inquired about the primordial spirit, he would adamantly claim ignorance. After all, revealing that this individual sought to seize a spirit only to be thwarted by his own demise was not an option. Did not see? The rotund man regarded Han Li with a bemused expression, causing Han Li's heart to race anxiously. Well, since you did not see it, perhaps Lin's primordial spirit became lost within the formation and has dissipated on its own, the rotund man finally remarked, turning his face away. Upon hearing this, Han Li let out a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, he was well aware that the explanation he provided would not convince the other party. However, given Lei Wankong's apparent indifference toward Lin's fate, it seemed likely that he would not pursue the matter further. It is well known that the first action of a cultivator after the separation of their primordial spirit from their body is to immediately seize another's body to be reborn. However, apart from Han Li, there are no other cultivators present in the formation, which means the only target for possession can be Han Li himself. Since Han Li appears to be in good health, it implies that this senior brother Lin must have failed in his attempt to seize a body, resulting in the destruction of his primordial spirit. As for whether Han Li's body has been invaded by senior brother Lin's spirit, or if it is indeed senior brother Lin acting through Han Li's physical form, this is something that can be easily discerned. Possession is an act that severely injures the primordial spirit, even if successful. One would require a period of seclusion lasting a month or more to regain full control of another's body. It is evident that this would expose any flaws to Master Lei. Thus, both Han Li and Lei Wanxie are fully aware of the fate that has befallen senior brother Lin's primordial spirit. However, the portly figure, having formed a favorable first impression of Han Li and showing little interest in such trivial matters, carelessly allowed him to pass. Han Li, on the other hand, feigned ignorance. For regardless of the circumstances, should this matter become known, he would inevitably bear the blame for harming a fellow disciple, which would be greatly disadvantageous to him. Nevertheless, this situation led Han Li to find Master Lei considerably more agreeable than his own master. This cave residence is rather rudimentary, is it not? How can one entertain guests in such a manner? While we cultivators do not place excessive importance on such matters, it ought to be presentable to some extent. After resolving this issue, Master Lei did not immediately depart, but rather stood at the entrance of Han Li's cave, leisurely offering his critique. Han Li couldn't help but smile wryly upon hearing this. After all, he had hastily constructed this cave within a matter of days. How could it possibly be refined? However, prompted by Master Lei's comment, Han Li recalled something. Thus, with a smile, he respectfully addressed Lei Wanxie, saying, Disciple has a few matters on which I wish to seek your guidance, Master Lei. Might you be so kind as to enter the disciple's humble abode for a brief respite, allowing me to explain at length? Additionally, I possess some fine aged herbs that I would like you to authenticate, so that I may use them with confidence in alchemy. Upon hearing Han Li request his guidance, the portly figure remained unperturbed. Yet, when Han Li mentioned the aged herbs, a hint of a smile crept upon his face as he nodded in agreement. Han Li then led Lei Wanxie into the spacious hall and suggested he take a seat while he retrieved the herbs, asking him to wait a moment. He hurried to his storage room, fetched 2 specimens of herbs aged 600 to 700 years, and then returned to the hall. The reason Han Li did not place these herbs into a storage bag for convenience was to preserve their medicinal properties for an extended period. Utilizing jade boxes or similar artifacts merely serves as a temporary storage solution. Over time, their potency would gradually diminish. Hence, Nearly every cultivator's cave features a storage room protected by special barriers to ensure the herb's spiritual essence remains intact. Nevertheless, Han Li, wary of Master Lei's extraordinary spiritual perception, ensured that the contents of his storage room and the spirit spring were well concealed from view. The peculiar transformation of the forbidden divine consciousness technique within the inverted five elements grand formation has been set into motion. It is likely that Master Lei, feeling quite vexed, is struggling with his desire to spy on something. The Jade Slip clearly states that this variation of the forbidden divine consciousness is remarkably straightforward to implement, allowing it to possess the same formidable power as its authentic counterpart without any diminishment. This is indeed the only effect that can rival the original grand formation. After establishing the formation, Han Li had previously tested the efficacy of this transformation. It was evident that his divine consciousness could only oscillate within a limited range of mere feet, unable to extend further. As for Master Lei, even as a core formation cultivator, his divine consciousness would far exceed Han Li's, likely unable to breach the expansive hall's several dozen feet. This was precisely why Han Li felt emboldened to invite him in. Otherwise, if Master Lei were to scan his storage room or the sealed spiritual eye spring, Han Li suspected that Master Lei would likely harbor ill thoughts. However, failing to invite Master Lei into his abode from the outset would have raised even greater suspicion. After all, it is rather unusual for a senior to arrive at a junior's dwelling without an invitation, even if the matter were initially overlooked. A moment's reflection could lead to greater complications. Furthermore, Han Li genuinely had matters to discuss with the rather rotund Master Lei and was keen to cultivate a rapport with him. After all, befriending a core formation cultivator could yield tremendous benefits in the future. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Han Li held 2 medicine boxes in his hands as he stepped into the hall. He then proceeded to open the boxes before Master Lei, inviting him to conduct the so-called appraisal. At that moment, Master Lei was visibly displeased. Indeed, while Han Li had gone to fetch the medicinal materials, he had released his divine consciousness to gauge the size and scale of the cave dwelling. This was not born of any malicious intent, but rather an instinctive action typical of a core formation cultivator. However, as his consciousness reached a distance of over 10 feet from his body, it felt as if it were ensnared by an immense weight, unable to expand even a fraction further. Shock crossed Master Lei's countenance as he experienced this limitation. He had encountered similar restrictions before in the abodes of several fellow cultivators with whom he was friendly. It was evident that some sort of barrier was impeding his divine consciousness from probing further. Yet, those acquaintances were all core formation cultivators, and the presence of such a restriction within their dwellings was unsurprising. But this disciple, being merely at the foundation establishment stage, and the cave having only recently been constructed, made the existence of such a barrier quite peculiar. Master Lei did not connect the appearance of this restriction with the grand formation outside the cave. In his view, the exterior formation already possessed formidable defensive capabilities, which was impressive in its own right. If it also featured additional transformations capable of obstructing divine consciousness, it would be akin to the grand formations employed by some small sections. Such a powerful and intricate formation could hardly be expected to manifest outside the dwelling of a foundation establishment disciple. It is unlikely that Lei Wanhe could have anticipated that Han Li's grand formation was, in fact, a simplified version of the renowned reversal of the 5 elements array. Even if it possessed merely 1/10 of the original formation's power, it would not pale in comparison to those so-called sect-defending formations. Thus, when Han Li opened the medicine box for him to inspect, he was momentarily distracted, his gaze not immediately drawn to the contents within, adopting an indifferent demeanor. However, when his eyes finally fell upon the 2 herbs, aged 600 or 700 years, the languid expression vanished in an instant. Any thoughts of restrictions or spiritual awareness were cast aside. At that moment, all that remained in Lei Wanhe's gaze were those 2 spiritually potent herbs. These rare medicinal plants had been procured by his disciple at considerable expense from the outside world, but due to the disciple's limited experience, he was unable to accurately assess their age, and thus they had remained unused. Now, with the arrival of Uncle Lei, the opportunity to authenticate their value had arrived. Lei Wanhe scarcely heard Han Li's words, offering only a few casual acknowledgments before he gingerly took one of the spiritual herbs into his hands for a closer examination. Han Li secretly observed the other man's expression, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seemed the selection of these herbs was indeed fortuitous. He had long heard that golden core stage cultivators coveted spiritual herbs even more than those at the foundation establishment stage. Upon reaching the golden core realm, the pursuit of transforming essence into a nascent form or even ascending one's magical power became a formidable challenge. Consequently, the consumption of a copious amount of elixirs became the customary means for golden core cultivators to enhance their magical prowess. In this world, ordinary elixirs had long since lost their efficacy for golden core cultivators. Only those concocted from herbs aged hundreds of years and certain naturally occurring spiritual plants could accelerate their cultivation speed. Thus, a significant portion of a golden core cultivator's travels was devoted to the search for exceedingly rare medicinal materials. This was precisely why Li Huayuan, upon encountering Han Li with such an abundance of spiritual herbs emerging from the forbidden grounds, was so eager to recruit him as a disciple. The allure of these heavenly herbs was simply irresistible to him. In truth, even had the expedition been led by someone other than Li Huayuan, such as Lei Wanhe or other golden core cultivators, they would undoubtedly have sought to seize a share of Han Li's spiritual herbs. It was highly likely that they would have employed similar tactics. However, Li Huayuan was indeed rather stingy, only willing to accept Han Li as a nominal disciple. Nevertheless, the consumption of elixirs is merely an auxiliary means of advancing one's magical power, serving only to shorten the time spent in meditation and absorption of spiritual energy. Diligent and arduous practice remains the true path to transforming spiritual energy into one's own magical essence. Otherwise, no matter how many elixirs one ingests, without dedicating time to refine the spiritual energy contained within them, it would yield no benefit and would not augment one's magical power. After all, external spiritual energy and one's own magical essence are fundamentally distinct entities. There have been instances where individuals consumed extraordinary elixirs discovered within ancient ruins, resulting in an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy that led to their bodies exploding. Thus, casually consuming pills that far exceed one's cultivation level is a perilous endeavor. Additionally, during moments of stagnation, many practitioners resort to the spiritual power of these pills to break through their barriers, a method that has proven to be quite effective. However, it is exceedingly rare to encounter cultivators capable of independently surmounting their cultivation bottlenecks without the aid of any medicinal potency. Those who can do so are often regarded as prodigious talents, emerging only once in a century. The individuals with heavenly spiritual roots are universally acknowledged as possessing unparalleled aptitude. Even those with extraordinary spiritual roots cannot evade the necessity of consuming elixirs when faced with similar cultivation hurdles, a situation not dissimilar to that of ordinary spiritual root practitioners. The cultivator Lei Wanke found himself in such a predicament. In pursuit of auxiliary elixirs, he had just returned from his quest for medicinal herbs. Unfortunately, his luck was rather dismal this time. Aside from 2 herbs aged over 400 years, he returned empty-handed, which left him seething with frustration. This was the primary reason he unleashed his wrath upon the disciples of the Qian bamboo sect upon encountering them. Had he not vented his ire at that moment, his mood would likely have remained sour for an extended period. One could only lament the misfortune of Huang Long and his companions, who inadvertently crossed paths with this irritable harbinger of doom. At that moment, Lei Wanke's thoughts were tumultuous. Having traversed 3 centuries in the realm of cultivation, he had encountered a myriad of herbs. Upon laying eyes on the 2 spiritual herbs, he immediately discerned their precise age, which ignited a spark of joy within him. It is essential to note that he was in search of 500-year-old spiritual herbs to concoct the yuan-enhancing pill, prompting his year-long expedition. However, despite scouring every market and apothecary in the entire kingdom of Yu, he had failed to find a single herb that met his expectations. Reluctantly, he settled for the 2 inferior 400-year-old herbs, intending to make do with them. Yet, he was acutely aware that utilizing herbs that lacked sufficient age to refine the yuan-enhancing pill would likely result in a diminished efficacy, offering little assistance to him. Nevertheless, with no suitable primary herbs at his disposal, what alternatives did he have? Continuing the search would merely squander time, as any high-quality herbs would have long been seized by local sects or families of cultivators. By the time he arrived, he would be left with nothing but disappointment. As for venturing into the nearby realms in search of herbs, the unfamiliarity of those lands rendered such hopes even more tenuous. Thus, when he overheard his disciple mention herbs of some age outside the cave, he felt a flicker of interest and entered the exceedingly humble dwelling with a mindset of cautious curiosity. In truth, Lei Wanka held little expectation for the quality of herbs possessed by a foundational stage disciple. At most, he anticipated herbs merely 200 or 300 years old. After all, despite his extensive travels, he had only managed to acquire 400-year-old herbs. And that was solely due to the respect accorded to him as a formidable practitioner in the core formation stage, dissuading others from competing for his finds. Before him stood 2 extraordinary herbs, each possessing an age of 6 or 7 centuries, a sight so astonishing that it rendered him nearly incredulous, yet filled him with overwhelming joy. Although his gaze seemed fixated on the rare medicinal plants in his hands, as if he were evaluating their age, his mind was already racing with thoughts of how to procure these treasures from his junior. After all, such rare specimens in the hands of another felt like a tragic waste. They ought to be entrusted to the adept alchemist, Master Lei, to fully unlock their potential. Nevertheless, being a seasoned individual with years of experience, he quickly concocted an excuse. Clearing his throat twice, he reluctantly returned the herbs to their box and, with almost imperceptible movements of his neck, turned to Han Li with a congenial demeanor, exclaiming, "My dear junior, these herbs are indeed exquisite rarities. Aged at least 6 or 7 centuries. I can only imagine the considerable effort you must have invested to acquire them. Indeed, I exerted tremendous effort to secure them at a secret auction." Han Li replied, half seriously. There was also a 1,000-year-old herb for sale, but alas, I lacked the means to purchase it and had to watch it slip away into someone else's possession, which I find quite regrettable. A secret auction? And a 1,000-year-old herb? The rotund man nearly leapt from his stone seat at this revelation. For him, this was not merely a matter of regret. It felt akin to having a piece of his very heart wrenched away. As a cultivator at the core formation stage, he had tirelessly sought rare herbs and potions, visiting numerous secret shops, yet he had never encountered such fortuitous opportunities. Had he been present at that moment, he would have ensured that such a treasure did not elude him, offering any amount of spirit stones willingly in exchange. The thought that this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had been squandered by the youth before him ignited a fierce desire to shake him by the collar and demand answers. Yet, he also understood that, as a Foundation establishment disciple, it was quite normal for Han Li to be unable to afford such extravagant items. Well, it is what it is. Perhaps another opportunity will arise. The stout man ultimately calmed himself, albeit begrudgingly offering a few words of consolation to Han Li. After all, he had designs on those 2 precious herbs. They were something he simply could not let slip away. "Junior Han, how do you intend to handle these herbs? Are you considering entrusting them to the alchemists within our sect?" he inquired, adopting a tone of sagely concern. "However, I must caution you. The skill level of our alchemists at Huangfeng Valley leaves much to be desired. Should you allow them to handle such invaluable treasures, it would indeed be a gross misappropriation, resulting in a significant loss for you. Surely I would not let them concoct anything." Han Li replied, vigorously shaking his head. "In truth, I intend to exchange these herbs for something of greater utility. You see, acquiring these herbs has nearly depleted my entire fortune. I would never squander them." His unexpected declaration left the elder momentarily speechless, his carefully prepared remarks caught in his throat. However, as the rotund figure pondered, he realized that this disciple was seeking to exchange herbs for something of value, which was rather fortuitous for him, given his status as a core formation cultivator. Aside from the exceedingly rare alchemical and crafting materials, what could he possibly lack to satisfy the other's needs? This was indeed a splendid opportunity to acquire something through a legitimate exchange. With this thought, Lei Wankai's eyes, narrowed by a smile, appeared even more amiable. "I wonder what my esteemed disciple Han requires. I have amassed quite a collection over the centuries. Perhaps I possess just the item you seek." The rotund man blinked his small eyes and suddenly exclaimed with joviality, "Ah? Do you, esteemed uncle, also desire this spiritual herb? If so, I can certainly spare one for you, as a token of filial respect." At that moment, Han Li seemed to awaken to the realization, hastily responding with utmost deference. Upon witnessing Han Li's cleverness, Lei Wankai, delighted that the matter of exchange had not been broached, felt a surge of goodwill toward him. However, the rotund figure had his sights set on acquiring both herbs. Reluctant to part with the remaining one, Lei Wankai waved his hand with great flamboyance, proclaiming, "What is this talk, dear disciple Han? Do you think me, Lei Wankai, one who covets the possessions of my juniors? Speak freely of your desires." I shall procure an equitable exchange for you, ensuring you do not suffer any loss. Are you in search of a top-tier magical artifact? Or perhaps a precious elixir that would be of immediate use? Hearing such grandiose proclamations filled Han Li's heart with joy. He had circled around to await this very statement. Yet, he feigned a troubled demeanor, scratching his head as he replied, "To be candid, esteemed Master Lei, I have long harbored an interest in the art of alchemy. However, the repositories within the Yuelu Hall possess few practical formulas for elixirs. I later learned that the alchemical techniques from ancient times have nearly all been lost to history. The methods possessed by my fellow disciples and masters are either the result of painstaking research spanning generations within their families or occasionally unearthed from ancient relics, each one more precious than the last, seldom revealed to others. Thus, I merely wish to exchange these two spiritual herbs for a formula suitable for my use." We have finally completed over 9,000 words and 3 chapters. I hope everyone will fervently cast their monthly votes. In preparation for this outburst, I have only slept 5 hours to rally everyone for the monthly votes. I truly need those votes. Chapter 236, The Ancient Formula, Calling for Monthly Votes. Exchange for a formula? The rotund figure's previously jovial expression immediately froze. The disciple understood that such formulas were treasures to his seniors and masters, held dearer than life itself, so he had no intentions of being overly selective. As long as it can slightly enhance my cultivation speed during the foundation establishment stage, I shall not be particular, Han Li stated earnestly. Ever since he had learned about the specific circumstances surrounding alchemical formulas in the cultivation world from a conversation with the old man, he had been intent on gathering some formulas for his personal use. After all, possessing a secret technique to hasten the growth of herbs, how could he not fully exploit this advantage? However, the slightly better alchemical formulas are all held in the hands of cultivators at the core formation stage. Disciples at the foundation establishment stage, even if they possess 1 or 2 formulas, can only concoct inconsequential elixirs. Therefore, his original intention was to target his master, Li Huayuan. Yet, upon encountering the esteemed Master Lei, Han Li immediately altered his plans. For, in every regard, this Master Lei appeared far more amenable than his own master. This was not merely Han Li's impression. Li Huayuan had indeed been rather stingy with his named disciple. Moreover, the master-disciple relationship made matters even more difficult. It was highly probable that the same tactics employed on Li Huayuan would not yield the same results here. If he were to casually praise Master Lei's filial piety, he could rightfully acquire those 2 spiritual herbs. Han Li would then adopt a grateful demeanor, expressing heartfelt thanks to his master. Now that he had finally encountered another core formation cultivator, he naturally intended to seize this rare opportunity. The desire to exchange formulas was indeed a cumbersome affair. Lei Wankai appeared to contemplate something, and his expression finally softened, though it was soon replaced with a frown and a look of uncertainty. Observing this, Han Li felt not the slightest disappointment. Rather, he internally rejoiced, convinced that there was indeed hope. Otherwise, Master Lei would not display such an expression. As long as the formulas were useful to the disciple, he would not unduly burden his master. Han Li promptly lowered his expectations another notch. "Ah, my dear disciple, there are indeed some commendable formulas here, but these are secret recipes passed down through my family and cannot be exchanged." Lei Wankai shook his head, lamenting. Upon hearing this, Han Li's disappointment was palpable, clearly etched on his face. The rotund figure observed this and chuckled. "While I cannot exchange the family's recipes, I do have a few ancient formulas at hand. Some were discovered in ruins, while others were acquired through exchanges with friends. These can be freely exchanged. Truly, the disciple is profoundly grateful to Master." Han Li exclaimed with delight, hastily expressing his thanks. "Hold on, let me finish speaking before you thank me." The rotund figure waved his hand dismissively. "Since we are to exchange, I, as your master, must first clarify a few matters." His serious demeanor caused Han Li to pause momentarily. "Please, master, speak plainly. The disciple shall heed your teachings." Han Li promptly replied respectfully. "What teachings are there? I merely wish to lay out the harsh truths beforehand to prevent any regrets on your part." Lei Wankai glanced at Han Li, speaking with indifference. If the elixirs produced from these ancient formulas are indeed of the highest quality, the crux lies in the fact that the ingredients are exceedingly difficult to procure nowadays. I truly cannot ascertain whether you will be able to gather them. Of course, while these materials are hard to find, they do exist in this world. They have not vanished like the ingredients for some other ancient formulas that have long since become extinct. In fact, most of the newly researched formulas are simply iterations of existing ancient ones, continually seeking alternative materials to yield new experimental outcomes. Thus, although the materials for alchemy have been restored, their efficacy has diminished significantly. This indeed reflects the inevitable frustrations of the immortal realm. The words of the corpulent individual left Han Li momentarily taken aback. However, he soon grasped the essence of the other's intention. The meaning conveyed by his master was rather straightforward. Upon acquiring the formula, should he struggle to gather the necessary ingredients for alchemy, he might consider seeking alternative substances to experiment with, for there might still be a chance of success. The rotund man earnestly stated to Han Li. Han Li was left speechless. Yet, he understood that his master likely felt a tinge of guilt for providing him with a formula that was difficult to replicate due to the unavailability of materials. Prompting him to offer this gentle reminder, it appeared that this master Lei was not entirely ill-natured. Han Li mused silently. Nonetheless, he maintained a demeanor of compliance, affirming his commitment to the altered formula without hesitation. Seeing this, Lei Wanxie felt a surge of joy. Yet he also sensed that he had perhaps taken too much advantage of his disciple, prompting a slight pang of guilt. After contemplating for a moment, he proposed, "How about this? You possess 2 spirit herbs. Thus, you may exchange one for a different formula. I cannot let you suffer unduly." Upon hearing this, Han Li was momentarily startled, but soon erupted with joy, his admiration for Master Lei soaring to new heights. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Lei Wanxie, and this time, his words were sincere and devoid of pretense. "Very well, here is the catalog of formulas. Please select 2. It contains all the information regarding the efficacy of the elixirs and the required materials. Once you have made your selections, I shall transcribe the actual formulas for you." With that, the corpulent man produced a jade slip and tossed it to Han Li. As Han Li eagerly accepted the item, he was also somewhat puzzled. When had his master prepared this catalog? Nevertheless, this question flitted through his mind and vanished as he began to meticulously search for suitable formulas. "How about the gathering spirit pill and the qi refinement powder?" Han Li exclaimed excitedly after withdrawing his thoughts from the jade slip. "The gathering spirit pill? The qi refinement powder?" The corpulent man nodded nonchalantly, saying nothing further, and immediately retrieved 2 additional jade slips from his storage pouch, tossing them over. "All right, time is of the essence. I must take my leave." As he cheerfully gathered the spirit herbs from the table, he prepared to depart, eager to return and concoct his own essence-enhancing pill. Han Li promptly rose to see him off. However, as they reached the entrance of the cave, Han Li suddenly recalled something and inquired about the whereabouts of his current master, Li Huayuan, and the location of his cave dwelling. Upon learning that Han Li was a registered disciple of Li Huayuan, the corpulent man was taken aback. Yet he willingly divulged the information before soaring away in a flash of silver light. After watching Lei Wanxie completely vanish into the sky, Han Li's face broke into a smile as he retrieved the jade slip containing the formulas and examined it for a while. After some time, he turned to head back into the cave. However, as Han Li took just 2 steps forward, something near the cave entrance captured his attention. To his astonishment, he beheld the twisted corpse of senior brother Lin, still lying in the position it had assumed when the corpulent man had tossed it away. After a moment of surprise, Han Li approached without hesitation. He knelt before the corpse and began to search diligently. He clearly remembered that the elder Lei had not disturbed any items on the body. Perhaps it was out of modesty in front of a junior like him, or perhaps he simply looked down upon the possessions of a foundation establishment disciple. Indeed, Han Li soon discovered a storage bag nestled within the corpse's embrace, causing a broad smile to spread across his face. After all, he was quite fascinated by these puppets, and it was only natural to assume that the bag contained a wealth of treasures. However, as Han Li inspected the contents of the storage bag, his smile gradually faded. To his dismay, there wasn't a single puppet inside. Apart from a few spirit stones and 2 ordinary medicinal pills, there was only an inconspicuous jade slip. This abrupt realization extinguished Han Li's fervor. He had controlled so many puppets that day. How could there be none left now? Had they all been destroyed? Han Li murmured to himself, his expression darkening. His guess was not far from the truth. On that fateful day, senior brother Lin had initially commanded numerous puppets, allowing him to engage in a fierce battle with his adversaries. However, after the quadruplet brothers from the Qianzhou sect eliminated the 2 fleeing cultivators, They rushed to provide support. Sensing the dire situation, senior brother Lin detonated all the puppets and seized the opportunity amidst the ensuing chaos to break free from the encirclement. As a result, the storage bag contained not a single mechanized puppet. In his disappointment, Hanli casually retrieved the jade slip. Then, as if conducting a routine check, he delved into it with his spiritual sense, glancing over its contents. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment, and the lazy expression on his face froze. As his consciousness entered the jade slip, 3 golden characters materialized. Dianju. The first update of the day has arrived. I shall continue my efforts to produce 3 chapters for everyone. However, only sleeping 5 hours a day is truly taxing. Yet, in order to gather the last few monthly votes from everyone, I must grit my teeth and endure. I strongly urge everyone to provide more monthly votes.